Chapter 1. The Great Sea Route Sphinx. Pain, a searing agony, radiated from every part of his body. Ruosong struggled to open his eyes, only to find himself amidst a dense woodland. Before him stood a peculiar creature resembling a rabbit, its large eyes locking onto his. Upon noticing that Ruosong had awakened, it swiftly vanished into the thicket, leaving no trace behind. What on earth is that? A rabbit? The first thought that crossed his mind was a bemused critique of this bizarre rabbit-like animal. It was only then that Ruosong began to take stock of his surroundings. What met his gaze were towering, unfamiliar trees and lush undergrowth, with the air filled with a refreshing scent. Clearly, this was not a place he recognized from memory. The environment suggested a mysterious, undiscovered island. Could it be that I have been abducted? Am I to survive in the wild? Or is this a desperate escape? He assessed his physical condition, muscles feeling as though they were being torn apart. Even lifting his head proved to be a Herculean task. Damn it, I finally indulged in a lavish experience at the ghost market, and now I find myself in this predicament. What luck I possess. Reflecting on his unfortunate fate, immobilized, Ruosong could only gaze skyward, resigned to the adversities life had bestowed upon him. Fortunately, I haven't encountered any carnivorous beasts, and insects seem scarce otherwise. My life would be forfeit. Ruosong tried to find humor in his plight. Little did he know, the next moment would bring a chilling surprise. Roar! A thunderous growl erupted as a massive, leopard-like beast lunged from the forest, its bloodshot eyes ablaze with predatory hunger, saliva dripping from its maw as it fixated on the prone Ruosong. Damn it, this is the end. Beep. Titan cultivation system activated. Current task. Survive for 2 years. Task reward. Enhancement of Titan bloodline concentration to 1. What the hell? A system? Do I look like someone who can survive in this ridiculous state? What purpose does this task serve? System, say something. Ruosong, feeling like a drowning man clutching at straws, began to frantically call out to the system. Don't other systems offer starter packs? System, where's my package? Hurry up. Are you blind to my current condition? Please save me, esteemed system. However, regardless of how fervently Ruosong pleaded, the wretched system remained unresponsive, as if frozen in time. FCK, what kind of system is this? If you want in my life, just do it directly. Must you be so cruel? As the beast drew ever nearer, despair flooded Ruosong's heart. With a surge of indignation towards the incompetent system, he resolved himself. Though I cannot move at all, I still have my mouth. If you wish to dine on me, then I shall take a bite of your fur first. The predator cautiously approached, eyeing Ruosong's furious yet immobile expression, a grotesque grin spreading across its face, almost mocking. With a roar, it lunged at Ruosong. A gust of wind rushed past, carrying with it a foul stench of blood. Oh my, how terrifying! Ruosong squeezed his eyes shut, mouth agape, his mind racing to devise a way to sink his teeth into the beast. The moment was ripe. He could feel the rancid breath brushing against his face. Suppressing the agony coursing through his body, Ruosong mustered all his strength. Now, crack, bang, bang, bang. The sound of teeth meeting nothingness echoed painfully in his ears. Simultaneously, came the resounding thud of something heavy hitting the ground. What has happened? Did the system manifest? Ruosong opened his eyes, enduring the excruciating pain as he turned to where the sound had come from. Is that a giant boy? Before him stood a robust lad, towering over 2 meters. This must be a boy, though he appeared remarkably youthful. It was terrifying yet oddly comforting. A savior. What was this? A kinship more profound than the system itself. Are you all right? The stout boy delivered a powerful punch to the beast's head, causing it to crumple lifelessly. Then, as if nothing had transpired, the boy looked up at Ruosong with a charming smile, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. I noticed you seemed unable to move, so I intervened. I hope I didn't disturb you. No, not at all. I owe you my life. Ruosong hastily replied. Gazing at the boy's towering frame, he felt a wave of pressure. By the way, how should I address you? Me? The boy beamed, radiating sunshine. My name is Edward Newgate, and I am 6 years old, destined to traverse the seas. What? This is Sphinx, isn't it? Indeed. Seeing the confident expression on the boy's face, a colossal yet aged figure suddenly materialized in Ruosong's mind. Once you board my ship, you become my son. I am Whitebeard. I am Whitebeard. I have long desired something. A family. I am a remnant of the old era. No ship in the new world can carry me. Whitebirth's character had been a cherished memory of Ruosong's childhood and youth, a figure he had admired for his audacity and mourned for his passing. As a fellow pirate enthusiast, Whitebeard was Ruosong's favorite character, a source of both joy and regret. Never did he imagine he would find himself in the world of One Piece. Moreover, He might even embark on adventures alongside Whitebeard across the seas. Ruosong chuckled softly. I believe your wish will surely come true. After all, you are Whitebeard, the mightiest man on the seas, a figure too grand for any pirate crew in the New World to bear. The subsequent words, Ruosong dared not voice, but silently echoed within his heart. Haha, uncle, your foresight is impeccable. I believe so too. A man of such discernment cannot be a villain. It is settled, then come stay at my home to recover. Until you find your companions, I, Edward Newgate, the future mightiest man on the seas, shall take care of you. The 6-year-old Whitebeard burst into joyous laughter, decisively choosing to look after Ruosong. Thank you so much. Ruosong expressed his gratitude. No problem. By the way, how did you get injured? Where are your companions and family? The young Whitebeard helped Ruosong to his feet while casually inquiring. I honestly don't know how I ended up here, unable to move. As for my family and companions, they are probably gone. Ruosong's expression dimmed, having been a solitary figure in his past life. He had no relatives, and even friends were few and superficial. Now, in the world of One Piece, where would he find companions or family? The young Whitebeard's eyes lit up. Uncle, I too am alone, so why don't we? Looking at this familiar yet strange scene, Ruosong nearly blurted out, Come be my son. Uncle, what's the matter? Your expression seems odd. No, it's nothing. That's good. What I meant to say was, how about you become my family? The dappled sunlight filtered through the trees, casting playful shadows on their faces. The 6-year-old Whitebeard's gaze was steadfast and sincere, filled with longing, yet tinged with a hint of apprehension at the thought of rejection. Ruosong gazed deeply into his eyes. Moments later, just as the young Whitebeard's spirits began to falter, Ruosong broke into a smile. All right, from now on, we are family. That's wonderful. I have family now. The young Whitebeard exclaimed gleefully, leaping into the air, inadvertently releasing his hold on Ruosong. Ruosong fell to the ground, speechless. In the end, was he still alone, bearing the weight of it all? Chapter 2. Training and Adopting a Son. 1 year later, in the woods not far from Sphinxtown. Boom! A thunderous noise echoed as a massive tree crashed to the ground, startling a host of peculiar little creatures. Ruosong stood tall, having just retracted his fist, exhaling a breath of relief. Towering over 2 meters, with his upper body bare, his well-defined muscles glistening with sweat, he exuded an aura of raw masculinity. Splish-splash. Not far away, 7-year-old Edward leapt from a river, 2 enormous fish clutched in his hands and mouth, frolicking joyfully like an exuberant husky. Ruosong, come quickly and cook, I'm starving. Edward called out. Honestly, you're using your mouth to catch fish again, can't you be a bit more hygienic? Ruosong replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel that was set aside, his expression one of exasperation. Ha, it's just so convenient. I truly don't know what to do with you. Ruosong chuckled through his tears. The fire crackled as they cleaned the fish and sprinkled some spices bought from the town, and soon a rich aroma wafted through the air. Wow, it smells incredible. Ruosong, you're truly amazing. Without a care for the heat, Edward eagerly grabbed a piece of fish as soon as it was nearly done, devouring it with gusto, savoring every bite. So, is this your excuse for not cooking? Ruosong teased. Oh, this fish is simply delightful. Ruosong, you must try some. At Ruosong's question, Edward's face flushed with embarrassment, his gaze darting around as he sought to change the subject. Speaking of which, how has your peculiar training progressed, Ruosong? You seem to have grown much stronger. Edward inquired with curiosity. When it came to discussing his training, Ruosong felt a twinge of regret due to system limitations. He was unable to impart his skills to Whitebeard. Roughly speaking, I'm not entirely sure of my current level, but I can assure you I'm not weak. Perhaps we could find someone to test our skills tomorrow? Absolutely. Let's target that black-haired trafficker. I've always found him insufferable for daring to set his sights on you. Ruosong. We shall give him a proper lesson tomorrow. The prospect of action thrilled Edward, and he ate even more heartily. Ruosong merely smiled. Nightfall by the riverbank. The river flowed melodiously, producing a clear and delightful sound. Ruosong reclined on a large stone by the shore, a bitter herb root clenched between his teeth, humming a whimsical tune of his own creation. The bitter taste of the herb sharpened his senses, and under the caress of the night breeze, he appeared exceptionally refined in his solitude. Edward had long since retired for the night, leaving Ruosong alone to reminisce about the past year's experiences. A thought crossed his mind, and a shimmering screen appeared before him, visible only to him. Titan Development System. Current task, survive for 2 years. Task progress, 51100. Task reward, Titan Bloodline concentration raised to 1. Current personal attributes. Name, Edward Luosong. Race, probably human. Strength, a somewhat exceptional, ordinary human. Titan bloodline concentration, 0.1. Martial arts. Killing technique, Huaxia National Martial Arts, Ming Gene Mastery Node. A martial art awakened from the host's memories. System, are you there? Hey, wake up, you useless piece of junk. Luosong sighed. Ever since Edward rescued him from the jaws of a beast, his system panel had changed, even auto-generating a unique martial art when he began to train. Yet, unlike other system hosts, no matter how he called out or even insulted it, this stubborn system refused to respond even once. Encountering a malfunctioning system is quite the predicament. He chuckled to himself without the chaotic tasks. His life had indeed been rather pleasant. Luosong touched a red tattoo on his chest, marveling at the wonders of fate. What began as a mere trinket purchased in a ghost market had led to such incredible adventures. Reflecting on his past as a solitary being, he now found himself part of a family with beloved characters from anime. How fortunate he was. Luosong smiled, feeling that perhaps this was the guiding hand of destiny. Having completely changed his environment, he could embark on a brand new life. Whitebeard dreams of having a large family. Well, my dream is set. I want every pirate to call me father, except for Whitebeard and his sons. After all, we're all family. They're all my nephews, ha. His boisterous laughter echoed into a nearby wooden house. Little Edward, fast asleep, rolled over, mumbling in his dreams. What kind of beast has such a lack of decorum, howling in the dead of night? Achoo! Who's thinking of me? Luosong rubbed his nose. Never mind. Let's wash up and get some rest tomorrow. We'll go collect her son. With that, he leaped into the water. The next morning, let's go. Edward, Big Brother will take you to collect our son. 7-year-old Whitebeard remained silent. Big Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Just kidding. Let's get going. With that, the two towering figures, both over 2 meters tall, strode side by side towards Sphinx Town. Their extraordinary height set them apart in this ordinary little town. Carrying an imposing presence, they made their way through the awestruck gazes of the townsfolk, heading directly to the only tavern in town, the Rottedwood Tavern, located at the heart of the town. The Rottedwood Tavern was owned by a one-eyed pirate who had lost a leg. It was said he once made quite a name for himself at sea, but having lost his leg, he settled in the remote Sphinx, where he was somewhat above the fray, unbothered by the local underground forces. Luosong, according to Uncle Amoeba's intel, that black-haired scoundrel usually comes to the tavern around this time for a drink and a meal. Edward remarked. Uncle Amoeba was the tavern owner who had once been a pirate. He had a good relationship with young Edward and had even invited him to join his former pirate crew, but Luosong had declined, citing Edward's youth as a reason. Very well. We shall wait to ambush him together. That scoundrel won't escape. Luosong nodded. Creak. The tavern doors swung open, with Edward leading the way to a table in the far corner. Luosong followed closely behind. In the corner of the tavern sat a small table occupied by a lewd-looking bald man. This was the notorious trafficker Blackhair, responsible for the destruction of countless families. In fact, when Luosong first arrived in Sphinx, Blackhair had laid eyes on him, but Edward had arrived just in time to thwart his plans. Blackhair, come with us for a moment. As Blackhair indulged in fine wine and exquisite cuisine, he suddenly felt enveloped by an ominous shadow. In the next instant, a rather youthful voice echoed in his ear. Chapter 3. Revenge. Blackhair, a notorious human trafficker, was one of the leaders of the prominent trafficking factions in Sphinx. With an unsightly patch of black hair on his face and a countenance deemed grotesque, he was abandoned by his parents in his youth, nameless and without identity. Mockingly referred to as Blackhair, he chose to embrace the moniker. He relished boasting about his keen ability to discern people, often wandering the streets in search of prey. To date, he had only failed once, and that singular failure had haunted him for a long time. The reason for his mishap was a mere 6-year-old child who was, astonishingly, over 2 meters tall. For someone of his diminutive stature, such a height seemed an unattainable ideal. The combination of these two factors left an indelible mark on his memory of the child who had thwarted his schemes. Today, while savoring delicacies at the tavern, Blackhair was once again compelled to revisit that nightmare. What do you want, you little brat? He exclaimed, gazing up at the imposing figure before him. Feeling an overwhelming pressure, he had grown taller and stronger. A twinge of pain shot through his waist. Recalling the moment when he had received a forceful punch from this very child, a blow that had nearly incapacitated him, his eyes betrayed a flicker of trepidation. Muscles taut and ready to spring into flight at any moment. Edward grinned broadly. Of course, I'm here to settle the score. Would I invite you for a drink otherwise? Do you remember that punch? I've always regretted not delivering a second one to your head. The intent was clear. This was a quest for vengeance. Blackhair instantly grasped the situation, but he feigned calmness, even managing a chuckle. Back then, I was simply caught off guard. Do you really think you can catch me with your speed? With that, Black Hair swiftly maneuvered away from Edward, making his escape towards the tavern's exit. As he fled, a smirk lingered on his face. After all, he had navigated through countless perils over the years, relying on his natural agility to survive, no matter how powerful his pursuer. If he couldn't land a hit, what did it matter? He even had time to turn back and mock Edward. Yet, when he glanced over his shoulder, he was met with a confident, assured smile on Edward's face. What is happening? Black Hair's mind raced with confusion. Black Tiger's heart. A booming voice resonated in his ears, followed by a sharp pain in his neck, and then, darkness enveloped him. Luo Song felt that the so-called big boss of human traffickers, He Mao, was nothing more than a foolish simpleton. He didn't even dare to fight back and instead chose to flee, all the while believing himself to be quite impressive. What was most intolerable was the fact that this individual completely disregarded Luo Song's presence, nearly colliding with him, yet still had the audacity to look back casually. It was infuriating. As he observed the open target that was He Mao's body, Luo Song's reflexes kicked in, and he executed a swift strike reminiscent of the black tiger prowling heart. With tremendous force, he aimed to deliver a fatal blow, confident that his current strength would ensure a swift demise. However, midway through the motion, Luo Song remembered his intention to leave the man alive. He swiftly altered the trajectory of his strike, transitioning his hand from the chest area to the collar of the opponent, ultimately landing on the exposed neck that lay so invitingly before him. Then, with a sharp crack, He Mao's neck emitted a crisp sound, and he promptly lost consciousness. Perhaps he had been a tad too forceful. Luo Song felt somewhat embarrassed. The specialized martial arts provided by the system were undeniably powerful, yet they were excessively ruthless, delivering lethal strikes without hesitation. Alas, it was all the fault of that incompetent system and that dim-witted human trafficker. This failure had nothing to do with me, Luo. Luo Song reached out to sense the breath of the black-haired figure. Fortunately, there was still a pulse. He was alive. Luo Song exhaled in relief, then gave Edward a thumbs up. The task was accomplished, and it was time to depart. With that, he hoisted the trafficker, He Mao, onto his shoulder and walked away without a glance back. Edward smiled apologetically at Uncle Amoeba, the tavern owner. My apologies for disrupting your business, Uncle. Uncle Amoeba laughed heartily. Such occurrences are quite ordinary. Compared to this trivial matter, Edward, you have grown increasingly formidable, and your brother Luo Song displayed remarkable ferocity just now. When do you plan to set sail? Why not join my former pirate crew? Uncle Amoeba extended his invitation once more. Rest assured, we will seek you out when we embark on our voyage. However, Luo Song mentioned that we still need a year. We will not set sail until then. Edward clarified with a smile. You two are quite prudent. In a year, you will merely be 8 years old. Fear not, I shall await your arrival. Uncle Amoeba replied with a hearty laugh, choosing not to elaborate further. Edward then exited the tavern. The lively atmosphere within resumed. Yet the focus of conversation shifted from boasting about personal adventures to fervent discussions about the two brothers, Edward and Luo Song. It was evident to all that these siblings were formidable individuals. The future of Sphinx would likely be anything but tranquil, leaving those in the underground forces to ponder whether this was a boon or a bane. Some sighed in resignation, while others brimmed with anticipation. Only the tavern owner remained composed, calmly polishing the glasses, unfazed by the commotion. Clap, clap, clap. Luo Song bound He Mao to a grand tree, merrily swinging his arms to deliver resounding slaps across the latter's wide mouth. This wretched fool nearly betrayed me once. The thought alone ignites my fury. Luo Song. Ease your hand. Do not strike him to death, Edward advised with a chuckle. Rest assured, I wield my strength with care. There is no cause for concern. Luo Song replied. Luo Song spoke, disregarding the swollen cheeks of the trafficker, He Mao, filled with indignation. I've struck him so fiercely, yet he remains unconscious. I suspect he is merely feigning. Why don't we simply chop him into pieces and feed him to the fish? No, no, no. I'm awake. I'm awake. Upon hearing the threat of being minced and fed to fish, He Mao abruptly opened his eyes and wailed. Oh, no more pretending. Open your eyes and take a look. Do you still recognize me? Luo Song knelt down, gently adjusting the head of the black-haired individual, prompting him to meet his gaze directly. How could you possibly be you? The black-haired man exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't this the very person who had eluded him a year ago? No wonder they were here seeking vengeance. Do you comprehend now? Do you understand why we have come to apprehend you? Luo Song playfully patted the other's puffy, swollen cheeks, exuding an air of authority. Yet, within his mind, he mused. Hee, how exhilarating. I've always wanted to emulate this from the films, and today it has finally come to fruition. I have come to understand that you seek vengeance. The once formidable and influential trafficker, Mr. Blackhair, who commanded both wind and rain and Sphinx, faced the vengeful Luo Song duo with a despondent expression and remarked, "However, you are not necessarily doomed to perish." Luo Song's eyes twinkled mischievously as he chuckled. "What? Do you have any demands? Money or women? I'll give you anything if you spare my life." Initially resigned to his fate, the black-haired spirit suddenly perked up and eagerly exclaimed, "My request is quite simple. I want you to acknowledge me as your father." Edward retorted, "Human trafficker." The black-haired individual protested, "Brother, this isn't how the script goes. Besides, how could one possibly accept such scum as a son?" Edward frantically gestured to Luo Song. Luo Song signaled with his gaze that everything was under control. "Consider it well. As long as you become my son, I shall protect you henceforth." Luo Song began to tempt the dark-haired man. Before he could complete his words, the human trafficker, the dark-haired man, shouted loudly, "Stop. Father, I am your long-lost son, Shohei." His voice was haunting and sorrowful, filled with genuine emotion, as if it were entirely sincere. "Luo Song, I suddenly find myself unwilling to acknowledge you as my son." Chapter 4. The Path to Becoming the Strongest. Luo Song currently finds himself in an awkward predicament. Initially, his intention was to compel the dark-haired individual to address him as father. However, to his dismay, the other party vehemently refused. It was only after much coercion and intimidation that he finally relented, albeit with great difficulty. Such a dramatic scene, upon reflection, is somewhat exhilarating. Yet now, to his astonishment, even before he has finished his statement, this fellow has eagerly begun to call him father, and it appears quite genuine. This is infuriating. How does it seem as though he has been the one to lose? Edward, standing by, is equally baffled. How can such a formidable figure as the Black Boss be so spineless? To simply acquiesce to calling someone father without a moment's hesitation, what a troubling reflection on the quality of the Sphinx's nefarious minions. Is there truly no room for doubt? Luo Song, rendered speechless, remarked, "Hehe, my dear father, as long as you spare my life, I would gladly address you as my ancestor. There is no hesitation in that." He Mao grinned with a lewd expression, as if conversing with his own beloved father. "My goodness. This fellow has completely lost all sense of shame." He continued, "Do you wish for me to contemplate my response? Is it that you, dear father, have a penchant for the coy and reluctant?" He Mao glanced at Luo Song's expression and commented, "What nonsense about coyness. You truly are a remarkable character." Luo Song no longer wished to indulge in his own wicked whims. His sole focus now was to swiftly achieve his objective. He was intent on amassing wealth. Clearing his throat, Luo Song adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Ahem. Well, since you have so enthusiastically addressed me as father, I shall refrain from holding you accountable." "Thank you, father. Thank you. Your wisdom is truly unparalleled." He Mao nodded fervently, yet a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. This enmity had been forged. As long as he could survive, he would eventually seek retribution. He Mao contemplated. However, at this juncture, as Luo Song shifted his tone, He Mao's heart leaped to his throat. "As for your father, I find myself in a rather tight financial situation lately and require a substantial sum of money. As my son, shouldn't you show some support?" "Ah, so it was merely a request for money." He Mao finally exhaled in relief. "Father, tell me how much you need. Even if it means giving you all my possessions, I, little He Mao, would not flinch." "Haha, you truly are quite considerate." With a hint of mockery on his face, Luo Song approached the burly figure, deftly untying the ropes. What a splendid opportunity! Blackhair's heart leapt with joy. This foolish giant had unwittingly liberated him. Once untied, he was confident that his swiftness would outpace these two dimwits. When he finally returned to his lair and gathered all his subordinates, he would ensnare these two ruffians and sell them to the dragon noble's women, who revel in such robust men, subjecting them to unspeakable torments. Particularly the one who had insisted on calling him daddy. He was rather handsome and would undoubtedly attract the attention of those perverse women. Just as Blackhair indulged in his vengeful fantasies against Luo Song and his companion, the ropes at last fell away. "All right, you're free now. Lead us to your hideout to collect the money." Luo Song chuckled lightly. "All right, father, you desire money, do you? Rest assured." As he spoke, the expression of the dark-haired man shifted from one of ingratiation to an unseemly, perhaps sinister demeanor. With a swift twist of his body, he attempted to escape through the narrow space between Luo Song and Edward. In the blink of an eye, he found himself several meters away. His voice turned cold and menacing as he declared, "When I return to my lair, I shall make you pay." Yet, before he could finish his threat, he felt compelled to swallow the remainder of his words, for a gentle yet spine-chilling voice suddenly pierced through the air beside him. "Oh, Do enlighten us on your plans for us. What? The dark-haired man was struck with terror, realizing that his adversary was swifter than he had anticipated. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck, and in an instant, he was lifted off the ground as if carried by the clouds. Held firmly by Luo Song. You dare? The dark-haired man instinctively resisted. Luo Song let out a cold laugh, while his other hand moved with the swiftness of lightning. With a decisive twist, the sound of joints dislocating echoed sharply. After several crisp cracks, the dark-haired man's arms hung limply at his sides. Song effortlessly lifted Haima to meet his gaze, a playful glint in his eyes. So, what do you intend to do with us? He inquired. Haima, his eyes darting in evasion, stammered, Of course, I plan to return to Dad for the money. You must believe me. In the face of life and death. Haima transformed into a theatrical figure, ingratiating himself to Song with a sycophantic demeanor. Previously, he had been captured without understanding the circumstances and had refused to accept his misfortune as mere bad luck. Yet now, witnessing Song's methods firsthand, he realized the futility of his defiance. Such a formidable character could undoubtedly carve out a significant reputation at sea, far beyond the meager existence of a petty trafficker on a desolate island. The enmity felt unjust. For now, survival was the priority. No need for that, Song interjected. Just take us directly to your hideout. I want the money from your father, but I prefer to acquire it myself. Luo Song said coldly. What? Haimao exclaimed, realizing that his lair was about to be destroyed. What? Is that not permissible? Luo Song inquired with a humorous tone. Of course, there is no issue, my lord. You are my father, and by extension, the father of my subordinates. How could there be a problem if you return to your own home? He chuckled. Ah, you are becoming more understanding. Remember, should you dare to run away again, I shall sever your 2 legs and then immerse you in the river to feed the fish. Yes, father, I shall not run away again, came the obedient reply. Oh, you have gained some audacity, daring to take advantage of me. With a resounding slap, Luo Song left the bewildered black hair utterly disoriented. I dare not, black hair stammered, feeling dizzy. Then lead the way ahead, he finally acquiesced. Luo Song was quite pleased with his own intimidation. With this, the fellow who humorously gambled with his life should have settled down. The black-haired man obediently led the way, while Luo Song and young Edward engaged in conversation behind him. Luo Song, I truly cannot comprehend. Even though we lack family, not everything can be considered our kin. Especially such scum. Edward hesitated, glancing at the black-haired leader ahead. Edward, you must understand our objective. We aspire to become the mightiest men upon the vast ocean. Luo Song solemnly declared, to become the most formidable man, we must instill a sense of awe, respect, and fear in everyone. To achieve this ambition, each individual possesses their own unique approach. My choice is to have all my adversaries address me as father, with a flurry of nonsensical words. Luo Song felt his spiritual realm ascend several levels in an instant. Thus, Edward experienced a moment of enlightenment. In his eyes, Luo Song's stature suddenly appeared grand and imposing. Luo Song, you are truly an extraordinary man. I aspire to learn from you. Chapter 5. A family must be united. The lair of the black-haired was not situated within the town, but rather in a small ravine several kilometers away. Given the walking capabilities of their group, this distance was not overly daunting. Rozan and Edward still had the energy to continue their conversation. However, Rozan, what if those enemies you have vanquished, under your banner, wreak havoc across the world? Wouldn't he that tarnish your reputation? Edward voiced his concerns. No need for alarm, De Hua. Understand this. Not all fathers are genuine fathers, nor are all sons truly sons. You may regard father as my unique title. Of course, individuals like this scoundrel merely amuse me. Once I have accomplished my purpose, I will dispose of them. How amusing it is that they believe they can live after offending me. Luo Song laughed heartily. Yet he felt a sense of peculiarity. Once you become accustomed to it, you will no longer find it strange. Perhaps one day, you too shall come to cherish this sensation. I find that highly improbable, young Edward, nearly 7 years of age, mused, struggling to envision a time when others might call him father. Anything is possible. It seems the moment is nearly upon us. You simply need to stand by the door and watch me perform. This is my opportunity to truly showcase my talents. That previous perpetrator's clumsy antics were utterly pathetic, leaving me with no room to shine. Well, it is merely because you are exceptionally skilled. Unfortunately, while your techniques are remarkable, they are exceedingly difficult to master, Edward lamented. Fear not, we have ample time ahead of us. We shall inevitably learn. Luo Song comforted, that fellow has ceased his movements. I am prepared now to commence my performance. Luo Song and his companion approached Haimao, their expressions grave. So this is your lair. It appears rather well appointed, Lo Song remarked. Not far beneath their feet lay a substantial base, with houses scattered irregularly throughout. Occasionally, individuals could be seen patrolling the area, accompanied by fierce dogs. Surrounding the base was a tall wooden fence, imposing and secure, with the gates firmly shut. Hiki, this is my territory, and naturally, it is also your territory, Dad. It appears commendable, as it should be. If it were otherwise, it would be the fault of my little black fur. Black fur explained with a strong desire for survival. Luo Song, you certainly possess an unparalleled talent for flattery, don't you? A true expert, always seizing every opportunity and readily offering praise at the slightest hint. You have managed to make me feel somewhat hesitant to take action against you. Luo Songxin contemplated. Perhaps it was best to let go. Life is fraught with challenges, and he could not allow a moment of hesitation to subject this individual to the hardships of the world. It would be a disservice to him, considering the fervent efforts he had made to please. Indeed, you speak wisely. I am thoroughly entertained by your words. Now, lead the way. I wish to observe my domain in earnest. Luo Song smiled gently, appearing to be in exceptionally good spirits. All right then, just follow my lead. I assure you. In this space, unless I give the command, no one dares to open the gates. Seeing Luo Song in such high spirits, He Mao felt a sense of reassurance and eagerly led the way. Edward, trailing behind, observed He Mao's eagerness with a bemused shake of his head, pondering how this fellow would feel when Luo Song eventually dealt with him. Edward mused that it would likely be as Luo Song had suggested, his heartfelt intentions squandered like fodder for dogs. Open the door. I have returned, He Mao proclaimed, striding confidently to the entrance of the base and addressing the guard. Boss, why are you back so early today? And who are these two behind you? The guard, noticing his leader's return, hurriedly approached with a warm greeting. Boss, what happened to your hand? Are these two perhaps enemies? Another observant guard, having detected something amiss, lowered his voice to inquire. You lot are talking nonsense, He Mao retorted, his heart racing at the thought that his subordinates suspected Luo Song and Edward of being adversaries. He feared that the formidable figure behind him might take offense and deal with him harshly. Had his hands not been incapacitated, he would have given the two foolish subordinates a resounding slap. Do you know who this is? He is my father, and for you. He is your grandfather, the esteemed ancestor you ought to revere. Show him the respect he deserves. As He Mao spoke emphatically, he stole a glance at Luo Song's expression. Noticing no change, he breathed a sigh of relief. Understood, understood, the guards quickly nodded, not daring to argue. The authority of their elder brother had always been firmly established in their minds. Beep, beep, beep. One of the guards blew a specially designed whistle, and upon hearing it, their comrades immediately swung open the gates. Father, please, He Mao gestured for Luo Song to enter. Luo Songxin entered the base with a sense of ease, closely followed by He Mao. Isn't your friend coming in as well? He Mao inquired, puzzled. Oh, he simply prefers to avoid crowded places. Let him wait outside. We shall conclude our business soon. Luo Song's words were laden with meaning. Dohua, please stay outside and be well. I will be finished shortly. Rozan shouted at Edward, and little Edward nodded in acknowledgement. With a creaking sound, the door slowly closed, and Rozan smiled. At last, he could truly showcase his abilities. What? Father? What did you say? Luo Song's voice was barely audible, and He Mao could not catch what he said. I mean, with a smile. Luo Song's figure darted forward like a rabbit, swiftly approaching the guard responsible for opening the door, effortlessly incapacitating their limbs. I mean, I can finally unleash my full potential. Luo Song responded with a smile, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet articulated with clarity and grace. However, in the eyes of He Mao, Luo Song's smile appeared as terrifying as that of a demon, reminiscent of the ruthless pirates who roamed the seas. Was he truly going to turn against himself? A wave of despair washed over He Mao. Someone! We are under attack. Come quickly! He Mao shouted with all his might, desperately fleeing in the opposite direction of Luo Song. The voice of their leader immediately captured the attention of everyone in the base, and more individuals, fully armed, emerged from the buildings. Meanwhile, Luo Song merely stood still, making no attempt to hinder He Mao's escape. As the adversaries gathered, the eager anticipation on Luo Song's face intensified. His raucous laughter echoed throughout the base. Now this is what I like to see. Rest assured, none of you will escape. After all, we are all family here. And the most important thing for a family is to remain united. Upon concluding his words, Luo Song seemed to transform into a tempest, laughing wildly as he charged towards the multitude of traffickers armed with various weapons. Outside the gate, the two traffickers stationed to guard the entrance heard the commotion from within the base. Just as they were about to take action, they were swiftly incapacitated by young Edward, who had been standing quietly to the side, striking each of them down with a single blow. Bored, young Edward stacked the two traffickers atop one another and sat upon them, lost in thought. He wondered how long it would take Luo Song to deal with those scoundrels. Surely, it wouldn't take too long. Chapter 6. Selling traffickers to traffickers. Half an hour later, the interior of the base lay in disarray, shrouded in smoke. Luo Song emerged from the haze, his physique resembling that of a perfectly chiseled statue, marred only by a few bullet wounds and knife cuts. The injuries were not particularly severe, for the bullets merely originated from flintlock pistols, and the blades in the hands of these ordinary traffickers posed little threat to Luo Song. At best, they managed to inflict harm solely due to their numerical advantage. On the ground, a chorus of lamentation ensued. All the traffickers lay incapacitated, their limbs severed by Luo Song, rendered motionless and writhing in agony. Luo Song silently marveled at the undeniable prowess of his ancestral martial arts, with just a single move. It could lead to either death or injury. Fortunately, he had not aimed to take lives, but rather sought to subdue them. Otherwise, the aftermath would have been a veritable chaos of corpses to manage. Indeed, Luo Song had already regarded this base as his own, especially since it was promised to him by his beloved son. There is no fault in that assertion. Luo Song cast his gaze upon the crowd, finally resting on the despondent figure of He Mao, who collapsed to the ground in utter despair. He approached him step by step, crouching down with a benevolent expression and uttering softly, "Ah, you have suffered greatly. Father, please, no," He Mao implored, his face betraying a plea for mercy. "You must have profited handsomely from your years as a trafficker, haven't you?" Rosong inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Black Fur suddenly awakened. "Father, I possess an abundance of wealth. If you spare my life, I shall offer it all to you." This indeed presents a dilemma. Luo Song rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a few moments. "Ah, I've got it." Ruosong rose to his feet and exclaimed loudly, "Does anyone here know where your leader has hidden the money? Speak up, and you shall live." At that moment, the expression on Haimeo's face turned ashen. Upon hearing that their lives were at stake, the traffickers clamored to respond, each eager to share what they knew. "I know. I witnessed our leader opening his treasure vault. I too am aware, for I assisted him in transporting the wealth. The riches within were as abundant as mountains of gold." Voices erupted in a cacophony, transforming the small square into a chaotic marketplace. "Silence," Ruosong declared with authority. And in an instant, all noise ceased. The traffickers gazed at Ruosong with eager anticipation. "Ah, it appears so many are informed," he mused. "Just look at the fervor among you all." Lo Song gazed at the despairing figure of Haima. "To be honest, you possess an extraordinary talent for flattery. I had genuinely contemplated sparing your life, but alas." Luo Song shook his head. Unfortunately, hope for life suddenly blossomed in the depths of the black-haired one's eyes. "Alas, you are not a good person." Lo Song spoke softly. In the next moment, with a sudden crack, He Mao felt a sharp pain in his neck, and darkness enveloped him. His body collapsed weakly. The legendary yet fleeting life of the devoted He Mao came to an end. Had the narrative been different, his tale might have been infused with heroism, revered by countless admirers for having once served the mightiest man upon the future seas, becoming a cherished legend. Alas, he had chosen the wrong person to idolize. Thus, at long last, I have rid myself of you. Imagine if you had been a good person. What a splendid fate that would have been. Such remarkable devotion, squandered on a mere trafficker. Luo Song shook his hands, filled with deep emotion. As long as this fellow could persist in his shameless flattery, he believed that one day he would achieve great success. A sycophant, in the end, possesses everything. "Ah, how delightful. What are you staring at? Have you never witnessed a man as dashing and debonair as I, captivating the hearts of countless young ladies and matrons while pondering the mysteries of the universe? Such a rarity. Now, to be patient and wait for a moment. I shall return to address your concerns shortly." Lo Song cast a frigid glance at the traffickers who were staring at him in fear and coldly remarked, although his words seemed utterly shameless, having witnessed the brutal scene of him taking a life amidst laughter, all the traffickers wisely chose to seal their lips. Luo Song arrived at the entrance of the base and opened the door. "Luo Song, you're quite fast." A tall figure, carrying two individuals, excitedly rushed towards him. It was the long-awaited Edward. "Who are you talking about?" "I am quite formidable," Luo Song retorted, his expression darkening. "Have you taken care of everything? What shall I do next?" Edward inquired, disregarding Luo Song's comment. "Let us free all the hostages here. Those scoundrels have been incapacitated by me, and handling this without sufficient manpower is exceedingly cumbersome." "All right," Edward replied joyfully, Rescuing hostages was his favorite activity. Casually handing one kidnapper to Luo Song, he began to rouse another kidnapper to inquire about directions. Edward was using a hefty slap to awaken the kidnapper. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of Luo Song's earlier escapades. "Edward, you've gone astray," Luo Song remarked softly. "Ha ha." Edward paused briefly in his actions, only to resume his fluid movements once again. "Because Luo Song, you made it look so impressive when you did it earlier. I have longed to try it myself." Luo Song remained speechless. Soon, the unfortunate trafficker awakened amidst excruciating pain, desperately compelled to indicate the way for Luo Song and his companion. Once again, in a state of despair, he found himself rendered limbless, joyfully reunited with his companions. Subsequently, Luo Song and young Edward utilized the keys they had retrieved from the trafficker, responsible for guarding the hostages, to liberate the captives. Around 20 emaciated men, women, and children followed Luo Song into the small square where the trafficker resided. These individuals had been enslaved by the Black Hair Gang and Sphinx in the nearby islands, destined for sale elsewhere. When they were initially captured, they had already succumbed to despair, powerless against the formidable and cruel traffickers. As ordinary people, their only choice was to accept their grim fate, with death looming as the only escape. Yet, now they had been rescued. Joy descended upon them like a gift from the heavens, and all gazed at Luo Song and Edward with expressions of gratitude and reverence. "Mommy, these two uncles are so strong," exclaimed a delightful little girl, tugging at her mother's hem with innocent admiration. "Indeed, these two adults are remarkable, having subdued all the traffickers with just the two of them," remarked a young man, his heart swelling as he beheld the wailing traffickers. "Dear friends, today my brother and I have dismantled this den of traffickers. Before we send you on your way, we kindly ask for your assistance." Rozan smiled and said, "My lord, you have saved us. It is only right that we assist you in return. What would you have us do?" The people responded with enthusiasm. "I want to help too," came the voice of a young boy. "It is quite simple," Edward interjected from the side. "Surely, you all remember how those human traffickers treated you. What we require from everyone is to turn the very methods they used against you back upon them," Edward elucidated. "What? We can do that?" The crowd murmured in excitement. "My lord, are you suggesting?" A young man seemed to have an inkling of the plan. "Indeed," Luo Song exclaimed with excitement. "What we must do is sell the traffickers to other traffickers. Doesn't that sound incredibly intriguing?" Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Soon after, the atmosphere erupted. "Oh, hurrah! Long live the master!" they cheered. "It sounds absolutely delightful. We yearn to witness those despicable traffickers being sold off." Laughter echoed through the air. "Ha ha ha, it's utterly enjoyable. They truly deserve it. Master, we shall act. Thus, let us commence our endeavor." With a command from Luo Song, everyone eagerly commenced their actions. Chapter 7. The Dance of Luo Song. That night, the stars fell like rain. After tidying up the chaotic base, the rescued individuals began to sing and dance, preparing a grand bonfire feast with the ingredients found in the base's kitchen. Edward and Luo Song sat side by side, relishing this rare moment. Luo Song savored his wine and meat with great delight, while Edward wore a look of pure enjoyment. "This sensation is truly wonderful, akin to that of a large family gathering. What do you think, Luo Song?" Young Edward smiled with his eyes squinted. "Indeed, it is splendid to eat well, drink well, and also have fun." Luo Song remains as unfocused as ever. "Am I speaking to you seriously?" Edward feels somewhat melancholic. Luo Song gently tapped his head and said, "Hey, you rascal, you are only 7 years old this year. At such a tender age, shouldn't you engage in activities befitting your youth? Do not behave like an ancient monk, burdened with the wisdom of the ages. Now, lift your spirits." Luo Song disdainfully waved his hand. "Your current task is simply to revel in play, and, in the process, grow strong and healthy. Just look at those little brothers and sisters over there, around your age, enjoying themselves so thoroughly. Go on, join them." Little Edward laughed until he cried. "Then why don't you go? Don't tell me you've become disillusioned with life. You're barely in your 20s, after all. Huh? Do you hold me in contempt, your elder brother?" Upon hearing young Edward's words, Luo Song was immediately invigorated. "You see, some individuals are inherently destined to stand out from the crowd. The moment they enter a room, they capture everyone's attention. To be candid, I am indeed one of those extraordinary beings." Luo Song gracefully tousled his strikingly handsome hairstyle with his hands and continued, "Once I take the stage, I shall undoubtedly become the most dazzling presence in the room. At that moment, there will be no space for anyone else to shine." "Huh, I hardly believe that." "Unless you put on a performance," Edward replied. his laughter nearly causing his eyes to close, yet he feigned disbelief, attempting to provoke. Do not try to bait me. I assure you, I am not one to fall for such tricks. Luo Song wore an expression of righteous determination. However, in order to showcase my true abilities, I have resolved to put on a display. With that, Luo Song rose to his feet, swiftly devouring the piece of meat in his hand in one bite, followed by 2 hearty gulps of wine. With a snap of his fingers, the music began to play. Luo Song's voice abruptly resonated, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. They assumed this esteemed gentleman had an announcement to make, and those who had been singing and dancing turned their gaze towards him. However, what they witnessed was an unimaginable shock to their limited understanding. The flowers in my heart, I wish to take you home. In that late night bar. Regardless of its truth or falsehood, please sway freely, forgetting the one you adore. You are the most enchanting, do you not know? The jumbled lyrics and peculiar emphases rendered Luo Song's song utterly incomprehensible to the audience. Yet, the rhythm of the song was unexpectedly captivating. As Luo Song's body swayed rhythmically to the melody, a dance style previously unseen emerged before the audience, captivating their attention and inciting an irresistible urge to join in the movement. It was as if a magical enchantment persistently assaulted their minds. The haunting melodies echoed relentlessly. Should individuals from the original world witness Luo Song's dance, they would likely exclaim in astonishment. Such grace, such audacity and movement, it transcends all bounds. Ha ha ha. Let us all join in. Luo Song swayed with wild abandon, laughing maniacally. Come, on the left, let us draw a dragon together. On your right, sketch a rainbow. Now, on the left, let us create a rainbow. On your right, draw another dragon. Trace a silhouette of Aaron Kwok upon your chest. Shake your head left and right. 2 index fingers, like 2 soaring monkeys, pointed towards the shimmering light ball. Under Luo Song's deliberate guidance, the atmosphere in the venue was swiftly ignited. After much anticipation, everyone succumbed to the rhythm, moving to the beat with uninhibited joy. No one knew precisely how to dance. Yet they all found themselves executing movements they had previously never dared to imagine, completely liberated from self-consciousness. It was akin to a solitary sand sculpture that might appear awkward when alone, but when a multitude of sand sculptures congregated, any place would transform into an ocean of merriment. In no time, a cacophony of revelry ensued, with various voices mimicking Luo Song's melodic utterances filling the air with laughter. Lightball. Several children joyfully formed a circle, hands raised to the sky, shouting in unison. On the fringes of the crowd, Edward, feeling out of sync with the jubilant atmosphere, attempted to mask his awkwardness with a drink. But children, of course, cannot partake in alcohol. Luo Song appeared by young Edward's side, swiftly snatching the rum bottle and tossing it aside. I am merely curious about the taste of alcohol, Edward confessed, feeling somewhat guilty for being caught in the act. Haha, curiosity, wait until you are older, was the response. But I am not that young, Edward retorted defiantly. He pointed at Luo Song and then at himself. We are nearly the same height. Why is it that you can drink alcohol while I am relegated to fruit juice? At that moment, both of their heights had reached approximately 2.5 meters, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. To an unfamiliar observer, one might even mistake them for brothers. Do not argue in vain. You are merely 7 years old, while I am over 20. How can we be of the same age? Regardless, as long as you are before my eyes, I shall not allow you to drink alcohol at such a tender age. Luo Song firmly asserted. Who knows why the young Whitebeard began drinking at such a tender age? One wonders if he might become an alcoholic. Even though his physical constitution is extraordinary, excessive drinking cannot possibly yield favorable outcomes. To eradicate Whitebeard's indulgence in alcohol, Luo Song resolved to tackle the issue from its very roots, addressing it from childhood. No need to ponder over whether to drink or not. Did you not express your fondness for this lively atmosphere? Let us indulge in the revelry together. Rozan embraced young Edward's shoulder, gently urging him into the throng of people. The corners of Edward's mouth twitched incessantly. While I relish the vibrancy of crowds, it does not imply that I am accustomed to your foolishness. Do not hold back. Come. Join me. With a resounding shout, Luo Song began to dance amidst the crowd, accompanied by young Edward. Initially, Edward felt a twinge of awkwardness, hesitant to let go of his inhibitions. However, upon observing the exuberance of those around him, some even more exaggerated in their movements, he found no reason to feel embarrassed. With his reservations cast aside, he seamlessly blended into the jovial throng. Strangely, Edward began to experience an indescribable joy. How could this be? He, who usually prided himself on his reserved demeanor, was inexplicably engaging in such a series of exaggerated and somewhat embarrassing actions. How terrifying. It seems I can no longer contain myself. This sensation, this feeling, it is truly delightful. Today, Edward has succumbed to indulgence. But oh, how exhilarating it is. Alas, such whimsical and joyous moments are fleeting. The lively dance soon drew to a close. Much like parting ways, it was an inevitability. Yet, none could have anticipated that this singular moment of revelry would eventually give rise to an extraordinary cultural phenomenon. Upon returning to their respective hometowns, the revelers, inspired by the memories of this night of jubilation, crafted a unique and enchanting dance, venerating Luosong as its progenitor. Years later, during the era when Luosong and Whitebeard reigned supreme over the seas, this peculiar and captivating dance surged in popularity, originating from the remote Sphinx and nearby islands. Swiftly spreading across the ocean, countless individuals became entranced, unable to extricate themselves from its allure. Rumors circulated that the two most formidable men of the sea, the golden giant Luosong and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, owed their strength to this very dance. In response to such claims, the already legendary Luosong declared, "What they say is indeed true." Moreover, the dance performs exceptionally well under the cover of night. As the founding master of this captivating dance, Luosong aptly named it disco. Utilizing his vast influence, he swiftly established numerous venues across the seas known as nightclubs, dedicated to this lively dance. Thus, following the age of exploration, the age of disco commenced. Chapter 8. Transactions and farewells. Money, money, money. So much money. Young Edward drooled, grinning foolishly. Luosong, what has happened to your brother? Oh, nothing much. He probably just had a nightmare. A good punch will suffice. Luosong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the scene before him with a sense of profound exhilaration. Under his astute leadership, a group of traffickers, escorted by those who had once been their captives, were being sold to another faction of human traffickers. He remained indifferent to the attempts of others to ingratiate themselves with him. The inquiry came from a middle-aged man dressed in gentlemanly attire, the leader of one of the Sphinx trafficker organizations. In response to Luosong's casual dismissal, he maintained an exceptionally cordial demeanor. This was due to the information he had gleaned from the tavern owner, revealing that the man before him had single-handedly dismantled the stronghold of the notorious Black Hair. The individuals they were currently trading were, in fact, former subordinates of Black Hair. It was rumored that Black Hair had fallen from grace due to a vendetta against this very man, resulting in the collapse of his base and the capture of his underlings. The absence of Black Hair suggested a grim fate. Such formidable strength at such a young age promised an immeasurable future. The middle-aged man privately affixed a label to Luosong and his companion, someone to be befriended rather than antagonized. Luosong, my esteemed leader. There are a total of 27 individuals. Given their injuries, I can only offer a discounted price of 75,000 berry per person, amounting to 1 million berry. The excess shall serve as a token of friendship between us. What do you think? The middle-aged man gestured for his subordinates to bring forth 2 large chests, filled to the brim with berry. Ruosong gently nudged the still-dazed Edward, urging him to wipe away the drool and check for the money. What? Count the cash. Startled, Edward snapped back to reality. He glanced at the 2 large chests filled with Bailey and hesitantly inquired, "Are these ours?" "Indeed. Have you forgotten what we came here for today?" Ruosong replied. "Oh, now I remember." Edward's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lunged towards the chests, effortlessly lifting one that several people could barely manage together. Positioning himself behind Ruosong, he began to count the treasure slowly. "Is it really necessary?" Ruosong remarked. "There is no one here to compete with you." Luosong helplessly remarked. "This is a fortune. I have never encountered such a substantial amount of money. Just imagine how many snacks this could buy." Young Edward muttered as he meticulously counted the notes. The middle-aged man did not dare to interject. He waited for Luosong and the others to finish their conversation before respectfully stating, "Boss Luo, shall we head back now?" "Very well. Let us seize the opportunity to collaborate again in the future." Luosong spoke with a sense of satisfaction, although he appeared more composed than young Edward, who would not feel joy when profit was made. "We shall discuss it again when the time is right," he added. The middle-aged man wiped his forehead, which bore no trace of sweat, and remarked that he had already conducted thorough investigations. He was well aware that Luosong and his companion were set to embark on their maritime journey a year hence. In just 1 year. Attempting to engage in human trafficking in the desolate region of Sphinx held little significance for individuals like Luosong. Yet, Luosong's mention of future collaboration suggested either mere pleasantries or an intention to take action against other trafficking organizations, a thought that sent shivers down the middle-aged man's spine. He resolved to return and closely monitor the situation. I have counted precisely, too. 1,000,000 Bailey. Edward exclaimed joyfully to Luo Song. You have counted it correctly. So let us begin the distribution. What? Distribution? To whom? Young Edward responded in disbelief. Of course, we shall share it among everyone. Who else could it possibly be? Luo Song remarked with a sense of inevitability, casting his gaze upon the group of individuals they had rescued from the dark-haired base. Moments ago, they had escorted the original traffickers within the base, aiding Luo Song in selling them to another group of traffickers. With such a meager sum, we shall recover it in no time. Moreover, with the treasures from the dark-haired vault, we are hardly in need of such trifles. Luo Song remarked, his heart aflame at the thought of the wealth accumulated over countless years within the Black Fur treasury. Judging by appearances, there must be at least several tens of millions of berries inside. One could only wonder just how frugally his unfortunate son, He Mao, must live to amass such a considerable fortune. Rawson speculated that Haimeo might have been planning to save enough money to try his luck at an auction, hoping to purchase a devil fruit. Unexpectedly, however, he found himself the fortunate recipient. No, that is not quite right. A son honoring his father is a natural duty, and it would be inappropriate to frame it as taking advantage. This should be regarded as entirely reasonable. Very well, Rawson, whatever you suggest in terms of division, I shall heed your counsel. Edward, having grown accustomed to a life of poverty, found it difficult to adjust to newfound wealth. It was only after Rawson's remarks that he recalled he was no longer the impoverished lad he once was. Everyone, please gather around. Luo Song beckoned to the crowd. My friends, what seems to be the matter? Upon hearing his call, a group of people gathered around, with a leading young man inquiring. The task that required everyone's assistance has been completed. What are your plans moving forward? Luo Song inquired. After an awkward exchange of glances, it was the leading young man who spoke again. My lord, apart from a few among us, the rest are merely inhabitants of the nearby islands, and we possess little in terms of wealth. The young man's words trailed off, leaving the crowd with downcast eyes, unsure of how to proceed. My lord, might we serve alongside you? Your strength is undeniable, and it is only a matter of time before you set sail. We could be your crew, a fitting way to repay your kindness. Among the crowd, a robust young man blushed fiercely as he spoke, his fervor suggesting he was an ardent admirer of Luo Song. Indeed, indeed, echoed the crowd in agreement. What is the allure of piracy? Such folly. Luo Song wore a grave expression. Were it not for the lack of alternatives, who would willingly choose the life of a pirate? For an ordinary person, even if they became a pirate, they would merely serve as cannon fodder. Edward, Luo Song commanded. Luo Song, I understand, young Edward replied, his eyes reddened with remorse for his earlier selfish thoughts. Distribute the money among everyone. Sir, this is simply unacceptable. Indeed, sir. There is no need for such generosity. Your act of saving us is already an immense grace. How could we possibly accept your money? Upon hearing Luo Song instruct Edward to share the funds, the crowd began to voice their objections in a cacophony of protest. Ultimately, their sentiment was unified, a resolute refusal. Listen to me. Take it all, he insisted. As Luo Song began to speak, silence enveloped the crowd. The sum of money in question was considerable. Yet for my brother and me, it was not an extravagant amount. However, given that this money was acquired from our dealings with the traffickers, it serves as a form of compensation to all. Therefore, I took the initiative to distribute this wealth among everyone. Last night's gathering was filled with joy, and I sincerely wish for you all to remain as blissful as you were then. Well, let us part with the hope of meeting again. Edward, let us return. With that, Luo Song turned away, not glancing back, and together with young Edward, they departed in silence. Sir, thank you. The chorus of kneeling voices expressed the profound gratitude of the people towards Luo Song and young Edward. This gratitude was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Chapter 9. Sudden Wealth and Spending. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Luo Song and young Edward returned to their base. The desolate space echoed their presence, starkly empty save for the two of them, creating an atmosphere of melancholy and solitude. Luo Song, you should have agreed to their requests. Now it's just the two of us, young Edward lamented. We cannot remain at the Sphinx forever. Separation is an unavoidable reality. Luo Song spoke with profound significance. Unlike us, whose physical prowess far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, it is unrealistic to expect to attain the devil fruit. Rather than venturing into the unknown depths of the sea, uncertain of our fates, it would be preferable to return home and live a fulfilling life. However, I can't shake off this feeling of desolation. Edward hesitated to speak further. Rest assured, I understand what you are thinking. Rosan smiled gently, ruffling young Edward's hair. We are destined to become men who traverse the vast seas, and along this journey, we shall encounter countless crises and challenges. It is also during this odyssey that we will meet many trustworthy companions. The family you desire will reveal themselves in due time. Edward, I understand your yearning for a family. There is no need for haste. What you must focus on now is becoming sufficiently strong. This world is fraught with peril. Whether from the world government or various pirate traffickers, they pose diverse threats to us and our loved ones at any moment. To live freely and unencumbered by their influence, you must first possess formidable strength. Only then can you stand bravely before those you cherish when they face adversity, safeguarding them with unwavering resolve. Rosong spoke gently. I understand. Young Edward nodded earnestly. I wish to grow stronger, Rosong. Can you assist me? Of course, we are family. Luo Song chuckled softly and said, in a year, my body will undergo a transformation, and at that time, I shall become stronger. We can then embark on our adventures across the vast sea. As he spoke, Luo Song recalled the nearly forgotten and virtually non-existent malfunctioning system. He wondered if it would experience any changes by then. Most likely, it would still remain inoperative. Ro Song was maliciously speculating. Indeed, it turned out that only the two of us were left, allowing us to thoroughly count how much wealth that black-haired fellow possessed in his treasury. Suddenly filled with enthusiasm, Ro Song recalled the moment last night when he opened the treasury, revealing a mountain of glimmering belly that nearly dazzled the eyes. A surge of excitement rushed through him. Money truly had an irresistible charm. Ah, counting money sounds splendid. It's my favorite pastime, young Edward exclaimed eagerly. After more than 2 hours of laborious counting, Ro Song and his companion finally concluded their grand monetary endeavor, their hands sore from the effort. Lying contentedly atop the golden mountain of belly, their spirits soared as if they had attained immense wealth. Young Edward, nearly blinded by the sheer amount, chuckled, ha ha ha. 300 million belly. I've never seen so much money before. The feeling of sudden wealth is simply marvelous. Luo Song concurred, saying, what alleviates worries? Only immense wealth. Edward, you must not feel lonely now, do you? Hee, not lonely at all. My mind is solely occupied with how to spend such a vast sum of money. Unsure of how to expend your fortune, are you? It is simple. Let us allocate 10 million Bailey to assist the impoverished residents of Sphinx. Furthermore, we shall contribute to the construction of essential facilities in the town, such as hospitals and clinics. This amount may not suffice, but it is all we can manage for now. We shall continue when we amass more wealth in the future. What do you think, Edward? Does this align with your thoughts? Luo Song, with a hint of humor, inquired, while it aligns with my thoughts. Do you not think that other gangs and human traffickers would be tempted by such a sum? What if something goes awry? Young Edward expressed his concerns. Do you truly believe that we hold any significance in the eyes of the Sphinx's underworld? Those individuals are currently preoccupied with evading us. They would never dare provoke us. Mark my words, in a few years, once we have made a name for ourselves upon the seas, those fellows will depart from Sphinx without us needing to utter a word. Lo Song lamented, expressing that, to put it plainly, these individuals could only exert their influence on a desolate island like Sphinx, where even the celestial gold is unattainable. They are merely insignificant characters, surviving solely because they discern whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Indeed, it becomes evident that with sufficient strength, many issues fade into insignificance. Upon hearing Lo Song's elucidation, young Edward contemplated deeply, his desire for strength intensifying. Lo Song, observing Edward's reaction, continued with a sense of satisfaction. It is true that survival in the Grand Line is a matter of the strong prevailing over the weak. Thus, the crux lies in how to judiciously spend the remaining funds. How should we spend them? Young Edward inquired with curiosity. The most prudent expenditure is, of course, on ourselves. To enhance our own power, first and foremost, we need weapons. Edward, you are still growing, and my strength will also increase. Therefore, ordinary weapons will be inadequate for our use. It is imperative that we seek out a professional blacksmith to tailor them to our needs, using the finest materials available. Do not hesitate to spend. After all, this sum is neither excessive nor insufficient. It's not enough to procure a devil fruit. Yet it is ample for our needs for quite some time. Subsequently, we must acquire a substantial quantity of meat and medicinal herbs. My martial arts have reached a significant level, and I am on the verge of mastering the next stage. Since you intend to train alongside me, it is crucial not to indulge in frivolities. We must dedicate ourselves to rigorous practice. The consumption of these resources will be indispensable for our future training. In this manner, the remainder of our funds will dwindle rapidly. So, how does it feel to have just acquired wealth, only to be on the brink of exhausting it all? Is it not a peculiar sensation? Rozon wore a teasing smile as he gazed at young Edward. Edward's face flushed, and he solemnly declared, to grow stronger. Spending money is worthwhile. I firmly believe that one day we shall possess immeasurable wealth. Ha ha ha. I eagerly await that day, for then I shall expect you to support me. Luo Song burst into hearty laughter. No problem, young Edward exclaimed, as if he had already envisioned a future filled with boundless riches. After savoring the essence of wealth in the treasury for a brief moment, the two returned to their room to rest. The days that followed unfolded exactly as planned. Rozon assembled a group of individuals to assist the townsfolk in repairing essential facilities and to extend aid to the unfortunate families enduring hardship. Furthermore, Rozon engaged in the lucrative acquisition of various medicinal herbs and fresh game meat, while also enlisting the search for skilled blacksmiths to forge weapons. Once these arrangements were largely completed, Rozon and Edward immersed themselves in the base, embarking on an arduous training regimen. Chapter 10. The Cunning Trafficker. A month later. Within the confines of Rozon and Edward's base, the air was filled with the fervent sounds of fists and feet clashing, accompanied by the whoosh of wind, echoing throughout the training ground that had been transformed from the base's courtyard. Luo Song and Edward, both clad in light training attire, engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, only to part and then re-engage in a continuous cycle. Tirelessly, their sparring persisted until noon. The sun hung high in the sky, casting an unbearable heat upon them. Young Edward, drenched in sweat and flushed with exertion, bore a flicker of fierce determination in his eyes. Indeed, this was the essence of their practice. Chinese martial arts are a lethal art of warfare, demanding an unwavering mindset of survival, with the practitioner embodying the resolve to triumph at all costs in order to unleash their full potential. Edward, I have imparted to you all the vital techniques of martial force, and those circumstances prevent you from training in the same manner as I. My guidance can swiftly enhance your combat experience. One day, you shall forge your own distinctive fighting style. In stark contrast to young Edward's disheveled appearance, Luo Song appeared unscathed. Save for his slightly rumpled attire, exhibiting no signs of the fierce battle he had just endured, his demeanor remained calm and collected. Not a single bead of sweat gracing his brow, a testament to his formidable prowess. Enough, enough. I am utterly exhausted. Luo Song, you are a freak. Are you not tired at all? After enduring a punishing kick from Luo Song, Edward finally cried out for mercy. Luo Song, amused, ceased his movements, chuckling at Edward's breathless state. What is this? You were so defiant before. Does this satisfy you now? I concede. I swear. If I continue to spar with you, I shall be your dog. Edward lamented. Since learning those extraordinary techniques from Luo Song, he had undeniably felt a surge in his abilities, an inflation of confidence that now left him humbled. Today, as was customary, he had challenged Luo Song during their practice, only to find himself thoroughly bested and reduced to his current sorry state. Acceptance is key. Remember, I shall forever be your brother, but do not become infatuated. I am merely a legend. Luo Song was in exceptionally high spirits, not solely due to having thoroughly reprimanded the somewhat arrogant Edward, but more so because of the progress he had made in his martial arts. Rarely, he opened the rather inconspicuous system panel. Titan Cultivation System Current Task. Survive for 2 years. Task Progress. 64. 31. Task Reward. Enhancement of Titan Bloodline Concentration to 1 current personal attributes. Name: Edward Luo Song. Race: presumably human. Strength: you are among the elite of humanity. Titan Bloodline Concentration: 0. 1. Martial Arts. Killing Technique: Huaxiao Martial Arts. Note: an exclusive martial art awakened from the host's memory. Indeed, after months of ample nourishment and relentless practice, Luo Song's mastery of martial arts had finally reached a breakthrough. At this moment, he could effortlessly control the closure of his pores, thereby conserving his stamina more effectively. His sustained combat capability had vastly improved, allowing him to remain as steady as a rock during his recent match with young Edward. I truly envy you for being able to cultivate such formidable skills, young Edward remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a dry towel, his admiration evident. You envy me? I ought to envy you instead. At such a tender age, your physical prowess is remarkably extraordinary. Had it not been for my breakthrough in martial arts, who knows who would have been at a disadvantage today? A wave of trepidation washed over Luo Song, who inwardly mused. Despite these thoughts, he maintained an outward demeanor of nonchalance, feigning indifference to what he considered a trivial matter. Composure is paramount. One must never lose one's poise. After changing into suitable attire, the two commenced their sumptuous luncheon. Generous portions of delectable beast meat, resplendent in hue and redolent with enticing aromas, were either roasted or cooked, provoking an irresistible appetite. Complemented by fresh vegetables, the meal appeared particularly appetizing. The famished young Edward's eyes gleamed with desire, as he swiftly devoured piece after piece of meat like a ravenous tiger. "Oh, how indulgent this is! No matter how I savor it, it never becomes tiresome," he exclaimed with sheer delight, his mouth brimming with meat. "Just look at your table manners. What a sight! There's no one here to compete with you." Lo Song exhibited an expression of exasperation akin to one who despises the failure to achieve greatness, yet his hands moved with a speed that rivaled that of young Edward. As for his manner of eating, it was nothing short of ferocious and terrifying. Each time his gaping maw opened and closed, he devoured substantial morsels of meat still attached to bone, swallowing them whole without a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, his abdomen emitted thunderous growls reminiscent of wild beasts, a clear indication that his digestive system was fervently assimilating the vital essence of the food. "How can you shamelessly claim that no one is competing with me for food? I wouldn't trust a word you say, you wretched old man." Edward rolled his eyes in disdain at Lo Song's conduct, yet paradoxically quickened his pace in seizing the meat. Half an hour later, the entire banquet lay completely devoured by the two. Luo Song and his companion languidly reclined in their chairs, one of them delicately savoring a clay pot brimming with medicinal delicacies, akin to a post-meal treat. "Luo Song, your earlier predictions have proven true. Almost all the human trafficking organizations in Sphinx have vacated, leaving only the group known as the Red Fox. When shall we deal with them?" Young Edward was exuberant. He had envisioned this day, yet he was taken aback by its early arrival. They were but a step away from entirely eradicating the human trafficking influence in Sphinx. It is quite intriguing. When Luo Song sold the Black Hair Gang's subordinates to another trafficking organization, the leader of that group was a notably astute individual. He quickly recognized the formidable nature of Luo Song and his companion. Following the transaction, he began to closely monitor their actions. Upon observing their amicable disposition towards the residents of Sphinx, he swiftly resolved to depart from Sphinx. Before his departure, he liberated all the slaves captured in Sphinx, presented Luo Song with 2 million berries, and generously provided him with intelligence pertaining to other trafficking organizations, significantly enhancing his favorability before departing with a flourish. Such cunning maneuvering was indeed remarkable. However, what transpired next left Luo Song utterly astonished. Upon learning of the sudden exit of this trafficking leader, the heads of the remaining organizations commenced a frenzied investigation. Their subsequent actions mirrored those of the departing leader. They, too, accrued favor before decisively leaving Sphinx. Only a newly established, relatively insignificant organization remained, perplexed by the sudden exodus of the others, foolishly celebrating their fortune. Oblivious to the fact that at least 7 or 8 reports had already found their way to Luo Song. "Edward, do you understand why these old-timers are all so cunning?" Luo Song inquired. "Why?" young Edward asked curiously. "Because the brash ones have long since sealed their own fates. Those who endure, aside from the exceptionally fortunate, are all of this crafty ilk." Ro Song chuckled lightly, walking over to a nearby table where he picked up a stack of documents. Prominently inscribed upon them were the bold characters, Red Fox. Chapter 11. The Feathered Lion of Human Countenance, 3 days later. Within the lair of the human traffickers known as Red Fox. "Damn it, why are you doing this to us? What have we, the Red Fox, done to offend you?" A frantic male voice echoed, steeped in profound terror. A young man, his face streaked with tears, knelt in fear, desperately attempting to navigate past the grotesque corpses of his fallen comrades, straining with every ounce of strength to flee from the malevolent figure before him. He was the leader of Red Fox, and now, he stood utterly alone. "You have indeed crossed me," came a calm voice that caused the young man's body to freeze in place. In the subsequent moment, a flash of steel illuminated the air, and he beheld his own form. It turned out that death was not a painful affair. This was the final thought that flickered through his mind as life slipped away. Luo Song sheathed his knife and shook his head. "Should I say you were youthful, or perhaps your mind is troubled? Before you chose to become a trafficker, you ought to have been prepared for the possibility of imminent death. Why? Because you are a villain, and there will always be those who disapprove of your kind. Such as myself." In that moment, Luo Song seemed to embody a philosopher, exuding a unique and profound aura. This aura was aptly named pretentiousness. Alas, it was regrettable that there were no spectators. Luo-song, come quickly, you must see what I have discovered. A sudden, excited shout pierced the air, capturing Luo-song's attention. Here it comes. Luo-song arrived, seemingly unaware of what had so excited little Edward. Shortly thereafter, the two appeared before a cage, within which resided a peculiar little lion. Do you not think its visage bears a striking resemblance to that of a human? At this moment, Rosong was imbued with an inquisitive scientific spirit. Before him stood the Sphinx, a rare creature known for its lion's body and human face, a sight I had only heard of from an elderly man. Edward, filled with excitement, casually opened the small door of the cage and reached out to seize the young Sphinx. Grr! The creature emitted a low, threatening growl, cautiously retreating. With a clatter, it backed into a corner of the cage, leaving it no room to escape. Edward's right hand was poised to capture it. Huh, try to hide now, he said, a twisted smile creeping across his face. Suddenly, startled, the little beast bristled, and with remarkable agility, it leaped onto Edward's right hand, scampering up his arm and out of the iron cage. Oh no, it's getting away. Edward, momentarily taken aback, could only watch as the creature darted from the cage. Where is it going? Edward questioned, utterly astonished. The little beast, as if it had spotted a long-lost friend, dashed straight towards Rosong, leaping into his embrace. Squinting with delight, it affectionately rubbed its chin against Rosong and licked the hand that was petting it. Rosong, wearing a paternal expression, clearly cherished this little creature. Rosong, I want to hold this little one too, Edward said, his voice tinged with disappointment as he reached out to take the creature from Rosong's arms. Grr. The little beast looked at Edward with disdain, persistently burrowing deeper into Rosong's embrace, evidently rejecting Edward's request. All right, if you don't want him to touch you, then so be it, Rosong chuckled. Luo-song wore a mischievous grin. Dehua, it seems that your appearance may have frightened the little one. Luo-songi resolutely declined Xiao Edward's request for a hug. The little beast let out two joyful growls. Xiao Edward. Ha ha. Look, it has acknowledged it. Luo-song laughed heartily. What should I call you? Since you are a sphinx, I shall name you Little C. How does that sound? Little C, Little C. The creature named Little C joyfully let out a few low growls, stretched lazily, and exposed its little belly to Luo-song. Haha. It seems you are quite fond of this name. Luo-song joyfully caressed the soft belly of the small creature, which responded with a contented purring sound. Nearby, witnessing the delightful scene between Luo-song and the little beast, Edward cast a sorrowful glance at the scratches on the back of his hand. He felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy threatening to consume him. Am I truly that unattractive? Thus, Sphinx was free from the grasp of human traffickers. In the tavern of the small town, Uncle Amoeba, the tavern owner, cautiously inquired of Luo-song, Brother, you wouldn't be considering taking on pirates next, would you? Uncle, you are overthinking it, Luo-song replied. Human traffickers and pirates are fundamentally different. Sphinx is impoverished and lacks the protection of the world government. Thus, it cannot become a naval stronghold. For those seeking adventure, piracy is the only viable path, at least until I am powerful enough to safeguard this place. I shall not take action against the pirates here. Luo-song gently caressed the little lion cub in his arms, speaking softly. The small lion lay lazily against Luo-song, occasionally emitting a contented purr under his gentle touch, which made young Edward beside them quite envious. Luo-song, you've held on to the little cub for quite a while now. It's my turn, Edward implored eagerly. No, you are too unattractive. The little one does not fancy you. A rejection based on looks, Luo-song retorted. Rosong resolutely declined little Edward's request. What a joke. I haven't had my fill yet. How could it possibly be your turn? Emma remarked, marveling at the delightful sensation of the soft fur in her hands, realizing why so many professed an addiction to petting cats. In her embrace, Little C seemed to echo Rosong's sentiment, opening his eyes and letting out a couple of playful yells. Little Edward, feeling deeply disheartened, could only curl up in a corner, drawing circles in the air, lamenting the stark disparity in aesthetic appreciation of between humans and beasts. He, the illustrious and renowned giant Edward Newgate, not merely handsome but exuding a manly charm, could not fathom why he paled in comparison to that fellow Rosong. Well, that's good. Uncle Amoeba breathed a sigh of relief, his worries finally abating. By the way, Rosong, I must apologize for previously inviting you to join my original pirate crew. It was only recently that I learned of the unfortunate fate of my former comrades, who fell afoul of a certain Lord Rocks and met their demise. As he spoke, the lines on Uncle Amoeba's already aged face seemed to deepen. It seems that this old, blind, and layman has ended up with the best outcome of all. He sighed. Nevertheless, this minor setback will not deter us. At worst, it will be just the two of us setting sail. And we have recently acquired a fine ship from that Red Fox organization. Lo Song casually remarked that he was not particularly concerned about the matter at hand. However, he inquired, "Uncle, have you heard any news about the blacksmith I asked you to find?" This was the issue that truly captured his interest. As you are aware, my dear brother, our Sphinx is situated in a windless zone, rather remote, making it quite challenging to locate an exceptional blacksmith. At this point, Uncle Amoeba's face revealed a hint of pride. Fortunately, I have a wide circle of acquaintances, and through my efforts, I have finally acquired information regarding a master blacksmith. He resides in a small village several dozen kilometers from the town, not a local, but here primarily to seek solitude. It is said that he possesses a rather eccentric temperament and has not forged a blade for anyone in quite some time. So patience will be essential should you decide to seek him out, Uncle Amoeba advised. That's perfectly fine, as long as we can find him. The other issues will inevitably be resolved, Lo Song reassured him. Luo Song spoke with great confidence. Thank you, Uncle. Chapter 12. Titan. Titan Cultivation System Current Task. Survive for 2 years. Task Progress. 99. Task Reward. Titan Bloodline Concentration increased to 1 current personal attributes. Name. Edward Luo Song Race. Presumably human strength. You are already among the elite of humanity. Titan Bloodline Concentration. 0. 1 Martial Art. Killing Technique. Huaxian National Art. Note. A unique martial art awakened from the host's memories as the moonlight shimmered like water. Luo Song stood quietly in the base square, observing the changes on the system panel. It had been 2 years since he arrived in the world of One Piece, and the once frustrating tasks assigned by the system were now nearing completion. The time was close to midnight. Once the clock struck 12, this task would be deemed accomplished. Luo Song eagerly anticipates the remarkable transformation that will ensue once his Titan bloodline ascends to level 1. It is noteworthy that even a mere 0.1 concentration of this bloodline has endowed him, a newcomer to this extraordinary realm, with strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, granting him the means to establish his footing in the world of One Piece. Not far away, the feathered lion cub, Xiaoxi, nestled on Edward's shoulder, gazed curiously in the direction of Rozan, alongside little Edward. They pondered the purpose of Rozan's nocturnal excursion. Suddenly, the midnight chimes reverberated through the air. Rozan, who had been intently monitoring the system panel, observed his task progress leap from 99 to 100. At last, the task was finally accomplished. Luo Song chuckled softly, unaware of the malfunctioning system. The agony was excruciating. Before he could finish his words, a wave of intense pain surged through him, as if his very being were being continuously torn apart, ravaged, and then reassembled. The suffering, emanating from the depths of his marrow, rendered his once commanding body a foreign entity. After a couple of anguished cries, he found himself powerless to utter another sound, and his consciousness swiftly faded into oblivion. The unusual phenomenon surrounding Rosong naturally captured the attention of young Edward and young C. However, before they could approach him, a massive vortex of golden red blood energy enveloped Rosong, preventing them from getting closer. The vortex gradually diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a colossal cocoon that stood silently upon the ground. In the depths of darkness, Luo Song's consciousness wandered, lost for an indeterminate duration, until the excruciating pain in his body subsided, allowing him to gradually awaken. As he stirred from his slumber, a fragment of ancient memory began to revive from the profound depths of his soul. In the next instant, Luo Song felt as though he had transformed into a towering giant, capable of creating and commanding everything with a mere gesture. Within the vast cosmos, the giant that embodied Luo Song engaged in a desperate battle alongside countless others of similar stature, their resounding roars echoing through the heavens. Titan. Time passed unknowingly. And once Luo Song felt fully acclimated to his new form, he consciously began to stretch his body. With a series of crackling sounds, the colossal cocoon shattered, and Luo Song emerged from its confines. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night had elapsed. The gentle morning light cascaded upon him, illuminating his chiseled physique that gleamed as if he had stepped forth from the annals of mythology. Edward and Xiaoxi, who had vigilantly guarded the cocoon throughout the night, gazed in astonishment at the rejuvenated Luo Song as he emerged. Luo Song, what has transpired? This is extraordinary. You seem to tower over me now. And you appear even more handsome, exclaimed young Edward, incredulity lacing his words. With a low growl and an affirmative nod, Xiaoxi echoed his sentiments. Were it not for the familiar scent emanating from his master, Xiaoxi would scarcely recognize the figure before him as his own. Yet, the aroma that beckoned him closer was even more potent than before. Unable to resist, Xiaoxi approached Luo Song, only to realize that his master bore a significant difference today. It seemed as if something essential was missing, yet simultaneously, something new had emerged. Luo Song derived immense satisfaction from the incredulous expression on little Edward's face. You, who have been incessantly mocking my height, how will you now flaunt your superiority before me? By mere observation, Luo Song could ascertain that his height had surpassed 3 meters, as he now towered over little Edward by an entire head. Over the past 6 months, little Edward had experienced an astonishing growth spurt, reaching a height of 3 meters 1. Luo Song, don't you think this is rather awkward for you? Or do you actually enjoy this? Little Edward remarked with an air of discomfort. Following his gaze, Luo Song curiously directed his attention to a particular part of his own physique. Before the formation of the colossal cocoon, Luo Song's garments had mysteriously vanished. As for his undergarments, their existence was even less likely. Thus, when Luo Song lowered his gaze, he beheld a defiant entity nodding in his direction. Good heavens! Curse be it, my little brother is standing bare before the sun, saluting, and nodding at me. My word, I almost forgot I was unclothed. No wonder everything felt so peculiar and uncomfortable. Luo Song, I urgently need you. With a swift motion, Luo Song tore apart Edward's shirt, hastily draping a tattered piece of fabric over his modesty before making a hasty retreat to his chamber. Moments later, Luo Song emerged from his room clad in a rather snug ensemble. Chuckle, Edward nearly gasped for breath and laughter. Luo Song, your appearance is simply hilarious. Enough chatter. Quickly go fetch your clothes for me. Luo Song wore a face full of resentment. After changing his clothes, he realized that none of his previous garments fit him anymore. Had he known, he would have simply changed in Edward's room. Now, his dignity lay in tatters. He couldn't help but wonder how long Edward would find amusement in this situation. Once he finally donned his new attire, it was nearly time for breakfast. As they savored their meal, young Edward eagerly inquired, Luo Song, I've heard that Ali's blade has been forged. Is everything in order on your end? Are we ready to set sail at once? Are you feeling anxious? Luo Song chuckled and inquired, Of course not. If it weren't for your presence. Do you believe I could have boarded the ship 2 years ago? Little Edward responded with pride. Haha, let's set off immediately. After we finish our meal, we shall begin our preparations. It's high time we brought out that prize. Luo Song burst into laughter. Wonderful. I shall seek out Uncle Amoeba at once to inquire about the preparations necessary for our voyage. Upon hearing that they could set sail imminently, young Edward was so exhilarated that he could not even finish his meal. He immediately headed to the tavern in town to find Uncle Amoeba. Ross did not intervene. He was well aware of young Edward's current state of excitement. After finishing breakfast, Ross settled into a chair and began to examine the alterations within the system. System son. System grandson, are you present? Are you there? The first course of action was the customary perilous endeavor, aptly titled affectionately invoking the system. The outcome was unmistakable, alas. The system remained unresponsive. As Luo Song stood in silence, he opened the system panel. Titan Cultivation System. Current task, dominate the seas. Phase 1. The host is to traverse the ocean and enhance their influence as much as possible. Task rewards, depending on task progress. The concentration of bloodline may be enhanced to varying degrees, up to a maximum of 10. Current personal attributes. Name, Edward Luo Song. Race, presumably human. Strength, you have taken substantial steps towards a non-human existence. Titan bloodline concentration. 1. Martial arts, killing techniques, Huaxia National Martial Arts, Dark Energy Mastery Note, an exclusive martial art awakened from the host's memories. Damn this system. How is this any different from raising sheep? This malfunctioning system is undoubtedly the most inconsequential and dreadful one I have encountered in my over a decade of experience in my previous life. Chapter 13. Departure to the New World. The following morning at the Sphinx Dock. Lord Luo Song, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable force upon the seas. Lord Luo Song. Go and defeat those vile villains. Little Edward, make sure to eat well, only then can you grow stronger. A chorus of fervent cheers echoed throughout the modest Sphinx Dock. The scene was bustling with an overwhelming crowd, each person gazing with admiration and reverence at the 2 towering figures at the center, eagerly expressing their heartfelt wishes. They were local residents, many of whom had benefited from Luo Song and Little Edward's kindness. Upon learning of their impending voyage, they gathered spontaneously to bid farewell to the duo. Lord Luo Song, this is the weapon my father crafted for you. The burly Ali, accompanied by several townsmen who volunteered to assist, struggled to lift a massive long-handled weapon and presented it to Luo Song. Upon hearing this, Luo Song's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly handed the small sea in his arms to Edward and impatiently accepted this future companion for his battles. The hilt of the blade, as thick as a bowl, shimmered with an ethereal glow, adorned with the dragon pattern that Luo Song had specifically requested. The dragon's mouth faced the edge of the blade, while the sleek, gleaming edge radiated a chilling sharpness, complemented by the menacing back with its blood grooves and sinister hooks. Indeed, this was the renowned Qi-Long Yanwei Dao. Luo Song gently waved the blade a couple of times, discovering that its weight was perfectly suited to his use. Truly. As the master blacksmith who had once forged the renowned Great Knife 21, old Lan Kai was indeed formidable. The more he observed, the more he appreciated it. With a joyful tone, Luo Song said, "Ali, please extend my heartfelt gratitude to your esteemed father. This weapon is simply magnificent." "Hee, my lord Luo Song. There's no need for such formality. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply take me along on your next voyage." Ali playfully leaned closer to Luo Song and whispered, "What kind of nonsense is that? If I were to take you with me, old Lan Kai would certainly come looking for me to settle the score." Luo Song was digging his nose, his expression one of utter disbelief. "Ali, I implore you to abandon this futile pursuit. How many times has Luo Song rejected you? Yet you remain undeterred?" Edward remarked with a sense of resignation. "You, my friend, are always dreaming of the sea. With such an accomplished blacksmith as the old master beside you, why squander your time instead of diligently honing your craft? Indeed, Ali, you scoundrel, lacking in skills, and yet you persist in your daydreams of the ocean. Are you intent on courting disaster?" A robust, aged voice resonated through the crowd. An elderly bald man emerged from the throng, stepping forward to confront Luo Song and his companions. "Master, what brings you here?" Ali's demeanor seemed to wilt as he lowered his head and positioned himself behind the elder. The old man cast a disapproving glance at him. "What brings me here? If I hadn't come, would you have made plans to flee?" After stating this, the elder disregarded Ali further and turned his attention to Luo Song. "Luo Song, my boy, how does your weapon feel? Do you have any concerns?" "None whatsoever. Master Lanka, your prowess is truly remarkable. This blade is even more agreeable than I had anticipated." Luo Song shook his head repeatedly, indicating that there were no issues. His expression revealed deep satisfaction with his Qi-Long Yanwei Dao. "Satisfaction is paramount. Although my vitality has waned with age, this blade has consumed a considerable portion of my painstaking efforts over the past 6 months. Aside from the Naginata crafted for young Edward, the time dedicated to this Qi-Long Dao has been unparalleled. This blade is at least of superior quality, custom-made to perfection. Young Luo Song, you have struck gold." Master Lanka, with a slight grimace, cast a disgruntled glance at the timid Ali behind him. "Had it not been for your intervention to save this rascal, I would have never consented to forge a blade for you." "Haha, then I must indeed extend my gratitude to Ali." Luo Song smiled like a cunning little fox. By a stroke of luck, it was based on the information provided by the tavern owner, Amoeba, that Luo Song sought out the reclusive master blacksmith, Master Lanka, residing in a remote mountain village. Initially, this irascible old man adamantly refused to forge swords for Luo Song and his companion. However, the stalemate was shattered by the unexpected arrival of Ali, who was one of the hostages saved by Luo Song from the Black Hair base. Moreover, he was the very individual who fervently expressed his desire to accompany Luo Song on his maritime journey. Most importantly, Ali turned out to be the sole disciple of the temperamental master blacksmith. With his only pupil rescued from the clutches of human traffickers, Master Lanka found it impossible to refuse, ultimately agreeing to assist Luo Song and young Edward in crafting their weapons. This delighted Luo Song immensely, as it was a case of achieving success with minimal effort. Thus, the Qi-Long Yanwei Dao came into existence today. Master Lanka, along with Ali, let us be on our way. Luo Song chuckled and said, "Get lost, you rascal. With such extraordinary prowess, you should have ventured out long ago instead of cooping yourself up in this dilapidated and cramped sphinx. I cannot fathom your reasoning." Master Lanka chided him with a laugh. Meanwhile, Ali, realizing he had no chance of sneaking away, could only speak with a tone of reluctant grievance. "Lord Luo Song, once I have perfected my blade forging skills, I shall craft for you an unparalleled greatsword." "Very well, I shall await it eagerly," Luo Song replied. Luo Song smiled in response. He then raised his voice and proclaimed, "Dear friends, it is time for us to depart." Following this, amidst the farewells of the crowd, the trio of 2 individuals and 1 beast boarded the grand vessel that had long been prepared. "Dehua, I am here. Set the sails, and let us embark towards the new world." Very well. The ship gently began its journey, gliding into the horizon. Goodbye, Lord Luo Song. Farewell. Amidst the bittersweet cheers of the onlookers, Luo Song, with his hand resting on the green dragon crescent blade, stood proudly upon the deck. A subtle smile gracing his face as he waved with boundless enthusiasm to the crowd. On the dock, Master Lanka conversed with his disciple, Ali. Master? Yes? Do you think Lord Luo Song will encounter any misfortunes? What troubles you? Do you think they might get lost? It should be fine, after all. They have a navigation pointer. They are unlikely to lose their way. That is reassuring. The ship soon vanished from the sight of those at the dock. Luo Song entered the ship's cockpit, casting a glance at Edward, who stood before the helm, his face alight with excitement. With a playful tone, he inquired, Edward, pray tell. What is our next destination? Internally, he was ablaze with exhilaration, for this was his inaugural voyage upon the vast ocean. What? You don't know? Edward replied, visibly perplexed. Isn't this something you should be aware of? Luo Song suddenly experienced a foreboding sense of unease. But I am only 8 years old. How could I possibly comprehend such intricate matters? Young Edward declared with unwavering confidence. Luo Song, have you forgotten that you are merely 8 years old when you often challenge me? My goodness, is this not a recipe for disaster? Should we not consider returning? Young Edward inquired cautiously. No, returning like this would be far too shameful. Luo Song decisively declined, exclaiming, what a jest. After such a grand farewell ceremony, returning in a pitiful state would surely be the source of much laughter. What shall we do then? Young Edward inquired. Do we have sufficient provisions and fresh water? I have stored enough food to last us 6 months and fresh water for 2 months, came the reply. What about the recording device? It's with me. Then there are no issues. We shall forge ahead. Very well. After a brief pause, Edward asked, why do you stand there motionless? Aren't you supposed to be at the helm? Rozan inquired cautiously. Do we still need to steer the ship? Edward, tell me honestly. Can you navigate? Rozan, I cannot, Edward replied. What about you? I cannot either. Then what shall we do? We are at an impasse. Rozan, why do you think no one has warned us? Perhaps it is because everyone believes we are too capable. Chapter 14. Entering the Grand Line, the doldrums lie on either side of the Grand Line, notorious for their perpetual calm and the presence of terrifying sea creatures, instilling fear in the hearts of pirates. Generally, passage through this treacherous region is reserved for specially designed warships or individuals of extraordinary strength. However, the indigenous inhabitants of the doldrums have their own unique methods. In Sphinx, those who venture out to sea often prepare a peculiar gel, concocted from a blend of various strange herbs, which is applied to the hull of their vessels. The distinctive aroma of these herbs serves to ward off the sea monsters. Although the herbal coating is not easily washed away by seawater, its efficacy is short-lived, typically lasting only about 10 days. Thus, sailors strive to enter the Grand Line within this time frame. Additionally, due to the absence of wind, they equip their ships with human-powered pedaling systems connected to the oars, allowing crew members to alternate in providing propulsion. While their speed is not remarkable, Sphinx's proximity to the Grand Line mitigates the risks, and unless one is particularly unfortunate, calamities are rare. Aboard the Red Fox, within the engine room, Dehua inquired, is the direction of the compass still aligned with our course? Rest assured, there are no issues. Luo Song replied. The helm is secured tightly. It will not turn on its own. Good. Then let us exert our efforts to break free from the doldrums today. Let's go. Adha, unleash my little universe. Edward Newgate's human-powered engine roared to life at full capacity. In the power room, 2 burly men, bare-chested, pedaled furiously on their bicycles. Not far from them, a charming creature resembling a lion with feathers, named Xiaoxi, stood atop a small table, her doll-like face brimming with encouragement as she cheered on Luo Song and young Edward, her rhythmic roars echoing in the room. Roar, roar, roar. This marked the 7th day of Luo Song and Edward's voyage through the doldrums. After the initial thrill and panic, they had gradually become adept at navigating the Red Fox across the waves. They now knew to lower the sails and manage the helm to steer toward the direction indicated by the compass, abandoning their earlier frenzied antics. According to the seasoned-old sailors of Sphinx, they were nearing the Grand Line. Rozan cast another glance at the record pointer, confirming its alignment with their navigational course. A sense of reassurance washed over him. Turning to young Edward, he declared, Edward, we shall forego sleep tonight and venture straight into the Grand Line. We shall rest only when we have arrived. Very well, Rozan, I share your sentiments, Edward replied, diligently pedaling the bicycle with renewed vigor. Luo Song also quickened his pace. Now, with his formidable internal strength and having undergone a transformation, His endurance and power have long surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In contrast, young Edward's stamina is insufficient to endure as he does. Lo Song understood that today, he was the protagonist here, the sovereign of the pedal-powered dynamo room. A surge of ambition welled up within him, and his expression turned solemn, with a singular thought occupying his mind. Exert yourself, and leave the rest to fate. Onward. The Red Fox set sail, accelerating towards the Grand Line. Oblivious to the passage of time in the outside world, Lo Song remained invigorated, aware only that little Edward had taken a brief respite mid-journey to adjust their course, returning to inform him that it was now evening. Little C had long since succumbed to slumber, unaware of when he would awaken. Yet, Lo Song, seemingly tireless, pedaled steadily, undeterred by little Edward's astonished gaze. Eventually, when little Edward could no longer endure fatigue, he made his way back to the deck. The eastern sun had just risen, casting a brilliant crimson hue over the horizon. A sight truly magnificent. Indeed, the sea is the epitome of romance for a man, little Edward mused. A gust of salt-laden sea breeze brushed against his face. What a delightful surprise. There's wind. Could this be the Grand Line? Little Edward exclaimed, racing into the engine room. Lo Song, there's wind. We finally arrived at the Grand Line. His joyful cries prompted Lo Song to finally cease his relentless pedaling. Luo Song, filled with doubt, inquired, "Are you certain? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" "I swear, absolutely not. Come out and see for yourself." Young Edward, brimming with impatience, grasped Luo Song's hand and pulled him out of the cabin, inadvertently waking the slumbering Xiaoxi, who joined them on the deck. Have we truly arrived at the Grand Line? Standing atop the deck, cradling the drowsy Xiaoxi in his arms, Luo Song gazed around. The boundless azure sea stretched before him, its waves undulating gracefully. The air was infused with the ocean's distinctive fragrance, leaving Luo Song, who rarely had the opportunity to behold the sea, in a state of profound awe. Is this the place for which I shall strive in the future? It is simply exhilarating. Dehua. With a grand gesture, Luo Song exclaimed. Luo Song, shall we set sail? Young Edward inquired excitedly. No, we must swiftly prepare a meal. I am on the verge of starvation, came the reply. Xiaoxi chimed in with an enthusiastic roar. An hour later, after enduring a day and night of hunger, Luo Song finally partook of a hearty feast. The sails were raised, and the Chihu vessel gracefully commenced its journey. Luo Song, little Edward, and little C, accompanied by a creature, each reclined in their own armchair, relishing a rare moment of leisure in Class A. Edward, do you comprehend what this experience has imparted to us? Lo Song inquired with an air of enigmatic profundity. Could it be that one should not feign sophistication, lest one attract the wrath of the heavens? Young Edward replied, incorrect. Utterly mistaken. Luo Song solemnly proclaimed, this experience has imparted a vital lesson. One should not indulge in pretense without thorough preparation, if one must assume a faade. Let it be one of perfection and seamlessness. Little Edward, awoo. Nearby, the little recliner cradled Xiaoxi, who nodded in agreement, his face reflecting a shared sentiment. Little Edward exclaimed, what on earth do you agree with, Xiaoxi? Have you too succumbed to Luo Song's peculiar influence? This is utterly terrifying. Edward was acutely aware that Luo Song often exhibited sporadic bouts of eccentricity, and alarmingly, his absurd reasoning always seemed to possess an unsettling logic. He harbored no fear of Luo Song's bizarre inquiries, for the latter's prowess was formidable, indeed surpassing his own. However, his sole concern lay in the possibility of being infected by such eccentricity himself. Could it be that I, the astute Edward Newgate, the mightiest man destined to conquer the seas, might also fall victim to such folly? Oh, cruel fate, how merciless you are. Rosong, gaze. What are you doing? Little Edward felt uneasy under the scrutiny. He couldn't shake the feeling that you were contemplating something quite impolite. Luo Song, lost in thought, questioned with a hint of suspicion. No, how could that be? I merely drifted off for a moment, Edward hastily clarified. After a while, noticing that Luo Song had dismissed his doubts, Edward discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Meanwhile, Luo Song, feigning squinting, revealed a glint of cold light in his eyes. Indeed, are you feeling guilty, Edward? Have you truly set your sights on my treasured strawberry pudding? I had a feeling this would happen. It seems I must eliminate it sooner rather than later. In the mind of Luo Song, he pondered thus. Chapter 15. I, Luo Song, captain of the Luo Dajuan, am engaged in piracy. The course has veered awry. It has veered awry. Steer left, turn right, and forge ahead. The ship is turning, it is turning. The wind has shifted, quickly adjust the sails. I understand. Inside the ship's control room, Luo Song anxiously directed the equally flustered young Edward, yet the outcome was evidently far from satisfactory. The Chi-Hu vessel swayed precariously as it struggled across the vast ocean. Upon entering the Great Route, the exhilaration of Luo Song and his companion was short-lived as troubles soon arose. They had previously sailed through a windless zone, enjoying several days of fair weather. And with the aid of medicinal gel to repel the sea kings, it seemed that simply steering in the right direction would suffice to reach their destination effortlessly. However, upon reaching the Great Route, the presence of wind, while alleviating some effort, posed a monumental challenge for these novice sailors. As fortune would have it, they encountered a tempestuous wind that day. I can't take this anymore. Luo Song, you give the orders while I do the work. Why don't you try? Young Edward could no longer tolerate Luo Song's incessant chatter without action. Such behavior was nothing short of blatant exploitation of child labor. How could one so brazenly torment a mere 8-year-old? Humph, the shameless Luo Song. Luo Song wore an expression of helplessness. But I don't know anything. If you don't know, then learn. I too was once a novice, yet here I am, managing just fine. Regardless, it is your responsibility to take command. Xiaowei decisively dismissed Luo Song's excuses, firmly asserting that he must steer the ship himself. Steering is quite simple. Just keep an eye on the direction and ensure it remains steady. I shall take a look on deck. With that, Xiaowei departed without a backward glance, resolutely denying Luo Song any opportunity to shirk his duties. In the cockpit, Luo Song found himself alone. If it comes to this, I suppose I shall have to take matters into my own hands. Luo Song rubbed his hands together, murmuring to himself with a hint of excitement. The reason he had refrained from taking action earlier was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a sense of embarrassment. People at times possess an innate tendency to hesitate. They yearn to undertake certain endeavors yet lack the initiative to do so. It is only when compelled by external forces that they can comfortably embrace their intentions. Luo Song, such a person. Finally, only he remains. And there is a little lion as well, but that is of no consequence. Rong Song liberated himself, rolled up his sleeves, and began to joyfully maneuver the ship's helm. Captain Rong Song, ready for departure? La. Navigating the vast ocean relies on the helmsman. Rong Song, you are quite the handsome one. His off-key and utterly bewildering singing echoed incessantly in the cockpit, and at that moment, Rong Song had completely let himself go. How boo-hoo. Xiao Si let out a low groan. His expression twisted as he fled the cockpit. What on earth was this man singing? It was terrifying. On the deck, young Edward struggled to adjust the sails, while secretly worrying about whether anything would go awry with Rong Song. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the ship began to sway violently. Although the Red Fox had been slightly askew, it was now tilting more drastically. It seemed as if it might turn back. What on earth is happening? Young Edward hurriedly dashed back to the cockpit, only to be greeted by a sight that was quite the eyesore. The unbearable cacophony assaulted Edward's ears as he beheld Rong Song striking an overly flamboyant pose at the helm, conversing with himself. Oh, my illustrious and handsome Captain Rong Song. Please turn the helm to the right. Of course, my dear first mate. With an even more extravagant gesture, Rong Song spun the helm to the right, advancing with full throttle. Rong Song, that's enough, Edward exclaimed, exasperated. Edward, you're here. Luo Song found himself momentarily frozen in place, akin to the awkwardness of a man caught in infidelity by his wife. In fact, he felt even more uncomfortable than that predicament. Do you not pay attention to the direction while steering the vessel? Edward exclaimed in frustration. Well, I did glance at it, Luo Song replied. But it seemed that every direction appeared to be the same, so I didn't give it much thought. Luo Songxin spoke nervously, fully aware that the situation had escalated. You, little Edward, felt a shiver run down your spine. Well, given such strong winds, do you think we should lower the sails? Lo Song hastily and cautiously diverted the conversation. It seems that this is indeed the way to proceed. Little Edward was taken aback. Then I shall go and stow away the sails. De Hua, I entrust this matter to you. I have complete confidence in your abilities. At this moment, Rawson's face appeared to radiate a celestial glow, his expression grave and earnest, as if he truly bore a significant responsibility to entrust to young Edward. With that, he dashed away in a flash, leaving Edward standing in a state of bewilderment. You unreliable fellow, Rawson. Edward chuckled in exasperation. This was the first time he had witnessed such a unique side of Rawson. After pondering for a considerable time, Edward finally found a suitable descriptor. Upon reaching the deck, Rawson swiftly lowered the sails, and Edward promptly corrected the erroneous course. With nothing much to occupy his time, he skillfully ascended the mast, gazing far into the distance. Oh, is that a ship over there? Could it be a pirate ship? This is bad. I must inform Dehua to prepare. With that, he quickly descended the mast and returned to his quarters to retrieve his weapon. In the distance, a somewhat dilapidated vessel slowly approached Rawson. A large flag adorned with a black scorpion fluttering above. Captain, there's a small merchant ship not far ahead. At the bow, a one-eyed man holding a monocular pointed towards the Chihu ship, speaking to a companion with black scorpion tattoos on his face. Ha ha ha, after such a long idle period, we can finally indulge. Indeed, my bones are itching with anticipation. Captain, let us hurry and seize them. Before the scorpion-faced man could respond, the surrounding pirates had already begun to clamor with impatience. The scorpion-faced man prudently inquired, Alan, take another careful look at the ship for any flags or distinguishing marks. Captain, I've scrutinized it thoroughly. It's merely an ordinary merchant vessel, Alan, the one-eyed pirate, replied. Very well, the scorpion-faced man replied with a hint of a cold smile. Since we've encountered them, it is only fitting that the black scorpion pirate crew profits today. Follow my command, full speed ahead. Meanwhile, aboard the Chihu, Rawson secured Little C in a specially designed room, ensuring it wouldn't wander off. He then retrieved his Chi Long Yinhui knife, while young Edward emerged from his quarters, clutching his Naginata. The two stood on the deck, facing the approaching pirate ship, their expressions a blend of excitement and trepidation. Rawson, are you afraid? A bit. Then let us face it together. All right. But what if we can't defeat them? Then we shall join them. Rawson. Yes? You're quite audacious. Luo Song, the ship of the Black Scorpion pirates, swiftly approached the Red Fox vessel. From the opposing ship, the boisterous voice of the one-eyed dragon, alone, echoed loudly. You have been surrounded by our Black Scorpion pirates. Hand over all your valuables if you know what is good for you. Little Edward clearly observed Luo Song's body, trembling incessantly. Luo Song, do not be afraid. Before the words could fully escape, Luo Song gathered his strength on the deck and leaped into the air, landing directly onto the pirate ship opposite. A cloud of dust rose, and from within it emerged an even more audacious voice than that of the one-eyed dragon. I, Luo Song, Captain Luo, am here to plunder. Chapter 16, To the Sea. Calling Father. Ro Song, with an imposing leap, brandished the formidable green dragon crescent blade, soaring over a multitude of pirates before landing heavily upon their deck. The sheer force of his descent caused even the Black Scorpion to shudder. What in the world is happening? Could it be that even a mere merchant ship possesses such terrifying combat prowess in the New World? A small pirate standing not far from Ro Song exclaimed in disbelief and trepidation. What do you intend to do? Another pirate stammered, involuntarily retreating behind his captain in fear. A figure, both divine and demonic, emerged slowly from the swirling dust, the colossal and menacing blade leaving deep gashes upon the deck with each step Ro Song took. Then, in a voice far more arrogant than that of the one-eyed Arlong, Ro Song declared, I am Ro Song, Captain Ro, and I come to plunder. His voice was cold, exuding an air of dominance. What did you say? You intend to rob us? A man with a scorpion face sneered, stepping forward from his crew. He brought his hands together, mimicking the stance of a scorpion's venomous stinger, his body poised for battle. Let me, Black Scorpion, with a bounty of 32 million berries, show you your true place. With that, Black Scorpion suddenly surged forward, his form a blur of black lightning, each strike aimed at Ro Song's vital points, as if intent on delivering a fatal blow. Ha, foolish fool. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Song felt a surge of delight rather than anger. Initially, he had harbored some trepidation, suspecting that this individual might possess the powers of a devil fruit user. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was merely a pirate endowed with peculiar combat techniques. Yet, when it comes to martial prowess, what technique could possibly rival his own mastery of the myriad lethal arts encompassed within the esteemed martial traditions of the Huaxia? Nevertheless, Luo Song had no intention of employing his national martial arts in a confrontation today. After all, why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? In the face of overwhelming strength, technique becomes a trivial matter. In an instant, Luo Song retreated several meters, creating distance between them. The enormous crescent blade of the Qin Long raised high, aimed at the head of the Black Scorpion. As the blade cleaved through the air, Luo Song suddenly recalled a particularly fitting lyric. The great sword strikes down upon the heads of the enemy. The gleam of the blade danced ominously, teetering on the precipice of life and death. The Black Scorpion's face contorted in shock and dread. He had assumed that such a massive figure would lack speed. To his astonishment, The opponent was swifter than himself. In a heartbeat, that terrifying great sword was poised to descend upon his head. With no time to intervene, Black Scorpion despairingly closed his eyes, regret flooding his heart. Had he known the new world was so perilous, he would not have brought his men to this death trap. How much better it would have been to live a dignified life in the East Sea. Yet, it was too late for remorse. His skin seemed to sense the impending blade's edge. Am I truly to perish like this? What will become of my underlings? In a daze, he thought he heard a light laugh. Then, a searing pain erupted across his face, a tremendous force swept over him, propelling his body uncontrollably from the side of the ship and plunging him into the sea. Lo Song stood with his knife drawn, exuding an aura of formidable power. In a pivotal moment, he had altered the trajectory of his strike, transforming a lethal cut into a forceful smack, sparing the pirate's life. "Boss!" Came a startled cry as the one-eyed Aaron, his eyes ablaze with rage, brandished his cleaver and charged towards Lo Song. "You owe me my boss's life." With fury etched on his face, Aaron surged forward, followed closely by the other pirates. "Do you still fail to recognize the gravity of the situation?" Luo Song gently shook his head, and with a swift motion of the Qinglong Yinwei blade, the razor-sharp edge effortlessly severed the machete from Aaron's grasp, descending gracefully to halt at his forehead. A thin stream of blood trickled down the gash, while Aaron's single eye widened in an instant, betraying a palpable terror. Cold sweat cascaded down his brow as the frenzy of believing his leader had been slain dissipated, and reason swiftly returned. Words eluded him, and with a gulp, Aaron swallowed hard. The other pirates, witnessing the harrowing fate of Aaron, the second-in-command whose strength was only surpassed by the captain, recoiled in fear, retreating one after another. Luo Song sheathed his knife and inquired, "Are you awake now?" The one-eyed Aaron collapsed onto the ground, still trembling with fear yet too intimidated to withhold an answer from the formidable figure before him. "Yes, I am clear-headed now. Your leader is not dead. He merely lost consciousness. However, if you do not rescue him soon, he will be on the brink of demise." Luo Song remarked with a chuckle. "What? The boss isn't dead?" Aaron was taken aback, then felt a surge of joy. The fact that both he and the boss were alive indicated that this formidable figure had no intention of taking their lives. "On, Heishan, you two are the best swimmers. Go down and retrieve the boss." Although Aaron had initially considered taking matters into his own hands, he was thoroughly shaken and lacked the strength to do so. Thus he commanded a couple of his subordinates. Before long, the unconscious Black Scorpion was brought back to the surface. The two boats were now side by side. And Luo Song, with an imposing demeanor, sat regally in a chair, cradling the recently released Xiaoxi and gently soothing it. Before him lay a group of pirates, hunched over with their hands on their heads, dutifully squatting on the ground, awaiting Luo Song's directive. Little Edward stood beside Luo Song, filled with envy and longing as he caressed Luo Song's imposing green dragon crescent blade, a weapon he had coveted for quite some time. Imagining himself wielding this mighty blade against foes, little Edward's gaze lingered on the pirates before him, causing them to tremble in fear, terrified that this fierce companion might suddenly strike. "Am I dead?" A weak voice emerged as Black Scorpion groggily opened his eyes, only to behold his subordinates all hunched over with their heads in their hands, staring intently at him. "Are you all dead too?" Black Scorpion continued, his mind still hazy from the blow he had received from Luo Song. "Boss, wake up. We're not dead. That esteemed person spared your life," Aaron urged as he shook Black Scorpion vigorously in an attempt to rouse him. Under Aaron's persistent shaking, Black Scorpion finally regained his senses, touching his swollen cheek. The intense pain vividly reminded him of his survival. Black Scorpion turned his gaze towards Luo Song, who sat in the chair, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, while the other pirates looked to him as well. "This esteemed individual, it was our folly not to recognize your mercy. What is it that you desire?" Black Scorpion understood well that no one would extend kindness without reason, especially given that they had previously sought to rob him. Since he had been spared, it was clear that there were motives behind such generosity. "You are astute. You recognize that my sparing you comes with conditions. Therefore, let me be straightforward." A profound radiance seemed to illuminate Luo Song's visage as he proclaimed, "I possess a dream. I aspire to dominate the vast ocean, to reign over the seas." The Black Scorpion and his fellow pirates collectively inhaled sharply, as if the very temperature of the air had risen in response. Young Edward's face was alight with fervor. Could this truly be the ambition of Luo Song? He was indeed a man worthy of my admiration, Edward Newgate reflected. "Are you suggesting that you wish for US to join your ranks?" Black Scorpion inquired cautiously. "No. What I mean is that I want all of you to call me father. A father in the sense that you must honor and respect me, while I bear no responsibility for you," Rao Song decisively proclaimed. The pirates stared in astonishment. Little Edward exclaimed in surprise, while Little C mewed in confusion. On the deck, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 17. Salted Fish and the Navy. Father, do try this fruit. It is exceptionally fresh. Father, how is my strength? Is it appropriate? Comfortable? Father. Above the sea, two vessels, one large and one small, advanced slowly. Although Rao Song's demand was met with disbelief from the crew of the Black Scorpion pirates, they ultimately shed tears of humiliation in the name of survival. This marked the third day since their ordeal, as the ships sailed toward their next destination. The specifics remained a mystery to Rao Song. Black Scorpion. Oh, Father. What is it? After an initial period of discomfort, Black Scorpion soon acclimated to his role. I intend to return from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. Do you have any suggestions? Black Scorpion fell into contemplation, carefully organizing his thoughts before responding. We, as ordinary pirates, never contemplated a return after arriving in the New World. Our ambitions either lead to glory or demise here. To return to the first half of the Grand Line, apart from traversing Fishman Island, one must obtain permission from the Navy to pass through the Red Line. Of course, this does not apply to the formidable figures, for to them, the sea is but a playground. Is that so? Luo Song found himself in a rather perplexing situation. In the New World and the first half of the Grand Line, the pirates exhibited comparable foundational combat abilities. However, there existed a significant disparity in their advanced powers. Thus, he contemplated whether to casually seek out a formidable pirate crew to join. Yet, what if that crew engaged in actions he could not condone? What then would he do? Although Luo Song's current strength is commendable, it is contingent upon the comparison made. Against a ragtag crew such as the Black Scorpions, he stands out as a significant figure. However, in the presence of formidable New World warriors who wield haki and possess powerful devil fruit abilities, he is merely a minor character. Luo Song considers himself to be a person of considerable principles. However, a dilemma arises. Should he yield to the powerful pirates he might encounter, or succumb to their influence? In contrast, the first half of the Grand Line appears to be more manageable. Yet, one must ponder why the Sphinx resides in the New World. The atmosphere there is decidedly unfriendly. Ro was lost in thought, pondering how Whitebeard had set sail at the tender age of 6 and yet thrived so remarkably in the tumultuous world of piracy. One might say he is indeed a born king of the seas. Meanwhile, Edward, who was leisurely enjoying the attentive service of several pirates, found himself utterly perplexed by Ro's strange gaze directed at him. Ro, weren't you just saying you wanted to venture to the first half of the Grand Line? Why are you looking at me like that? Ro replied, Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly realized how utterly bizarre Whitebeard truly is. Luo Song spoke softly, his words laden with profound meaning. Whitebeard, what a domineering name. Is he formidable? Little Edward's eyes sparkled with instinctive admiration, sensing the sheer majesty behind the name Whitebeard. In his mind, a vivid image materialized, a towering, muscular figure adorned with a luxuriant and striking white beard. Indeed, barring unforeseen circumstances, he will become the mightiest man upon these seas in the days to come. Truly, flames of ambition blazed in young Edward's gaze. A man as formidable as Whitebeard is precisely the kind of adversary I, Edward Newgate, most desire to challenge. Is that so? How utterly impressive of you. Luo Song smiled with an odd expression. One can only wonder how young Edward would react upon discovering that he is destined to defeat the very man he vowed to conquer at the tender age of 8. To defeat oneself? What an amusing thought. Yes, I shall strive diligently. Young Edward nodded earnestly, oblivious to Luo Song's demeanor. Nearby, the Black Scorpions and their companions were bewildered by Luo Song's sinister appearance. Who is this Whitebeard? Such a person does not exist. Indeed, one dares to speak, while another dares to believe. Yet, how could they possibly expose such a matter? The mere thought sent a chill down the spines of the pirates as they broke into a cold sweat. Speak less, act more. Keep your eyes on your nose and your nose on your heart, they murmured, lowering their heads and striving to diminish their presence. Suddenly, a frantic voice erupted from Shaoxi as it leaped from its small recliner onto Luo Song, pointing towards the distance. Shaoxi, what is it? What do you see over there? Following its gesture, they gazed into the distance. It is the legendary Navy G5 division, exclaimed Black Scorpion, his tone filled with terror as if he had laid eyes on something extraordinary. This is bad. The Navy has arrived. Prepare for battle. One-eyed Arlong urged the pirates to take heed. The Navy? A peculiar glimmer danced in Luo Song's eyes as a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. The Black Scorpion. Rozon commanded. You must leave at once. I shall stand here with Edward. What? Rozon? You? Black Scorpion exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Was this truly the same shameless man who had insisted they call him father? When had he become so loyal? Had he developed genuine feelings after all that father calling in recent days? Why are you still hesitating? Do you believe I won't change my mind at once? Father, thank you. Black Scorpion sincerely uttered those words for the first time. After speaking, he leaped back onto the Black Scorpion ship with several of his subordinates. Turn around, retreat. Black Scorpion commanded loudly. Yes, his subordinates responded in unison, and the Black Scorpion ship began its withdrawal. Father, take care. Black Scorpion's eyes glistened with tears as he bid farewell to Rozon. The Black Scorpion ship sailed further away, leaving only Rozon and young Edward standing quietly aboard the Red Fox, awaiting the arrival of the Navy. Rozon, do you intend for the two of us to confront the Navy? Young Edward asked nervously. I plan to infiltrate the Navy, seeking an opportunity to blend into the first half of the Grand Line. Lo Song raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, I see. Young Edward suddenly understood, but his expression began to reveal a hint of uncertainty. What is the matter? Do you not wish to become a sailor? Rosong inquired with a smile, acknowledging the slight awkwardness of the situation. After all, as you know, Rosong, I comprehend. Rozon spoke gently. Growing up on the impoverished island of Sphinx, where the inability to pay the heavenly gold resulted in the world government's refusal to provide protection, young Edward instinctively harbored a sense of aversion towards the world government and the Navy. Rest assured, you are only 8 years old. They cannot compel you to join the Navy. If it comes to that, we shall confront them directly. Rawson gently tousled young Edward's short hair and offered words of comfort. Yes, I understand. Young Edward nodded in response. The two continued to wait in silence. At last, the naval vessel spotted the Red Fox and approached Rawson and the young boy. The ship came to a halt not far from them, surrounded by a formidable contingent of armed sailors. From among them emerged a tall, robust elder. I am Vice Admiral Brawling Donks of the Navy G5 branch. Who are you? Chapter 18. Joining the Navy. I am Vice Admiral Brawling Donks of the Navy G5 branch. Who are you? The imposing elder inquired, sensing the situation unfolding as he anticipated. Rawson cast a glance at young Edward. Step back and watch my performance, he instructed. Young Edward rolled his eyes in response. Ah. So you are the renowned Vice Admiral Brawling Donks. Luo Song feigned the expression of an ardent fan, utterly astonished to behold his idol. Oh, you know me? The general, with a bemused smile, scrutinized Luo Song from head to toe. Ha ha ha. You crack me up. Old man, after all these years of anonymity, how is it that you suddenly have a fan upon arriving in this new world? A naval officer with strikingly red hair, resembling a punk, guffawed heartily nearby. Luo Song found himself in an awkward predicament. He had not anticipated that just as he was about to showcase his remarkable acting skills to young Edward, an incident would occur. However, there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. Silence. Do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words? Are you mocking an old hero who has dedicated his entire life to the relentless pursuit of justice? Do you have any idea how many innocent lives this venerable man has saved, or how many nefarious pirates he has apprehended? To ridicule him is utterly unacceptable, even if you are a paragon of righteousness within the Navy. Rosong's face was filled with righteous indignation in that moment. He was possessed by the spirit of Zwan and the fervent devotion of the black-haired admirers, exuding an indomitable spirit that left the Shamate man utterly bewildered. What have I just done? Am I truly in the wrong? The Shamate man's eyes reflected his confusion. Since my childhood, I have aspired to be a just naval officer, combating evil and upholding righteousness. However, due to the remoteness of my hometown, I have never had the opportunity. Yet, in my heart, every naval officer is a hero deserving of my utmost respect. They are individuals who must not be insulted. Luo Song spoke slowly, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of light, his tone growing increasingly fervent, and his face flushed with passion, evoking sorrow in the listeners and bringing tears to the onlookers. Thus, when I finally had the opportunity to set sail, I pondered the prospect of becoming a distinguished member of the Navy. My joy knew no bounds. Even when I was captured by pirates and subjected to relentless torture, I never relinquished the ideals that resided in my heart. It was only upon encountering the illustrious Vice Admiral Tang Kasi that I realized my moment of enlightenment had finally arrived. The poignant performance of Luo Song left all the naval soldiers present utterly astounded. Brother, this is not a talent show. Do you truly aspire to be a sailor? Is such flattery necessary? This is excessive. Beside Luo Song, the bashful young Edward felt utterly embarrassed, still oblivious to the true nature of Luo Song. He could hardly fathom that his elder brother harbored such fervent aspirations to become a naval officer. How outrageous. This is simply too ostentatious, Edward mused silently. Unbeknownst to them, a small creature named C had climbed onto Luo Song's shoulder, equally bewildered. With her sparkling eyes blinking in disbelief, she gazed at her master. Goodness! Has my master gone awry? Is this truly the same person who is unabashed and full of flamboyant schemes? Among the crowd, only one individual's reaction stood apart, the previously lauded and boisterous old Admiral Tanks. What a promising candidate! Truly an exceptional prospect for the Navy, Tanks exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon Luo Song. The lingering flush on his face revealed his excitement, clearly enamored by Luo Song's display. Young man, what is your name, and where do you hail from? The Admiral inquired with a warm demeanor. My name is Luo Song, and this is my brother Edward. We come from Sphinx. Ro Song, with a bashful expression, responded to the general's inquiry, eliciting eye rolls from those around him. Enough of the theatrics. It was time to wrap it up. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Major General Tang seemed to be quite taken with Ro Song's antics, slapping his hand down beside him. Addressing the disgruntled youth with a rebellious flair. Zong AI, go and investigate the backgrounds of these two individuals. A burst of laughter erupted, redirecting everyone's attention back to Ro Song. Luo Song could no longer contain himself. He had previously found the elder brother's strikingly flamboyant hairstyle to be inexplicably endearing. But he was utterly astonished by the thunderous impact of his name. Gazing at the Navy soldier named Grave of Love, who was glaring at him with intense, dark-circled eyes. Luo Song even contemplated whether he might suddenly hurl a chunk of concrete at him and commence an impromptu dance. The imagery was simply too vivid. And Luo Song couldn't help but burst into laughter that resembled a pig's grunt. The flamboyant Navy soldier, with eyes ablaze, seemed poised to charge at Luo Song. Suddenly, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. Admiral, the Navy Grave of Love is hesitant to speak, Tang Kasi said gently. You should go and gather some information. He is merely smiling, and there is nothing sinister about it. Yes, I am simply smiling, harboring no disdain whatsoever, Luo Song affirmed. Luo Song added fuel to the fire. Zong AI remained silent, casting a resentful glance at him before entering the cabin without a backward glance. After a while, Zong AI returned after completing his research. Admiral, I have found the information. The Sphinx is situated within a nearby windless zone. It is a remote island not under the protection of the world government. There are indeed two individuals on the island who suddenly rose to prominence and drove away the human traffickers, having gone to sea about half a month ago. Ah. Admiral Tanks nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Striking against human traffickers and protecting civilians, truly a promising candidate. Turning to the eagerly expectant Luo Song, he boisterously declared, Young man, you mentioned your desire to join the Navy, didn't you? I hereby grant my approval. How do you feel about that? Excited, perhaps? What? I can join the Navy? I'm overjoyed. Ha! Luo Song exclaimed, laughter spilling forth uncontrollably. Luo Song's reaction appeared somewhat exaggerated, eliciting a chorus of eye rolls. Since Luo Song has been permitted to join the Navy, why not allow me to test his skills? Murmured Zong AI insidiously beside Rear Admiral Tang Kasi. The Rear Admiral pondered for a moment, then replied, Very well, but do not strike too hard. Understood. Zong AI saluted with precision. Come on, lad. Let me teach you a lesson. With a malevolent grin, Zong AI approached Luo Song, while the astute little Edward wisely retreated, taking little C with him to clear the space. Moonwalk. With a sharp command, Zong AI soared through the air, charging directly at Luo Song. It turned out to be the Six Styles. Luo Song was taken aback, his eyes filled with envy. He never anticipated that this seemingly unimpressive individual possessed such a secret technique as the Six Styles. It appeared that his status was quite significant. As Luo Song's thoughts began to swirl, Zong AI let out a thunderous shout. Lonjon. In midair, Zong AI executed a rapid series of kicks, generating vacuum slashes that surged directly towards Luo Song. Heng Lian. Ro Song roared in a deep voice, his body instantly swelling as if inflated, his skin taking on a lustrous bronze hue. Clang, clang, clang. The strikes grazed Ro Song's form, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, before landing heavily upon the deck of the Red Fox. Clearly, Zong AI had held back, observing that aside from his tattered garments, Ro Song bore no other alterations. He was not enraged but rather delighted, bellowing, Come again. With a resounding descent, his legs transformed momentarily into a pitch-black armor. descending from above like a formidable axe cleaving through the air. Upon witnessing this, Luo Song held his breath, his gaze sharp as an eagle, his hands executing a flurry of swift movements, his figure shifting with an elusive grace. At the very moment when Zhang Ai's legs descended, he seized them firmly. What? Zhang Ai was taken aback. Luo Song flashed a sinister smile, seizing his legs and forcefully slamming him down towards the ground. For your destruction of my ship, I shall call upon the wrath of the fierce warrior and summon the dance of the phoenix soaring through the heavens. Luo Song incessantly murmured, claiming that Zhang Ai had wrecked his ship, yet in truth, the one who had inflicted the most damage was none other than himself. With each strike, Zhang Ai created deep indentations upon the deck. Tang Kasi's lips twitched in disbelief. This lad is rather fierce in his approach. Stop, I concede. Zhang Ai surrendered weakly, prompting Luo Song to relent as well. Having yielded, shall we compare our weapons once more? Luo Song inquired with a smile. Zhang Ai's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of intrigue. Luo Song, catch. With a resounding clang, the 4-meter-long Qing Long Yinwei Dao was hurled by the diminutive Edward, striking the ground with a force that created a substantial crater. Gulping audibly, Zhang Ai glanced at Luo Song's eager and perilous gaze. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and, with a sycophantic grin, exclaimed, "Ah, brother, we are colleagues now. What purpose does it serve to engage in conflict? Come. I have some fine wine pilfered from the old man. Allow me to treat you." Zhang Ai, on tiptoe, awkwardly draped an arm around Luo Song's shoulders, projecting an image of brotherly camaraderie, completely shedding his earlier arrogance. Chapter 19. Intoxication. Luo Song, please accompany your brother back to the branch base with us. Afterwards, I shall petition the headquarters on your behalf, said Tang Kasi with a beaming smile. Very well, Major General. Luo Song responded with a smile. By the way, I previously noticed another pirate ship accompanying you. Why did it suddenly leave you behind? Vice Admiral Dang Kizi suddenly revealed a fox-like grin, making Luo Song feel a bit uneasy. Could it be that this old fellow is not as simple as he appears? His true identity may, in fact, be that of a cunning trickster. Luo Song secretly speculated, yet outwardly remained composed and unruffled, exuding an air of confidence. After all, he had long since devised his script. Esteemed General, the band of pirates who previously fled were intimidated by the sight of your warship, which rendered them too fearful to engage in battle. They deliberately left us behind to stall for time. Luo Song wore a sincere expression. So that is the case. General Tang Kasai nodded with a semblance of a smile. It seems that the treatment of pirate captives is rather favorable, as evidenced by their good complexion. Upon hearing this, Luo Song smiled wryly and remarked, "There's nothing I can do. I am naturally blessed with good health. Indeed, good health is advantageous, especially in the Navy." Vice Admiral Tang Kasai nodded repeatedly, patting Luo Song's shoulder as he sensed a hint of unease in his eyes. Hee, quite so. Luo Song nodded repeatedly. However, the next words from the general left him frozen in place. The general leaned in close to Luo Song's ear and casually uttered, "How does it feel to have pirates call you father? Is it thrilling?" After speaking, he raised an eyebrow at Luo Song. What on earth is happening? How could he possibly know that? Luo Song found himself drenched in cold sweat, his mind swirling with a myriad of speculations. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. You have committed no wrongdoing. However, if you are still uneasy, let us find some time to converse properly. The general cast a flirtatious glance at Luo Song, laughed heartily, and then sauntered away. Rosen stood awkwardly in place, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Major General, shall we not pursue that group of pirates any further? A naval squad leader approached and inquired of Tankos. This is not within our naval jurisdiction. The G5 branch is merely a foothold in the New World. Let them be, allowing them to fend for themselves, the Major General replied, waving his hand dismissively. Moreover, such insignificant pirates are likely to be eradicated at any moment. In the New World, they are incapable of making any significant waves. Understood, Major General, the soldier responded, his expression somewhat hesitant, yet he resolutely obeyed his superior's orders. Hey, Rosen, you're not frightened by the old man, are you? Just as Rosen was lost in thought, a figure with a flamboyant red hairstyle and a mischievous grin approached him. Seeing the individual who had just caused him great embarrassment facing the old man and being put in his place brought a sense of joy to Zhang Ai. How did you know? Luo Song wore a perplexed expression. Could it be that you also cough? Of course not. Let us forget about that matter. Upon hearing Luo Song's inquiry, the previously amused Zhang Ai suddenly appeared flustered and swiftly changed the subject. Tell me, do you wish to know how the old man managed to deduce your affairs so accurately? If so, come drink with me. Do you understand? Luo Song inquired. Nonsense. Do you believe it? Zhang Ai displayed a hint of impatience. Then go. There is no reason to hesitate. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Song concluded that this fellow was no match for him anyway, so he might as well proceed. Precisely. Zhang Ai casually summoned 2 naval soldiers. My brother and I are off to indulge in some libations. You too, assist with navigating that vessel. Yes, sir. The naval soldiers replied. Come, Luo Song, follow me. Zhang Ai took Luo Song towards his cabin. Cheers, let us drink. The clinking of glasses resonated with a crisp sound. Luo Song gazed at the youthful figure before him, whose flushed face and persistent address of brother evoked a sense of helplessness within him. We had agreed to indulge in a drink, yet here we are, on the verge of conclusion before we even begin. Observing the barely touched glass of liquor in his companion's hand, Luo Song surmised that the quantity consumed was likely less than what had spilled during their toast. My dear brother, Luo Song remarked, how do you possess such remarkable strength? Among all, I have always envied those with such exceptional physical prowess as you. Fortunately, it seems you are not overwhelmingly robust. Luo Song gazed intently at Zhang Ai, feeling an inexplicable chill creeping through him, compelling him to distance himself from the man before him. After all, alcohol has a way of muddling one's senses. But let us set that aside for the moment and discuss the matter of the Major General. Oh, that old fellow. Let me tell you. While others may be oblivious to the intricacies of his character, I am the one most intimately acquainted with that cantankerous old man. Zhang Ai waved his hand dramatically, adopting an air of mystery. Bring the wine, and I shall regale you with the details. Bring the wine? You jest. I fear that if you take another sip, you may truly lose your faculties. Luo Song discreetly poured the contents of the Morning Love wine cup and filled it with pure water. With a slight wobble, Morning Love accepted the cup, spilling nearly half of its contents before bringing it to his lips and taking a hearty gulp. What a delightful sensation. Akin to floating on air. Morning Love, with a face full of bravado, slammed the cup down onto the table, appearing even more inebriated than before. Goodness gracious. How can one drink water with such fervor? Luo Song felt a surge of frustration. Luo Song, please, listen to me. Allow me to explain it to you in detail. I apologize for the trouble. A brief overview will suffice. Luo Song maintained a facade of calm, yet felt utterly played. Well then, I shall be succinct. Secretly, I will confide in only you. Zhang Ai, with a rosy blush, leaned closer to Luo Song, her gaze entranced, exuding an unusual allure. I draw near. I draw near. I draw near. Luo Song swiftly shook his head, dismissing the fleeting, flamboyant thoughts that had briefly crossed his mind, suddenly feeling a twinge of abnormality. He quickly raised a hand to block the approaching face of Zhang Ai, stating with a serious tone, there's no need to stand so close. We can converse normally here without anyone around. Oh, Zhang Ai responded, his expression dimming at Luo Song's rejection, losing the earlier enthusiasm as he retreated to his own seat. He coldly remarked, the old man can read minds, he told me this himself. With that, he fell silent, seated in his chair without uttering another word. Luo Song is at a loss for words. What can be said? It's simply a matter of keeping you at a distance? Must it lead to such animosity? How pragmatic of you, Blue Man. Yet, here comes the sound of gentle purring as Luo Song was about to continue speaking. A sudden sound of snoring emanated from across the table. The individual who had previously been lively, even attempting to act inappropriately towards him, was now sitting upright in their chair, eyes wide open, yet inexplicably asleep. Chapter 20. A conversation upon noticing that Zhang Ai had succumbed to slumber. Luo Song resolved to take his leave. Stealthily rising, he made his way to the doorway of the room. Luo Song. A loud exclamation suddenly erupted from behind him, causing him to startle in surprise. Luo Song turned around, his face filled with helplessness. I thought you were asleep, yet you still have so much to say, I remarked. I wish to grow stronger. Can you assist me? If you seek strength, come to me, he replied, with a playful tone. Luo Song, if I drink with you again, I shall be a dog. As Luo Song murmured to himself, he swung open the door with a resounding thud, slamming it shut behind him. This left only the solitary figure of Zhang Ai, continuing in his peculiar sleeping posture. Stepping out of the cabin, Luo Song began to meander aimlessly. In stark contrast to his humble Chihu, this naval warship was nothing short of opulent. Its colossal steel frame rendered it impervious to the fiercest tempests, and its intrinsic propulsion far surpassed the absurd pedal-driven contraption aboard the Chihu. By heaven, once I attain success, I shall construct a vessel infinitely more magnificent than this warship. Like a rustic bumpkin entering the city, Luo Song gazed enviously around the ship. He swallowed hard, catching the sound of conversation, instinctively moistening his lips. Isn't it splendid? Quite rare, isn't it? What a foolish question. If it weren't rare, would I be here? My heavens, it's the Vice Admiral. What brings you here? Just as he was about to express himself rather colorfully in front of the seemingly dubious Vice Admiral, Luo Song hastily adjusted his words. Vice Admiral Tang Keisai squinted and smiled, saying, I intended to discuss matters with you back at the base, but since we've encountered each other here, come along with me. We have much to converse about. Oh, all right. Realizing resistance was futile, Luo Song resignedly complied. Following Vice Admiral Tang Keisai, he entered a well-lit chamber. With a creak, the Vice Admiral closed the metal door and securely locked it from within. Luo Song was suddenly overwhelmed by an unsettling sensation. A familiar face, blooming like a chrysanthemum, appeared before him. Would you like to know how I uncovered your secret? Ah, it's merely the ability to read minds. I am already aware. Luo Song instinctively recoiled, speaking timidly. That rascal Zong AI must have told you. The moment I caught a whiff of alcohol on you, I knew he had led you to drink. That fellow has the drinking capacity of a mere insect, and he constantly pilfers my liquor, only to engage in antics that are both laughable and lamentable afterward. The general spoke with a smile, though his countenance bore no trace of reproach. Rather, there was a hint of indulgence. However, the general's tone shifted as he continued. He claims I possess the ability to read minds, a notion I imparted to him. Yet I did not reveal how I came to acquire such a skill. In truth, this ability can be cultivated through rigorous training. However, due to the high standards of aptitude required and the potential peril should it become widely known, I have kept it a closely guarded secret. Only when I encounter a true genius with a righteous heart do I consider sharing it. Are you implying, General, that because I am a prodigy of extraordinary talent, you wish to confide this secret in me and bestow upon me the monumental responsibility of saving the world? Luo Song curled his lip, sensing a strong whiff of pyramid scheme in the words of the general. Ah, this phrasing is quite intriguing. I shall adopt it next time, thought the general, his eyes brightening with realization. Luo Song felt an increasing sense of unreliability regarding the old man. In summary, he posed a straightforward question. Do you wish to know? The lieutenant general fixed his intense gaze upon Luo Song, eagerly anticipating his response. Yes. The answer was succinct and unequivocal. Despite the old man's incessant ramblings, Luo Song was fervently curious about how he had uncovered his secret. It would serve him well to be prepared should he encounter a similar individual in the future. Ah. Before I divulge that information, you must first agree to one condition. Upon hearing Luo Song's definitive reply, the lieutenant general's eyes sparkled with intrigue, rubbing his hands together, revealing a rather unsettling grin. Goodness, what could he be plotting? Luo Song was startled, taking a step back, one hand instinctively guarding his vital area, filled with immense regret. Had I known you were such a person, I would never have believed your deceitful words. Luo Song's heart was filled with immense sorrow and indignation, ever poised to fight to the death in defense of his honor. What on earth are you thinking, you rascal? The general's expression darkened. Ah, so that is not what you meant. Luo Song let out a sigh of relief. It was your lewd demeanor, old man, that led me to such misunderstandings. Luo Song quietly mused to himself, yet expressed outwardly, My esteemed general, what is your request? The general replied, My request is rather simple. I hope that whether you serve in the Navy or as a pirate, you can, whenever convenient, spend more time with and care for Zong AI. That fellow is, in truth, quite lonely. A pirate. Luo Song's breath caught in his throat. Could he have seen through me? You need not be so anxious. It is often said that pirates are wicked, yet not all in the Navy are virtuous either. The Rear Admiral waved his hand dismissively. In my lifetime, I have encountered a multitude of hearts within the Navy, many of which are steeped in darkness. I harbor no prejudice against pirates, on the contrary. I hold a certain admiration for those who seek adventure and freedom. Pausing for a moment, the Rear Admiral continued. You are unique. My intuition tells me that within you lies a formidable power, one that I struggle to perceive fully. I can only grasp superficial thoughts that offer little insight. One can only imagine that as you grow stronger, I may find it impossible to read your heart at all. Therefore, this should not trouble you. I believe that with such immense strength, your future achievements will transcend my wildest imaginings, even to the point of potentially overthrowing the world government. Yet, amidst this overwhelming power, I sense a kindness within you that is rare among most. Your ferocity is reserved for your foes. You possess a moral compass, making you a dependable individual. Thus, whether you choose the path of the Navy or that of a pirate, it matters little to this old man. I am more than willing to assist you to the best of my ability. Now, having said all this, Will you consent to fulfill this old man's request? By the end, the rear admiral's gaze had transformed into one of earnest supplication. Do you truly place your trust in me? Luo Song hesitated and inquired. What I believe in is not you, but my intuition. The Major General articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. Very well, since you possess such confidence, I shall acquiesce. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Song spoke. If what you say is true, this request is not unreasonable. Well, since you have agreed, I can now share my secret with you. The general's expression brightened with joy, as if fearing Luo Song might reconsider. He hastily added, in truth, my ability to read minds stems from my innate prowess in observation hockey. As long as you consistently strive for self-improvement, there will come a day when you can achieve similar abilities. The general chuckled mischievously. Luo Song, are you trying to deceive me? Could you please share something substantial? Is that all? Luo Song inquired. That's it? The general replied, then I shall take my leave. Oh, very well. No need to see me off. The general, resembling a cunning old fox who has successfully pilfered a chicken, smiled until his eyes nearly vanished. He sensed that although Luo Song exhibited some dissatisfaction, he was, in truth, acquiescing to the demands he had set forth. The ability to read minds is indeed exhilarating. Teetering on the edge of peril, I relish this sensation. By the way, I have a question. As he reached the door, Luo Song asked, what is the relationship between you and that fellow Zhang AI? You seem quite familiar with one another. Ah, he is merely a promising junior whom I hold in high regard. I wish to lend him a hand, the general responded, now seated, gazing upward as he spoke languidly. Off you go, off you go. I am weary. It was evident that he had no intention of continuing the conversation. Luo Song had no choice but to leave the room with the vice admiral. What he was unaware of was that, after his departure, the room resonated with the gentle sighs of the vice admiral. Burying love, burying love, burying what I cherish, writer, will your frozen heart finally begin to thaw? To perceive the intricacies of the human heart is indeed a torment for us, two ordinary souls devoid of ambition. Chapter 21. Journey to the naval headquarters. After a round of conversation, Luo Song felt a sense of ease towards the vice admiral, who bore an uncanny resemblance to an old schemer. The ship swiftly arrived at the G5 branch of the Navy in the New World, where Luo Song and young Edward made their abode. Luo Song, I hope I didn't utter anything inappropriate after I got drunk that day, Xuan Ai said. Her expression tinged with embarrassment, clearly aware of her behavior while intoxicated. But if that's the case, why do you still indulge in drinking? Luo Song found himself puzzled, unable to comprehend the thoughts of this individual. Nevertheless, he recalled, you mentioned wanting my assistance and becoming stronger. What is the meaning behind that? Luo Song inquired with curiosity. Ah, so it turns out I had already mentioned it that day. Zhang AI paused briefly. In fact, it was during our encounter that I discerned your wealth of combat experience and wished to learn from you, he replied, albeit with a somewhat strained smile. So that's how it is. Very well, no problem, Luo Song responded, understanding that he was merely seeking a sparring partner. After all, having acquiesced to the demands of that cantankerous old man, it was only fitting to partake in such endeavors. Thus, in the ensuing days, Luo Song trained alongside little Edward and Zhang AI. One evening, as the training neared its conclusion, Zhang AI spoke to Luo Song with a complex expression. The headquarters has approved your enlistment in the Navy. The old man requests your presence. Oh, I see. Very well. I shall go at once. Luo Song casually remarked in the office of the Vice Admiral of the Navy G5 branch. Luo Song, the headquarters has already granted approval for your enlistment in the Navy. Tomorrow, I shall escort you to the Red Earth continent, where someone will be awaiting your arrival. The Vice Admiral said with a smile. Thank you. Old chap Luo Song chuckled and said, you rascal, when you seek my assistance, you refer to me as General, but now that the matter is settled, you call me old man. The general feigned an expression of indignation. Yet his authoritative faade lasted only a few moments before he burst into hearty laughter once more. Nevertheless, I find your shameless demeanor quite endearing. Luo Song wore a speechless expression, realizing that this old man was rather mischievous, frequently teasing him. What about your brother? Do you not intend to have him join the Navy as well? The admiral wore a wicked grin, feigning ignorance. Luo Song replied with a hint of irritation, haha, all right. Everything has been arranged for you. Both of you are of impeccable character, and they have consented to allow you to take your brother over there. But what does that entail? Luo Song inquired anxiously, are you two truly devoid of any giant lineage? I have always been curious. Your physical prowess is extraordinarily remarkable. Get lost, how could that be? The words of the old man Tang Kasi sent a shiver down Luo Song's spine. One can only imagine the terrifying prospect of a giant and an ordinary human producing offspring. How dreadful. Haha, I'm just teasing you. Pack your belongings. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow. It will take us 2.5 days to reach the Red Earth continent. Well then, I shall take my leave. Luosong let out a sigh of relief, feeling that prolonged interaction with that cantankerous old man might lead to a state of nervous exhaustion. Early the next morning, Luosong boarded the warship, cradling Little C and Little Edward in his arms. Luosong, I will definitely come to find you. Zhang Ai waved goodbye to Luosong from the shore. It seems that this fellow is particularly enthusiastic towards you, Little Edward mumbled from the side. He had never been very fond of Zhang Ai, always finding him rather peculiar. Really? I think it's quite normal, Luosong replied. I have observed his usual indifference towards other naval officers. Perhaps he perceives them as lacking in strength. After all, they have often brought you snacks. One ought not to speak ill of them. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoxi? Luosong incessantly teased Xiaoxi, who joyfully captured his fingers in playful delight. Before long, the warship set sail. However, as soon as it departed, the previously exuberant Zhang Ai's expression shifted dramatically, noticing the furtive glances and whispers of the naval soldiers around him. Zhang Ai furrowed his brow, his gaze darkening. Humph. Casting a cold glance at them, he haughtily departed from the scene. A barely audible remark floated through the air. How utterly unsightly. Although traveling on the warship lacked the comfort of his own vessel, it was undoubtedly more manageable than having two novice sailors navigate the waters. Well, the so-called novice sailors essentially meant that Luosong was the novice, while Xiao Edward barely qualified as a sailor, after spending 2.5 days aboard the warship. Aside from occasionally sneaking off to the cantankerous old Tang Kasi for a drink, engaging in playful wrestling with Xiao Edward, and allowing Xiaoxi to roam freely around the ship, those fulfilling days passed swiftly. Little rascal, we've arrived. Get out here at once. Tang Kasi barked, forcefully kicking open the door to Luosong and Xiao Edward's cabin. Upon entering, his expression darkened further. There stood Luosong and Xiao Edward, each holding a treasured bottle of fine wine and juice, animatedly gesturing while reciting odd phrases about two little bees buzzing amidst a flowering grove. Luosong, this must be my last bottle of wine. What am I to drink on the way back? Vice Admiral Tang Kasi gritted his teeth in frustration. Hick. I was merely bored. Seeing how stingy you are, can't you just buy more later? Rozan let out a satisfied belch and chuckled. All right, enough chit-chat. Hurry up and get lost, old man. Tangsky glared at Rozan, stroking his beard. Well then, we shall take our leave. Don't miss me too much, old man. Nonsense. I wouldn't miss you. I'm utterly fed up with you. After gathering their belongings, Rozan and young Edward each hefted a large bundle and carried a hefty sword as they disembarked from the ship. Little C, behaving dutifully, did not trouble Rozan and Edward, nimbly leading the way. Major General on the move. A lieutenant at the forefront saluted Tangsky. The Major General nodded, gesturing towards Rozan. This individual is the talent specially permitted by our headquarters to join the Navy, and beside him is his brother. Your mission is to escort them to Marlin Vanto. Yes, Major General. Tangsky instructed Rozan. Upon arrival at headquarters, my junior will be there to receive you. Just follow his lead. Pray tell, Major General. What is the name of your junior? What distinguishing traits does he possess? Cannot say. Tangsky shook his finger, wearing a mysterious expression. If I told you, it would lose its thrill. With that, he winked at Rozan. Luosong, what a bloody irritation. You old codger are at it again. Chapter 22, Conflict for Reasons Unknown. The naval soldiers dispatched to assist Luosong and his companion exhibited a notably indifferent demeanor, remaining uncharacteristically silent throughout their journey. Luosong and Little Edward reveled in their leisure. One playfully teased Little C, while the other occasionally cast envious glances at the affectionate interactions between Luosong and Little C, often lost in reverie. Having traversed the Red Earth continent, the group boarded a small military vessel. Before long, a colossal fortress of war loomed before them. The fortress was situated on a petite island, surrounded by an array of warships of various sizes, encircling the striking central edifice. Four towering naval sentry posts flanked the area, each proudly displaying the flags of the Seagull. Wow, this place looks quite formidable. Even Little Edward, who typically held little interest in the Navy, couldn't help but exclaim in awe at the sight of the heavy artillery and the countless massive warships surrounding the fortress. This was the formidable marine headquarters of Marineford, the strongest force in the first half of the Grand Line. Luosong's voice was deep as he spoke. Indeed, it is quite formidable. Alas, what is the matter? Young Edward appeared utterly perplexed. It is nothing. You will understand in due time. Young Edward nodded in a manner that suggested a vague comprehension. How absurd. Do you truly believe yourselves to be of any significance? How dare you audaciously critique our Navy headquarters? Although Luo Song's voice was rather low, it was still heard by a nearby naval soldier. The lieutenant who had initially led the effort to assist Luo Song spoke with indignation. He, along with the other naval personnel, held a low opinion of Luo Song and his companion, perceiving them merely as unsophisticated bumpkins hailing from some obscure locale. It is important to note that he, Kirk, was a distinguished lieutenant from the naval headquarters, a significant figure in other branches. Yet he was commanded to attend to two obscure individuals. What an absurdity! Were it not for the orders of that volatile admiral, he would have never taken on such a menial task. Let anyone else come forth if they wished. Now, having heard these two bumpkins speak ill of the Navy, his disdain for them only intensified. Indeed, two ignorant fools, what could they possibly understand? Their pretense of knowledge was nothing short of ridiculous, with their superior already having spoken. Several loyal subordinates of the lieutenants could no longer contain themselves. Cutting remarks frequently reached the ears of Luo Song and young Edward. Even the two neutral naval soldiers nearby displayed expressions of discomfort. Luo Song and young Edward were filled with fury, with sparks of indignation blazing in their eyes. Dehua, do not be hasty. Luo Song, seemingly unperturbed, chuckled lightly. After all, they were in someone else's territory and should at least show a modicum of respect. If you're frightened, just admit it. No need to concoct excuses. Lieutenant Kirk, as if hearing a delightful jest, erupted into hearty laughter. The other subordinates mirrored his amusement. However, before Luo Song could finish his words to Edward, he continued, thus, even if we must take action, we must ensure we are justified. When the time comes, simply follow my lead. With that, Luo Song cast a sly grin at the group of mocking sailors. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Qinglong knife slipped from his grasp, skimming perilously close to the merrily laughing Kirk. The massive 4-meter blade, weighing several hundred pounds, narrowly grazed Kirk's side before landing with a thunderous thud on the deck of the warship. What are you doing? Kirk exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, glaring furiously at Luo Song. My apologies, my hand slipped. Ro Song innocently spread his hands, yet his smile radiated an unmistakable joy. I see you are doing this on purpose, Kirk exclaimed loudly. Young Edward's eyes lit up at the sight, and he similarly targeted a jovial naval soldier from earlier, exerting a slight force. Oh dear, it's so heavy, my hand has been scraped. As anticipated, Edward's naginata veered off course. Ah, you scoundrel! A shriek drew everyone's attention. The unfortunate victim, whom Edward had focused on, clutched his bleeding arm, jumping in pain. Now, do you still dare to claim it was a mere slip of the hand? Kirk's expression darkened ominously, his voice laced with menace. But I truly did just slip. Edward, unperturbed by his blunder, maintained a cherubic visage atop his robust frame, innocently responding. What exactly do you intend to do? Lieutenant Kirk unsheathed his sword, his gaze filled with lethal intent. The remaining naval soldiers aligned with him also drew their blades. The atmosphere suddenly charged with tension. Two neutral naval soldiers wisely retreated to the side, yielding the stage to Ro Song and his companions. At this moment, Luo Song and young Edward also retrieved their weapons. Luo Song smiled. What do I wish to do? I yearn to extend my right hand, clench it into a fist, and then raise my middle finger. You come here. This is utterly intolerable. Kirk let out a furious roar. You can go to hell. And then he charged forward. Ro Song did not immediately retaliate. Instead, he cried out loudly, help. The unscrupulous Navy intends to slay newly enlisted sailors. I am so frightened. The naval headquarters is utterly terrifying. His voice resonated with fear interlaced with a tinge of panic, and his tone was laced with sorrowful disappointment. You, be quiet. Kirk roared in fury, raising his blade to strike fiercely at Ro Song. The matter was settled. He was ready to engage. Rawson cast a cunning smile at young Edward. Excellent. At last, the moment to take action had arrived, and young Edward felt a surge of excitement. Fear not, insignificant ones. Luo Song laughed maniacally. A few minutes later, amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, several naval soldiers and Lieutenant Kirk lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. TCH, merely a fade of strength, utterly lacking in endurance. Rakong pursed his lips and spoke with an air of boredom, expressing his disappointment at the dismal performance of the previously arrogant naval soldiers, who proved to be utterly ineffectual. Suddenly, unbeknownst to him, Xiaoxi had climbed onto Rokong's shoulder and nodded earnestly in agreement. Indeed, it hardly qualifies as a warm-up, remarked Edward, stretching his limbs with a look of disillusionment. As Rockong and Edward voiced their disdain, the defeated naval soldiers, having endured a thorough beating, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and indignation. By the way, Rockong, I have a question, Edward, ever the curious soul, inquired without hesitation. Go ahead. Rockong replied. Since we end up thrashing them anyway, what was the point of all those prior actions? Is there any significance to it? Luo Song pondered for a moment. Allowing them to act first would grant us the moral high ground. After all, we would all be colleagues in the future. Even if they chose to punish us, we would not suffer unduly. As for the significance of it all, my happiness counts for something, I suppose. Perhaps that is all there is to it. I am not entirely certain. Young Edward, Chapter 23, Naval Headquarters, just you wait. Once I summon my men to deal with you. Do you dare to be so brazen in the Naval Headquarters? Have you grown weary of life? Kirk exclaimed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Though Luo Song's actions were relatively measured, he was hardly a paragon of virtue, and while their injuries would not be severe, they needed to be sufficiently painful. Humph. You initiated this. You cannot place the blame on us. Young Edward rolled his eyes. Kirk was momentarily speechless, realizing he had no leg to stand on. Do you have any witnesses? One of Kirk's lackeys suddenly interjected. Kirk's eyes lit up. Yes. Do you have any evidence? This is our territory, and we decide how things transpire here. Wait, it can be like that? Young Edward was somewhat taken aback, casting a glance towards the two naval soldiers watching the spectacle. From their awkward expressions, young Edward understood the situation. So that was it. With a sudden realization, Luo Song exclaimed with excitement, ultimately, we are mere outsiders. No one is willing to risk offending their colleagues to testify for us. Little Edward responded with a sardonic expression. Then why are you so pleased? Luo Song laughed awkwardly. No matter how much we argue, it is futile. Like mud staining one's trousers, explanations cannot clarify the situation. Instead, let us deliver another beating. At least that would be satisfying. Ah, there is wisdom in your words. Little Edward, no stranger to conflict himself, eagerly cracked his knuckles at the suggestion. The two of them cast their predatory gazes upon Lieutenant Kirk and his companions. The two Navy sailors observing from the sidelines exchanged glances of reluctance. Moss. Shall we not intervene? One of the slightly taller sailors murmured to his companion. Intervene for whom? To join that insufferable Kirk in receiving a thrashing? While he may be the one getting beaten, I believe he deserves it for his condescending attitude towards us. True enough. Let us merely watch. The other sailor reassured. Fear not, he is not our direct superior. It does not concern us. With that, the two sailors observed Kirk's group with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Meanwhile, Kirk was in a state of panic, confronted by the devilish grins of Luo Song and Little Edward. Do they not feel fear? How can they be so audacious? This is utterly. Help. Murder. Kirk screamed in terror. Ha ha ha. You little brats, taste my righteous iron fist. Luo Song revealed his stark white teeth and grinned maliciously. A little over 10 minutes later, he and Edward exercised a modicum of restraint, delivering a rather swift and decisive blow. You two demons, damned souls. I shall report you to the enforcement department at headquarters. Lieutenant Kirk of the Navy, who had been lively not half an hour ago, now lay on the ground, devoid of hope. Tears of humiliation and regret streamed from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, Lieutenant Kirk lacked even the strength to cry out in pain, while several of his companions had been thoroughly rendered unconscious. I believe someone is seeking our enforcement department. Suddenly, a somewhat unfamiliar male voice echoed. Turning towards the sound, it became evident that a warship had inexplicably docked at the shore. A tall man with hair resembling a jagged mountain approached Luo Song and his companions, remarking, and with a sly wink directed at Luo Song. Upon being startled, Luo Song suddenly recalled something. Could it be that this is the person the old man mentioned would come to retrieve me? Who are you? Lord Kong, Kirk exclaimed, struggling to rise. His swollen eyes barely open, filled with astonishment. Crawling towards Kong, his face streaked with tears and mucus, Kirk implored, Lord Kong, you must intercede on our behalf. These two individuals have gone too far. We brought them to our headquarters with good intentions, yet they have turned against us. Look at my subordinates. They have been rendered unconscious. As he spoke, Kirk's expression shifted to one of malice, and he venomously declared, I suspect they are spies for the pirates, infiltrating our naval headquarters with some nefarious intent. Lo Song exclaimed, how could you be so oblivious? However, my intention is merely to pass the time in the Navy and, incidentally, to clandestinely navigate to the first half of the Grand Line, hardly a nefarious aim. Nearby, Kong, who had been listening with great interest to Lieutenant Kirk's lamentations, suddenly darkened at the latter's unfounded accusation that Lo and I were pirate spies. With a frigid tone, Kong retorted, "Are you making decisions on my behalf?" Calm. I merely sensed. Kirk hastily attempted to justify himself, clearly feeling the discontent emanating from the Navy's rising star. "I do not care what you feel. I only care about my own perceptions." Kong's expression grew ominous. "Do you realize that from the moment you entered the port of Marineford, I have been observing you? I witnessed the entirety of your conflict. Whether you chose to complain or were subjected to violence, I regarded it as trivial. Yet, what incensed me was your audacity to malign a promising naval talent, highly recommended by the esteemed Vice Admiral, labeling him a spy. I believe it is you who embodies the true spy. Is this behavior a manifestation of your discontent towards the Vice Admiral, the Navy, or perhaps a contempt for me?" Steelbone Kong? His voice was icy, laced with indignation. He could tolerate minor disputes within the Navy, as long as they did not escalate excessively. Such matters were merely familial squabbles. However, he could not fathom that someone would stoop so low as to falsely accuse a colleague out of momentary anger. This was utterly reprehensible. "Lord Kong," Kirk stammered, realizing he often engaged in bewildering antics but had never committed a grievous error. Little did he know that today's folly would invoke the ire of the Navy's future luminary. It was over. Kirk's heart sank into despair. "I see your life has been excessively comfortable. Beginning tomorrow, you shall be demoted to a private, tasked solely with cleaning duties. I will report this incident to the higher-ups." Kong declared coldly. "Please, Lord Kong, I beg you, do not." Kirk implored. "Only when you demonstrate genuine remorse will we revisit this matter," Kong replied icily. He then turned to Lo and me, offering a gentle smile. "Come, I have kept you waiting for quite some time." "Oh." Luo Song arrived, feeling somewhat anxious. As the situation reached a temporary resolution, Xiaoxi climbed once again onto Luo Song's shoulder. Luo Song and little Edward found themselves led by Kong, uncertain of their destination. After a considerable interval, Kong finally composed himself and, with an apologetic smile towards Luo Song, remarked, "I apologize for the inconvenience. I hope I haven't caused you any embarrassment." "Not at all," came the response. Luo Song quickly waved his hand, stating, "Indeed, we have not suffered any losses." Little Edward chimed in truth. Many ordinary individuals join the Navy merely to secure their daily bread. They possess no particular beliefs and simply follow orders from their superiors. Consequently, over time, it is inevitable that some roughnecks blend into their ranks. Kong gradually elucidated. Chapter 24, Naval Academy. However, for a mere lieutenant, his demeanor seems rather audacious, does it not? Luo Song, perplexed, inquired, "Could it be that they are envious of my striking appearance?" "Indeed, this seems quite plausible. Upon reflection, this matter is indeed connected to the esteemed general." "What? Is it related to the venerable general?" Luo Song nearly uttered the term old man. "However, there is no cause for concern. I often refer to him as such myself. It appears you share a commendable rapport with the Vice Admiral. So let us all adopt this appellation." Kong smiled faintly. "You may be unaware of the exceptional treatment you are receiving. Each year, the Navy conducts extensive recruitment drives across the globe, and the most distinguished candidates are sent to the Naval Academy for further training. Yet, at this moment, recruitment has already concluded, and you are fortunate enough to benefit from the Vice Admiral's strong recommendation, accompanied personally, and even greeted by a designated escort. To those with discernment, it is evident that your prospects are boundless. To those lacking such insight, envy and resentment are likely to ensue. Thus, it seems that fellow ought to belong to the latter category." Rosen nodded, indicating his understanding. "Indeed, were it not for the esteemed general's request to fetch you, I would never have encountered such a foolish naval officer. He is akin to a villain from a tale." Kong shook his head with a smile. "By the way, I have yet to learn your name. I am Rosen, and this is my brother, Edward Newgate." Rosen pointed to himself, then to little Edward, and finally lifted the small creature, C, who was resting on his shoulder. Shaking C's two front paws, he exclaimed, "This is our family. C, isn't he adorable?" C responded with a joyful howl. This little fellow resembled a lion with a human face and feathers. It wasn't until now that Kong truly noticed C. I had only glimpsed such a charming young lion once in naval records. Kong extended his finger, intending to tease C, but the little creature disdainfully avoided him. "Ha ha." Rosen chuckled. "This little one is quite shy. Apart from me, he doesn't warm up to anyone else, though he is somewhat familiar with Edward." Kong remained unperturbed. His interest peaked as he observed C closely. "I'm Colonel Steelbone Kong from the Navy headquarters. You may simply call me Kong. I was brought along by the old man." "Oh, so you were the renowned Kong, Steelbone Kong." Luo Song suddenly exclaimed, "So you do know me?" Kong appeared somewhat astonished. Given the old man's notoriously unpleasant temperament, he likely would not divulge who was coming to fetch you. Haha, I too heard about it on the way. Luo Song adeptly concealed his embarrassment, pondering to himself the reason why that old curmudgeon had refrained from revealing the identity of the person sent to fetch him. The shock was indeed quite significant. With a hollow laugh, he said, "All right, I suppose we have acquainted ourselves sufficiently. Follow me, and I shall lead you to your accommodations." Luo Song and Edward followed Kong, traversing numerous locations along the way. Kong explained, although Marlin Vondo is not large, it encompasses everything one could possibly need: a residential area for families, a commercial district, and even schools. In essence, it is akin to a miniature city. Upon arrival, he gestured towards a luxurious villa and cheerfully remarked, "This will be your residence from now on." "Is this the treatment afforded to the Navy?" Edward exclaimed in astonishment. "Wow." Little C gasped, her eyes widening in exaggerated surprise. "Kong, what is this?" Luo Song felt that such treatment was rather unusual. "This is the old man's home. No one resides here, yet he has asked me to bring you to stay." Kong smiled faintly and remarked, "So that's how it is. The old man is surprisingly dependable." Luo Song remarked, "Haha, that old man is indeed rather unreliable. To be precise, he is quite dreadful." Kong, hearing this, chuckled in response. After organizing his belongings, Kong bid farewell. "I would have loved to show you around properly, but I have many matters to attend to in little time. Perhaps another opportunity will arise, or you may explore on your own. For now, take a good rest, and tomorrow I shall escort you, Luo Song, to the Naval Academy." "It's all right. I'm not a child anymore." Luo Song expressed his gratitude, saying, "All right. If you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to reach out to me. There is a telephone bug in the room, and I have already left you the number." With that, Kong exited the villa to attend to his own matters. "Wow, Luo Song, this place is so luxurious." Little Edward exclaimed joyfully, frolicking in the grand hall. "Roar, roar." Little C gleefully climbed onto the sofa, bouncing and playing with immense delight. Ro Song was not particularly surprised, for he had encountered numerous opulent structures in his past life. After indulging in a refreshing bath, he prepared a sumptuous dinner using the ingredients from the villa's refrigerator. It must be said that Kong was indeed meticulous, having provided an ample supply of provisions. Ultimately, after days of relentless travel, Ro Song and young Edward succumbed to slumber on the villa's plush bed, drifting into a peaceful sleep without a word. The following day, at the break of dawn, "Ro Song, I am here to escort you to the Naval Academy," announced Kong, who appeared at the villa's entrance with 2 sets of naval cadet uniforms in hand. Luo Song opened the door. It was empty. Had they arrived so early? Luo Song greeted warmly. "Allow me to take you to the Naval Academy. Behold, this uniform has been prepared for you, tailored to the measurements provided by the old man." Ro Song accepted the uniform. "Why are there 2 sets?" Edward, being home alone, might find it somewhat dull. "So I applied for an auditor's qualification at the school on his behalf, allowing him to have some fun there." Kong remarked with a faint smile. "Edward, would you like to join me for a visit?" "I think I'll pass. Perhaps another day," young Edward replied, still somewhat disinterested in the Navy. "Then you'll have to cook for yourself." "All right." Just then, Xiaoxi playfully climbed onto Rozong's shoulder, rubbing her small face against his. "Oh, you little rascal." "Let me change my clothes first," Rozong said. "I'll leave this uniform here. Whenever Edward feels like going, he can simply do so," Kong added, remaining calm and unperturbed. After donning the Navy cadet uniform, Kong took Rozong to the naval dining hall for breakfast. "You can come here to eat. Generally, the food is free," Kong explained. After their meal, Kong led Rozong to a vast building. In the square, a large group of cadets in similar Navy uniforms were lined up for training. "Follow me," Kong instructed, bringing Rozong to a stern-looking naval instructor. "Colonel Dick, this is a talented individual specially recommended by Admiral Bowalk. His name is Rozong," Kong saluted. "Very well." Colonel Dick returned the salute. "Rozong, focus on your training here. I shall take my leave now." With that, Kong departed from the Naval Academy. After Kong left, Colonel Dick began to scrutinize Rozong from head to toe, his fierce countenance exuding an intimidating presence. Luo Song stood resolutely, unafraid, gazing down at the colonel. "Very well." A cruel smile crept upon the colonel's lips. "You appear to be quite the tough nut. I hope you can provide me with some amusement." Chapter 25. The devilish instructor is not a devil. As a diminutive naval soldier, your impact in numerous grand battles is far from decisive. Therefore, to preserve your strength, I urge you to possess sufficient speed to flee when your capabilities fall short, enabling you to navigate various perilous situations. Within the Naval Academy's training grounds, Luo Song had already formed ranks as Colonel Dick addressed the troops. You are fortunate to encounter me. This will greatly enhance your chances of survival in future skirmishes. Yet, this is also your greatest misfortune, for I shall become a nightmare that haunts you for life. The menacing Colonel Dick smirked wickedly. All personnel, heed my commands. Circle the headquarters of Marin Van Du at full speed until exhaustion. Those who falter shall endure double training sessions. I intend to thoroughly assess your capabilities. Upon the colonel's command, amidst the silence of his trainees, he smiled with satisfaction. Form ranks. Begin running. With this directive, a cohort of naval recruits commenced their training under the colonel's guidance. Although Marin Van Du is relatively modest in size compared to other islands, it remains substantial for a group of naval novices. Thanks to the commendable quality of this batch of recruits, no one lagged behind after a full-speed lap. However, fatigue began to set in, and heavy breaths filled the air. Are you contemplating surrender? If so, then surrender. After all, doubling your training is hardly the worst outcome. It may even serve you well. The colonel's sinister voice echoed, like a demon whispering in their ears. Several soldiers, initially on the brink of giving up, were jolted into action, redoubling their efforts. Yet, Luo Song remained calm and unhurried, maintaining a steady pace at the rear of the formation. You seem rather unconvinced? The colonel approached Luo Song, his voice icy as he inquired. Luo Song remained indifferent, truly lacking any enthusiasm. Running, a test of endurance, held no interest for someone like him, who had mastered his inner strength. To speak candidly, from the moment Luo began his journey, he had yet to encounter a man with greater stamina than himself. I once heard the esteemed General Baozi mention you, proclaiming your formidable prowess and urging me to extend you special hospitality. How typical of that old codger to insert himself everywhere. Luo Song was taken aback. Colonel Dick, pleased with Luo Song's reaction, continued, I am aware that you are no ordinary individual. How about a match between us? Colonel Dick raised an eyebrow. What shall be the stakes? Luo Song has developed an interest. The one who loses will treat to a meal at the food street of our department for half a month. Luo Song, may I bring family members? How many? And, well, in addition to this little one. Luo Song cast a glance at the small figure perched on his shoulder. 10 days it is, then. A deal. With that, Luo Song's spirit soared, and he surged ahead in a sprint. Ah, the vigor of youth, Colonel Dick chuckled softly. It seems you have yet to face sufficient challenges. Allow me to enhance your experiences. With that, he leisurely increased his pace to pursue Luo Song. Before long, he caught up to him. Colonel Dick, with a tone of earnestness, advised, young man, this approach is unsustainable. You must learn to conserve your energy. Cast a silent glance at him, pondering the excessive theatrics of the individual. Ignoring him, he accelerated, swiftly leaving a multitude of trainees behind. The colonel shook his head, directing his gaze toward the remaining trainees, and with a scoff remarked, not even one of you is as capable as a newcomer. This batch is the most inept I have ever had the misfortune to instruct. Subsequently, amidst the disdainful looks of the trainees, he strode away. As the trainees began to believe that the instructor had distanced himself, a voice echoed from afar. 10 laps. Today's objective, before we conclude, anyone who has not completed their laps shall face double the training tomorrow. Should I discover any instances of falsified reports, you will be expelled from the academy. His seemingly casual statement sent ripples of distress through the ranks of naval trainees. In the chaos of their lamentations, Colonel Dick felt a surge of delight as he commenced running with full vigor. The competition had commenced. After one lap, maintained his speed, while Colonel Dick appeared steady. However, upon completing 3 laps, had already outpaced him by a full lap. The colonel was taken aback. As passed by him, he kindly offered a word of advice. You. The voice of Luo Song floated gently through the air. Instructor, you seem to be struggling, don't you? Xiaoxi chimed in with an enthusiastic growl. Colonel Dick's expression darkened, and he fell silent, resolutely continuing his run. Yet, he still could not match Luo Song's pace. A sense of foreboding crept into the colonel's mind. After 5 laps, the colonel felt a slight fatigue, while Luo Song remained unfazed. By the 7th lap, he remarked, Instructor, you don't seem to have much endurance. Xiaoxi echoed with a growl, nodding in agreement. The colonel responded with a muted acknowledgement. Upon reaching the 10th lap, he inquired, Instructor, what do you think I should eat later? Xiaoxi, seemingly unfazed, drifted into a slumber. The colonel's face flushed with embarrassment. Finally, after 15 laps, the trainees gradually completed their tasks and began to observe the competition between the two. Luo Song, With an air of nonchalance, suggested, "Instructor, shall we call it a day here?" Colonel Dick, gritting his teeth in resolve, retorted, "Absolutely not. We shall continue until we can run no more." Luo Song sighed, "Well, I might as well endure some losses." 20 laps. The colonel began to question his existence. 27. The colonel expressed his reluctance to speak. 33 laps. Huffing and puffing. Colonel Dick's complexion was dark, his bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the composed Luo Song, who merely appeared slightly flushed and breathless as he approached. "Instructor, with such a grim expression, is something wrong with your kidneys? You should see a doctor soon," Luo Song teased, amidst the admiring yet fearful gazes of the other cadets. The colonel was rendered speechless by anger. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. "Tell me, were you sent here by that old man specifically to torment me?" The expression on the colonel's face was complex, a blend of nostalgia, fury, resentment, and astonishment. Such a medley of emotions revealed the depth of his experiences and the pain of his memories. Struggling to stand, the colonel approached Luo Song step by step, the atmosphere heavy with tension. I must say, regarding the recent competition, his serious visage twisted slightly, his voice grave and somewhat strained, betraying his agitation. "Oh no. The devilish instructor is angry. That kid is doomed. How terrifying." The onlooking cadets trembled in fear, acutely aware of the terror that the devilish instructor could instill. "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to play dirty?" Lo Song inquired nervously. "Can this old fellow not afford it? This month is not feasible." Colonel Dick replied, his eyes aflame. "Next month, when the salary is dispersed, I shall treat you." With that, Colonel Dick finally exhaled in relief. Turning to the cowering cadet beside him, and decisively declared, "Dismissed." Having spoken, he limped away towards his office. "Luo Song, I almost thought you were infuriated out of embarrassment. However, it seems that this fellow shares a profound bond with the old man." Rozon rubbed his chin, arriving at a conclusion. Chapter 26. The Colonel is a tough man. Upon returning home for dinner, Rozon was greeted by young Edward's inquisitive inquiry. "How was school, Rozon? Was the instructor very strict?" Luo Song spoke without a moment's hesitation. "The seniors at school are all exceptionally talented, and their eloquence captivates me." Little Edward interjected, urging him to speak earnestly. "Ahem, to be honest, I haven't paid much attention. Aside from the instructor, everyone else seems to function merely as tools." "And what about the instructor?" "Well, how should I put it? Although he appears to be a stern and formidable drill sergeant, I can't shake the feeling that he possesses a certain endearing clumsiness, exuding a delightful contrast that makes him utterly charming. What is even more amusing is that he seems to have endured quite a torment from the old man in the past, leaving him with significant psychological scars. He even believed that I was specifically sent by the old man to subject him to further torment." The expression on his face at that moment was priceless, resembling an overturned palette of paint. As Luo Song reminisced about the comical expression of that devilish instructor, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, reminiscent of a pig's squeal. "Oink oink." Little C rolled on the table, joyfully joining in. "Is it really that amusing?" young Edward inquired, his curiosity piqued. At the same time, in the office of Admiral Malin Vander, a respectful K handed over a file. "Admiral, here are the details on the individual recommended by the rather volatile Rear Admiral." "Oh. Let me see," the Admiral remarked with interest, opening the folder marked with Luo Song's name. "This troublesome old fellow has done anything commendable in quite some time. Hailing from the New World, Sphinx, such a remote place indeed. Selling traffickers to traffickers, what a peculiar mindset. No wonder that old man has taken a liking to him." After perusing the file, the Admiral set it aside and smiled at K. "There's no need for formality. You will eventually find yourself in this chair. What are your thoughts on this Luo Song fellow?" "None in particular," K replied. "After all, he was recommended by that esteemed individual, so he must not be a bad person. I feel quite reassured, since you also emerged from old Tonka's tutelage. It's only natural to think so. How has he performed since arriving at Malin Vander? He gives me the impression of being somewhat cunning, much like the old man, with considerable physical prowess. Even the cadets at the Naval Academy couldn't push him to his limits. As for his character, he seems rather amiable," K reflected. "Very well. Then, since he has passed old Tonka's scrutiny, there is little cause for concern. We can focus on nurturing his potential. This Luo Song appears to be a promising individual with a strong sense of justice," the Admiral concluded. That evening, Colonel Dick limped through his front door. The sound of the door opening echoed through the house. "Dick, you're back." A melodious female voice chimed from the kitchen as a red-haired woman emerged. Upon seeing the pitiful state of Colonel Dick, the woman frowned. "What happened to you?" Don't tell me you've trained your students to the point of injuring yourself. Witnessing the impending fury of his beloved wife, Dick was overwhelmed with a wave of sorrow. A mixture of grievance, regret, and fear of that unscrupulous old man surged within him. Ah, he cried out, bursting into tears. My dear wife, my life is so miserable. He clung to his wife's legs, sobbing uncontrollably. That old man wouldn't he spare me. Today he even sent a little monster to torment me. I'm so wretched, my love. The burdens that crush a person are never solely the last straw. For Colonel Dick, the grievances that brought him to tears extended far beyond Luo Song's antics. A flood of pent-up frustration surged forth, leading the man known as the devilish instructor to break down in such a manner. Calm down, Dick. You're a man. You mustn't he cry, his wife gently chided. But, Dick sniffled, that old man has gone too far. Wah. Seeing her husband in such a state. Dora felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. All right. When I see him next, I shall teach that old rascal a lesson. And Dick, have you ever considered why he targets you so? It's simply because you've taken away his most precious daughter. You should be a bit pleased. Yes. That old man's jealousy is the reason for his behavior towards me. I shall make him envious. Dick stopped weeping and turned to his enchanting wife. Dora, you are truly the best to me. Of course, I am your wife, Dora softly consoled him. I want to make that old man envious, Dora. How about tonight? Dick's face flushed with embarrassment. All right, whatever you desire, Dora replied, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. You are quite shameless. I suspect you are doing this on purpose. Dick chuckled mischievously. By the way, there is something else. What is it? Dora asked, her mood brightening. Well, I made a bet with the new cadet, Dick said cautiously. What was the wager? What were the stakes? Dora inquired with a smile. The loser has to treat the other to meals at the food street for 10 days. I lost, he admitted, steeling himself for her reaction. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned tense. And the room fell silent. Dick cautiously opened his eyes to find his wife staring at him with a look of fierce determination. Though her gaze was captivating, it was also intimidating. My dear wife, let me explain. Dick, you've been rather presumptuous lately. Dinner can be skipped tonight. For the rest of this month and next, you shall sleep on the sofa. Do you understand? Understood, Colonel Dick replied meekly. All grievances, thoughts of that old man, and Luo Song were cast aside in that moment. To him, his wife was the only thing that mattered. My dear, about the money. I can give it to you, but it must be deducted from your allowance. No objections, all right? You are too kind, my wife. Long live my wife. Dick shivered as he expressed his sincerity to his increasingly irate spouse. That is more like it. Fine, since your attitude is acceptable, you may have dinner. Your wisdom is unmatched, my dear. In the former villa of that old man, Luo Song wondered aloud, do you think that foolish instructor will go back on his word? I doubt it. He seems like a man of principle, came the reply. Perhaps so, Luo Song mused. Chapter 27. My instructor has special intentions towards me the following morning. Luo Song arrived early at the training grounds with the ever-adoring little C. Although the current physical training lacked any technical finesse and failed to pique his interest, the thought of witnessing that comical instructor's plight filled him with anticipation. What new antics might the instructor have in store today? What should I wager this time dinner? Or perhaps something more audacious, like calling him daddy? Luo Song stood to the side of the queue, a flicker of excitement and a hint of anticipation stirring within him. Following his astonishing performance the previous day, the other trainees harbored a modicum of resentment towards him. It was a sentiment of jealousy. A question of why someone so exceptional could emerge from a group of otherwise ordinary individuals. However, Luo Song remained unperturbed. He sensed that his time here would not be prolonged. The opinions of these individuals mattered little to him. They were merely tools in a larger scheme, not nearly worthy of his concern compared to the endearing instructor. With years of experience behind him, Luo Song understood the importance of establishing a persona. Only by doing so could one successfully captivate the attention of others and ultimately evolve into the most striking presence in the room. He admired how the instructor managed this. Although he might not possess great strength, nor could he rival Luo Song in beauty, and despite possibly being rather mediocre, the instructor's unique and charmingly foolish demeanor had undeniably captivated Luo Song. He had successfully earned a place in Luo Song's esteem. Thus, Luo Song deemed him a commendable supporting character. Just as Luo Song was lost in his musings, a commanding voice jolted him back to reality. Attention everyone, line up. Commence frog jumps, 5,000 meters warm-up. Luo Song regained his senses, only to discover that the instructor had approached the crowd at an unknown moment. At his command, the trainees began to line up and commence their training. This is madness. The terrifying volume of training that the devilish instructor deemed merely a warm-up is truly astounding. As expected of a devilish instructor, he is utterly merciless. "Mother, I long to return home." The sound of complaints from the trainees was incessant, clearly indicating that this warm-up was indeed a bit excessive for them. Luo Song remained non-committal, for he was unperturbed. However, it was indeed time to address that rather Na'vi instructor. Continuing in this manner was simply too much of a hindrance. He had come to acquire skills, and physical training held little value for him. Without boasting or denigrating, his physique was quite robust. He would welcome any challenge to prove it. Lost in thought, Luo Song suddenly sensed a searing gaze fixated upon him. Following his instinct, he turned to find the instructor frowning, staring at him with a profoundly melancholic expression. Upon realizing he had been noticed, the instructor swiftly averted his gaze and feigned interest in others, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Luo Song couldn't help but shiver. He suddenly felt compelled to inquire about the marital status of the instructor. After all, what if he harbored some ulterior motive towards me? Soon, the warm-up concluded. Except for Luo Song, everyone else was panting heavily from exhaustion. As you have witnessed from yesterday's training, this cohort truly ranks as the least competent I have ever taught. Among so many, there is only one capable individual, and he is merely a transfer student. Colonel Dick stated coldly. "What are you here for? To merely eat your fill?" Luo Song stepped forward. Luo Song felt a shiver run down his spine, uncertain of what scheme this instructor was concocting. "From today onward, you shall no longer train. Instead, you are responsible for supervising the training of others." With that proclamation, Luo Song swiftly became the target of disdain among all the trainees, a thorn in their sides. They glared at him with malice. Their fear of the instructor stemmed from the fact that Colonel Dick was a high-ranking officer at the Navy headquarters, wielding considerable power and employing ruthless tactics. Yet, Luo Song was merely one of them, a trainee of no greater significance. Merely possessing a bit more talent, what was there to fear? Observing the trainee's reactions, Colonel Dick nodded in satisfaction, his inner resentment somewhat alleviated. He continued, "If anyone fails to meet the training objectives, Luo Song, you shall administer the punishment. Should your measures prove insufficient, I shall punish you instead. Do you understand?" Luo Song, "Oh, what does this mean? Are you intent on severing all ties with me? Although I am indifferent, your actions seem a tad excessive." Luo Song, "This is the trust bestowed upon you by the organization. I hope you will not evade this responsibility." Colonel Dick patted Luo Song on the shoulder, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, grinning maliciously. "Behold, the fabled devilish smile has appeared. That arrogant lad is bound to face misfortune. Why do I feel such delight? Ha ha ha, serves him right." Luo Song found himself at a loss for words, sensing that the earnest instructor merely hoped he would not shirk his responsibilities. Yet, if he were to indeed evade them, the instructor's reaction might be unpredictable. A promise is a promise. "Instructor," he began, "today I am prepared to impart some combat techniques and knowledge regarding the mastery of armament hockey." Luo Song stepped forward. As anticipated, the earnest instructor completely disregarded Luo Song's remarks and commenced with the lesson of the day, absorbed in his own agenda. Luo Song stepped out of the line silently and approached the instructor. "You are all elite individuals selected from the Navy across the globe. Therefore, before we commence our training, I wish to witness your true capabilities. Form pairs and engage in successive duels. Luo Song, you and I shall demonstrate for everyone." Luo Song, "What nonsense are you spouting? There is nothing to demonstrate in such matters. It seems you are merely seeking an opportunity to retaliate against me." Luo, "A true man must not falter. To grow strong, one must first learn to endure hardship." Colonel Dick raised a thumb, flashing a grin that revealed a dazzling set of white teeth. The shift in atmosphere was rather abrupt. "Luo Song, how brazen of you. Why not just admit that you wish to strike me? You petty man, I shall inevitably seek my revenge. Luo Song is prepared and ready. Come, let me first test your resilience. Stand still and do not move," Colonel Dick exclaimed with enthusiasm. With a swift motion, Luo Song scoffed, questioning the instructor's intelligence for expecting anyone to remain still and await punishment. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his face flushed with determination, eager to engage in a fierce physical contest with the Na'vi instructor. Today, it would either be Luo Song defeating the instructor or the instructor being overwhelmed by Luo Song. With fervent encouragement, the sounds of fists and palms colliding, accompanied by the thuds of bodies clashing, resonated throughout the training ground, drawing the attention of other trainees. Several instructors observed in astonishment, taken aback by the emergence of such an extraordinary student capable of matching the likes of Dick. Yet, it was unfortunate. "Armament hockey," Colonel Dick bellowed. instantly transforming into a formidable figure of black iron. The crowd gasped in shock. Chapter 28, Luo Song's armament hockey. It was no surprise he was a colonel from the naval headquarters. After several exchanges, Luo Song silently acknowledged Colonel Dick's formidable prowess. The dull ache coursing through his body served as a reminder that this seemingly simple instructor was far more complex than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, such a battle was indeed exhilarating. Excellent. The corners of Luo Song's mouth curled into a battle-hungry smile. I shall give it my all. Opposite him stood Colonel Dick, who outwardly appeared to maintain a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, inwardly, he was in utter disarray. It was only after clashing with Luo Song that he realized the gravity of his predicament. Good heavens! What manner of monstrous being is this? Such overwhelming strength. Why did I ever invite this calamity upon myself? The crowd of onlookers grew larger, each casting their gaze upon Colonel Dick with an expectant belief in his victory. However, Dick's sensations were dominated by pain and an overwhelming force. This is it. Am I truly to suffer humiliation before such a multitude as a distinguished drill instructor? Panic gripped Dick, especially as he beheld Luo Song's increasingly exhilarated and deranged expression. Must I resort to that? Conflicted, Dick finally resolved. Dignity must prevail. Armament hockey. With a low roar, the colonel's entire being was enveloped in an ironclad aura of armament hockey. A surge of potent energy coursed through him, and he bellowed with maniacal glee, "Let us battle." The other instructors and trainees, witnessing this, were rendered speechless by astonishment. Moments later, a timid trainee ventured to inquire of his instructor, "Sir, wasn't it said that armament hockey is exceedingly difficult to master? Could it be that Colonel Dick is, in fact, a hidden powerhouse of our Navy Academy?" "Powerhouse, indeed," replied his instructor, gazing at Dick with envy as he elaborated. "Armament hockey, much like observation hockey, can be cultivated through rigorous training. When wielded, it significantly enhances both the user's defensive and offensive capabilities. Most critically, it serves as the most effective means for those without devil fruit abilities to contend against those who possess them. Thus, it embodies a formidable strength that every Navy personnel longs to master." "But what of Colonel Dick?" the trainee inquired, puzzled. "Hasn't he already proven his might?" "No. Dick is an exception," the instructor shook his head. "Individuals exhibit varying degrees of mastery over armament hockey. The intensity and coverage can seldom be balanced simultaneously. Yet, Colonel Dick has found a way, albeit at a certain cost, to elevate both aspects to a commendable level." "How impressive!" the trainees gasped. "What is that cost?" a female student curiously asked. "I cannot say," the instructor replied, filled with admiration. "That remains a secret. All I know is that each time he employs armament hockey, the battle invariably concludes within 3 minutes. Astounding. While the trainees and instructors engaged in animated discussion, the clash between Colonel Dick and Luo Song intensified on the battlefield. It was evident that the colonel had gained the upper hand. "Haha, concede defeat. Boy, without armament hockey, you stand no chance against me," Colonel Dick proclaimed triumphantly. Each strike aimed at Luo Song growing in ferocity, as if he were intent on avenging every slight he had previously endured. The expression on Luo Song's face was grave, his exposed skin gleaming with a hue reminiscent of gold and iron, clearly a testament to the mastery of his rigorous training. Alas, even this enhancement merely rendered him more resilient, as he found himself utterly defenseless against Colonel Dick's ever-increasing onslaught. Was it the color of his armor? Luo Song lowered his eyes gently and spoke softly. "The so-called armament hockey in the world of One Piece is, in fact, a capability attained through the development of one's body to a certain extent. With Luo Song's mastery of martial arts, he had long since been able to achieve this. So, what else is lacking?" Luo Song's consciousness was entirely immersed within his own body, harnessing an extraordinary control over his physical form. He sensed the changes in Dick's body with each collision. His skin appeared thus, his fascia was like this, and his muscles, along with the flow of blood, were in this state. Unbeknownst to him, patches of black skin, enveloped in a layer of armed color, began to emerge on Luo Song's surface. They appeared, then vanished, only to re-emerge again. The frequency of this phenomenon increased, as did its duration. What on earth is happening with this young man? A series of transformations occurred within Luo Song, which Colonel Dick keenly observed and felt. For reasons unknown, he occasionally experienced an inexplicable resistance when striking Luo Song, as if his punches were ineffective. Conversely, there were moments when Luo Song's blows, despite Dick's full armament, inflicted genuine pain. This left Dick utterly perplexed, until he finally noticed the fleeting appearance of the armament hockey on Luo Song's face and fists. "What? Armament hockey. How could this be possible? In Dick's astonished gaze, he witnessed the armament hockey on Luo Song evolve from initial instability to a progressively steadier form, ultimately enveloping him entirely, transforming into a remarkable shade of azure gold. Luo Song, initially at a disadvantage, gradually seized the upper hand. Cold sweat trickled down Dick's forehead. Could it be? Is a reversal imminent? At last. When the armament hockey on Luo Song solidified into the azure gold hue, he trembled with exhilaration, lifting his head with a radiant expression. My armament hockey is formidable. It has manifested. Don't. Colonel Dick's exclamation was abruptly silenced by an unrelenting barrage of strikes from Luo Song. Take that for bullying me, for your revenge. Heart of the black tiger. The monkey steals the peach. The mouse steals the cheese. Tornado wrecks the parking lot. The crow flies the plane. The relentless stream of taunts accompanied each powerful strike. Luo Song. No, when I say it's a big move, it truly is. Finally liberated. Luo Song reveled in a cathartic assault. Colonel Dick found himself utterly defenseless against this onslaught. What is happening? Was this not the same student who had posed questions at the outset? Previously, his instructor could respond, yet now he stood agape in astonishment. He is capable of mastering armament hockey in battle, and to such an extent that it envelopes his entire being. This student is terrifying. Is he yet another steel bone? The instructor murmured to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Across the scene, all naval instructors and students who comprehended the implications of this moment shared identical expressions of astonishment. At last, Dick, regaining his composure, felt a surge of urgency within. This is not good. Time is running short, and the battle must be concluded swiftly. Chapter 29, 2 hours of charging. 3 minutes of endurance seizing a moment of respite during their skirmish, Dick leaned in to speak quietly to Luo Song. Young man, I wish to discuss something with you. What do you wish to discuss? Luo Song's movements gradually slowed. Can you concede defeat and pretend that I have won? You may propose any terms you desire. The colonel's face bore an expression of entreaty. What is this? Weren't you eager to make things difficult for me just moments ago? Luo Song wore a bemused expression. The bumbling instructor had finally relented. I admit my faults, and I shall no longer impose difficulties upon you. Dick exclaimed eagerly. What other conditions do you have? Speak quickly. I am willing to comply. Agreeing to your terms is not entirely out of the question, Luo Song replied with a light chuckle, continuing, however. I believe your current training holds little significance for me. I require you to provide me with specialized instruction. I concur that such rudimentary training is ill-suited for you. You oddball, Dick thought to himself, yet hastily responded, No problem. I will accommodate your wishes. As long as it's within my capability. You are free to learn as you please. And also, what else is there? Please treat me to an additional 10 days of meals. Dick's movements suddenly froze, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Song did not pursue his advantage, but instead slowed his pace, keenly observing the reaction of the rather simple-minded instructor. The silence lingered for a brief moment before Dick, with great difficulty, finally spoke. I can agree to your request, but you must grant me a dignified conclusion. And it must be immediate, right now. By the end, Dick nearly spat the words through gritted teeth. No problem. As soon as the words left his lips, Song suddenly staggered backward, his aura of armed color flickering in and out before ultimately vanishing. With a dramatic gesture, he spat towards the heavens, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Colonel Dick. A look of embarrassment crossed Luo Song's face as he realized his blunder, relieved that only the two of them noticed. Instantly adopting a dramatically pained expression, he gasped, Instructor, you are truly formidable. Your aura has injured my insides. Oh, the agony. His exaggerated performance made Dick's face twitch in discomfort. Fortunately, the other onlookers had already retreated, fearing collateral damage. Otherwise, the humiliation of being seen in such a state would have been far more significant than a direct defeat. Maintaining a serious facade, Colonel Dick, having unconsciously released his hockey due to the allotted time, clasped his hands behind his back and declared, Since you have acknowledged the disparity between us, our contest concludes here. He then addressed the trainees under his charge. Considering the needs of our new classmates, I hereby announce the end of today's training. Dismissed. At the moment Colonel Dick pronounced the dismissal, the seemingly feeble Luo Song sprang to his feet, invigorated, and swiftly exited the Naval Academy. The previously hidden Xiao Si hurried to catch up with Luo Song, climbing up his thigh to perch on his shoulder. Before departing, Luo Song cast a glance at the bewildered instructor, as if to convey, that was quite dignified, wasn't it? I, Luo, have exhausted all my strength. The rest is for you to manage. Whether the instructor comprehended the meaning behind that look was of no concern to Luo Song. Even after Luo Song's figure vanished at the academy's gates, Colonel Dick remained momentarily stunned. Although this outcome was slightly better than his own defeat, it left him with an inexplicable sense of frustration. "Instructor, let Luo Song return alone. We wish to continue our training." A resolute voice suddenly rang out. One of Dick's naval trainees approached him, eyes gleaming with aspiration. Behind him stood a group of similarly eager trainees. "Yes, instructor, we want to become stronger. We also wish to master hockey." On the training grounds, clusters of students surrounded nearly every instructor, voicing similar sentiments. They were all profoundly moved by the earlier spectacle, as if a flame had been ignited within their hearts. "Very well, since you are so eager, let us proceed with the training," Colonel Dick replied, his face slightly pale. Though his dark complexion masked it well, it is essential to note that utilizing hockey is physically demanding, especially for Dick, whose remarkable ability to wield hockey stemmed from his unique techniques, resulting in a far greater energy expenditure than the average individual. Yet, confronted by the trainee's fervent desire to grow stronger, the spirit of the instructor within him was awakened, and he felt an overwhelming sense of devotion to his students. "Instructor, who among us will challenge you first?" inquired the trainee who had initially advocated for continued training. "What? Me?" Dick responded, bewildered. "Indeed. Everyone says that fighting you might help us learn hockey," came the enthusiastic reply. Yes, we want to give it a try." As Dick surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that trainees from other instructors were also displaying eager expressions, ready to engage him. It seemed that, were it not for their respective instructors holding them back, they would have rushed forward to spar with him just like the eager youngsters before him. His pent-up frustration found no outlet. "You have no idea what just transpired." Dick's heart felt heavy with despair. The instructor's spirit that had briefly been rekindled faded once more. How could they not understand that he was merely putting on a brave face, already on the brink of exhaustion? As he thought of Luo Song, who had long departed, Dick could only feel a sense of darkness and entrapment. "I suddenly recall that I have a task to complete. Today's training is concluded. Those who truly wish to train may remain," he announced, his expression darkening as he decisively chose to make his escape. Ignoring the hopeful gazes of the trainees, Dick followed in Luo Song's footsteps, resolutely opting to flee the scene. What a joke! Who will pity me? I can barely stand. Not long after Luo Song returned home, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air as the villa's grand door was forcefully flung open. Filled with excitement upon learning that Luo Song had mastered the advanced technique of armament hockey during battle, Kong rushed in eagerly. "Luo Song," he began, but was rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before him. The dining table was lavishly adorned with an abundance of colorful dishes, and there stood Luo Song, resembling a glutton, devouring the food voraciously. Beside him, little Edward was tirelessly replenishing the dishes. After a considerable time had passed, Luo Song finally ceased his feasting, and only then did he notice the astonished expression on Kong's face. "Kong, when did you arrive? Would you care to join me for a bite?" Kong, aware of the significant toll that armament hockey exacted, found it unprecedented to witness Luo Song in such a famished state. "I heard you awaken the armament hockey?" "Yes. It was rather simple." Kong responded. "Why does it feel like our conversation is unraveling into chaos?" "That's all right. Congratulations. Do you have any other questions? If not, I shall take my leave." Kong sensed that today was not opportune for dialogue and thought it best to depart sooner rather than later. Remaining there, he feared he might find himself at a loss for words. "Actually, there is one question. What is the matter with Colonel Dick? He seems rather unhinged. Typically, one's armament hockey cannot envelop the entire body, can it? And why was he so eager for me to concede?" Kong replied, "Today is not the day for such discussions. Who do you believe is more unhinged, you or him? He can only employ that one move. It lasts for about 3 minutes and leaves him incapacitated for a month afterward." With that understanding, Kong hastily took his leave, not wishing to linger in the bizarre atmosphere of their exchange any longer. "Oh, I see." Rosong finally comprehended the situation. Was this merely a replica of charging for 2 hours only to sustain for 3 minutes? How intriguing, indeed. Chapter 30. Inviting guests. The drums beat rapidly while the gongs were struck slowly, pausing to listen to the song. Various idle remarks accompanied the melody. "Allow me to sing my rendition of the 18." With each step, Colonel Dick cheerfully sang an obscure tune he had learned from Rosong. In the past month, having been thoroughly intimidated by the rascally children at the school, Dick had deliberately taken a month's leave, allowing a colleague to cover for him. This time was seized as an opportunity to rest and replenish the energy he had expended during his recent bout of using armament hockey. To his utter surprise, after a month of his wife's attentive care and an array of nourishing supplements, his armament hockey had undergone a remarkable breakthrough. If his sensations were accurate, he could now sustain his armament hockey for a full 10 seconds longer after activation. What a substantial improvement. 10 seconds at once and 2 to 3 times thereafter. At this rate, would he not soon be able to effortlessly defeat pirates, ascend to the rank of admiral, and embrace a glorious destiny? Colonel Dick's heart brimmed with joy, and he could not help but hum the newly acquired tune. According to Rosong, this was a song dedicated to praising women. Its uplifting content and catchy rhythm made it widely cherished and esteemed. How fitting this song was. Alas, that rascal Rosong stubbornly refused to divulge how the rest should be sung. If given the chance, he vowed to master it entirely and serenade his wife. With this thought, Colonel Dick continued to sing while swaying along the path to Rosong's abode. Not far from Colonel Dick, in the opposite direction toward the marshal's office, Kong suddenly heard an indescribably peculiar song. This melody, imbued with an inexplicable sentiment, left the usually serious Kong feeling quite out of sorts, almost compelled to lash out. As he approached the source of the song, he soon realized that it was none other than Colonel Dick. Due to Rosong's influence, Kong felt a tinge of guilt towards Dick, having heard that Rosong had brought him considerable trouble. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Kong greeted Dick. "Ah, Colonel Dick. You appear to be in good spirits. What brings you here?" "It's Colonel Kong. I'm off to invite Rosong for a meal," Dick replied confidently. His wife had provided him with ample funds for the occasion. A man, after all, feels emboldened when his wallet is full. I, Dick, am now flush with cash. There's no fear in treating others. Kong suddenly recalled a terrifying scene from his previous visit to Rosong. However, Rosong had consumed that much due to a significant expenditure of energy. With Rosong's appetite, one could only hope that Colonel Dick's wallet could withstand the strain. "Good luck to you," Kong said softly. What did you say, Colonel Kong?" Dick queried. "Oh, nothing," Kong replied, shaking his head. After Dick had walked away, Kong pondered to himself. The recent atmosphere within the Navy headquarters seemed rather concerning. He ought to bring it up with the Marshal. Colonel Dick strode confidently to Rosong's door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed. Creak. The door opened, revealing little Edward peering out. "Who is it?" "It's Dick. I've come to fulfill my wager," Colonel Dick said with a confident smile, expecting a wave of adoring gazes. To his surprise, Rosong exclaimed, "The foolish instructor you mentioned has arrived." Dick's face instantly darkened. Like a whirlwind, Rosong appeared at the door, flashing a brilliant smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth, while his stomach rumbled with hunger. "What are we waiting for?" "I happen to be starving." Dick suddenly felt an ominous premonition. At the Mariford Gourmet Street, at the Tough Guy barbecue shop, large chunks of various meats were sizzling in the grill until they turned golden and crisp, slathered with an array of seasonings, and generously sprinkled with cumin. Sizzle! The rich aroma wafted through the air instantly. This was the most renowned charcoal barbecue in Navy headquarters, famous for its diverse selections and fresh meat. In a corner of the barbecue shop, the enticing calls echoed, "Delicious! Let's eat! Enjoy the feast!" Luo Song voraciously tore into the roasted meat, occasionally washing it down with generous gulps of wine to alleviate the richness. So delectable, how could Henin not savor it? Roar, roar, howl. Little Edward and Little C were utterly engrossed, delighting in a veritable ocean of culinary pleasure from the sumptuous barbecue. Only Colonel Dick appeared pale, his complexion slightly wan. As he clutched his wallet, which suddenly seemed far less substantial than before, utterly devoid of any appetite for indulgence. This was already the third grand table of barbecue that Luo Song and his companions had consumed. Initially, Dick had believed that even if Luo Song and his companion had hearty appetites, they could not possibly be this insatiable. Yet, once they began to feast, it felt endless. The thought of this meal being just one of many, with 2 more to come, and having dined for a day with 19 days still ahead, plunged Dick into a sense of bleakness. Even the barbecue that once tantalized him now seemed to lose its allure. "Waiter," with a wave of his hand, a radiant and cheerful waiter approached with enthusiasm. "Please bring me another half a table of roasted meat." Luo Song cast a glance at Colonel Dick's tearful expression and ultimately could not bring himself to turn him away. "Sir, are you certain that half a table will suffice?" the waiter inquired politely. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt a searing gaze fixed upon his back. A fleeting glance revealed a menacing man staring at him with a countenance filled with resentment. The waiter instantly felt a surge of anxiety. "Very well, let us proceed. A moderate meal will suffice." Luo Song had not intended for Colonel Dick to experience such a significant loss. But the unfortunate timing of the instructor's arrival, just as he had completed his training and was ravenously hungry, was rather unfortunate. Thus, one cannot entirely blame Luo Song for the excessive consumption. Very well, please hold on for a moment. The waiter hastily departed from the scene. Colonel Dick finally exhaled in relief, sensing that the world around him had not entirely succumbed to darkness. Instructor, having dined sufficiently, should we now discuss the matters at hand between us? As Luo Song picked at his teeth, he inquired, "What do you mean?" Dick appeared utterly perplexed. "Wasn't it agreed upon that you would provide me with special guidance? Yet, over the past month, aside from initially informing me that the observation hockey requires personal awakening and diligent practice to grow stronger, all you've done is teach me a single technique for shaving. Are you not deceiving me?" Luo Song expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "I initially believed you to be truly formidable. Little did I know you were merely a fool. But I genuinely possess only this one technique." Dick, feeling equally aggrieved, recalled that he had once aspired to master all 6 techniques. However, that detestable old man had only imparted to him the art of shaving. Moreover, the old man had deliberately threatened others, forbidding them from teaching Dick the remaining 6 techniques until he had perfected his skill in shaving. Chapter 31. Early Graduation. Luo Song. "So, you truly are a worthless scoundrel." Little Edward and Little C simultaneously lifted their heads, casting a disdainful glance at Dick. "What do you mean by that?" Colonel Dick's face flushed crimson. "Is there a problem? If I can't even defeat you, and am utterly inept, then what else could I possibly be but a waste?" Luo Song cast a sidelong glance at Dick. "Dare you to challenge me to another match?" Colonel Dick abruptly rose, slamming his hand upon the table with a resounding thud that instantly captured the attention of everyone in the barbecue restaurant. Luo Song is utterly unperturbed. Come what may. Who fears whom? How shall we compete? Speak your mind. Dick, do you dare without the use of hockey? Luo Song cast a wary glance at Dick, whose thick eyebrows and large eyes bore an expression of solemnity. Sensing that something was amiss, Luo Song tentatively inquired, "What about you? Do you use it?" Dick's expression fell, and he muttered softly, realizing he had been discovered. "Of course, I must use it. Otherwise, how could I possibly compete with someone as peculiar as you?" Little Edward, Little C. Meow. "Oh? Luo Song, why are you so arrogant? Is it wrong for me to feel inflated with confidence? I initially intended to deceive you, but I never anticipated being discovered." Dick's voice grew progressively softer, his confidence waning. "After all, who could blame you for possessing such formidable abilities while choosing to mingle with a bunch of youngsters at the Naval Academy? Otherwise, why would I target you or wager against you only to lose?" "Yes, that's precisely it." As he spoke, Dick began to convince himself of this excuse. "Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? You suspect that I am merely a pawn sent by that old curmudgeon Tang Casey to torment you, which is why you deliberately set your sights on me. So, is it true?" Dick abruptly lifted his head. "To be honest, I don't really know." "Dick, that old man is quite cunning. Even if he intended it, I am oblivious. In any case, this matter has nothing to do with me. So do not slander the innocent." "Dick, I cannot speak for others, but you certainly might not be a good person. Enough of these troubling discussions." Dick shook his head, weary of pondering such distressing matters. "I think, if it comes to that, I can directly apply for your graduation. After all, you are well acquainted with Kong. And considering your rising prominence among the Naval High Command after mastering hockey, it would be far better to arrange for you a position as a vice admiral or to follow a general for further training than to remain here with me." Luo Song stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That does seem somewhat reasonable." "Then you should go ahead and apply," he replied. "All right, I was waiting for you to say that." Dick responded eagerly. With this idea in mind, he could hardly sit still, itching to return and write the application report at once. The sooner he could send this bothersome Luo Song away, the better. "Wait, don't rush off. What's the matter? We need to settle the bill first," Dick exclaimed. "Who said I was leaving? There's still half a table of grilled meat yet to be served. I haven't had my fill." Before long, a burly waiter arrived with the dishes. As he departed, he cast a wary glance at Colonel Dick, which darkened Dick's expression. "What's with that look? Why does he seem to regard me as some sort of weirdo?" Dick thought, feeling increasingly unfortunate since his encounter with Luo Song. He bit down hard on the grilled meat in frustration. After finishing their meal, Colonel Dick settled the bill, and the trio, along with their beast, bid farewell at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. Despite the considerable expense, Dick's spirits remained high. The thought of never having to see the bothersome Luo Song at school again filled him with a sense of rejuvenation, making his steps noticeably lighter. Clumsy instructor. Today's meal was delightful. Remember to keep it up tomorrow. Little Edward cheerfully waved goodbye to Dick. Meanwhile, Little C bounced on Luo Song's shoulder. Dick stumbled slightly, and his previously buoyant demeanor turned heavy. Glancing at his seemingly insufficient wallet, the initial joy of the day had dissipated. Observing Colonel Dick's retreating figure, Little Edward felt puzzled. Luo Song, what's wrong with the clumsy instructor? Is he unhappy? It's nothing. He might just be suddenly overwhelmed by reality, Luo Song replied. Luo Song gently wiped the glistening face of Xiao Si, smiling as he spoke. What is reality? Perhaps it is poverty. But why? You are already a colonel. And the Navy's compensation should be quite decent, shouldn't it? Ah, you will understand once you grow up and start a family. Oh. Little Edward nodded, somewhat comprehending. The silhouettes of the two gradually faded into the distance. The following day, within Luo Song's home, Kong and Luo Song deliberated over his request for early graduation. I have no particular thoughts on it. In any case, under Colonel Dick's lackluster supervision, I cannot learn much. It would be far more exhilarating to engage in practical experience sooner. Luo Song expressed his indifference. Upon hearing Luo Song refer to Colonel Dick as a chicken, Kong Xian was momentarily taken aback, but then took a moment to ponder the meaning of the term before breaking into an understanding smile. This fellow Dick possesses considerable strength. Yet he has been led astray by a certain unscrupulous elder, causing him to become somewhat askew. However, it would be an exaggeration to say he is entirely off-kilter. When he activates his armed color, he remains quite formidable. Luo Song felt a tinge of curiosity. Indeed, the strength is formidable. Yet it can only be sustained for a mere 3 minutes. Once that time elapses, will one not be rendered utterly defenseless in a real confrontation? Kong smiled and elucidated. Thus, the primary purpose of his 3-minute burst of armed color is to facilitate a swift escape during combat, ensuring he does not meet an untimely demise in a single blow. Hence, he relies solely on a single technique, the shave, precisely to expedite his retreat. Although Colonel Dick is both impoverished and unattractive, he does not strike me as the type of person who is cowardly or fearful of death. Luo Song inquired. He was unafraid of death, yet he could not withstand the thought of someone wishing for his daughter to remain a widow. Kong Xing, with a hint of malicious glee, chuckled. Luo Song suddenly understood and began to laugh with a similar sense of schadenfreude. However, as he laughed, he was struck by a sense of familiarity regarding Colonel Dick's predicament. Ah, that's right, Luo Song. Upon hearing of your early graduation, the Marshal had initially intended to assign a general to accompany you. Returning to the main topic, after the laughter subsided, Kong began to discuss serious matters again. And what happened next? Luo Song found himself somewhat bewildered. Subsequently, a figure of considerable importance, one whom even the Marshal approached with utmost caution, issued an order for him to ensure that he was retained for the esteemed individual. A flicker of malevolence briefly crossed his hollow gaze. Yet he maintained an expression of grave seriousness as he remarked, even the Marshal must tread carefully, and he insists on keeping me for himself? Luo Song was suddenly enveloped by an eerie sensation. Chapter 32. I wish to be your brother, yet you aspire to be my father. Goodness! You, my friend, are destined for greatness, exclaimed Colonel Dick upon hearing Luo Song's account within the confines of his home. I initially thought it would suffice to have a major general accompany you. I never anticipated such an elevated treatment would be bestowed upon you. Indeed, given your extraordinary talent, those major generals and generals must have been aware of you long ago. It would be quite astonishing if they did not attempt to claim you for their own. Dick said, his envy palpable. If only I had possessed such talent in my earlier days. Oh, what folly! No matter how formidable one's abilities, under the shadow of that old man, one cannot tread the path of direct confrontation. That wretched old schemer, Tang Kasi, always deemed me, Colonel Dick, as a mere brute, insisting that I fully develop my escape skills before allowing me to tread upon the battlefield. Dick muttered with a sense of resentment. The illustrious devil instructor, Colonel Dick, could never embody such a character. I merely possess a profound appreciation for the valor of direct combat. Yet, I must confess, it sent a chill down my spine. When even a marshal must approach with caution, and he specifically instructs me to await him. Does that not strike you as rather abnormal? Luo Song casually accepted the tea handed to him by Dick's wife, sweetly expressing his gratitude with a cheerful thank you, sister. You are quite the charmer, little brother, far superior to that oaf Dick. Dora, with her vibrant red hair and dressed in loungewear, chuckled, her mouth covered in a playful manner. Yet, the expression on her face belied any semblance of shyness. She was clearly delighted. Dick's face darkened as he realized his wife had just referred to him as an oaf in front of a guest, particularly one as formidable as his rival, Luo Song. This was a severe affront to his dignity as the head of the household. Such a matter could not be overlooked and required familial discipline. Ouch, that hurts, dear wife. Please be gentle. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Dick's ear as Dora, hands on her hips, tugged at it with evident annoyance. I can see from your expression that you are quite displeased, aren't you? Dora was well aware of her husband's character. Merely observing his expression was enough for her to discern his thoughts. No, dear wife, I was just momentarily distracted. I harbor no dissatisfaction whatsoever, Dick fervently protested, his instinct for self-preservation kicking in. I doubt you would dare, she retorted. By the way, my father will be returning soon, and he will be staying with us. Rather than press the issue further, Dora delivered news that struck Dick like a bolt from the blue. What? How could that be? Isn't the old man? Dick cast a glance at Luo Song, who appeared to be thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, and fell silent. He understood that the old coot, Tang Kasi, was coming to stay with him, undoubtedly at the behest of the very individual before him. Ever since he had crossed paths with Luo Song, fortune had eluded him. It was as if they were fated adversaries. Well then, I shan't interrupt you any longer. I'm off to play with Xiaoxi. Come here. Xiaoxi, sister has some delicious cake for you. After relaying her intentions, Dora turned her attention to Xiaoxi, inviting him to join her in play. With a playful roar, Xiaoxi expressed his interest in Dora's invitation, looking towards Luo Song. Go ahead and play. I'll call for you shortly. Luo Song smiled gently, while Xiaoxi let out a soft growl, gracefully leaping down from the chair and approaching Dora. Upon witnessing this, Dora beamed with joy, her eyes curving into crescent moons. As she embraced Xiaoxi, leading them both to the kitchen to indulge in cake, Rosong gently sipped his tea and continued, I have come to inquire. Since you are the son-in-law of that old fellow Tang Kasi, you must be acquainted with many prominent figures. Do you happen to know who that significant individual might be? Well, Dick replied with a serious demeanor, the Navy is, after all, a formidable organization backed by the world government, with a rich history, so it is not unusual to encounter several ancient beings, such as the Five Elders and the like. He then elaborated, despite my connections thanks to that old chap, I truly cannot identify anyone who would warrant the Marshal's utmost caution. After all, I am merely a humble colonel. I see. Luo Song felt a twinge of headache. That fellow Kong undoubtedly knew the identity of the so-called influential figure. Yet he stubbornly refused to divulge any information. It was perplexing how such an ostensibly honest individual had become so cunning. In truth, there was no need for concern. You are currently a favored naval seed under the scrutiny of the upper echelons. The marshals would never wish you harm. Perhaps, once that esteemed individual arrives, you will swiftly receive the utmost training and ascend the ranks, reaping wealth and success. At this juncture, Dick suddenly conceived a notion, his eyes glinting as he cast an enigmatic smile towards Luo Song. Rozon gazed warily at Dick, who had suddenly transformed. What do you intend to do? Dick approached Rozon and took a seat beside him, saying, Now that you have graduated from school, we are colleagues. How should we address each other from now on? What do you mean? Luo Song found himself utterly perplexed. You see, there is a certain affinity between us, is there not? Indeed, there exists a connection, albeit one of a twisted nature. Luo Song nodded. Upon witnessing his agreement, Dick became even more exhilarated. Since you share the same sentiment, let us henceforth address each other as brothers. Luo Song, the most terrifying moment is when the air suddenly falls silent. Luo Song found himself somewhat taken aback. What does this mean? My dear brother, were you not the one who previously regarded me with disdain? Have you perhaps undergone a transformation? Awakening to the true identity of my fortune as the child of destiny? Are you referring to those bonds that do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month and the same year, but rather to depart this world in unison, sharing in glory and wealth? Indeed, such a description fits perfectly. What do you think, dear brother? Dick was scheming cleverly in his mind. If he were to invest in Luo Song now and forge a brotherly bond with him, given Luo Song's extraordinary talent and the support of influential figures, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the future. With Luo Song as his backing, he would have the confidence to challenge the old man. Even if that were not feasible, he could learn the other 6 styles from Luo Song, who would certainly not fear the old man's threats as others do, thus fulfilling his dream of becoming a man skilled in close combat. Oh, how astute I, Dick, am. Hey, wake up. What are you pondering? Luo Song shook Dick, who wore a foolish grin, with a touch of exasperation. He realized that regardless of what this old chap was contemplating, it certainly wasn't anything favorable. My apologies. I lost my train of thought. Have you agreed, Luo Song? Dick inquired warmly. I must decline, Luo Song replied. I knew you would refuse, little brother. Dick exclaimed in disbelief. Why? Because personally, I find it difficult to accept such a fraternal bond. However, there is another kind of relationship that I would be more than willing to entertain. What is it? Hope flickered in Dick's eyes once more. You may call me father. Given our unique connection, I would take special care of you, unlike other ungrateful sons who only seek to benefit without taking responsibility. How does that sound? I believe I am being quite generous. Generous, my foot. I just want to be your brother, yet you wish to be my father. Farewell. No, never again. Chapter 33. The Great Figure's Armed Hockey. A low exclamation escaped Luo Song's lips as he was enveloped in a unique azure golden aura. Stretching his limbs, he felt an extraordinary sensation, as though he were clad in a suit of armor, yet he could distinctly sense that this armor was intertwined with his very being. Each movement exhibited a potency far surpassing his typical state, akin to an enhancement of 10 to his attacking power. It was simply marvelous. Luo Song gasped in astonishment. Allow me to give it a try, he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than a cloud of dust erupted, revealing a pit in the ground where he had stood moments before. In an instant, Luo Song's figure vanished from that spot, reappearing a short distance ahead. Ugh. He had swallowed a mouthful of dirt. Luo Song has relinquished his use of armament hockey. Indeed, his imposing physique proves to be quite unwieldy. Before utilizing the shave technique, one must first carve out a substantial pit, which speaks volumes of my idleness. The commotion generated is rather excessive, is it not? I remain perplexed as to how those naval officers have mastered such a technique. Luo Song grumbled, while young Edward responded with a smile. Perhaps it is due to their lithe physique, or their astonishing speed that even the swirling dust cannot keep pace. Howl. Xiaoxi tilted her head, expressing her agreement with young Edward's assertion. Luo Song was left speechless. Was this not excessively unfriendly? Did it imply that I should lose weight? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Ha, little Edward, stifling his laughter, remarked. Luo Song, you are so formidable that it hardly matters whether you employ this tactic, regardless. In a critical moment, you would still be able to unleash it, albeit with a bit more commotion. Upon uttering these words, a vivid image spontaneously emerged in little Edward's mind. Luo Song, amidst a fierce standoff with an adversary, suddenly executed a swift maneuver, raising a cloud of dust that blinded his opponent, leading him to a swift and effortless victory. Unable to contain himself any longer, little Edward burst into laughter. Luo Song. No more laughter, no more laughter. Speaking of which, Luo Song, your hockey appears to be quite distinct from others, exuding an extraordinary aura. At the mention of hockey, little Edward's spirits diminished, but I still haven't mastered hockey, Luo Song. Am I really that foolish? What nonsense are you contemplating? How old are you? Look at my age. You are still in the phase of growth. When you have matured sufficiently, it will not be too late for you to feel anxious. Luo Song consoled. All right. Little Edward still felt a tinge of disappointment. Practice slowly, there's no need to rush. You are only 8 years old after all. I shall take a shower first. After training for half a day, he was covered in mud, and it would be quite troublesome not to cleanse himself. As he soaked in the oversized bathtub, a peculiar thought suddenly struck Luo Song. Oh, why hasn't the deadlock system provided me with a self-purification feature akin to that found in cultivation novels? Truly disappointing. Ah, the deadlock system. Luo Song suddenly recalled the recently resurrected malfunctioning system. Once again, he engaged in his customary friendly greetings. Oh, dear system, are you there? Your father has come to bring you warmth. Are you still unresponsive? With a sense of bewilderment, Luo Song opened the system panel. Titan Development System Current Task. Dominate the seas Phase 1. The host is required to traverse the vast ocean and enhance their influence as much as possible. Task rewards. Depending on the progress, the bloodline concentration can be elevated to varying degrees, with a maximum increase up to 10. Current increase, 0. 10, as a mere novice. You seem to possess an inexplicable confidence, however. The reality is that your impact on the ocean remains exceedingly minimal. Current personal attributes, name, Edward Luo Song race, presumably human strength. You have taken significant steps towards an inhuman realm. Titan bloodline concentration, 1 martial arts, killing technique Huaxia national art, dark force mastery, a martial art awakened from the host's memories. Armament hockey awakened. Note, a new version formed by the fusion of Titan blood, seemingly differing in color from the original. Observation hockey, not yet awakened. Conqueror's hockey, not yet awakened. System, why do I feel you are somewhat foolish? Gazing at the perpetually peculiar and rather unorthodox system panel, Luo Song felt a wave of ennui wash over him. He had hoped that upon comprehending the armament hockey, the system would emerge from its dormant state, perhaps transitioning from a state of paralysis to normalcy. To his dismay, the system remained unchanged, still malfunctioning. Both unappetizing and a pity to discard. Were it not for its undeniable utility, he would have little desire to engage with such a lackluster system bereft of professional integrity. Alas, in the end, it appears I must rely on my own brilliance, valor, striking appearance, and unparalleled talents, does it not? Knock, knock. The door to the bathroom was rapped upon. Luo Song, Kong is here. They say that distinguished guest has arrived and wishes to meet you. The voice of young Edward jolted Luo Song from his self-indulgent reverie. All right, I'll be right there. You two carry on. Having finished his cleansing ritual, Luo Song rose from the bathtub, dried himself off, and donned a fresh set of garments. Upon entering the hall, he found Kong engaged in lively conversation with young Edward. Luo Song, come with me. That esteemed guest has arrived and wishes to see you, Kong said with a smile upon noticing Luo Song's presence. At this point, will you not reveal to me who that person is? Luo Song replied impatiently, oh dear, after waiting for so long, do you really care about just a little longer? If you come with me, you'll understand. Kong, usually the good-natured one, rarely displayed a cunning demeanor as he urged Luo Song towards the door. Shall see. You and Dehua stay here to watch over the house. I shall return shortly. Luo Song gently reassured the eager Xiaoxi, who wished to accompany him. Uncertain of what awaited him, he reasoned that navigating the situation alone would afford him the flexibility to adapt. You should leave now, he urged. Kong, feeling somewhat helpless, was on the verge of revealing the identity of the person in question due to Luo Song's insistence. Yet, he was equally intrigued to witness Luo Song's reaction upon meeting that individual. It was indeed a tormenting anticipation. Following Kong, Luo Song found himself at the door of the Admiral's office for the first time. The thought of soon encountering the Supreme Commander of the Navy, a figure embodying the pinnacle of contemporary military might, filled him with trepidation. With a heart heavy with apprehension, Luo Song watched as Kong pressed the doorbell of the Admiral's office. Come in, a voice, aged yet powerful, resonated from within. It appeared that the current Admiral of the Navy was well into his years. Inside, Luo Song pondered. Following Kong, he entered the office. As he stepped through the door, a startling visage suddenly appeared before him, causing him to jump in surprise. Ha ha ha, just as I was speaking of you, you arrived. So, you finally meet the legendary figure. Are you not filled with exhilaration? The unscrupulous old man, Tang Kasi, laughed heartily. Chapter 34. The old marshal is not aloof, ha ha ha. Since you are so familiar with each other, there is no need for me to make introductions, chuckled the grizzled admiral, his laughter echoing as if he were already accustomed to Tang Kasi's outrageous antics. Luo Song wore an expression of utter disbelief. How foolish he had been to worry so much, only to discover that the entire affair was merely the whim of that cantankerous old man, Tang Kes. No, in truth, he should have recognized this from the very beginning. Luo Song suddenly recalled that during his last visit to Dick's home, Sister Dora had mentioned that the old man Tonks would be returning soon. How infuriating. I should have anticipated it would be him. Who else, if not he, would possess such a malicious sense of humor? Glared hatefully at the smug, his teeth grinding audibly. Is this the reason you steadfastly refused to disclose the true identity of that prominent figure? Luo Song cast a wistful glance at Kong, who was chuckling to himself. To think that you, with your prominent brows and large eyes, have also betrayed the revolution. In response to Luo Song's inquiry, Kong feigned innocence, portraying himself as entirely unaware of the situation. Though he was indeed privy to the details, he could not possibly confess to Luo Song. Yes, I am deliberately cooperating with the old man to play a trick on you. That would surely obliterate the dependable older brother image he had cultivated before Luo Song. How could I, Kong, be so foolish? Nevertheless, it was genuinely amusing. Kong felt an inexplicable tickle of laughter welling up within him. Suppressing his mirth, he said, Luo Song, this is your first meeting with the esteemed marshal. Allow me to introduce you. This gentleman is none other than our Navy Headquarters Supreme Commander, Marshal Hyan. Ah, Luo Song. I have heard much about you from Kong. To have comprehended the full body of armed hockey in battle is quite an impressive feat. Your reputation at the headquarters is indeed noteworthy, Marshal Hyan remarked with a warm smile. Oh, esteemed Marshal, you flatter me. In the presence of Tang Kasi and Kong, Luo Song could speak somewhat naturally, as they were all familiar with one another. However, when it came to conversing with the seemingly ordinary elder who was, in truth, the Supreme Commander of the Navy, Luo Song felt an immediate sense of trepidation. Who could ascertain the true nature of such a figure? What if a misstep in conversation led to his own predicament? It was best to remain cautious. Survival was paramount. Do not be so reserved. I am but an old man who will not be around much longer. The future of the Navy rests in the hands of you young people. Marshal Hyan said with a chuckle, understanding Luo Song's apprehension, as he too had once been in Luo Song's shoes. After taking a sip of tea to clear his throat, the marshal amiably engaged Luo Song in conversation. The reason I summoned you here today, while primarily instigated by that rascal Tang Kasi, is that I genuinely wish to meet you. To master armed hockey in such a short span, especially achieving the full body form, your talent is truly exceptional within the Navy. Overwhelmed by the marshal's praise, Luo Song felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Esteemed Marshal, you honor me too greatly. I am merely fortunate, Luo Song shyly remarked. Ah, you underestimate yourself too much. You must have confidence in your own abilities. Luo Song initially believed that his conversation with the marshal would soon come to a close, allowing him to return home swiftly. However, he had not anticipated that this was merely the inception of a harrowing nightmare. As the dialogue progressed, Luo Song's demeanor transformed from one of astonished delight to an increasingly fractured expression. He recalled the past, and as soon as he spoke, it was as if a vast repository of discourse had been unleashed. Regardless of Luo Song's attentiveness, the venerable marshal embarked on an uninterrupted monologue. He traversed the annals of naval history, recounted illustrious figures of the Navy, and elaborated on its significant importance, ultimately delving into the present state of the Navy. Spanning from ancient times to the great maritime routes, Luo Song harbored deep skepticism. As long as the old marshal had not yet expressed his satisfaction, there would perpetually be topics left unspoken. Thus, do you comprehend? Ultimately, until Luo Song's eyelids began to grow heavy, and even Tang Kasi, seated beside him, displayed signs of fatigue, the old marshal finally ceased his discourse. Judging by his expression, it appeared he was still not fully gratified. Understood, Marshal. I shall take my leave for now. I hope to return another time to absorb your wisdom. As the cacophony finally came to an end, Luo Song jolted awake from his stupor. Though unclear about what the old marshal truly wished him to comprehend, this did not hinder Luo Song from continuing the conversation. Under the watchful gaze of the old marshal, who saw potential in him, Luo Song hastily expressed that it was quite late, and he needed to return home to prepare a meal for his 8-year-old child, thus reluctantly taking his leave. Never did he wish to return to this dreadful place again. This was the singular thought occupying Luo Song's mind at that moment. TSK, the younger generation today has no patience whatsoever, unlike us in our youth. Observing Luo Song depart in a manner akin to a fleeing refugee, the old marshal, seated comfortably in his marshal's chair, took a leisurely sip of his now lukewarm tea and smiled at Tang Kasi, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. With your style of conversation, no one could endure it. After bidding farewell to the marshal and Tang Kasi, leaving the two old fellows to reminisce in the office, Luo Song and Kong made their way home. Kong, has the marshal always been like this? Luo Song's expression was somewhat peculiar. Are you suggesting I am being verbose? Kong chuckled absent-mindedly. With age comes wisdom. After all, the marshal is over 80 years old. If it weren't for the lack of a qualified successor, he would have retired long ago. In truth, this is beneficial for you as well, typically. Those whom the marshal takes the time to admonish are the promising juniors he holds in high regard. I recall vividly when I first arrived. The marshal engaged me in conversation for an entire day. It was a blend of pride and trepidation as Kong reminisced about his little-known, tragic experiences. He remembered a time when he was but a delicate flower, summoned by the esteemed marshal due to his outstanding performance. With a heart full of anxious anticipation akin to a pilgrimage, Kong engaged in a friendly and fulfilling dialogue with the venerable marshal in his office. This exchange lasted a full day. However, Kong could not recall the specifics of their conversation. His mind was a muddled haze, consumed by a singular thought: to escape swiftly. No wonder, upon observing your calm demeanor earlier, it became clear that you have grown accustomed to such occurrences. Rosong gazed at Kong with sympathy, his dissatisfaction regarding Kong's concealment of his true identity dissipating completely. Perhaps, this is what one might call brainwashing. Luo Song appeared to be deep in thought. Chapter 35. My name is Ryder. Ha ha ha. Luo Song, look who I brought for you. With a hearty and resonant laughter, Tang Ku pushed open the villa's grand door. Zhang Ai. Upon seeing the person the old man had brought, Luo Song exclaimed in surprise. Just call me Ryder. Zhang Ai is merely a pseudonym. Ryder maintained his signature red, flamboyant hairstyle, yet he seemed even more approachable than the last time they met. I have always said that I would come to find you, Ryder stated earnestly, leaving Luo Song momentarily awkward. Aha, it's great that you've come. Please, have a seat. Don't just stand there. I too believe that the name Zong AI does not suit you. Ryder sounds so much better. Luo Song concealed his embarrassment with fervor. Old man, didn't you just venture into the new world not long ago? How have you returned so swiftly? Inquired young Edward with curiosity. What else could it be? I was sent back by someone, replied old Tanks, unabashed, with a smile. Recently, there's a lad in the new world who calls himself the World Destroyer. And he possesses quite a temper. With the powers of his devil fruit, he has thrown the G5 branch into utter chaos. I couldn't be bothered with him. So I simply returned. Can it truly be that the base is left unattended? Rosen inquired with a hint of confusion. What else could be done? I would relish the opportunity to teach that insolent brat a lesson, but my subordinate restrained me. Otherwise, in my younger days, my fiery temper would have ensured that arrogant little pirate understood the reason behind the blooming of flowers. Tunks cast a sidelong glance at Ryder, who sat silently beside him. It became clear to Rosen who had intervened. Old man, at your age, why bother contending with such pirates? The marshals simply assigned you to the G5 branch for a change of scenery in your retirement. If we choose to withdraw, the marshal wouldn't object. Ryder rolled his eyes in annoyance and replied, Indeed, the G5 branch is merely a FAAD. The Navy's true headquarters are situated here in the earlier sections. Whether it matters or not, no one holds any regard for that dilapidated G5 base. Tunks chuckled lightly, explaining to Rosen that it seemed he felt little concern over the destruction of the G5 branch. His anger stemmed solely from being provoked. Were there any casualties? Have the naval forces at G5 returned? Luo Song felt a tinge of concern. Rest assured, there were no casualties, merely a few young ones sustained injuries. Upon my return, I overheard Kong mention your early graduation. I conferred with that old rogue, He Yin, and decided to personally take you under my wing. What do you think? Do you suddenly find me, the old man, quite dependable? I promise to look after you, and I shall. Tankasi raised an eyebrow, jesting. With me by your side, you could commit any mischief, and no one would be the wiser. Luo Song, could it be that your reputation is already tarnished, and with my presence, no one would pay any heed? Tankasi, quite so, indeed. After all, if you had to choose between a supervisor whose temperament remains a mystery and someone as seasoned as I, you would undoubtedly opt for me, wouldn't you? Luo Song remained silent in rebuttal, acknowledging the truth in those words. Isn't it just right? One should not feign modesty while harboring ulterior motives when joy strikes. One ought to express it openly instead of suppressing it. As Tang Kaisai continued to speak with increasing audacity, Luo Song demonstrated his disinterest by rolling his eyes at him. In any case, starting tomorrow, you shall accompany me. With your capabilities and my assistance, I shall not indulge in grandiose claims, as long as you do not act recklessly. Within 2 years, attaining the rank of at least a colonel is quite feasible, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even a brigadier general. What do I need such titles for? You know very well. Ha ha ha, life can be rather mundane, and one must always seek a bit of amusement. Lo Song, that is merely your personal opinion. By the way, there is another matter. Ryder will be residing with you. In a few days, I shall lead you to the East Sea to combat the forces of evil, and at that time, Ryder will take the lead. Well then, when do you be staying with us, old man? After all, your villa is spacious enough. Luo Song extended an invitation, but I must decline, for I have pressing matters to attend to. Tang Kasi narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of intelligence flickering within. It has been quite some time since I last imparted wisdom to that rough-hewn son-in-law of mine. I suspect his thoughts have wandered astray. Luo Song, suddenly, I feel a deep sympathy for Dick, who has to contend with a troublesome father-in-law that seeks to create unnecessary strife. Luo Song suddenly recalled the gaze with which Dick had regarded him during their first encounter, mistaking him for an old man sent to torment him. Such a complex array of emotional shifts could only stem from genuine feelings. Otherwise, it would signify a past filled with indescribable sorrow. Luo Song's gaze was filled with concern. It seemed that Instructor Dick's past was indeed fraught with hardship. It was quite commendable that he could remain so vivacious after all these years. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, old Tang Kasi, with his hands clasped behind his back, left the villa with great enthusiasm. Judging by his direction, aside from visiting Colonel Dick, he had several old friends to see. In that moment, although he did not dwell on it too much, Luo Song couldn't help but feel a tinge of anxiety about his future. He truly had little faith in the old man's reputation within the Navy. Just as it so happened that Ryder had just returned, why not hold a welcome ceremony and indulge in a grand feast outside? Luo Song proposed. Roar, roar. Xiaoxi expressed her agreement with a lively bounce. Should we invite the clumsy instructor? Suddenly, Xiao Edward recalled a certain individual who was primarily utilized for settling bills. That fellow, Dick? Never mind, let's spare him this time. Luo Song believed that others' fates were already tragic enough, and he did not wish to add to their woes. Thus, he decided to let it go today. Shall we visit that barbecue restaurant we went to for the first time? He suggested to Ryder. What do you think? Then, thank you all. Ryder squinted his eyes in delight. This atmosphere was precisely the feeling he had always sought. That evening, at Colonel Dick's residence. Ever since learning that the old rascal, Tang Kasi, had returned to the Marin Vondo headquarters, Dick had been utterly distracted, even making several mistakes while training the cadets at school. He raised a spoon to his nose, only snapping back to reality when he felt the burn. What are you so afraid of? After all these years, haven't you overcome it? Dora chuckled, using a tissue to wipe the soup off Dick's face and clothes, offering him comfort. Indeed, after all these years, why am I still so fearful of that old man? Dick's gaze was lost, unsure of where to look. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Is it father returning? Dora exclaimed, rushing to open the door. Instantly, fear coursed through Dick's body. Ha ha ha, my dear daughter, have you missed your old man? Is Dick still behaving? As the door swung open, Tang Kasi warmly embraced his daughter. How can you say that? Just look at how scared you've made Dick. Dora chided him with a glance. Ha ha ha, look, everyone else is fine. This kid just has tea trained enough. Quick, my dear daughter, see what gift I brought you. Tang Kasi laughed heartily, presenting Dora with a massive iron washboard, its every edge sharp and prominent, glinting ominously. It seemed its primary purpose was not for laundry. Dick's body trembled more violently. Dad, what do you mean by this? How annoying. Dora pouted playfully, clinging tightly to the washboard, appearing genuinely pleased. I'll go tidy your room, Dick said with great effort, desperately wishing to escape the old man's gaze. No need to tidy up for me, Tang Kasi replied with a narrowed eye. What? You're not staying at home? Dick's body jolted, joy evident on his face. No, I'll be staying with you for a few days. Let us bond. Just the two of us. At that moment, it was as if a thunderclap had struck. Dick froze in place. Little Dora. Can I borrow your husband for a few days? Old Tang Kasi grinned mischievously. Dora shot him an exasperated glance, puzzled by the old man's latest scheme. Chapter 36. A competition. The transition between heaven and water was seamless, a sky of azure. The cerulean sea rippled, occasionally revealing plump fish and shrimp leaping from the water. Ah, the ocean, you are all water. Edward, what do you call me? You have two legs. Little Edward replied, looking bewildered. Little Sea let out a roar. The fresh sea breeze caressed Luo Song's face, uplifting his spirits. Several days had passed since they left Marin Vondo and arrived at the East Sea. Luo Song feels exceptionally at ease lately. The sensation of not having to worry about steering the ship, merely observing others at work, and relishing the comfort of the moment is truly delightful. Luo Song sighed, reminiscing about the arduous journey he and young Edward embarked upon over 2 months ago. He felt as though he were in a different era. Luo Song, do you truly believe that life in the Navy is splendid? Edward suddenly inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. I find it increasingly difficult to muster any enthusiasm. It feels as though this is not the life I yearn for. That is because you possess a soul inherently yearning for freedom, De Hua. I understand that what you truly aspire to be is a fearless adventurer, unencumbered and roaming freely across the vast ocean. However, you are not yet sufficiently strong. Rawson gently rubbed young Edward's head and said, the sensation of caressing the future Whitebeard's head has always captivated me. With the old man around, you can undoubtedly enjoy better conditions for growth. When you are more prepared, I can send you away from the Navy at the right moment. And what about you? Will you remain in the Navy indefinitely? You seem quite happy during this period. Young Edward inquired. Of course not, Rawson replied. I merely wish to accomplish certain tasks, and I find it more convenient to do so within the Navy. Rosong chuckled lightly. I can't just join and then leave immediately. I fear that old man Tonka would be the first to hold it against me. I will depart, but not just yet. There are too many fascinating places in this vast ocean that I must experience to feel a sense of fulfillment. Though young Edward did not entirely comprehend Rosong's decision, he nonetheless pledged his support. Roar, roar. Little Sea gently nuzzled against Rosong's cheek, signifying her unwavering loyalty. I understand. I won't let you leave with Edward. You clingy little creature. Luo Song chuckled. Xiao Si, you are so biased. Xiao Edward displayed a comically pitiful expression. Roar. Xiao Si, with a look of disdain, stuck out her tongue at Xiao Edward. Ha ha. Lo Song stood by, chuckling with a sense of delight. You two are ganging up on me, young Edward remarked, rendered speechless, realizing that neither the master nor the servant were particularly virtuous. What are you discussing? You seem so cheerful. Suddenly, A jovial voice resonated, and a stout, boisterous man with thick brows and large eyes swaggered towards Lo Song and Edward. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that it was none other than Colonel Dick. With a burst of laughter, both Lo Song and young Edward could not contain themselves upon witnessing Colonel Dick's flamboyant entrance. "Dear Dick," Edward jested, "if you are pleased, revel in your joy, but do refrain from making a fool of yourself," Luo Song remarked with a smile, while Dick's expression darkened. "Do you not perceive my extraordinary vigor and remarkable presence today?" Indeed, compared to the days spent with the old man, he appeared utterly transformed, once looking frail and sickly. Now he radiated vitality, albeit with a hint of an intellectually challenged demeanor. Ryder approached slowly, a grin gracing his face as he playfully teased the overly proud Dick. "TCH, I can hardly be bothered with you. You have no inkling of what has transpired." Dick rolled his eyes and then, with palpable excitement, exclaimed, "Just yesterday evening, the old man actually agreed to personally teach me the art of armament hockey and the remaining 6 styles. The thought that I, Dick, shall finally become a warrior capable of facing challenges head-on, no longer fleeing in defeat, is exhilarating. Those pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions shall ultimately become my subordinates. Ha ha, I am simply overjoyed, having unveiled this astonishing secret." Dick gazed at Luo Song and the others with anticipation, yearning for their shocked reactions to validate his inflated sense of pride. However, the response was, "Oh, so it is this matter." The initial intrigue of Luo Song and Ryder dissipated instantly. "Are you not astonished? Do you not intend to congratulate me?" The reactions of Rozan and Ryder took Dick by surprise. "Wow, you are truly impressive, Captain," exclaimed the naive officer. Only young Edward, devoid of any acting skills, echoed the sentiment. He had little grasp of the situation, simply feeling a twinge of pity for the captain, who received no response. "I have long been aware of this matter. To be honest, ever since the Admiral allowed you aboard, you should have suspected something," Ryder stated calmly, delivering a truth that left Dick somewhat shattered. "And what about you, Rozan? Surely you." Dick placed his final hope upon Rozan. Luo Song helplessly spread his hands. "Do you think I am learning these things from anyone here? From you? Don't be ridiculous." Lo Song expressed that the old man had already informed him of such matters while he was lamenting about Dick. "It appears that I was the last to know. Since you all are aware, why was I not informed?" Enveloped in a cloud of despair, Dick sat on the ground with a disheveled expression, drawing circles with his hands, feeling utterly devoid of interest. Lo Song and Ryder exchanged awkward glances, taken aback by Dick's inability to withstand such a blow, and quickly sought to divert the conversation. "It is nearly time for breakfast. How about we host a barbecue party today, where we can prepare our own meals and enjoy whatever we catch?" Ryder suggested. "Indeed. We could turn it into a competition to see who can catch the most and the best. The one who succeeds will be crowned the ultimate champion." Luo Song's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he conceived a brilliant idea. "Unfortunately, my swimming skills are still lacking, and I'm uncertain whether I might end up in last place." Luo Song feigned an air of desolation. "In truth, I seldom ventured into the water. Yet I was willing to give it a try." Witnessing Luo Song's demeanor, Ryder imitated him, exclaiming, "I want to play too. I want to play." The spirited little Edward was genuinely enthusiastic. As for Xiaoxi, he was merely driven by a craving. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a dark shadow darted past, and Dick, once again brimming with vitality, regained his composure. He planted one foot on the railing of the battleship, slicking back his greasy hair with both hands. Dick struck a pose he deemed handsome, revealing a dazzling smile of pristine white teeth. "How could such an occasion possibly unfold without me, Dick?" As a seasoned naval veteran who dared to plunge into the water at the tender age of 3 and could swim underwater for 10 minutes by 5, it is my duty to impart some wisdom on the swimming techniques of you 2 naval novices. This skill, as you must understand, is crucial in our escapades during battles. With that, Dick boldly leaped into the sea, carving a graceful arc. Chapter 37. The 4 strong men dive into the sea, observing Dick, who eagerly leaped into the water even before the signal to start was given. Luo Song and Ryder exchanged glances. "Do you think our earlier concerns were unwarranted?" Rawson spoke without words. "I agree. It's remarkable that this fellow has managed to endure under the old man's special care for so long without a mental breakdown. It seems this minor setback is hardly significant." Ryder shared this sentiment deeply. Ultimately, Rawson and his companions reached a conclusion. Dick is the type of individual characterized by intermittent lapses in judgment yet possesses an unexpectedly resilient spirit. Any concern for him is utterly unnecessary. Ha ha ha. It appears you 2 have gained a deeper understanding of this character. The elusive old man, Dunks. suddenly emerged from an unseen corner, startling Rasen and the others. "Old man, you weren't hiding in the shadows, secretly observing us, were you?" Luo Song spoke softly, believing that what he said was likely to be the truth. "Luo Song, what absurd truths are you uttering? I fail to see how this can be deemed as peaking. It is merely the appropriate care that elders should show to their juniors." Tang Kes, unperturbed, remarked with great interest, "Since you are about to compete, I shall serve as the judge. Let us commence. Even I wish to indulge in a change of pace today." Luo Song, Lida. I truly find myself at a loss for words. With that, Luo Song and Lida leapt into the sea. "Shao Si, stay put. I shall return with delectable treats for you." A jubilant roar echoed. Little Edward bid farewell to Shao Si, who responded with glee. With a splash, little Edward followed in the footsteps of Luo Song and Lida, diving into the vast ocean. The vigor of youth is indeed remarkable. They leap without hesitation. Tang Kasi observed the figures of his companions disappear beneath the waves and sighed in reflection. He then commanded his subordinates, "Anchor the ship and lower the ladder." "Yes, General. Also, bring out the barbecue grill along with the sauces and charcoal. For breakfast today, I shall indulge in grilled seafood." Settling into a deck chair brought by the soldiers, Tang Kasi donned a floral shirt and loose shorts, sipping his favorite rum through a straw with great delight. "Ah, this is the way to enjoy life, indeed." Cough, cough, cough. As Luo Song leaped into the sea, he was immediately inundated with 2 large gulps of salt water, quickly surfacing to catch his breath. "Ha ha ha, Luo Song, it seems you are not quite up to the task," came the mocking laughter from the unscrupulous old man aboard the ship. Roar, roar. Little C clung to the railing, cheering for Luo Song. Luo Song initially cast a disdainful glance at Tang Kesai, then nodded at the adorable little C. A man must persevere, even in the face of adversity. Taking a deep breath, Luo Song plunged headfirst into the ocean. Luo Song did not speak falsely previously. He is indeed not particularly skilled at swimming, as he has scarcely practiced it. However, to say that he cannot swim would be inaccurate. At the very least, he has swum in the small river. Luo Song mused that although his swimming skills were not particularly remarkable, his extraordinary physical prowess could certainly compensate for any shortcomings, ensuring he would not suffer embarrassment. However, upon diving beneath the surface, he was taken aback to discover that reality diverged significantly from his expectations. For reasons unknown, as he submerged into the depths of the sea, Luo Song experienced an exhilarating sensation akin to being a fish in water. It felt as though he was inherently destined for the ocean, gliding effortlessly through the waves like a fish, navigating the aquatic realm with grace and ease. Luo Song attempted to breathe like a fish. Cough, cough, cough. He was once again choked by a mouthful of bitter, briny seawater. Rasen has resurfaced once again. Rasen, if it truly proves too challenging, perhaps you should consider relinquishing your efforts. There is no need to force yourself, the old curmudgeon, Tanks, remarked with a sense of schadenfreude. Luo Song ignored him and continued to dive underwater. This time, Luo Song had truly discovered something. For reasons unknown, upon entering the water, he instinctively mastered an array of swimming techniques akin to a fish. Could it be that my true essence is that of a fish? Yet, why could I not swim well in the river before? Is it possible that I am a creature of the sea? It is truly hard to believe. However, Luo Song reconsidered and thought, what does it matter the reason? In any case, his swimming skills had improved, and thus this competition was assuredly in his favor. With this thought, Luo Song felt invigorated once more. Luo Song felt compelled to show that old codger Tankas just what he was capable of. It was not merely a matter of whether he was strong or significant. That was of little consequence. With renewed vigor, Luo Song began his quest for a target. If he were to engage in this endeavor, he would do so on a grand scale. As for the nature of that scale, it would be determined through experience. Meanwhile, young Edward and Ryder were also in pursuit of their respective aspirations. Unlike Luo Song, they possessed commendable aquatic skills, especially when compared to Luo Song's prior abilities. Before encountering Luo Song, young Edward had grown up navigating the shores alone, while Ryder was said to have ventured into the sea as a child. Thus, swimming and fishing were second nature to them, a leisurely affair. Lastly, there was the tournament's greatest dark horse, self-proclaimed and much anticipated Colonel Dick. After suffering setbacks, Dick vowed to astonish Luo Song and the others in the competition, determined to reclaim his lost dignity. As a seasoned old sailor, Dick claimed his swimming prowess was unmatched by the youth. To prove his mettle, he sought prey that matched his high standards. This fish was too small. It did not meet the expectations of my devilish instructor. This crab seems malnourished. I'll pass on that. As he continued to be selective, Dick swam farther out, Suddenly, he spotted a massive circular shadow gliding not far ahead. Could it be a sea turtle? So large, it must be quite nourishing. Dick's heart leaped at the prospect. Surely, no one could surpass him with such a catch. He accelerated towards the shadow. Meanwhile, not far from the surface, on a small, tattered boat, four rugged men were engaged in a heated debate. "Boss, I told you, you're not cut out for this. You won't catch any fish like this." "Let me try." The third man snatched the iron pot from the boss's hands, heedless of the consequences, and plunged it into the water. Once, twice, thrice, yet nothing emerged. "I'm starving," the fourth man shouted, startling the third, who nearly dropped the pot. "Why are you shouting about hunger? If you didn't eat so much, we wouldn't be out at sea for only a few days without food," the third retorted. "But it seems you're not eating any less than I am," the fourth murmured. "Enough. I'm your third brother. You'll listen to me," the third declared, suddenly wearing a grin as he turned to the other two. "Eldest. Second brother, do you agree with me?" "He has a point," the eldest nodded gravely. "Shoo. Quiet." The second suddenly noticed something. He snatched the iron pot from the third's grasp. Dick swam swiftly towards the shadow. "A sea turtle, a sea turtle. I'm first," he rejoiced inwardly. On the small boat, the second man's eyes were fixed on the shadow beneath the water, which was moving rapidly closer. A sly smile crept onto his face as he raised the iron pot high. "What is going on?" the boss whispered. "When I shout, you act," the second replied softly. "All right, I understand. Food is coming." "How wonderful!" the third and fourth men gasped, holding their breath in anxious silence. Underwater, Dick had reached the spot where the shadow had appeared. "Odd, where's the sea turtle? It shouldn't he have swum too far?" He looked around. But as his breath began to wane, he started to surface. Just as he was about to break the surface, a familiar shadow darted past. "Now," the second man shouted, swinging the iron pot down towards Dick, who was just surfacing. A sharp pain struck his head, and he lost consciousness. The satisfying thud of contact filled the second man with elation. "I hit it. A fish as large as a person," unbeknownst to the unconscious Dick. His last thought was a perplexed one. Why was the sea turtle so dark? "Boss, let us proceed." "Understood. Quickly, let us seal it," the boss chanted. And with a flick of his wrist, a wooden coffin appeared, enveloping Colonel Dick's body. "Quickly, lift the catch." The second man, thrilled with their successful capture, reached for the coffin summoned by the boss. The iron pot slipped from his grasp and fell into the sea, unnoticed. "Wonderful, finally some meat," the second man exclaimed. "You're amazing, brother." The third and fourth men cheered as they helped. The eldest stood back, arms crossed, content to observe, though the wooden coffin did not sink. The presence of Dick's weight made it quite a task for the three robust brothers to maneuver. With a loud thud, the coffin landed. "Boss, we can wrap this up," the second man said. "All right, open the coffin, let us see what we have." The coffin cracked open, revealing a large, awkwardly positioned man with his legs tightly crossed, hands covering his chest, his face flushed with a hint of shyness. The eldest, the second, the third, oh, the fourth, "I'm starving." Brother, is this the legendary mermaid?" the fourth asked, bewildered. "Mermaids and fish can't be too different, can they? I wonder if it's edible." Meanwhile, the third, driven by hunger, was already contemplating whether this creature could be consumed. "Ridiculous, this is a person. What are you all thinking? I thought it was a big fish. Who would guess there's a person here?" The second man shouted in frustration. As the group's anchor, the eldest remained composed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After several moments under the eager gazes of his brothers, he finally reached out to check the unconscious man's pulse. There's breath. It seems he is still alive." The eldest's serious observation left his brother speechless. "Can you stop with the nonsense?" the third complained. "Brother, I'm hungry," the fourth pleaded. The second man was still lost in his mistake. "Given the circumstances, I believe," the eldest began solemnly. "What do you propose?" The three brothers in unison inquired. "This is a living person, and he is rather unattractive. Do you think he would be tasty?" The four brothers fell into contemplation. "What should we do?" the youngest asked quietly. "What else can we do?" "We can prepare a cold dish and continue fishing," the eldest commanded, and the brothers busied themselves once more. "Wait, where's the pot?" the third brother asked, his expression one of bewilderment. "Didn't I give it to you?" the second brother replied, equally confused. "Brother two, you've had the pot all along." The youngest chimed in innocently. The second brother pondered. "Could it be? What could it be?" "You've lost the pot ages ago," the eldest pointed out bluntly, exposing the reality. "What shall we do now? We can't swim, we have no tools for fishing, and all we know is how to eat. The second brother lamented. I'm hungry. The youngest exclaimed foolishly. Be quiet. This is all your fault. The third brother retorted impatiently. Why? Fine, I understand. It's because I'm the youngest. The youngest finally grasped the harsh truth. As the smallest of the four brothers, he had to bravely accept the burden of blame. Exactly. The third brother nodded, satisfied with the youngest's acknowledgement of reality. Now, the question arises, what should we do next? How long do you think you would need to learn how to swim? The second brother suddenly asked. Are you joking? Are you questioning my swimming abilities? I tell you, it's impossible. I will never learn to swim in this lifetime. Don't ask me why. Just know I've had my fill, the third brother asserted, resolutely stating he would never learn to swim. Well then, what about you, eldest? Eventually, the third brother turned his gaze to the eldest of the four. The eldest pondered for a long moment. I believe that as quadruplets, we need to maintain some consistency in certain aspects. Therefore, my inability to swim is directly related to you three who are equally inept, he declared. What shall we do? Without even the pot to serve as a fishing tool. What will we eat? The youngest cried in despair. Are we to starve to death here at sea? Do not panic. The situation is not yet irretrievable. The second brother said solemnly, glancing at Dick, who appeared lost in a lewd daydream, while producing a small meat-cutting knife. The other three brothers gasped in unison. Brother two. What do you mean? The eldest questioned, his expression grave. The third brother swallowed hard. Brother two, I was just joking, and you actually, I'm hungry. The youngest interrupted with a silly grin. What are you all thinking? How could I possibly eat a person? The third brother instructed, bring out the rope. Oh, right. The third brother obediently complied. Brother two, what are you planning to do? The youngest asked, puzzled. What happened to the meat we were supposed to eat? I understand now. Brother two, you intend to use this person's flesh to bait fish. The third brother exclaimed, slapping his thigh. At last, someone understands me, the second brother chuckled, brandishing the knife to indicate where he would make the cut. However, as the youngest was about to voice his concerns about encountering a shark, he reconsidered, realizing that given their current state of hunger, even a shark might not suffice. Chapter 39. A Lobster's Confession. The second brother finally pinpointed the location for the incision. He believed that since they had not yet reached a dead end, there was no need to act too ruthlessly. Thus, he aimed for Dick's posterior, inching the knife closer. The other three brothers could hardly bear to watch, their gazes fixed intently on his movements. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Strangely exhilarated, they unconsciously voiced their urgent anticipation. Ah, are you all this eager? A sudden unfamiliar voice interrupted, startling the second brother and causing him to misalign the knife from its intended target to a rather sensitive area between Dick's legs. Clang! The sudden assault on his critical area jolted Dick awake, and instinctively, he sprang into action, leaping over 3 meters, protecting his vital parts with his hands. He let out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed with despair. It seems I have chosen the wrong moment to appear. Luo Song felt a twinge of embarrassment. Returning to the earlier moment, having resolved to astonish the old man thoroughly, Luo Song, much like Dick, began to meticulously select his prey. Ultimately, he stumbled upon an enormous lobster. Measuring over 3 meters in length, its vibrant red body complemented by a formidable shell. It brandished a pair of powerful pincers that waved gracefully through the water. Slurp. Such a colossal lobster must surely be delectable. This time, he was confident of success. Lo Song, filled with excitement, stealthily approached the grand lobster. Meanwhile, the lobster, joyfully thrashing about in the water, remained blissfully unaware of the terrifying fate that awaited it. I am known as Xiao Hong, the mightiest lobster in these waters, surrounded by countless wives and beautiful consorts. Yet, numerous smaller female lobsters covet my robust physique, my alluring and imposing shell, my majestic antennae, and my formidable pincers. However, as a lobster king born of extraordinary lineage, I, Xiao Hong, am no ordinary creature. I hold myself to stringent standards. Today, I ventured out to exercise and alleviate the strain in my back that has been troubling me lately. As one destined to ascend to the throne of lobster royalty, I shall never disdain my formidable prowess. What is this? A peculiar sound? Following the direction of the noise, the lobster king, Xiao Hong, spotted a cerulean figure. Could this be the fabled relative of lobsters, the mantis shrimp? It approached me with such fervor, surely a female. As only a female would be so unable to restrain herself in the presence of my charm. Enchanted by her captivating azure hue, Xiao Hong felt a wave of intoxication wash over him. Despite my humble demeanor, I have managed to exude an irresistible allure, even as I stroll, attracting the attention of mantis shrimp beauties. Resigned yet exhilarated, Xiao Hong thought to himself, Since resistance is futile, I shall simply indulge. With that, he gazed at the enchanting figure drawing nearer, showing no inclination to resist. At last, the two crustaceans embraced, and then came the sound of snapping. To Xiao Hong's despair, the reality was far from the idyllic fantasy he had envisioned. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the captivating figure was not a beautiful female mannish shrimp, but rather the dreaded and cruel human spoken of in legends. Infuriated, he noted how this human was so entranced by his beauty. Ah, such strength! I can scarcely breathe. Xiao Hong attempted to use his powerful pincers to fend off his captor. Yet, with a sickening crack, the very pincers that had once made him invincible in battle were wrenched apart by the terrifying human before him. In a haze of shock, Xiao Hong gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Lifting the unconscious lobster, Lo Song felt a sense of satisfaction as he began his return to the boat. He wondered about the strange behavior of the lobster. When he had caught it, it had remained completely still, almost as if it were dazed. Could this lobster's intelligence be impaired? Would consuming it pose any risk of contagion? Luo Song began to ponder whether to have Colonel Dick or Colonel Dick sample the lobster on his behalf. However, he ultimately decided against it. Suddenly, Luo Song pondered that given Dick's circumstances, even if the shrimp were indeed problematic, he might not be able to discern it. Dragging the large lobster, Luo Song returned to the warship. Wow, what a colossal lobster! It appears utterly delectable, exclaimed young Edward, who had arrived earlier. He had also gathered a fair share of seafood, yet none were as grand as Luo Song's lobster. Roar, roar. Young C, drooling, incessantly sniffed at the seemingly scrumptious lobster, as if yearning to find a spot to indulge in it immediately. Patience, patience. We shall feast upon it once it is roasted to perfection. Ruo Song gently reassured the somewhat impatient Xiao Si, casting a disdainful glance at the unexpectedly astonished old man. Tang Kes. I never would have guessed, Ruo Song, that you possess such remarkable swimming skills, chuckled young Edward. Of course, who am I but the illustrious Ruo Song? Swimming is an effortless endeavor for someone like me. Upon entering the water, one simply knows how to swim. Lo Song spoke triumphantly. Before long, Ryder returned, dragging a large bundle of abalone wrapped in seaweed. I noticed the abalones here are rather plump, so I decided to bring some back, Ryder said with a shy smile. Among the four competitors, only Dick remained unaccounted for. And according to the time, he should have returned by now. After a considerable wait, young Edward grew somewhat impatient. Could it be that the clumsy instructor has encountered some trouble? He has been gone for quite a while. Let us wait a bit longer. He must have swum far. That young lad's swimming skills are ones I personally trained, so he should have no issues, Old Man Dunkers remarked. Yet, as time passed, Dick still had not returned. Could it be that he truly faced some predicament? Rozan felt a twinge of concern. Why don't we go and search for it? Suggested Ryder. It seems we have no other choice. Luo Song nodded. The three of them submerged once more, each selecting a distinct direction to search for Colonel Dick. The old man, Dunkers, exhibited no signs of urgency, leisurely reclining in his chair with an unhurried demeanor, rather than harboring confidence in Dick. It could be said that he possessed unwavering faith in the rigorous training he had imparted to him. After all, the instinct for survival was deeply ingrained in that fellow's very bones, as long as he was not faced with an insurmountable force. He should be capable of preserving his life. Meanwhile, after swimming a considerable distance, Luo Song discovered a small boat not far from the warship. Could it be that Dick was here? There was a possibility. Luo Song swiftly approached the small boat, and what caught his eye were four burly men. Their faces etched with urgency as they gazed intently at something. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Luo Song climbed aboard the vessel, eager to discern their activities. However, what he beheld nearly caused him to regurgitate his previous meal in laughter. Indeed, Dick was present, unconscious and striking an unexpectedly bashful pose. The four men were fixated on a particular part of him with fervent intensity. Ah, what is this? Are you also desperately eager? Luo Song could not help but speak. Chapter 40. Rare Talents. I am the eldest, evil sky. I am the second, evil earth. I am the third, evil ghost. I am the fourth, evil man. We are the four brothers of the evil family. In unison, ha ha ha, no wonder they can eat so much. They are all remarkable talents. Ro Song burst into hearty laughter. Aboard the warship, after successfully locating Colonel Dick, he arrived with four peculiar fellows. Following a lavish feast, the four brothers appeared unusually obedient. So, you took that fellow Dick for a grand catch and ensnared him? The old man's expression was one of incredulity. He could hardly believe that Dick had indeed been captured, nearly mistaken for bait in the process. At that moment, I thought that naval officer was a big fish. So I acted without much thought and knocked him out, the second brother confessed, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. He had not anticipated that a mere fishing attempt would result in the capture of a living person. And even more astonishing was the fact that this individual was a naval colonel. To his dismay, he had intended merely to slice a piece of flesh from the man's posterior, only to inadvertently wield his knife on his own brother. Meanwhile, Dick, wrapped in a thick blanket, gazed vacantly in an unknown direction, his face a portrait of shock and despair. He realized how utterly he had lost face that day. Not only had he failed to catch any fish, but he had also been rendered unconscious as if he were one. Had Rosong not intervened in time? One could only speculate which part of his flesh might have been severed for bait. The pain in his vital area lingered, and had he not swiftly employed his hotkey, his fate could have been dire. Little Edward and Ryder snickered nearby, while the old man's lips twitched with amusement. Although Dick had suffered no physical injuries beyond a psychological scare, his woeful expression prompted uncontrollable laughter from onlookers. You four truly have no swimming skills whatsoever. Yet you dare to venture out to sea? Luo Song expressed his astonishment. Well, to be more precise, I initially possessed some abilities. But ever since I consumed that wretched devil fruit, I have been rendered incapable. The leader, Evil Tian, added. Oh, you are a devil fruit user. Tang Kasi remarked with surprise. What is your ability? Could you possibly demonstrate it for us? Young Edward inquired with curiosity. Very well. The leader, Evil Tian, felt a tad embarrassed. Please clear a space for me, approximately the size of a person. Upon hearing this, Luo Song and the others took a step back. Tian clasped his hands together and began to chant, Coffin, coffin, quickly enter the coffin. As his power activated, a crude wooden coffin, measuring about 2 meters in length, suddenly materialized from thin air. Wow, this is your ability, exclaimed little Edward, astonished. Until now, it was his first encounter with the powers of a devil fruit user. Are there any limitations to your ability? Luo Song's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the robust physiques of the four brothers, and suddenly, an ingenious idea blossomed in his mind. The limitation is ineffective against those, and that which cannot be contained within a coffin. The old man of the storm replied honestly. Young Edward exclaimed, Ryder, this ability makes no difference whether it exists or not. It was only Luo Song, with his eyes gleaming, who continuously sized up the four brothers, murmuring to himself, talents, true talents. What compels you to venture out to sea? You do not appear to be pirates. Luo Song and Shanwen conversed amiably. Isn't this just the old fourth, the villain? Muttered Dudu. He was interrupted midway by the second elder. Well, we venture out to sea merely to find a place to secure our daily bread. Secure our daily bread? Rosong and Ryder exchanged astonished glances at the heap of fish bones and various shells left by the four brothers. This was the result of several fishing endeavors initiated by Dunkas, who had instructed the naval soldiers to cast their nets. So, have you all had your fill? Dunkas inquired. Well, we're about 80% full. This is the fullest we've ever been, the eldest brother replied sheepishly. Dunkas calculated that, given their appetites, it was indeed unlikely that an ordinary household could afford to sustain these four gluttons. I think you should just call yourselves the four famished men, he remarked, noting their voracious hunger. Luo Song chuckled and asked, Old man, do you have any thoughts? Luo Song raised an eyebrow. What thoughts could I possibly have? With these few portly gentlemen, if you cherish them, then keep them for yourself. The old man, Tang Kasi, rolled his eyes in response. Lo Song, this shameless scoundrel, represents the epitome of hypocrisy, seeking to uphold a faade while being undeniably greedy. He feigns introspection. But it is only my seasoned insight that allows me to discern his true intentions. Otherwise, who could fathom his motives? Tang Ku, in a hushed tone, remarked to Lo Song, the powers of the devil fruits are never to be underestimated. Although this lad can currently summon only this meager coffin, with time and further development of his abilities, he will undoubtedly possess formidable powers. Moreover, I have observed these few youths. They are of simple minds and pure hearts, making them worthy of cultivation. If it were anyone else trying to gather a following, I would never allow myself to be so easily taken advantage of. Old Tang Ku expressed his dissatisfaction, vehemently condemning Lo Song for his duplicitous behavior. Ha ha ha. I extend my gratitude to you, old sir, Lo Song replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Song felt a considerable joy. However, an odd sensation also lingered within him. One must ponder the peculiar nature of a seasoned naval vice admiral personally grooming a prospective pirate strategist. Such a strange feeling is undeniably exhilarating. Adjusting his attire, Luo Song donned a warm smile brimming with approachability. Young Edward regarded Luo Song with suspicion, sensing an unusual aura about him. It seemed to him that Luo Song exhibited an effeminate demeanor today. The four gallant heroes. Luo Song spoke in a resonant voice, "My lord. Feel free to express your thoughts candidly." The second brother among the four siblings was perceptive. He discerned Luo Song's admiration for their group. "Very well. I shall speak plainly then." Luo Song now declared with a bold spirit, "I want you few to follow me. Heed my words, it is me you shall follow, not the Navy." As soon as the words left his lips, silence enveloped the room. From the outset, old Tonka had already set the Navy soldiers aside. Those present were primarily allies. Young Edward was filled with enthusiasm, sensing that Luo Song was finally embarking on meaningful endeavors. Old Tonka squinted like a cunning fox, while Ryder appeared to have anticipated this moment. Little C, however, remained indifferent, her belly resembling an endless abyss as she continued to indulge in barbecued seafood. Only Dick wore a bewildered expression. What was happening? Was Luo Song plotting a rebellion? Why did it seem that everyone except him was in the know? And the old man. A shiver ran down Dick's spine. He felt as if he had overheard something he should not have. Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed old Tonka turning his head towards him. The old man wore a mysterious expression, as if to say that Dick knew too much, and flashed him a sly smile. Gasping in shock, Dick fainted on the spot. Chapter 41. Real men never become slaves unless their needs are met. "Old man, is Dick all right? Why did he suddenly faint?" Luo Song, bewildered, inquired. "How can you dare to speak such audacious words in front of a legitimate naval officer? It's as if you're on the verge of declaring your intention to abandon the Navy and become a pirate." Tang Kasi rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Oh, I merely let my guard down and mistakenly considered him one of our own. You know how he is. His demeanor truly fails to inspire any wariness." Luo Song sighed helplessly. "Therefore, you need not worry. This fellow is quite easy to handle. After I give him a proper lesson a few times, he will surely forget all about this matter." The old man erupted into hearty laughter. "So, he was frightened into unconsciousness by you?" Luo Song rolled his eyes in silence. "Ha ha ha, what a surprise. You should quickly get back to business." The old man chuckled. "What have you all decided?" Luo Song once again inquired of the four brothers. The brothers exchanged glances, silently assessing one another. "Sir Luo Song, please allow us a moment to deliberate," the second brother said apologetically. "Take your time." "I have no pressing matters," he replied. Luo Song remained entirely unperturbed, for the old man had clearly stated that he would not vie with him. These four individuals would inevitably become his allies in due course. After a lengthy discussion that spanned the better part of a day, they finally designated the one acknowledged to possess the highest intellect among them, the second brother, to approach Luo Song. "Master Luo Song," he began, his voice somewhat hesitant, "we, the brothers, have come to an agreement. We are willing to serve as your subordinates, but we have one condition." The second brother was acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by the man before him. They had previously gauged his strength. Had they not been thoroughly taught a lesson, they would not have been so compliant in Luo Song's presence. "Oh, what condition do you propose? Please, do elaborate." Luo Song felt a tinge of curiosity. The old man had mentioned that these four individuals were not particularly complex in their thoughts, so what were they scheming now? He pondered whether, by becoming your subordinate, one would be granted sustenance and shelter. The second brother, steeling his heart and closing his eyes, summoned the most ferocious tone he could muster to utter these words. Luo Song. "Oh, Xiao Edward. Ryder, old man. Huh? What kind of demand is this that merits such a harsh tone?" It is Xiao Edward's first encounter with such an eccentric individual, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Ryder shook his head, chuckling softly, feeling that the events unfolding since meeting Luo Song have become increasingly intriguing. The old man appeared to be an amused spectator, laughing heartily at the absurdity. Meow. Xiaoxi also looked up, utterly perplexed, at the four brothers. What is happening? Is someone vying for the beloved pet status of their master? Well, that's fine. As long as you follow me, I assure you, you shall never go hungry. Luo Song laughed heartily, feeling increasingly content with the prospect of accepting these four brothers as his subordinates. Having such obedient followers who were eager to be fed, albeit they did consume rather copiously, brought him a sense of comfort. Well, esteemed sir, what we mean to convey is that at the very least, we hope to have enough to eat. Just one meal a day will suffice. The second brother shyly pointed out the flaw in Luo Song's words. The other three brothers gazed at Luo Song with expressions brimming with longing, as if to say, "Please agree, as long as we can have our fill. We are willing to do anything." Luo Song was also amused. These brothers were truly delightful. "No worries, stay with me, and you shall never go hungry." Luo Song erupted into hearty laughter. Luo Song, Are you certain you can afford to keep these fellows? A soft voice echoed, and Dick, who had fainted from fear, regained consciousness at some point. Gazing at the burly men who had inflicted such painful memories upon him, Dick spoke with palpable resentment. As for the words Luo Song had uttered earlier, what had he said? Dick could recollect not a single detail. Roth gazed in astonishment at Dick, who appeared to be completely unperturbed by the earlier events, while Tonks wore a bemused expression, as if nothing was amiss. With a mischievous grin, Tonks raised his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. I have always said, with me around, this lad will encounter no troubles. Indeed, although Dick harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Tonks, the cantankerous old man who frequently tormented him, if asked whom he trusted most in the Navy, it would invariably be Tonks. Perhaps this encapsulates the notion that profound animosity can coexist with genuine affection. A smirk of playful amusement danced upon Rozan's lips as he commanded, Edward, loudly inform the bumbling instructor of our remaining funds. With a hint of skepticism etched upon Ryder's face, young Edward clumsily began to count on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. At last, he concluded his tally. Rozan, we don't have much left. There are less than 10 million belly remaining. A sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed in the air as Colonel Dick incredulously articulated. Less than 10 million? The worldview he had meticulously constructed over 3 decades crumbled in an instant. Reflecting on the years spent diligently saving with his wife's assistance, he realized he had never amassed such a considerable sum. Meanwhile, Rozan and young Edward, these two youths, possessed such wealth and dared to utter the words not much so casually. Rozan, the ship you entrusted me to sell has been disposed of, being a second-hand vessel. It fetched 3 million belly. I shall find time to hand it over to you shortly. The old man Dunkies cruelly added salt to Dick's already wounded heart. In an instant, Dick's complexion turned ashen, and his bravado dissipated. Ryder observed the unfolding scene with great interest. He was well aware of Rozan's financial standing. However, he never anticipated that the revelation from Edward in front of Dick would render the situation so entertaining. Do you now believe I can support you? Luo Song smiled as he gazed upon the 4 brothers, yet what met his eyes was a scene of sycophancy. The eldest approached him with an obsequious demeanor, inquiring, Eldest brother, whom shall we target? The youngest, with a foolish grin, earnestly professed his loyalty. Eldest brother, just say the name, and I shall ensure they are laid to rest in a coffin. The fierce protector, with a loyal demeanor, cast a menacing glare at the entranced Dick. Dick, feeling an inexplicable chill, instinctively tightened the thick blanket around him. All right, he said. The task I require of you is quite simple. Come closer. Rozan whispered to the 4 brothers, igniting a sense of curiosity in the nearby young Edward. From now on, you will do this and that, understood? After speaking, Rozan once more inquired if the 4 brothers comprehended. Understood, boss, they replied, their faces still flushed with excitement, eagerly nodding. The newly appointed leader was indeed remarkable, effortlessly concocting such audacious and brilliant ideas. At that moment, the 4 brothers felt an overwhelming reverence towards their new leader, akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Chapter 43. The Massacre on the Merchant Ship. Young Master, the distress call has been dispatched. A nearby naval patrol is on its way. An elderly man anxiously stated as he shielded a young boy in front of him. Wonderful. We are to be saved. The boy, initially pale with fear, felt a surge of hope and spoke with some excitement. Before you rejoice, perhaps you should worry about yourselves. A burly pirate, bare-chested and muscular, approached with a menacing grin. Hurry, protect the young master. The elder urgently called for the nearby guards. Several guards, evidently loyal to the merchant crew, rushed over. Young Master Gujia, we entrust our families to you, the lead middle-aged guard declared loudly. Not a problem, Tori. Trust me, as long as I am alive, I will ensure your families are safe, the boy replied earnestly, offering his assurance. That is good to hear. The middle-aged man closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them with a fierce glare. I will go first. You young ones should follow only if I fall. He instructed the younger guards behind him. Captain, you must listen to me. You are still young, while I have lived long enough, the guard captain asserted, charging towards the smug-looking Galong without waiting for a rebuttal. Ah, pirate, I shall fight you. Galong sneered dismissively. How foolish. Do you not know that I, Galong, never leave survivors? Your young master will soon join you. The boy pressed his lips together in silence, while the guard captain remained resolute, drawing his sword against Galong. Ha! I can already smell death. Are you prepared? Galong cackled, swinging his gleaming steel blade. Their swords clashed, producing a shower of sparks. Boring, too boring. You truly are useless. Galong remarked with disdain, relentlessly striking the guard captain's sword. A twisted smile appeared on his face. I want to see how long you can endure. Raging wind. A fierce gust sliced through the air, striking Galong's raised blade. TCH, has the party crasher arrived? Galong spat, turning to the unexpected intruder. Ryder leapt down from the sky. His expression filled with indignation and fury as he observed the brutal scene aboard the merchant ship. The battle between the crew and the pirates had been ongoing for some time, with numerous bodies lying in pools of blood. Why do you kill? Is your only goal not wealth? Ryder coldly demanded, his voice laced with disgust. So vile. The depravity of the pirates was repugnant to Ryder, making him feel nauseated. Ha. Why do I do it? Are you joking? Galong responded incredulously, laughing maniacally. I do it simply because I enjoy it. Little brat. I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, you will find yourself in the same predicament, and it will be too late for regrets. Your words are excessive. With a disdainful snort, Ryder leapt high, unleashing a flurry of kicks. The butcher is yours to deal with. Just as I wish. Bang, bang, bang. Smoke billowed as a white-haired, sinister-looking man brandishing a bloodied sword emerged. Ryder's previous attacks were effortlessly deflected by him. Let me, the butcher Moye, teach you a lesson. Navy brat. Moye's blood-soaked blade gleamed as he licked the still-warm blood off its edge. Ryder's expression turned grave. This killer was formidable. Ha. I shall continue my game. Galong roared with laughter, relishing the shift in expressions from hope to despair on the faces of the guards and the young boy. He inhaled greedily. What I love most is torturing you bit by bit during your moments of despair. The taste of death is simply exquisite. Pirate. The Navy is on its way. You had better surrender quickly. The guard captain Tory spoke through gritted teeth, his grip on his weapon slipping. Yet he stood firm before Galong, issuing a threat. Ha. You are correct. The Navy is coming, and the blade sliced through the guard captain's neck. His head flying off with a look of disbelief, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Keek. I must hasten my pace. Bathed in the downpour of blood. Galong became increasingly deranged. The guards and the young master were splattered with the blood from their fallen captain, their faces reflecting sheer terror. I will fight you. One guard, driven mad with fear, swung his weapon wildly at the fearsome pirate Galong. Yes, just like that. I adore such expressions. Galong's laughter grew ever more frenzied. The surrounding ferocious members of the pirate crew instinctively distanced themselves, fully aware that when their captain was most entertained, it was best to keep their distance. The thick scent of blood, dismembered corpses, and the cackling demon formed a horrifying tableau. This is intolerable. Witnessing the devastation wrought by the pirate, Ryder felt a surge of urgency. Rosen, hurry. Kid, now is not the time to worry about others. You should be more concerned about yourself, the killer Moye sneered, swinging his blade dangerously close to Ryder, narrowly missing him as a few strands of hair fell away. On the other side, several guards stood defenseless before the merciless pirate Galong. Kid, and you old man, it's your turn now, Galong advanced menacingly. The elderly man spread his arms to shield the young master. You vile pirate, if you wish to kill the young master, you must first kill me. Boring. What is entertaining about an old fool like you? Galong dismissed him with a single blow, sending the elder crashing through the wooden cabin. Seizing the young boy by the collar, Galong leaned in closely, scrutinizing his expression. Not bad. You haven't soiled yourself. Little brother, since I am in a good mood today, I shall grant you the most flamboyant death. As he spoke, Golan discarded the machete, seizing the boy's arms with both hands, gradually exerting force. It appeared he was preparing to tear the boy apart. Feeling the increasing pressure from the adversary's grip, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through the boy's body, leading him to despairingly shut his eyes. Ha, what a fool. A cold glint flashed as a massive blade descended with an unimaginable speed, aimed directly at Golan's robust arms. Simultaneously, an echo lingered in the air. Shave. Chapter 44. Scum unworthy of existence. As the blade fell, Golan's expression shifted dramatically. The strike was astonishingly swift. He had no time to react and was compelled to relinquish his hold on the boy. With a thunderous crash, the great sword plunged deep into the deck. Luo Song, with fiery eyes, caught the boy and gently set him down. Scoundrel. Rosong spoke with palpable bitterness. The old man Tanks's warship had finally approached the merchant vessel, allowing Rosong and his companions to witness the unfolding events. As Rosong beheld the horrific scene of Galong's gang mercilessly slaughtering the crew aboard the merchant ship, the initial excitement and anticipation he had felt swiftly dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented surge of rage. Since arriving in this world, Rosong had maintained a carefree, game-like approach to life, unbound by any systematic constraints. He had hoped to relish the joys of this enchanting alternate realm. However, witnessing the grim reality before him, he came to a stark realization. The darkness of this world was far beyond the imagination of a sheltered youth like him, who had never faced true adversity. Empowered by the formidable capabilities bestowed upon him by the system, Rosong's mindset had already shifted. He transitioned from passive acceptance to actively seizing control of his destiny. Much like every young dreamer who yearns to change the world, Rosong harbored similar aspirations. Yet, he possessed the self-awareness to recognize that, in the face of his current limitations, his desires were modest, to live a life filled with joy while resolving matters and individuals that brought him distress. At this moment, Rosong was indeed far from happy. Thus, he resolved to confront the adversaries before him, even to the point of tearing them apart. Rosong, you have arrived, Lyd exclaimed with delight. Rosong gave him a slight nod. You appear quite formidable, young sailor. He twisted his neck and stretched his joints, the sound of his entire body creaking ominously. Yet, it remained uncertain what it felt like to kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Galong swiftly picked up a machete and charged wildly towards Rosong, displaying an utter lack of self-awareness. Rosong let out a soft hum, casually drawing his Qinlong Yinwei blade from the deck. With a deft flick of his wrist, he met Galong's machete in a clash. Such immense force. Galong's expression shifted. Gazing in astonishment at Rosong, whose demeanor appeared calm yet concealed tumultuous depths, the opponent's strength seemed to far exceed his expectations. Still, it felt somewhat unsatisfying. Rosong spoke softly. In the midst of Galong's furious gaze, Rosong cast aside the greatsword. The Qinlong blade soared through the air, effortlessly piercing the bodies of two pirates before firmly embedding itself into the adjacent wall. It seems you take pleasure in slaughter. Then, allow yourself to experience the sensation of being slaughtered. As the naval uniform was slowly removed, Rosong revealed his bare torso, much like Galong. His physique appeared as if sculpted by a master artisan, muscles defined yet not overly pronounced, a flawless form delineated by the golden ratio, captivating to behold. A crimson mist, reminiscent of blood, swirled around him as Rosong transformed into a colossal figure of azure and gold, his cold, merciless gaze fixed intently on the astonished Galong. This is Haki, Galong exclaimed in disbelief. Haki, for a pirate such as him, who dedicated himself to honing his physical prowess. Haki was the coveted ability he had long desired. Yet now, he witnessed it in such a terrifying manifestation of complete armament. Who exactly are you? With your strength? How could you return to this insignificant East Sea? I am merely a humble Navy soldier awaiting the opportunity to prove myself, came the nonchalant reply. In the next moment, a powerful fist struck Galong squarely in the abdomen. Puff! The sound of blood being expelled echoed. Captain Galong, the murderous Moe screamed. With his cry, Galong's body was violently hurled away, crashing through several walls of the ship's cabin. The striking figure of Rosong closely followed, casting a cold glance at the incredulous killer, Maoya, who could not believe that his leader had been defeated. A chill of dread coursed through Maoya as he sensed the intense murderous intent behind that gaze. Let it not be forgotten, your opponent is me. This time, it was Ryder's turn to revel in triumph. Oh la 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 la, and I too cannot contain myself. With a loud shout, the nimble Edward, who was no less formidable than Rosong, finally arrived on the battlefield. Brandishing his naginata, Edward chose to support Ryder. Do not forget, I am here as well. In a flash, Colonel Dick made his way onto the ship, determined not to fall behind. With a serious expression, he charged towards a nearby pirate lackey. Receive my ultimate strike. Go, big boss. Victory is assured. Go, little boss. Triumph is inevitable. Not far away. On the deck of the warship, four bizarrely shaped giants were crazily posing, constantly shifting their stances to showcase their muscles. Is this all right, big brother? It seems like the big boss is quite angry. The leader among the four expressed his concern. Fear not, brother. Look at that pirate. He is no match for our big boss. Instead of worrying, you might as well strike a few poses to bolster the big boss's presence. Indeed, indeed. Look at the current situation. We four brothers are hardly needed. The fourth brother, with a naive expression, chimed in. Exactly, exactly. Let's put in more effort. We cannot bring shame to our lord. With that, under the bewildered gazes of the Navy, the four brothers intensified their posing efforts. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, the battle, oh no. The one-sided thrashing continued unabated. Just as Galong unsteadily rose to his feet, Rosong's fist followed closely behind like a shadow. The terrifying force rendered the infamous sea pirate known for his brute strength in the East Sea, utterly powerless to retaliate. Why don't you just die? Galong attempted to question Rosong as to why he wouldn't grant him a swift death. Yet what met him instead was Rosong's merciless iron fist, delivering blow after brutal blow. What a joke. How could I allow you to die so easily? Luo Song's gaze was filled with an eerie intensity, his inner fury desperately seeking a means of release. Again and again, he struck relentlessly at every rugged part of Galong's robust physique. He lifted, sent flying, and continued to pummel. Even as Galong's breath dwindled to a near imperceptible whisper, Luo Song remained atop him, unleashing a torrent of frenzied blows. His eyes glowed with a crimson hue, appearing utterly deranged. Luo Song. After a prolonged silence, a soft call emerged. As Luo Song's consciousness returned to clarity, the once formidable pirates beneath him had been reduced to a gruesome spectacle, their bodies a chaotic mass of flesh and blood, devoid of their former muscular bravado. You are still too young, Tang sighed, his eyes reflecting understanding, tinged with nostalgia and reminiscence. Such occurrences were commonplace upon the vast seas and even on land. I will not allow it. Anyone who stands before me. Luo Song rose resolutely, declaring, scum shall not survive. The sea breeze flowed through the damaged sections of the ship's cabin, carrying with it a faint scent of blood intertwined with a refreshing air. Sunlight cascaded upon Luo Song, enveloping him in a luminous aura. Tangku, with a look of contemplation, murmured softly, I have a feeling that your future holds frightening deeds. Yet, I, an old man, feel truly honored. The sea wind whisked away these words, perhaps to be remembered until the world's end. In the not-so-distant future, this would mark yet another chapter in the saga of legends. Chapter 45. Eradication of evil. With the arrival of the main forces, the battle swiftly came to a close. All the pirates had been captured, huddled on the deck of their ship with their heads cradled in their arms. Armed Navy soldiers stood guard around them. A thud resounded as a head, eyes wide open in eternal unrest, fell before the group of pirates. It's the first mate. The pirates gasped in horror. If he had fallen, what could be the fate of their captain? How could such a calamity have occurred? The pirates wept in fear, a stark contrast to their earlier bravado during the killings. Ryder limped forward, leaning on the sword that once belonged to the head. Edward, what happened? Dick, who had just displayed his prowess, looked astonished. Did you not go to assist Ryder? How is he in such a state? Little Edward, looking helpless, was about to explain when Ryder interjected, I asked Edward to leave me to handle him alone. I initially thought this pirate was on the brink of defeat and wanted to hone my skills, but I ended up in quite a predicament. However, I made a surprising discovery of my talent for swordsmanship. Ryder chuckled, skillfully twirling the sword in his hand. I really don't understand you people, Dick remarked, perplexed. What is there not to understand? A light laugh resonated as Luo Song, drenched in blood and resembling a specter, dragged a mangled corpse towards them, step by step, with Tangku leisurely following behind, as if out for a casual stroll after a meal. Is that the captain? Indeed, who else possesses such a physique? How terrifying. He has become unrecognizable. Surely this navy won't target us? To the pirates, the sight of this fearsome man, even in a smile, instilled a deep-seated dread. Luo Song. What is this appearance? It is even more exaggerated than Ryder. Dick began to question his own existence, swallowing hard at the sight of Luo Song's horrifying visage. Nothing much. Just in a bad mood. So I took it out on this fellow, Luo Song replied nonchalantly. Are you all right? Little Edward inquired with concern. Rest assured, I am in excellent condition now. With a smile, Ross nodded at the equally concerned Ryder, reassuring him not to worry. Admiral, all the pirates are gathered here. How shall we proceed? Please give your orders. A naval soldier saluted Tauntauns and inquired. The other soldiers gazed eagerly at their superior, awaiting his command. Under normal circumstances, the Navy would not execute captured pirates. However, exceptions do exist. After all, not every naval officer is a saint, especially after witnessing such brutality. Each naval officer felt a surge of impulse to dispense justice on the spot. Are all the captives securely bound? The old vice admiral inquired with a gentle smile. As per your instructions, they cannot move as long as we do not untie them, the soldier replied, somewhat perplexed. Tauntauns nodded at Ross. Very well. Let us return to the ship. These scoundrels can be left here. Sir, the soldier hesitated. You will understand shortly. The old Tauntauns remained silent. And apart from him and Ross, no one knew their true intentions. The sailors gradually returned to their warship, leaving the tightly bound pirates on the vessel. Gazing at the corpses of their captain and first mate nearby, the pirates were baffled. Could it be that these Navy men intend to release us? A naive pirate speculated with a hint of hope. Are you foolish? Why would they bind us if they plan to set us free? Another voice chimed in. I understand now. They intend to starve us to death aboard the ship. A sudden silence enveloped the group. Wah, I don't want to die. After a moment, soft cries began to emerge. I haven't lived enough. I haven't spent enough money. I don't want to die. Let us go. Please, just imprison us instead. We don't wish to perish. The wails grew louder as the pirates shouted desperately towards the warship. Old man, what is the plan now? Hearing the pirates' cries from afar, Dick and the naval soldiers felt a spark of excitement. They had begun to form a notion of the pirates' impending fate. Sharing a glance with Ross, the old man smiled slightly. Relay my orders. Aim all cannons at that pirate ship and sink it. Let these scums savor the taste of death. Everyone, unleash your frustrations. Understood. With enthusiastic salutes, the naval soldiers struggled to contain their exhilaration. They swiftly operated the ship as cannons, mercilessly bombarding the defenseless pirates. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the pirates' screams and the soldiers' ecstatic shouts, the pirate ship began to sink under the relentless barrage. As the naval soldiers reveled in their cathartic release, the despairing pirates watched helplessly as the waters gradually enveloped their vessel, inching closer to their bodies. Bound and unable to move, they could only witness the encroaching tide. Feeling death drawing nearer, yet utterly powerless to resist. Only then did they grasp the true intentions of the Navy in binding them. It was indeed too cruel. No, no. I don't want to die. I beg you, I will never be a pirate again. Don't let me go down. Stripped of their earlier bravado. In the face of death, these fierce pirates were no different from ordinary men. Ross, are you satisfied now? Tontons leaned closer to Ross with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Song's lips gradually curved into a faint smile as he softly uttered two words. Comfortable. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is truly comfortable. Absolutely, this is exhilarating. These scoundrels deserve such a fate. The terrifying prowess of Rawson has garnered unanimous recognition from all naval soldiers during the recent battle. Seeing Rawson express such sentiments, the group of naval soldiers could not help but exclaim in agreement. Wicked skies, treacherous lands, malevolent spirits, and nefarious beings. Luo Song called out, Big Boss, we are here. You finally remembered us. The four brothers appeared with a sense of forlornness, clearly lamenting the missed opportunity to make their mark. I have a task for you. Do you recall how you once dealt with Colonel Dick? Rosan cast a glance at Dick, whose expression darkened. What concern is it of mine? He retorted. The memory lingered vividly. The second of the four brothers cast a sly glance at Dick, whose countenance grew even more ominous. Just remember, he continued, you lot. Go to the pirate ship and see if there are any remaining miscreants. Treat them as you once treated Colonel Dick. Ruasong pointed towards the direction where the pirate ship had sunk, where the remnants of the shattered vessel lay, along with a few pirates who had narrowly escaped death. Boss, what do you mean? Asked the second in command, malevolently mimicking a snapping gesture, indicating towards his groin. With a darkened expression, Luo Song cast a glance at Dick, who appeared visibly pained. There is no need for such complications. Simply placing the coffin into the sea will suffice. Chapter 46, Samahar Island. My Lord Luo Song. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. The young boy, whom Luo Song had rescued from the merchant ship, bowed respectfully. My name is Jijinova Gujia, the current owner of the Jijino Trading Company. Your kindness will be etched in my memory for eternity. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Clearly still reeling from the tragic loss of numerous crew members aboard the merchant vessel. There is no need to thank me. I merely acted in accordance with my own inclinations. Lo Song waved his hand, expressing sympathy for the boy's plight. Had I arrived earlier, I might have been able to save more lives. Luo sighed, acknowledging that he could eliminate any villain without a trace of psychological burden. However, witnessing the tragic demise of innocent souls rendered him unable to remain composed. This cannot be blamed on you, esteemed elder. For at least a considerable number of us have survived, and old Master Bagguley has preserved his life as well. As long as we endure, the merchant guild shall not falter, and hope shall persist. Though still young, Gujia has demonstrated remarkable maturity. He understands whom to express gratitude towards and whom to harbor animosity against. Do you have any plans moving forward? Luo Song inquired. We initially intended to transport some goods to the branch on Samahar Island, but now Gujia appears sorrowful. Ha ha ha, then let us journey together. As it is on our way, and we can replenish supplies there. Just as Luo Song was about to speak, he was interrupted by a burst of hearty laughter, emanating from Tenkes. Who would have thought that you could be so benevolent at times? Rosen rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha, I am not that wicked a fellow. I merely seek to correct those who are in need of guidance. Tanks chuckled mischievously. As for whom he referred to as needing correction, Dick, who was resting in the room, suddenly felt a chill. Samal Island, a commercially thriving isle situated in the East China Sea, showcased its prosperity through its bustling port during this age of exploration. The lively harbor was teeming with vessels of all sizes, while dockworkers diligently transported goods, presenting a stark contrast to the remote and barren Sphinx. However, what set this occasion apart was the unexpected arrival of a considerable naval contingent at the Samal port. Colonel Kodo, it is said that among the naval officers visiting our Samal headquarters is a highly esteemed vice admiral, an excited lieutenant from the Samal Naval Branch declared. I have never encountered such a high-ranking naval officer. I must warn you all, do you know who this distinguished vice admiral is? I tell you, the gentleman arriving is none other than the notoriously difficult Vice Admiral Tanks. Do not let your impulsiveness provoke him, or I shall hold you accountable. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Colonel Kodo continued, You may not have visited the headquarters, but Vice Admiral Tanks is the most senior and eccentric among naval officers. I heard of him from an instructor during my training at the headquarters. He is a source of headaches for all, including Marshal Hyan. Upon hearing the officer's warning, the entire branch of the Navy grew tense, their gazes fixed intently upon the distant horizon, awaiting the arrival of the warship. At last, shortly thereafter, a massive steel warship emerged before the assembled naval personnel. Such a colossal vessel was only assigned to vice admirals and those of higher rank. It was the first time many, except for Colonel Kodo, had laid eyes on such a magnificent steel behemoth, leaving them breathless in awe. Trailing behind the warship was a somewhat damaged merchant vessel, the very ship that had recently fallen victim to pirates, carrying the boy Gujia. Greetings, Vice Admiral. I am Colonel Kodo Najiji of the Samal Naval Branch, and I extend my warmest welcome to you, he said, observing the respectful demeanor of his subordinates. Tanks cast a proud glance at Rosen. Do you see the charisma of an elder like me? Rosen was rendered speechless. The old fellow, Tanks, possessed an enigmatic charisma. Perhaps it was not merely charm, but rather an aura of intimidation. The colonel of this branch likely became aware of Tank's reputation from some source, which explained his overly respectful demeanor. Rest assured, I shall not linger here for too long, Tanks remarked, narrowing his eyes as he addressed Kido. Upon hearing this, the colonel exhaled in relief, though his heart soon resumed its anxious rhythm. There is a matter that requires your assistance. This is Jijanova Gujia, the proprietor of the Gijiji Trading Company. On his journey to Samal, he unfortunately fell victim to a ferocious pirate crew, suffering significant casualties. We happened upon them, and I found the old man quite likable, hence I would like you to take care of them here. Do you understand? Ferocious pirate crew. The naval officers present collectively held their breath. This was the most ruthless band of pirates in the East Sea, notorious for their countless murders and infamy. They were an adversary far beyond the capabilities of such a modest naval branch. Sir, are you referring to that crew of muscle-bound brutes and cold-blooded killers? Colonel Kido inquired, trembling slightly. Indeed. You see this young man behind me? He is the one who personally pummeled the captain of that small pirate crew to death, leaving him unrecognizable, and ultimately sent the entire crew to the depths of the sea. How does that make you feel? Tanks leaned in toward the colonel, his voice imbued with a terrifying tone. Fearful, Kido instinctively replied. Oh no, as a righteous naval officer, how could I be intimidated by such matters? Quickly regaining his composure, Colonel Kido amended his statement. Ha ha ha, as long as you are not afraid. By the way, I forgot to mention, this young man has been personally received by Marshal Hyan, who holds a high regard for that little trading company. You know what to do, right? Ha 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 ha. Tanks chuckled maliciously. I understand, sir. You can rest assured that I will take good care of this young brother. Colonel Kido nodded vigorously, while the other naval officers stood by in silent trepidation. My goodness. Dealing with a formidable vice admiral is daunting enough, and now there's this naval prodigy who annihilated an entire pirate crew. It's utterly terrifying. The group trailing behind Tanks, including Gujia, exchanged incredulous glances, having never encountered such a vice admiral before. Rosen, Ryder, young Edward, Dick, and even the four brothers, along with several nearby sailors, all struggled to suppress their laughter, valiantly restraining their urge to make sarcastic remarks. At that moment, a nervous naval officer discreetly glanced at Rosen, eager to glimpse the visage of the formidable individual who had annihilated an entire ferocious pirate crew. Noticing the gaze directed towards him, Rosen returned what he believed to be a friendly smile. However, in the eyes of the apprehensive naval officer, Rosen's smile appeared as if a terrifying beast had bared its sharp fangs. A scream erupted, and the officer fainted from sheer fright. Am I truly that fearsome in appearance? Rokong's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Chapter 47. Advancing to the deep-sea prison. Rokong, with this back and forth, you've been promoted to lieutenant in the Navy. Aren't you grateful to me, old man? Accompanied by a group of pirates, Rokong, under the guidance of Deng Kizi, arrived at the deep-sea prison. They had just returned from the East Sea, and along the way, they encountered a relatively formidable small pirate crew. Unlike the troublesome encounters with fierce pirate bands, Rokong had no intention of using lethal force. Thus, they apprehended this pirate crew and delivered them to the prison. Luo Song cast a glance at the ever-criticized old man, then turned his attention to the playful little sea in his arms. With gleeful yelps, the child mischievously chased after Luo Song's fingers. In the midst of this delightful chaos, the current warden of Impel Down, the rotund and imposing Jack, draped in a cloak of naval justice, appeared at the entrance of the prison. Where is everyone? Why is it just you? Do you hold me in such contempt, old man? Tonks inquired, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his words. Who would dare to look down upon you, revered elder? It is merely that the two head guards are preoccupied with their duties, and my deputy warden is required to stand watch in my stead, leaving me to welcome you alone, Warden Jack replied, his face adorned with a fawning expression as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Luo Song, deep in thought, nudged the grinning old man beside him. Hey, old chap, have you done something outrageous here? It seems he is rather fearful of you. Tankasi shot a glance at Luo Song. What nonsense is this? Am I the sort of person to be loathed by all? They merely hold a genuine respect for me, old man. Don't you agree, Director Jack? A flicker of cold light passed through the old man's eyes. Indeed. My respect for the old gentleman is entirely sincere, Director Jack hastily replied. Young brother, you may not be aware, but the old gentleman was the former warden of our undersea grand prison, and we are all his loyal subordinates, naturally holding him in the highest regard. So that is how it is. Luo Song nodded, seemingly grasping the situation. Given the conduct of the old man Tang Kusi, serving under him would undoubtedly not be an easy task. Luo Song cast a sympathetic glance at the prison warden, who was drenched in cold sweat. Upon noticing Luo Song's compassionate gaze, Warden Jack felt an immense sense of relief, as if he had finally been understood, which significantly elevated his regard for Luo Song. The old man, Donkus, was quite pleased with the warden's response. Indeed, although I have been away for several months, it seems I have not been forgotten. General, may I inquire what instructions you have for this visit? Jack cautiously probed, anxious that Donkus might abruptly inform him of a return to the underwater prison as a guard. Of course, if things aren't going well at the G5 branch, one might simply wish to return, the old man chuckled wickedly. Who, pray tell, has dared to offend you? General? Allow me, little Jack, to administer a proper lesson, locking him away and impelled down for our amusement. Jack's heart sank. He instantly felt like a ruffled rooster, brimming with murderous intent to discover which fool had provoked the old rascal, prompting thoughts of a return to Impel Down. It is a new world pirate known as the World Destroyer, with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Furthermore, the old man is unlikely to linger in Impel Down for long, so you need not worry. Luo Song, with a brazen disregard, interrupted the old man's flamboyant antics. Luo Song, you are truly lacking in decorum. Here I am, an old man who has taken such care of you. And yet you do not even spare my little indulgences, Tang Kasi remarked, his face a portrait of discontent. With a sigh of relief, Warden Jack felt a surge of genuine admiration for Luo Song. He was the first to so openly disregard the old man's dignity. Enough, let us cease this charade. Young Jack, my purpose for coming to Impel Down today, aside from delivering a few pirates to this place, is to introduce this young lad to the prison. After all, this will be a locale he frequents in the future. Greeting, Warden. My name is Luo Song, and I look forward to your guidance from this day forth. Luo Song introduced himself with a smile. No problem. Since you were brought by the old gentleman, young brother Luo Song, consider this place your home from now on. We are all family here. Warden Jack's mood was exceptionally good, and he treated Luo Song with great warmth. All right, let us hasten to the scorching hell to cleanse the pirates, the old man Tangs impatiently urged. You need not accompany us. I am well acquainted with everything here. I will personally show young Luo Song around. No problem. It's even better without my company, Warden Jack replied, visibly relieved. The underwater prison, Impel Down, is divided into 7 levels, 1 above sea level and 6 below. The uppermost level is designated for minor offenders whose crimes are not particularly severe. As one descends, The 6 levels below are known as the Red Lotus Hell, Beast Hell, Hunger Hell, Scorching Hell, Extreme Cold Hell, and the final level, Infinite Hell, which houses monstrous figures erased from history due to their heinous acts. After undergoing a mandatory health check, the 3 of them boarded a massive elevator heading to the Scorching Hell on the 4th level beneath the sea to disinfect the pirates. During their descent, Warden Jack provided Luo Song with a brief overview of the underwater prison. Amid the thunderous sound of the descending elevator, they, along with a throng of pirates escorted by guards, finally arrived at the Scorching Hell. Upon entering the Scorching Hell, a wave of searing heat greeted them, and what lay before their eyes were pools of boiling blood and raging flames. Oh, no. This is terrifying. It's so hot. I feel like I'm being steamed dry. Didn't they say we wouldn't die? Overcome by fear, the escorted pirates could no longer contain their terror and began to scream in panic. Every inmate entering Impel Down must undergo this process. They must first be purified by the infernal heat of the Scorching Hell before being taken to their respective cells. Observing the pirates reluctantly pushed into the Scorching Hell by the guards, Warden Jack explained to Luo Song, "Now that we are here, you need not concern yourself with us anymore. I will take young Luo Song to explore." Tangs waved his hand impatiently. "Haha, I shall take my leave then. Enjoy yourselves." "Old gentleman, I shan't intrude," Warden Jack said, visibly relieved as he made his exit. "Kid, from now on, you needn't worry about these pirates. Follow me," Tangs said. As if returning to his own home, under the awestruck gazes of numerous guards, he began to show Luo Song around the exceedingly mysterious underwater prison. As they journeyed, Luo Song beheld a variety of bizarre creatures. There were cows, rhinos, koalas, and zebra-like beasts, all resembling humans, robust and armed, patrolling the Scorching Hell. "These are the guards of the Scorching level, incredibly powerful yet friendly," Tangs explained, noting Luo Song's curiosity. However, upon catching sight of the old man Tangs, all the beast guards seemed to witness the most terrifying entity of their lives, scattering in panic as if they had encountered a formidable enemy. "Luo Song, is this what you call friendly?" "Ha ha, it seems my absence has made these prison guards rather shy." Tang Kusi's face flushed with embarrassment. Subsequently, they arrived at the frigid depths of the 5th level of the underworld. The temperature here was exceptionally low, to the point that even Luo Song's robust physique struggled to endure it. "Well, now that we are here, there will be no more surveillance from the phone worms. At last, I can reveal to you the secrets of the underwater prison," the old man declared, leaving Luo Song in a state of bewilderment. "Could you not have conveyed this to me outside? Must you go through such unnecessary trouble?" "Ah, it only struck me to mention it once I entered." Tang Kusi chuckled awkwardly. "Surely, you are destined to become a pirate in the future. Who knows when you might find yourself here? I thought it prudent to give you a brief introduction, so that you are not caught off guard when you arrive unexpectedly." "Luo Song, are you cursing me?" "I tell you," glancing around to ensure no one was watching, the old man Tanks whispered to Luo Song. "In fact, beneath the 6th layer of the Infinite Hell under the sea, there exists another layer. Inside the monitoring room of the underwater prison, several high-ranking officials, including the recently returned Warden Jack, gathered here, their gazes fixated on the images transmitted by the phone bug. The old man has entered the 5th layer. There are no phone bugs there, and we can no longer monitor them," a somewhat youthful voice remarked. "It's not a significant issue. The Major General has been in the underwater prison for many years and has already accomplished what he needed to do. There is no requirement for action now." Another composed male voice responded. "Do not overthink it. Our presence here is merely to avoid any new tricks the old man might devise to torment us." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, engulfed in the terrifying memories governed by the old man Tanks. Chapter 48. Time flows like water. In the future, you will be alone. Be cautious when you venture out. You have long coveted the green dragon crescent blade. Take it with you this time. The 4 brothers are currently quite formidable and obedient, albeit a bit lacking in intellect and somewhat gluttonous, yet they remain reliable in critical moments. By the way, all our finances are under your management. Take everything with you this time. I have no need for money in the Navy, so it would be more convenient for you to carry it all." Little Edward is finally setting sail, and Luo Song feels a deep sense of reluctance before his departure. "Luo Song," Little Edward's eyes were red. Choked with emotion, "I will wait for you. I swear, on the day you leave the Navy, I will greet you with the grandest celebration. Together, we brothers shall become the strongest on these seas. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly grow immensely powerful." Luo Song choked with emotion as he spoke. Having spent such a considerable time with Little Edward, the thought of parting made him reluctant. However, He realized that he could not leave the Navy just yet and needed to find an appropriate moment. Rawr, rawr. Little C waved its chubby paws, bidding farewell to Edward. Oh, you little creature, having consumed so much. I wonder when you will finally grow up. Little Edward chuckled. It was indeed peculiar, ever since joining Luosong. Little C had indulged in a plethora of food, yet there were no signs of growth after all this time. Could it be that you will remain this size forever? That might not be so bad. Adorably cute, he mused. Humph. Little C rolled its eyes and stuck out its tongue at Edward. Well then, I shall take my leave. Little Edward hoisted the large sword that originally belonged to Luosong, followed closely by the four brothers carrying their bundles. Big brother, we will miss you. The four burly men said, their eyes brimming with tears as they bid farewell to Luosong. You lot, from now on. Use your heads a bit more and take good care of Edward. Rosen bid farewell to them. Rest assured, my dear leader, we shall. As the ship sailed further into the distance, the figures of young Edward and the four brothers gradually vanished from Rosen's sight. Now, are we left with just the two of us? Luosong tilted his head and spoke to the adorable Xiaoxi, playfully growling. Xiaoxi gently rubbed her small face against Luosong's larger one. Don't forget about me. Ryder, exuding a warm and comforting presence, stood a short distance away. Leaning against the wall with a beaming smile, he softly remarked, you mustn't think of leaving me behind. If you do, I shall feel quite lonely. Luosong was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. Very well, it's settled then. Ryder joined in the laughter. Sunlight cascaded upon them, seemingly infused with a warmth that touched the heart. On this day, Edward Newgate finally set sail. On this day, Luosong and Ryder forged a lifelong pact. Time flows like a river, indifferent to our concerns. It arrives from unknown origins and departs towards uncharted destinations. Whether tumultuous or unnoticed, it inevitably ebbs away. 3 years later, in the medical room of the naval headquarters, Dick, appearing markedly more mature, knelt beside a sickbed with reddened eyes. After enduring numerous tribulations, he had finally attained a semblance of growth. Clad in his uniform, he had ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. His wife, Dora, leaned wearily against him, utterly exhausted from tears. On the bed lay old man Tonks, barely clinging to life. Ryder stood silently by, offering no words. Alongside them were some naval officers, whether generals or common sailors, all bearing expressions of profound sorrow. Step, step, step. Everyone lifted their heads toward the source of the footsteps. A tall figure, striking and commanding, entered the medical room. This presence had shone brightly at the naval headquarters over the past years, yet alas. You too, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with Luosong and Ryder, Tonks said weakly. Father, you. Dora began, but Tonks slowly shook his head. Listen to me. You both should go. I have been waiting for him for quite some time. Quietly, everyone exited, striving to preserve the old man's final moments of peace. Luosong. My boy, you have arrived. Luosong's body trembled as he spoke with a quavering voice. I have arrived, old man. Are you nearing your end? Indeed. I am reaching my limit. I am simply too old. That fellow, He Yin, departed last year, and I am even older than he. To have lived this long is truly a stroke of fortune. Reed, you should join us as well. There are matters I wish to discuss with both of you. The old man spoke in a fragmented manner, clearly struggling with each word. Reed approached Tonks in silence, kneeling beside Luosong. Both of them attentively listening to the old man's words. Luosong, my boy, your heart no longer resides within the Navy, does it? The old man sighed softly. Luosong hesitated, words unspoken. Without uttering a single phrase, I grasped the situation, given your formidable prowess and the accomplishments you have amassed over the years. It is inconceivable that you would merely hold the rank of a colonel. Those individuals, having uncovered the connection between you and young Edward, merely felt their own pride wounded upon realizing that a pirate had resided at the naval headquarters for such an extended period before setting sail. Speaking of young Edward, it has indeed been many years since I last laid eyes on that endearing lad, and I find myself somewhat nostalgic for him. The old man reminisced. I vividly recall that it was I who personally bid him farewell. I remain indifferent to such matters. I had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. Luosong spoke softly. Indeed, you no longer hold any fond memories of the Navy. Yet, I, an old man, shamelessly wish to ask you for a favor. Tanku's complexion suddenly flushed slightly, and he coughed a few times. Luosong gently tapped his chest. There is no question of impertinence. You have assisted me immensely over the years, and it is only right that I undertake certain tasks in return. Thus, I shall speak. The old man took a breath and continued. I am aware that within the vast Navy, there lurks a considerable amount of darkness and decay. A truth you have long recognized. However, amidst this chaotic era, the Navy still plays an indispensable role, while it may not be flawless. It at least offers protection to countless innocent lives. Luo Song, our generation of naval officers has aged, and the younger cohort comprises only you and Kong, who has now assumed the marshal's position previously held by that old rascal Hyan. Luo Song, you are the pillar of our Navy. Regrettably, you cannot remain here forever. Nor do I wish to confine you. Thus, I have exerted immense effort to find a few prodigies for the Navy. And I hope you can nurture their growth before your departure, enabling them to uphold the banner of the Navy in the future. Is that agreeable? I implore you. The old man's eyes revealed a plea. It is no trouble at all. This request is quite manageable. Luo Song responded gently, affirming that as long as they were not inept, he would wholeheartedly assist them in their growth. Haha, you are a good child. I did not misjudge you. Not at all, he coughed lightly. Tang Kasi's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Lida, I am departing. Yet another soul who could understand you has faded from this world. The old man lamented. Initially, it was out of concern for your solitude as a small child that I chose to adopt you, but in the blink of an eye, you have grown so much. I am no longer lonely at all, old man. You need not worry, Lida replied, lowering his head as tears silently streamed down his cheeks. You are also a good child. Alas, this innate ability is indeed a misfortune for us. The human heart can be so vile. I had hoped you would enjoy life as I do, yet you have found such reliable companions instead. You are indeed more fortunate than I. Tang Kasi sighed wistfully. Yes, I am fortunate, but my greatest fortune is having encountered you, old man. Lida's tears flowed more freely, soaking his shirt. Luo Song. A booming voice echoed, as Tang Kasi seemed to be revitalized. I see it now. I see your future. You shall create a world that will astonish me. I await that day. I await that day. Do not forget to share with me what that world is like. Remember to tell me. I understand. I understand. I will certainly tell you. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Luo Song's face. As he reflected on their first encounter years ago, the image of that shameless old man remained vividly etched in his memory. In the blink of an eye, he now lay frail and breathless upon the hospital bed, on the brink of departing from this world. So be it. The old man's voice grew fainter, ultimately fading into silence. Raising his gaze, Luo Song saw that the old man's eyes were forever closed, his lips curling into a serene smile. Luo Song, do you aspire to change this world? Lade inquired solemnly. Indeed, I wish to transform this world, came the resolute reply. Luo Song replied, then allow me to lend you a helping hand. Very well. Luo Song gazed intently into the distance, through the barrier of the wall. It seemed as though he glimpsed something. Change this world? It appeared rather intriguing. Within Luo Song's heart surged an uncontrollable fervor. This world, which I find distasteful, is likewise unappealing to many others. Thus, I must endeavor to transform it. Suddenly, an immense pressure descended upon Marin Fander, centering around Luo Song. Majestic and grand. It exuded an overwhelming authority, as if it were inherently the sovereign of all creation, evoking an irresistible urge to submit. The feeble naval soldiers succumbed to the oppressive force, collapsing one by one, while those of greater strength struggled to endure. In the office of the Marine headquarters, a chilling silence enveloped the room. It is the Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 49, Suppression from the World Government. Luo Song, I have decided to leave the Navy. What? You two intend to depart? Within the confines of Rozan's abode, Ryder revealed to Rozan the resolution he had pondered for an extensive duration. I never truly enlisted in the Navy. My presence here these past years was solely due to my father. With his absence, my continued stay holds no significance. Furthermore, aside from my father, no one is privy to my true name and visage, which will not affect you. That is not my intention. Nevertheless, returning to the matter at hand. Is this truly your authentic self? It is the first time I have encountered it. Gazing at Ryder before him, Rozan found himself at a loss for words. Ryder's tall, slender frame was adorned with flowing white hair, a crimson shirt, and trousers, while he grasped a slender umbrella in his hand. Had he not explicitly identified himself as Ryder, Rozan would have struggled to recognize him. Just as it happens, I am about to depart. Before I leave, I wish to present myself in this guise, lest you fail to recognize me in the future. Ryder forced a dry smile. Must it be so urgent? You could, in fact, wait a few years to depart with me. Luo Song was making a final attempt at redemption. Luo Song, do you understand? In truth, the old man was not destined to perish so swiftly. However, he had suffered a grave injury prior. After a moment of silence, Ryder spoke. What? Do you know something? Luo Song's breath quickened. Do you recall the time 3 years ago when we withdrew from the New World? Are you referring to the World Destroyer, Bondi Vault? Luo Song's pupils suddenly constricted. Indeed, it was him, although the old man had spoken of it with casual nonchalance. The reality was that to prevent that detestable individual from harming the Navy personnel of the G5 branch, he had employed his observation hockey to alter the assailant's intent to pursue us. We were thus spared, yet the old man's excessive exertion sowed the seeds of his illness, leading to a deteriorating mental state until he was ultimately confined to his bed. I have resolved to set sail and seek vengeance against him in the New World, said Lade, his crimson eyes ablaze. Rozon remained silent, refraining from uttering a word. However, he had now become a notorious pirate with a bounty of 170 million. Thus, I wish to spend some time honing my skills in the first half of the Grand Line, in pursuit of greater strength. As Ryder spoke, his gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Rozon. Though I can no longer discern your innermost thoughts, I have instinctively felt since our first encounter that you possess knowledge of a way to enhance my power. Rozon, could you assist me? After 3 years. Ryder once again expressed a similar plea to Rozon. Gazing into Ryder's eyes, Rozon fell into contemplation. Unlike 3 years ago when he was utterly perplexed, this time, he genuinely had some ideas. Ryder, before we proceed, could you reveal your true name to me? I mean your full name, without omitting a single character. Ryder, who had been momentarily disheartened by Rozon's silence, suddenly lit up, as if a fierce flame had ignited within his eyes. Ryder met Rozon's gaze and slowly spoke. My true name is Berelick Ryderfield. Is that satisfactory? A radiant smile suddenly graced the corners of Luo Song's lips. Indeed, it is you, the aloof Crimson. I understand now what must be done. Lade's face was alight with joy, for he had always believed that Luo Song possessed a solution. I, however, am merely acquainted with the name. Seek out the slumbering ancient town. That place harbors the power that will enable you to grow stronger. Luo Song spoke with a peculiar gaze. He had, in fact, realized it long ago. Just like the old man, he possessed an innate ability to perceive the hearts of others. The name Ryder, coupled with his now revealed true form, revealed that his longtime companion was indeed the formidable Ryder, a man capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the future Whitebeard, Roger, armed with nothing but his sword. The thought of the lofty and solitary peak, enhanced by the bat fruit, made Luo Song's heart race with excitement. How incredibly powerful Ryder would become. Luo Song himself felt a surge of exhilaration. Sleepy ancient town, Ryder murmured instinctively after receiving Luo Song's response. I shall remember this name, Luo Song. Thank you, Ryder exclaimed, his instincts telling him that the opportunity for his growth lay in the very place Luo Song mentioned. No need for thanks, we are brothers. Ro Song burst into hearty laughter, then with a glint in his eye, he said, rather than expressing gratitude, how about this? Ryder, would you like to join my crew in the future? Rozon wore an expression of anticipation. Are you joking? Ryder's reaction was quite intense, leaving Rozon momentarily bewildered. Did we not agree long ago that you would not leave me behind? Surely, the crew and such matters are to be taken for granted. In the blink of an eye, Ryder revealed a mischievous grin. Ah, you little muffle, after all these years, you've also learned to be naughty. Ha. It seems we are alike. Sharing a knowing smile, the melancholy of parting was considerably eased. After bidding farewell to Ryder, the vast expanse of Marin Vondo felt significantly lonelier to Rozon. The only companion left to converse with was the perpetually small Xiaoxi. Oh, Xiaoxi, why can't you speak? How wonderful it would be if you could. In the villa left to him by his elder, Rozon held Xiaoxi's tiny paws, playfully teasing it. Awoo. Xiaoxi shot Rozon a glance, conveying the sentiment of wanting to speak too, yet lamenting, but I never seem to grow up. What can I do? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Luo Song opened the door, and to his surprise, it was Kong standing before him. In Kong's arms rested a specially crafted box, and he wore a smile as he gazed at Luo Song. Ah, Kong, you great busybody. You finally have time to see me. Luo Song jestingly remarked, the old marshal's passing was so abrupt, the weight of the Navy has suddenly fallen entirely upon my shoulders. And I find myself exceedingly busy. Kong, wearing a faint smile, replied, as the current Grand Admiral, the air of authority around me has begun to take shape. Relaxing on the sofa, Luo Song casually inquired, so, what brings you here today? I presume you are not merely seeking to reminisce. Kong's expression turned somewhat awkward as he responded, I did come to speak with you today about certain matters. You are aware that since Edward's rising fame on the Grand Line, you have been somewhat sidelined by the Navy, or rather, the world government, remaining stagnant in your rank of colonel without any prospects for advancement. It matters not. I am indifferent to such matters, Luo Song replied. Luo Song exhibited a remarkable composure, devoid of any hint of resentment towards Kong. The latter, having just been appointed as a marshal, genuinely wished to assist, but found himself powerless. Kong's expression grew increasingly awkward. My presence here is on behalf of the world government. Oh, the world government? What do they mean by that? They conveyed that, despite your inability to ascend, in recognition of your accomplishments over the years, they have decided to reward you with a devil fruit. Kong hesitated slightly as he spoke. Would the world government truly be so benevolent? Luo Song found the situation somewhat absurd. They certainly would not be so benevolent. After a moment of hesitation, Kong finally resolved to reveal the truth to Luo Song. Luo Song, do you recall the time not long ago when you suddenly awakened your Conqueror's Haki? Indeed. The Conqueror's Haki is remarkably powerful, but regrettably, I have not been able to wield it since that occasion. Rozon expressed his lament. He had a profound understanding of the power of Conqueror's Haki. Those who can awaken this formidable ability are exceedingly rare, appearing perhaps once in a million, without exception. They possess the qualities of a true ruler. Kong spoke solemnly, stating that the so-called qualities of a ruler are merely the amalgamation of will and potential, manifesting in the most exceptional individuals. As a king, one shall never be subordinate to another. Since the establishment of the Navy, no one has ever awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Rozon, you are the sole exception. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Luo Song was somewhat taken aback. Did they truly believe I would defect from the Navy? I, Luo Song, have shed blood and made contributions for the Navy. How could they treat me in such a manner? Rossen bore an expression of profound indignation, as if he had been subjected to a grave affront. Although this was indeed his sentiment, he could not possibly concede to it. Kong nodded slightly, acknowledging. Though I am reluctant to speak it, the truth remains. It is evident that the world government, which has long wielded dominion over the globe, harbors a palpable trepidation towards each individual who possesses the rare ability of Conqueror's Haki. Thus, it is no surprise that they have chosen to present him with this. Kong slid the specially crafted box containing the devil fruit before Rossen. What? Why would you assume that I would betray the Navy and then offer me a devil fruit? Luo Song finds himself perplexed by the thoughts of those individuals in the world government. Is there something amiss with this fruit? Luo Song tentatively inquired of Kong. Is there any issue? Kong shook his head. However, there is scant information regarding this fruit in the world government's devil fruit encyclopedia. The only known fact is that it belongs to the Zoan type, specifically a canine fruit. Kong spoke slowly. So, this is the world government's stance? They expect me to willingly become their hound. Luo Song suddenly comprehended and remarked with sarcasm. Indeed, this encapsulates their stance. They assert that if one consumes this devil fruit and subsequently becomes a loyal hound of the world government, one shall receive the finest training, ascending to the rank of an admiral in the Navy, or potentially even higher positions. But what if I refuse? While they may not overtly target you, they will undoubtedly stifle you persistently. I see now, thus I express my rejection. The mere world government does not possess the authority to command me to be its loyal hound. Nay, in this world, no individual holds the right to demand that I, Luo Song, become their faithful servant. Luo Song's attitude was resolute. I apologize for disappointing you, he said. It matters not. I had anticipated your character long ago. Kong smiled warmly at Luo Song. I am merely carrying out orders. In truth, I do not fully agree with their stance. Ha ha ha, that is splendid. I am glad to see that you remain the same Kong as before. Luo Song chuckled heartily. He was well aware of the character of the world government. Yet it held no significance for him. As long as those he cared for remained unchanged, he felt an abundance of joy. Having concluded the matter, he prepared to take his leave. Kong bid farewell to Luo Song. Would you not linger a while longer? I have been rather lonely of late. Luo Song rose to see him off. As you know, I've been exceedingly busy lately, scarcely getting enough sleep. I can barely muster a bitter expression. Ha ha, well? When you find some time in the future, let us indulge in some drinks and gather together. Luo Song laughed heartily. Very well. Kong Shinran readily agreed. By the way, are you not taking that with you? Rosong pointed at the cursed fruit. You can keep it, sell it, or give it to someone else, it matters not. For the world government has not insisted that I must return with it. Kong smirked maliciously. Luo Song. Truly, he is a product of the old man's guidance, which I admire. By the way, as they reached the doorway, Kong suddenly remarked, starting tomorrow, you will be assigned to the Naval Academy, tasked with training the newly recruited sailors. Don't hold it against me. After all, this is the old man's directive. Kong shot Luo Song a knowing glance. Rosong smiled. At long last, is it about to commence? The old man spoke of several prodigies, I am eager to witness their prowess. Chapter 50. The Devilish Instructor Rosong. Esteemed Rosong, from this day forth, you shall assume the role of Chief Instructor at the Naval Academy. With a heart full of excitement at the prospect of finally meeting his idol, a naval cadet with purple hair exclaimed to Rosong. Yes, I am aware, he replied. Luo Song nodded gently, his reaction remarkably subdued. However, the student appeared to be overwhelmed with a sense of monumental admiration, trembling with excitement. Lord Luo Song, if it is not too much trouble, could you please grant me your signature? The student exclaimed, his face flushed with fervor. Luo Song smiled faintly. I did not bring a pen. Did you happen to bring one? I have one, I replied. Would you kindly sign on my chest? The student respectfully handed Luo Song a signature pen. What shall I write? What is your name? Rosen bent slightly and inquired. I am Zephyr, your esteemed idol. Oh no, you are my idol. And I am a new recruit in this naval cohort. What did you say your name was? Zephyr. The smile on Rosen's face faltered as he expressed his astonishment. My good sir, do you have any inquiries? Zephyr appeared quite anxious. No questions at all. It is merely curious that you, a mere trainee, are the one entrusted with delivering a message to me. Rosen shifted the topic. It is because I greatly admire you, my lord. You are a true naval hero. And it is this admiration that has driven me to seize the opportunity to converse with you. Zifa exclaimed with fervor, clenching his fist in excitement. Observing the scene before him, Rosen was suddenly struck by an absurd sense of amusement. The legendary figure from his previous life, the unkillable general, was meeting him in such an innocent manner, expressing admiration for him as a naval hero. The sensation was overwhelmingly bittersweet. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Song inscribed on ZFA's uniform a heartfelt wish for ZFA to swiftly ascend to the rank of admiral. Nearby, under the watchful eyes of the other instructors, the naval cadets stood in formation, their curious gazes fixed upon the imposing figure at the entrance of the school, standing over 6 meters tall. His formidable presence exuded an air of intimidation with each deliberate movement. Hey, Crane, what do you think of that instructor? He seems incredibly strong. A foolish young lad wearing a dog cap turned to the girl beside him and inquired. Kapu, how many times must I remind you not to lean in so close when speaking to me? The stunning blue-haired girl retorted, her brow furrowed in annoyance. Heh. It's just that you smell so delightful, Crane. I can't help but gravitate towards you. Kapu brazenly persisted, inching even closer. Enough already, Monkey D. Kapu. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Kapu crouched down, cradling the large bump on his head, his voice a mere whisper. Finally, peace was restored. Crane brushed off non-existent dust from her hands and remarked with ease, Buddha, after observing for so long, have you drawn any conclusions? The young man beside her, sporting a froggy pair of glasses and a wild hairstyle, sparkled with intellect. Adjusting his slightly sagging glasses, Buddha spoke with measured calmness. Did you notice the expressions of those instructors? There's fear, admiration, and fervor to receive such treatment among the elite of the Navy headquarters. This man must possess extraordinary strength. Why not just say he is strong? You've rambled on for so long, I didn't catch a word, Kapu. Having quickly forgotten his earlier pain, interjected with a cheeky grin. Are you three truly oblivious to the identity of that esteemed figure? A slightly plump young man exclaimed in astonishment from behind Crane, Kapu, and Buddha. Is he famous? Kapu scratched his head, speaking casually. Could you perhaps adopt a more respectful attitude? The plump youth responded with displeasure, as several other naval cadets regarded Kapu with irritation. My apologies. He has just always been rather blunt, often speaking out of turn. Crane swiftly intervened, sensing the rising tension. Upon noticing that Crane was defending Kapu, the other cadets softened their expressions. Let this be a lesson. We only wish to help you. You have no idea how high that figure's prestige is within the Navy. And speaking out of turn can have serious repercussions. This friend, could you enlighten us about that esteemed individual? Buddha inquired politely. Seeing the favorable demeanor of the speaker, the plump youth began to share, in truth, that esteemed individual has not been in the Navy much longer than we have. 3 years ago, he stood in the same spot we do now. Then he must only be 17. Kapu gasped, swallowing hard as he glanced at Luo Song's intimidating stature. Well, not quite so young. He entered through a special channel, and by the time he arrived, he was already quite aged, the plump youth clarified. Is that not just a euphemism for? Kapu began to jest, but Buddha swiftly covered his mouth with a large hand. Apologies, he has a tendency to ramble. Please, continue. Do not mind him, Crane said, offering an apologetic smile. The plump youth looked at them with surprise. Very well, I shall continue. That esteemed individual graduated from naval school in just 1 month, achieving exceptional results. However, rumor has it he actually made the chief instructor cry before being allowed to leave the academy. Incredible! Buddha exclaimed, momentarily forgetting to silence Kapu as they all listened in awe. Moreover, during his time at naval school, he mastered hockey, leaving everyone astounded. The plump youth continued passionately. Upon graduating, he embarked on his first sea expedition, single-handedly annihilating the most notorious pirate crew in the East Sea, defeating the notorious pirate muscle demon Golan, who had a bounty of 30 million berries. Since then, he has been unstoppable, leaving his mark from the East Sea to the South Sea and through the first half of the Grand Line, where nefarious pirates faced certain doom before him, while those with lesser transgressions were imprisoned in the underwater fortress and impelled down. Pirates dread him, referring to him as the tyrant, indicative of one who rules the seas with cruelty. Yet, for us in the Navy, he is undoubtedly a hero, the invincible Iron Fist. The plump youth grew increasingly animated, his voice rising in excitement. Indeed, indeed. But what is the name of this esteemed individual? Luo Song. His name is Luo Song. The enthusiastic voice was abruptly cut off as a colossal shadow loomed over the plump youth, who found himself enveloped in silence as all cadets feigned his interest. Your previous statements were quite impressive. Luo Song grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Yes, yes, yes. The slightly plump young man trembled. Nevertheless, it was still training time. Maintaining silence was imperative. Do you understand? With a smile, Luo Song's visage appeared exceedingly terrifying in the eyes of the plump young man. He swallowed hard, understood clearly. That's good to hear. Rosen gently patted the shoulder of Zephyr, who had returned alongside him. You may return to your team now. Yes, Lord Rosen, Zephyr replied, before turning his attention back to the slightly plump young man. Considering this is your first offense, I shall not impose a severe punishment upon you. The young man felt a slight sense of relief. However, Rosen continued, I sense you are rather pleased, thus I shall assign you a task. Please, Lord, what is the task? The young man inquired with a hint of excitement. I require you to compose a 10,000-word account of my illustrious deeds. Should it fail to meet my expectations, it shall not be accepted. The young man gasped in horror, while the others, Carp, Crane, and Sengoku, exchanged bewildered glances. Are you a devil? How does this instructor differ so vastly from the rumors? The demand for 10,000 words sent a chill through him. The other trainees adopted a disinterested demeanor. The young man turned to Carp and the others. We know nothing about that esteemed individual, Crane said. I can't even write. Carp exclaimed. What do you mean? I am utterly clueless. Sengoku added. Oh, woe is me. The young man felt a wave of despair wash over him as he glared at the three. Nonetheless, they averted their gazes, their expressions a mix of sympathy and guilt. Silence. A resonant voice filled the training ground, compelling all trainees to stand at attention in utter stillness. Some of you may know me, while others may not. But that is of little consequence. From this moment forth, I wish for you to refer to me by but one name, the devil, or perhaps, the demon. Rosong, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely before all the trainees, exuding an air of ease and nonchalance. I am the chief instructor, personally appointed by Lord Marshal Kong, fully entrusted with the responsibility for your training. Do you comprehend what it means to be fully empowered? Your very lives lie entirely within my grasp. Luo Song smiled with a devilish grin, causing all the trainees to tremble in fear. I do not require your respect. What I desire is hatred, an authentic, visceral loathing for me, a fervent desire to gnaw on my bones and drink my blood. Only then can it be said that my training has borne fruit. Some instructors wore expressions of dismay, yet out of trust in Luo Song, they refrained from intervening. I can no longer contain myself. You, scoundrel, are nothing but a villain. Taste my punch. A voice, distinct and commanding, suddenly pierced through the crowd. Upon hearing this, both he and Zhangguo's expressions shifted dramatically. They were too late to prevent what transpired next. In a fit of rage, Carp charged forward, fist raised, targeting none other than Luo Song, who had just finished speaking. With a resounding smack, Carp's punch, imbued with his innate strength, was effortlessly intercepted by Luo Song. It's over. He covered his face in disbelief. With a forceful grip, Luo Song seized Carp's fist, flipping him face down and slamming him into the ground. Does it hurt? Are you convinced? It does not hurt. I am not convinced, Carp stubbornly retorted. You have a tough shell, and I appreciate that. Luo Song revealed a terrifying smile. What is your name? I am Kapu. Remember, I shall inevitably deliver a sound thrashing to you, detestable instructor. So it is you. Luo Song squinted his eyes, recognizing the genius summoned by the old man. Lowering himself, he leaned closer to Carp's face and said, I shall grant you another chance. You may summon your companions. and we shall engage in a rematch. Sengoku and Crane suddenly felt a wave of apprehension. Carp, upon hearing this, was filled with joy. Crane, Sengoku, come out and help me defeat this devilish instructor. Crane responded with a disapproving look, while Sengoku thought to himself, I would very much like to pry open his skull. Luo Song laughed heartily and stood up, addressing the Crane. Warring states, step forward. The two, with a sense of resignation, exited the ranks, preparing to assume a stance of combat. You three, he continued, today's training will be doubled. Luo Song, however, harbored no intention of engaging in battle with them. Carp, your words carry no weight. Rosong regarded him with the gaze of a fool. I never intended to abide by my words. Perhaps you are unaware of the vast powers vested in me as the chief instructor. Everyone, commence running around the naval headquarters 8 laps to warm up. As for the 3 of you, remember to double your efforts. Chapter 51. Running beneath the setting sun, charge forth. Run swiftly. That demon, he actually. Accompanied by a cacophony of hurried footsteps, Marin Fando witnessed a long-forgotten spectacle. A throng of Naval Academy recruits surged from the school as if driven by an unseen force, beginning to run frantically around the base. The vitality of this year's recruits stirred nostalgic memories of our own youthful days. Indeed, we too had once experienced this. And now, upon witnessing this familiar scene, I felt a surge of warmth throughout my being. Not far from the Naval Academy, 2 officers clad in naval uniforms observed with deep sentiment. Why don't we join in the run and relive those memories? One suggested. That seems like a splendid idea. The other officer replied eagerly. Without hesitation, the 2 seasoned veterans quickly integrated themselves into the bustling crowd. Crack! Shortly after their arrival, the piercing crack of a whip echoed from not far behind. Accelerate your pace. Do not slack off. Should I catch anyone idling? They shall endure training as rigorous as Carp and his companions. With a commanding voice, Rosong leisurely followed the recruits on a bicycle, a single hand grasping a jet-black leather whip, which danced in his grip with the grace of an arm. The moment he spotted a recruit lacking in effort, he was prepared to deliver a swift strike. The 2 newly joined officers immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Hiss, Ike, it seems we arrived at an inopportune moment. That individual appears to be Colonel Iron Fist Rosong. Shola, be confident. Eliminate the appears from your statement. Should we perhaps withdraw for a moment? Good idea. The 2 officers huddled together, whispering in hushed tones, prioritizing their safety before indulging in nostalgic reminiscence. Crack. As if possessing a sixth sense, Rosong's whip accurately struck the 2 amidst the sea of recruits. Feeling a searing pain in their backs, Ike and Shola couldn't suppress their gasps. Hiss, what were you 2 murmuring about? If you possess the strength to converse, it seems you have yet to exert yourselves fully. Rosong, crack. We do not, crack. Ike attempted to clarify their identities, indicating they were merely here to partake in the excitement and reminisce about their youthful days. However, each time he opened his mouth, Rosong would interrupt with another strike of his whip. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance and wisely chose to obediently follow the main group. Crack. Crack. Run faster. You too. With yet another 2 strikes, Ike and Shola felt an unspoken bitterness. Instructor Rosong, these 2 do not seem to be recruits, one instructor hesitantly remarked. Ike and Shola perked up, an impulse to weep welling within them. Finally, someone understands their plight. Although they donned naval uniforms akin to the recruits, this instructor possessed keen insight, discerning they lacked the youthful naivete of 14-year-old trainees. A misunderstanding? Impossible. Which fool would be foolish enough to run here? Luo Song remained utterly indifferent, or rather, he had no desire to care. As long as someone could assert dominance, everything else was of no concern to him. If you are dissatisfied, come and challenge me. Yak, Shala, we are indeed the fools you speak of. Woe is us. What vitality, what youth, it's all nonsense. I shall no longer indulge in reminiscing about my youth. With a sharp sound, a lagging naval cadet was reprimanded. Let it be known, those who fall behind shall face repercussions. This shall be the guiding principle of my future training. Luo Song languidly remarked, yet there was not a hint of relaxation to be felt. At that moment, Yak and Shala experienced a sudden surge of secret delight. Finally, it was not us who were being beaten. Crack. You too, what are you snickering about? You hardly appear to be up to any good. The main force continued to advance, their vigorous warm-up training attracting considerable attention from the Navy. As they puzzled over why this cohort of trainees was so fervently dedicated, they caught sight of the figure behind the crowd, riding a bicycle and wielding a whip. It turned out to be Colonel Luo Song. No wonder their training was so rigorous. Voiceover. Hey, my friend, have you missed something? Indeed. It was well known that Colonel Luo Song was set to become an instructor, the Iron Fist Colonel, and he was undeniably strict. Look, isn't that Yak and Shaola? Why are they involved, and why have they received a few lashes? A Navy sailor, familiar with Yak and Shaola, inquired. Oh, so it is them. Are they attempting to reinvent themselves under the tutelage of Lord Luo? What an intriguing notion. Is there anyone keen to experience it firsthand? Let us go together. A chorus of excitement erupted. However, despite the spirited chatter, no one made a move. They exchanged glances, realizing that everyone bore expressions of thwarted scheming, and soon erupted into laughter. What a jest! They were already individuals of some repute. How could they possibly mingle with a bunch of youngsters? It would be one thing if they performed well, but what if they were to be humiliated? Crack! Shala received another lash. Observing their unfortunate colleague, a Navy sailor could not help but exclaim, "How tragic!" Snap, snap, indeed quite tragic. Would you care to share some watermelon? It's truly sweet. Let us do it together. I have plenty of tea here. I have a bench available. Thus, at the Navy headquarters, a scene unfolded where a large group of stoutly built sailors sat on small stools, sipping tea and eating watermelon while enjoying the spectacle. Hey, I say, that watermelon looks rather appealing. A sudden voice startled the onlookers among the Navy. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Luo Song. Lord Luo Song. We will take our leave at once. The Navy soldiers trembled in fear. In the past 2 years, the renowned reputation of Rozan has grown increasingly formidable in Marlin Vondo, demonstrating no mercy towards pirates. To those unfamiliar with Rozan, he appears to be nothing short of a fearsome deity. No. I simply find joy in watching you all relish your meals, and I too am tempted. Luo Song's son casually picked up a slice of freshly cut watermelon, continuing his pastoral duties with a light cough. This Colonel Luo seems rather amiable, remarked a naval soldier, somewhat incredulous. He actually smiled at us just now. I thought someone as intimidating as him would never show such a gesture. Indeed, seeing is believing, much like the notion that even a goddess or fairy can have earthy, unrefined moments. Colonel Luo is, in private, a person of relatable nature. Absolutely. I've also heard that Colonel Luo is quite renowned for often being accompanied by an adorable little creature, which has led many to affectionately refer to him as the Colonel of Cute Pets. Is that so? Why haven't we seen that pet? Oh, it's not our first day of training. It's all about establishing authority. The sailors, who were merely spectators, began to chatter animatedly among themselves. Meanwhile, Luo Song momentarily set aside his whip, savoring the sweet, refreshing watermelon in small bites. Delicious. The sweetness is exquisite, especially since it's chilled. Luo Song, riding his bicycle, approached each trainee with a mischievous demeanor, deliberately making loud slurping sounds to tempt them. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, and the accompanying instructors appeared somewhat sympathetic. Instructor Luo Song appears to possess a rather cruel demeanor. Hey, over there, my friend, do you have any fruit left? Let us offer some to our instructor as well. Luo Song declared loudly. Yes, indulge yourselves. An enthusiastic naval officer eagerly distributed a plate of fruit among several instructors. The instructors exclaimed, "Goodness! It's truly sweet and delicious." The trainees murmured, "What kind of devilish instructors are these?" Under Luo Song's relentless pressure, the trainees endured the torment and frantically pushed their physical limits, running laps tirelessly. Indeed, this is the essence of youth. Remember, without effort in your youth, you will only lament in your old age. Sweat more in training to bleed less in battle. A second faster in running could mean the demise of 1,000 foes. Observing the trainees exerting themselves with fervor as if fueled by adrenaline, Luo Song felt immense satisfaction with the motivational effect of his words, wielding his whip with renewed vigor. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they completed 8 laps. Exhausted, the trainees collapsed onto the ground, tongues out, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by fatigue, pain, hunger, and thirst. Among them were Yak and Shala, who now flinched at the sight of Luo Song's whip. Although they had not suffered severe injuries, the sting of that whip was excruciating. From this day forth, should anyone dare to mention the nostalgia of youth to them, they would respond with ire. The Naval Academy was a place to be avoided, as it brought forth memories they would rather forget. Students, Luo Song announced, the warm-up training has concluded. Though you may feel exhausted and harbor resentment towards me, fear not. For this memory will evolve into one of the most cherished recollections of your youth, a lesson that will benefit you for a lifetime. Luo Songxin contentedly concluded his final summary. The sensation of power is truly exhilarating. Aiku, Shaola. Enough. We cannot provoke this individual. Next. Let us engage in some gentle exercises led by the instructors to unwind and continue our training. As for me, there are certain students whose training is not yet complete, and I shall take sole responsibility for them. Lo Song cast a malevolent smile towards the trio of carp. The three of them, endowed with commendable physical prowess, had managed to evade any blows moments ago. This time, they were determined to rectify that. Rosong chuckled wickedly. Lord Rosong, I request additional training. Amidst the astonished gazes of the other trainees, ZFA stepped forward with resolve. I wish to undergo the same training as them, he declared steadfastly. He glanced at the letters on his chest, slightly dampened by sweat. May ZFA swiftly ascend to the rank of admiral. An extraordinary surge of strength welled up from within. Inspired by his idol, ZFA felt compelled to hold himself to even higher standards. Luo Song gazed at ZFA with a hint of surprise, then broke into a smile, nodding as he spoke. Very well, if that is the case. Let them join together. Are there any others who wish to follow their example? Luo Song surveyed a group of naval cadets with a playful glint in his eyes. Those who caught his gaze instinctively lowered their heads. Excellent. It will be you few then. Rozon nodded with a hint of disappointment. Lord Rozon. Two individuals resembling students raised their hands, speaking with a sense of urgency. It was none other than Ike and Shora, who were about to depart. Very well. Then let us include both of you. Luo Song exclaimed joyfully. It appears that this group of trainees indeed possesses a few remarkable individuals. Oh, Lord Luo Song. We implore you to spare us. As soon as Luo Song spoke, Yak and Shayla's expressions changed dramatically, and they gasped in astonishment. The two transformed into shadows, darting towards Luo Song's feet, clinging to his legs, and beginning to wail. My lord, please spare us. We merely wish to reminisce about our youth, yet unexpectedly. We have not relived those memories and have instead endured numerous lashes. Indeed, my lord, we beseech you to show us mercy and allow us to depart. An awkward atmosphere seemed to permeate the air. So, it truly appears that there are fools. Yes, we are indeed fools. Yak and Shala hastily nodded in agreement. Lao Song's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that someone had indeed intruded and had been quite severely dealt with by him. All right, you may leave now. In the future, please refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you and causing unnecessary chaos. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Luo Song feigned annoyance. Very well, thank you. Colonel Luo Song, you are truly a remarkable person. Ike and Shora, overjoyed, fled the scene as if escaping from a dire situation. The onlooking cadets were puzzled as to why these two would stand up despite suffering such humiliation. Their confusion dissipated only when they noticed the tattered garments and the distinct lash marks on their backs, leading to a sudden realization. It turned out that someone had borne the brunt of their suffering. What a good soul. The cadets regarded Ike and Shora, who supported each other with their limping figures, with newfound respect. What are you staring at? Hurry up and get back to training. I must tell you, you are the worst batch I have ever taught. Luo Song, visibly impatient, glared at the cadets as they fixated on the evidence of their transgressions. Am I not shameless? He mused, relishing the moment as he finally expressed this sentiment aloud. Kapu, Crane, Sengoku, and Zifa, let us continue. At his command, everyone sprang into action, with Luo Song leading the four while they resumed their laps. Smarten up, Kapu, he shouted. You lazy rascal. The exasperated instructor continued to chastise him. How dare you speak to your superior like that? The training remained, as ever, an exhilarating affair. Trailing behind the quartet, Luo Song occasionally directed his whip solely at Kapu, finding it difficult to reprimand anyone else. Crane was still a young girl, and Zifa was a promising lad whom Luo Song greatly valued, while Sengoku was a bit of a taciturn character. Ultimately, Kapu proved to be the most resilient, thick-skinned, and stubborn, providing endless amusement for Luo Song. Even Crane and Sengoku, running alongside him, were nearly brought to laughter by Kapu's antics, almost losing their stamina in the process. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their training finally came to a close. The day's exertions were drawing to a close. Years later, Kapu would reflect on that day as sunset run as the most painful experience he wished to forget. When others curiously inquired about what had transpired, Kapu remained silent, gazing nostalgically into the distance. Chapter 52. The System's Resurrection. A fortnight later, at the Naval Academy's training grounds, the cadets were fervently engaged in a grueling training regimen of extreme difficulty, while the instructors, brimming with excitement, supervised from the sidelines. Occasionally, they would brandish a whip or a stick to strike the cadets, creating an atmosphere of extreme brutality. Initially, they hesitated, But once Luo Song assured them that he would take full responsibility, they hesitantly began to take action. This initiation proved exhilarating. As the thrill of tormenting the cadets became almost addictive, it was no wonder so many relished the role of a devilish instructor. From their initial discomfort, the instructors transitioned to enjoying the process, willingly alleviating Luo Song's burdens. This allowed Luo Song to relax under a sunshade, reclining in a lounge chair, sipping chilled fruit juice, indulging in fresh fruits, and playfully teasing the clingy little C, feeling utterly at ease. Meanwhile, the cadets directed fiery glares at the merciless instructors, with Luo Song's leisurely demeanor inciting the most ire. Rosin toyed with the empty devil fruit, contemplating how best to dispose of it. Consuming it was out of the question. He could never bring himself to eat such a worthless devil fruit in this lifetime. Thus, the only option left was to find a place to sell it. As Rosin indulged in his musings, training came to an end, signaling a much-needed break. Damn that instructor, take this. A fist, propelled by a fierce wind, hurtled toward Rosin. Kapu, no, came the voice of Sengoku. It was over. Crane sensed that the three of them were about to be targeted once more. TCH, foolishly overestimating himself. Zephyr scoffed at Kapu's reckless challenge to his idol. The other instructors and students wore expressions of indifference, accustomed to such antics since the beginning of training. How many moves do you think Kapu can withstand from Instructor Rosin this time? No more than 3. Though Kapu possesses an abnormal strength, Instructor Rosin is invincible. I doubt he can endure even a single blow. Have you noticed that Instructor Rosin has never fought with full force or employed his haki? Instead of worrying about that fool Kapu, we should focus on the instructor's little pet. I believe it's called Little C. It looks so adorable. A female student gazed dreamily at the charming Little C. Meanwhile, at Rosin's side, upon hearing the familiar voice, he remained unfazed and even felt a chuckle bubbling within him. Over the past few days, Kapu had added a vibrant splash of color to his otherwise mundane life, providing him with nearly all his amusement during this time. Come on. Let me see how much you've improved today. He patted Little C gently. Oh woo. The clever Little C let out a playful yelp and nimbly jumped off the chair, distancing itself from the impending battlefield. Kapu's speed was remarkable. In an instant, he was behind Rosin. With a powerful punch, he struck with all his might. Kapu's expression turned serious. He understood that even so, his attack would hardly trouble the insufferable instructor before him. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his frustration towards the instructor. Oh, take this punch. Lo Song gently shifted his body, allowing Karp's punch to narrowly graze him. The impressive combination of his formidable physique and agile speed was nothing short of perfection. Karp, he admonished. How many times must I remind you not to reveal yourself when you resort to underhanded tactics? There is not a hint of challenge left. Luo Song wore a smile, his entire being enveloped in a state of relaxation as he softly spoke. I've been deceived. Karp smirked cunningly, executing a roll to dissipate the force of the blow. A dark aura swirled around his right fist. Could it be the haki of armament? Am I not mistaken? That scoundrel Karp is surprisingly formidable. A chorus of astonishment arose. Even Tsuru and Sengoku, who had spent countless days with Karp, were taken aback to discover that he had mastered the haki of armament. This has become intriguing. Luo Song eagerly awaited Karp's next move. Do not underestimate me. Seeing that Luo Song continued to disregard him, Karp was enraged, and the color of the armament haki covering his right fist abruptly deepened. With a fist filled with fury, he launched an upward strike aimed directly at Luo Song's lower region. This cannot be allowed. Rozan was taken aback. If he were to take that punch head-on, it could very well cost him his life. Gazing at the broad-eyed and bushy-browed Karp, Rozan couldn't help but wonder who had imparted such insidious techniques to him. With a slight retreat, Rozan extended his hand, effortlessly catching Karp's fist as he usually did, without employing any form of haki. Feeling it would be rather unfair to overpower a child, with a resounding clap, he effortlessly caught Karp's punch, as expected. Once again, Karp wore a look of frustration. Damn it, instructor, why are your reflexes so incredibly fast? Rozan smiled silently, gently shaking his head, exuding an air of inscrutability. Kapu, you are still far from the mark. The surrounding students gazed at Rozan with admiration. Yet, Kapu couldn't shake the feeling that Rozan's expression was particularly infuriating. As per the usual practice, those who lost must face punishment, intensified training, perhaps for you 3 or 4. As Luo Song was about to suggest that he, Zhanghua, and Karp engage in additional training together, he suddenly felt a searing gaze fixed upon him. Following the sensation, he found it was indeed Zfa. This fellow, Luo Song thought with resignation. Luo Song casually summoned an instructor. Chief Instructor Luo Song, you are responsible for intensifying the training of Carp, Sengoku, Crane, and Zifa. Understood. The instructor exhibited no dissatisfaction towards Luo Song's command. Rather, he appeared quite enthusiastic about the prospect of training the four most exceptional naval cadets of this generation. Amidst the envious gazes of other instructors, he swaggered forward, wielding a whip, a devilish grin spreading across his face as he approached Carp and his companions. Carp, look at the trouble you've caused. Crane, unable to recall how many times she had been entangled in Carp's escapades, sighed. I feel like I'm starting to get used to this. It's a rather alarming realization. Carp scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. Such was his nature when his temper flared. His intellect seemed to vanish, and by the time regret set in, it was too late. Only Zifa appeared to eagerly anticipate the upcoming training, prompting one to ponder what thoughts resided within his mind. Crack. The whip sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Get on with the training. If you don't finish, you won't be eating today. The instructor, assigned by Luo Song to oversee their training, wore an arrogant and excited expression, exuding an air of invulnerability. With Lord Luo Song around, I doubt you little rascals would dare to disobey. This was the instructor's inner thought at that moment. Carp and the others exchanged a knowing glance, as if to imprint the image of this boastful instructor, whose prowess paled in comparison to Luo Song's, into their memories. Not all instructors were as extraordinarily powerful as Luo Song. Carp was a man of measure and would not act against this instructor as he would against Luo Song. However, they would remember this slight. Carp mused silently. Meanwhile, Luo Song leisurely returned to his recliner, continuing to enjoy his delightful moments. Observing the instructor's overly ostentatious performance, Luo Song surmised his thoughts. What a pity, my friend. It's not that I, Luo, am setting you up. As long as I'm here, I can shield you. But once I depart, these youngsters will grow up. Tut, tut. You've truly narrowed your own path. After a chuckle, Luo Song picked up the devil fruit resting beside him, preparing to stow it away. Just as his hand grazed the fruit, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Ding. Animal-type canine devil fruit ability detected, highly compatible with the host's pet. You may choose to use Titan's blood to nourish it, resulting in optimal evolution. Wow system. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ears, leaving Luo Song exhilarated. Who else could it be but the system? Yet, almost instantly, Luo Song's expression darkened. After such a long absence, the system had finally made contact. And it was due to the little one. What sort of system host was he? System, tell me honestly. Is it because of you that the little one has been unable to grow? Suddenly, Luo Song recalled something and inquired. Ding. After consuming the devil fruit, due to the pet's unique lineage and the profound bond with its host, a bloodline shackling has been formed, which requires an immense infusion of energy to break. Special reminder, the system's awakening time is limited. Please take immediate action. Remaining time, 3 minutes and 7 seconds, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. What the heck? System. You deceptive scoundrel. Luo Song felt a sudden jolt, and before he could ponder further, he swiftly seized the devil fruit and shall see. Darting into his designated office within the school. As he extended his hand, ready to draw blood, he noticed a scrape on his palm, leaving a small trace of crimson. This was the very hand that had just grasped the devil fruit. Could it be a remnant left by that rascal Carp? Luo Song suddenly harbored doubts that the dormant system might awaken due to his blood coming into contact with the devil fruit. Ding. The host's suspicion is indeed accurate. Additionally, I must advise the host against any attempts at cunning exploitation. This occurrence is merely coincidental. The conditions for this system's awakening are unpredictable, and I urge the host to explore independently. Remaining time, 1 minute and 58 seconds, 1 minute. In a moment of desperation, Luo Song acted without further contemplation, his finger resembling a blade as it sliced through his right wrist. The crimson blood, mingled with a hint of azure, dripped onto the cursed fruit of the demon. Upon contact with the infernal fruit, the blood merged under the influence of a mysterious force, initiating a wondrous transformation between the two. Rosen was somewhat taken aback. Sensing the influence of the system at play, Little C tilted her head in curiosity, gazing at the scene before her, bewildered by her master's actions. However, as the devil fruit transformed, an increasingly intense desire surged within her, compelling her to consume the fruit before her. Nourished by Rosen's blood, the once purplish-black fruit adorned with peculiar stripes gradually changed its hue, ultimately becoming a golden devil fruit etched with enigmatic patterns. At last, it was a success. A look of delight spread across Luo Song's face. Ding. Transformation successful. The data of the fruit has been transmitted into the host brain. Remaining time, 18 seconds. System. Don't rush off just yet. Let's chat a bit. When will you awaken again? How about granting me a devil fruit as well? Seeing that the system still had time left, Luo Song hurriedly inquired. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 0. However, it seemed as though the system had not heard him at all, completely ignoring Luo Song as it continued to count down until it ultimately crashed. Damn it, a malfunctioning system, truly unreliable. Luo Song's face was dark with frustration, utterly infuriated by his younger brother's antics. Humph, this worthless system is anything but intelligent. How fortunate for you. I received nothing, yet you, little rascal, have managed to obtain a devil fruit. With a countenance marked by gloom, Luo Song tossed the fruit to the eagerly drooling, red-eyed Xiaoxi. Upon receiving it, Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with delight. Suddenly, his mouth opened wide, disproportionate to his small frame, and he swiftly devoured the fruit. Chapter 53, The Beastly Hybrid of Animal Attributes. The maned lion with a thunderous roar, Xiaoxi writhed in agony on the ground. His diminutive form began to swell as if filled with air. Delicate skin cracked, releasing steam that emanated a deep crimson glow. Rosen was in a state of urgency. Yet, he chose not to intervene, for he understood that the transformation within Little C could only be navigated by itself. After consuming the devil fruit, Little C seemed to have prepared for the events that were about to unfold, remaining remarkably composed. With anguished cries, Little C struggled to endure. Luo Song's eyes were filled with concern. He had once endured the agonizing torment of transformation, thus he understood the unbearable sensation that could drive one to madness. Fortunately, Xiaoxi's metamorphosis did not persist for long. Soon, with a resounding bang, a cloud of deep crimson mist laced with azure blood erupted from Xiaoxi, enveloping the spacious office entirely. Luo Song's vision was momentarily obscured, and he faintly perceived a shadow that loomed larger, its immense form encroaching upon the majority of the office space. With a resounding roar, a wave of crimson mist visibly surged back, reassembling upon the transformed figure of Xiaoxi. The metamorphosis had finally concluded, and Xiaoxi unfurled a pair of formidable flesh wings, instinctively stretching in a languorous manner. No, Luo Song hastily cautioned, yet it was too late. The thunderous sound of colossal wings unfurling carried immense power, rendering the office walls as fragile as paper, which were effortlessly shattered with a resounding crash. Ultimately, this culminated in such a tremendous commotion. With a resigned smile, Luo Song placed his hand on his forehead. Little C realized her mistake, curling up her body, her large eyes glistening with innocence as she looked at Luo Song. It was at this moment that Luo Song had the opportunity to closely examine Little C's entire form. Her massive yet graceful body was adorned with sleek, lustrous fur that shimmered golden under the sunlight. A pair of strong and powerful wings partially shielded her sides, and following the earlier scene, Luo Song understood deeply that these wings were not to be underestimated. In stark contrast to her imposing physique, her head bore a youthful visage that diminished her overall aura. She was a Zoan-type mythical beast, the Sphinx, a creation of the devil fruit birthed from the fusion of Luo Song's Titan blood and the system's power. Rooted in Greek mythology, the Sphinx symbolizes divine retribution. Thus, Luo Song's expression turned peculiar. Little C, so you are a female beast? Though reluctant to acknowledge it. As a somewhat dim-witted brute, Luo Song occasionally displayed a lack of awareness. After all these years, he was still oblivious to the gender of his companion who had been by his side day and night, marking him as a rather inept master. In an attempt to redeem his shortcomings as a guardian, Luo Song crouched down, trying to discern Little C's primary characteristics. Ah, how embarrassing. Master, you have no shame. Suddenly, a youthful female voice chimed in. In a moment of bewilderment, Luo Song found himself at a loss for words. Shortly thereafter, a flurry of indignation swept over Xiaoxi as she flapped her wings toward him. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door to the room swung open. Before Luo Song could react, a familiar, boisterous voice echoed through the air. Hey, you rascal instructor, what are you up to? With an abrupt entrance, Carp, oblivious to the unfolding scene, positioned himself directly in the path of Xiaoxi's wings and was unexpectedly sent flying with tremendous force, crashing against the wall in a comical sprawl. Xiaoxi looked on in astonishment, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Before Luo Song could respond, Xiaoxi swiftly shrank in size, returning to her previous adorable form. She rapidly climbed onto Luo Song's shoulder, feigning an innocent and pure demeanor. Luo Song bared his teeth, his shameless demeanor reminiscent of a poor imitation learned from some dubious source. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps drew closer. As a throng of instructors and cadets approached the room where Luo Song and his companions were situated. What on earth has transpired here, Lord Luo Song? One instructor gasped. breathless, embodying the image of a concerned comrade dedicated to duty, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the distance behind him. Following closely were he, Zhanghua, and ZFA, with a few other instructors and cadets lagging slightly behind. Luo Song, what is the situation? A steady voice inquired, prompting everyone to instinctively part to create a passage. Striding forth with an air of authority was the imposing figure of the current Navy Marshal, Kong. He had initially intended to consult Luo Song regarding the training of the naval cadets but was drawn to the scene by a sudden, thunderous commotion as he reached the school's entrance. "Ah, it's nothing, merely." Luo Song awkwardly scratched his head, at a loss for an excuse. "You scoundrel instructor. You ambushed me." The foolishly dazed voice carried an air of bewilderment as Karp, rubbing his head, stood up in a daze. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Luo Song's mind, and he spoke earnestly. "Ahem, I was merely engaging in a friendly spar with classmate Karp and inadvertently caused this commotion." The small figure perched on Luo Song's shoulder. Xiao Si discreetly rolled her eyes. "You are lying. It was clearly I who." Karp was about to expose Luo Song's deceit. "Classmate Karp, have you forgotten? Just moments ago, you unleashed an unprecedented surge of power that left me momentarily overwhelmed, and only through my utmost effort was I able to prevail." Luo Song spoke with a grave expression, as if elucidating an event of genuine occurrence. "Ah, so it is this complicated?" Karp, still somewhat dazed, found his memories hazy. Upon hearing Luo Song's words, he truly felt the reality of the situation. "Haha, so I have become this formidable already. You rascal instructor, next time I shall surely defeat you," Karp declared, his confidence soaring as he waved his fists. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, based on his long acquaintance with Luo Song. He knew that such solemnity typically indicated mere fabrications. In light of this, the matter was deemed settled, with the subsequent repair costs to be borne by Colonel Luo Song. "Everyone, you may disperse," he commanded, not allowing anyone the opportunity to question Luo Song. With the Admiral's pronouncement, the crowd began to leave in succession. "Ha ha ha, rascal instructor. How does it feel to pay up? Are you not feeling quite reluctant?" Karp gloatingly taunted Luo Song, reveling in the moment. Luo Song cast a disdainful glance at the foolish boy. "How absurd, thinking he could challenge me. I doubt he could even best my pet. The notion of him seeking vengeance against me is utterly impossible in this lifetime." Luo Song glanced at the little C perched upon his shoulder and offered it a smile. Little C, still harboring a flicker of indignation, cast a cute, reproachful glance at its master, who dared to scrutinize its more vulnerable areas. Luo Song's expression turned awkward. His previous actions had indeed been somewhat reckless. Meanwhile, he, preparing to leave, indignantly chastised Karp. "How could you possibly believe Commander Luo Song's nonsense, and with such confidence? I truly cannot fathom how your mind works. How could it be nonsense? That was clearly the unvarnished truth. I, Karp, witnessed it with my own eyes. Besides, I am well aware of my own capabilities," Karp retorted, caught in a state of euphoric self-assurance, utterly oblivious to the opinions of others. "How infuriating. Zephyr, you are closest to Commander Luo Song. Do you truly believe his words were mere fabrications?" He directed his inquiry towards Zephyr, who had recently grown closer to their trio. "Of course, I do not believe it," Zephyr replied with unwavering conviction. He rejoiced. Commander Luo Song is invincible. He must have said that to spare Karp's dignity. He continued, "I should have anticipated that you, a victim of Commander Luo Song's brainwashing, would respond in such a manner. Sengoku, what do you think?" He placed his last hope upon Sengoku, known for his steadiness and wisdom. "I certainly do not believe it," Sengoku replied. "I knew you were not as easily deceived as Karp." Sengoku glanced at the somewhat excited he and said, "Do not compare me to that fool Karp. Who knows what nonsense fills his head? It's entirely unpredictable. And do you think everyone has fallen for Commander Luo Song's words? I assure you. Aside from dim-witted Karp and those like Zephyr who idolize him, very few would take his words to heart. Then why has no one exposed him?" He retorted indignantly. "Do you even realize who is defending Commander Luo Song? That would be Admiral Steelbone Kong. Why would anyone wish to expose him?" He fell silent, feeling defeated. "I just find it infuriating that Commander Luo Song treats us like fools," he pouted. Sengoku chuckled. "Do you think he doesn't see us as fools on a regular basis? He certainly possesses the confidence to do so." Once everyone departed, only Kong and Luo Song remained in the dilapidated office. "What on earth is going on?" "Do not attempt to speak any nonsense in my presence," Kong inquired with curiosity. Luo Song had just begun to engage his mind in crafting a narrative filled with twists and turns, a tale that would captivate hearts and evoke tears. However, He was abruptly interrupted as Kong cut off his train of thought. Do you still remember that cursed fruit of the devil? Luo Song inquired earnestly. Have you truly consumed him? That seems uncharacteristic of you. How could you be so indiscriminate in your hunger? Kong felt a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that this fellow Luo Song had a change of heart and decided to embrace the world government? Nonsense. What absurd thoughts are you entertaining? What I meant to convey is that it was not I who devoured the devil fruit, but rather Xiaoxi. What? You actually allowed Xiaoxi to consume such a worthless devil fruit? Kong's eyes widened in astonishment, as if the fact that Xiaoxi had ingested that fruit was far more shocking than Luo Song doing so. Hey, is it really necessary to treat the matter so differently? S expression was dark. In any case, this incident was merely an accident. However, you have witnessed the formidable power of this fruit, fortunately, did not suffer any loss. Indeed, surveyed the room, which was in disarray, and nodded in agreement. Pray tell, what manner of devil fruit is this? Inquired with curiosity. The ability to endow a creature with such terrifying strength suggests that this devil fruit is certainly no ordinary variety. It may well be an ancient type or a mythical one. The common variety is the pug fruit. Luo Song cast a fleeting glance at Kong. If you wish to know, I shan't divulge it, he teased lightly. Oh, you miser. If you choose not to share, then so be it, Kong retorted, rolling his eyes. Luo Song chuckled with a hint of malice. In truth, he had not entirely deceived himself. This devil fruit, prior to the influence of Titan's blood and the system, was merely a common zoan-type pug fruit. When the system transmitted the information about the new fruit, it also relayed the original fruit's details to Luo Song. Fortunately, he refrained from consuming it carelessly. Otherwise, he would have been left in a most embarrassing predicament. The world government, their intentions are indeed despicable. Luo Song secretly harbored a grudge. Let us not indulge in idle chatter. I have come to you this time with a matter of significance, he stated, adjusting his expression. What is it? What important business do you wish to discuss with me? Luo Song inquired. Your training at school has been quite effective lately, hasn't it? He glanced around, his words laden with unspoken implications. Indeed, when I take charge, those youngsters are invariably obedient, compelled to train diligently. Luo Song patted his chest with pride and declared, Are you genuinely unable to comprehend or merely pretending? It is rather disheartening. Allow me to be straightforward. Your recent demands on the students have been excessively stringent. Numerous leaders from both our headquarters and branches have approached me with grievances, claiming that the children are enduring maltreatment at the Naval Academy. Pray tell, who are these individuals that show such disregard for my esteemed self? Luo Song, with a fierce glare and a huff, exuded an air of authority. You almost felt a surge of frustration rising within you. Ha ha, just kidding. How could I, Luo Song, possibly be unreasonable? Never mind. I have little interest in engaging with those young ones. Instead, I shall take some time to select a few eager companions who wish to continue training with me and lead them to a place of recreation. What do you think? Kong. Luo Song is indifferent to the concept of the way. His sole focus has always been on Kapu and his few companions, showing little regard for others. Well, with your presence, I feel reassured. Let us proceed as such. Kong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Engaging in conversation with Luo Song is genuinely exhausting, evoking a sense of facing an old sage from the past. The shamelessness of these two individuals is a legacy, a testament to the adage that the student surpasses the teacher. Chapter 54. Soaking in goji berry water. Perhaps there is still hope in the early hours of dawn. Before the first light graced the sky, the weary students slumbered soundly in their dormitories after a long day. Suddenly, a shrill whistle pierced the silence. Toot! What are you all sleeping for? Rise and shine. The audacious Luo Song kicked the door open, a devilish grin adorning his face, while a young assistant, Xiaoxi, perched on his shoulder, blew into a metal whistle. Observing Xiaoxi's evident delight, it was clear he had begun to adopt Luo Song's mannerisms. Who is it? Groggy and irritable, the students opened their eyes, only to be met by the sight of Luo Song, a figure they both loathed and felt powerless against. With narrowed eyes, they thought to themselves, this relentless instructor is at it again. You have 5 minutes to gather at the training ground. I have significant news to announce. Luo Song paid no heed to the gazes of those young children, engrossed in his own conversation. Today has passed. Who still plays with them? He merely aims to leave a lasting impression as he departs. Luo Song pondered this as he and Xiaoxi pushed open the door to the next dormitory, once again resorting to the same forceful method of awakening. They left no one untouched except for the girls' dormitory. Finally, at the last dormitory, Luo Song exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaoxi. You understand, right? Luo Song inquired. Understood. Xiaoxi skillfully clapped hands with Luo Song. Both the human and the beast simultaneously displayed a mischievous grin. Bang! The piercing whistle resounded once more. Rise quickly, you have 3 minutes to assemble at the training ground. Your instructor has significant news to announce. Rosong banged on the door, laughing maniacally. Zfa, upon hearing the commotion, hastily donned his clothing. Sengoku, with bleary eyes still clouded by slumber, groped for the glasses he had removed before bed, and after putting them on, he helplessly glanced over at the adjacent bed where Carp lay. Carp, however, showed no sign of response. His snoring echoed thunderously as bubbles of mucus fluctuated with his breath, occasionally reaching down to scratch his posterior. Luo Song cast a fleeting glance at Xiaoxi, who nodded in response. Leaping from Luo Song's side, he dashed towards Carp's bed, inhaling deeply before blowing a piercing whistle into Carp's ear. The sound reverberated, toot 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 toot. What transpired? Carp jolted awake from his slumber, sitting upright in a state of bewilderment, a faint blush upon his cheeks still lingering. He recalled vividly that just a moment ago, he had been dreaming of Crane. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the first sight that greeted him was the all-too-familiar and irksome grin of Luo Song. Carp was again startled by Luo Song's suddenly looming visage. The blanket in his hand slipped away unconsciously, revealing Luo Song, quick-witted, swiftly covered Xiaoxi's eyes. Oh dear, exposing children to such sights may lead to unfortunate consequences. To his surprise, that lad Carp, with his thick brows and large eyes, had a penchant for sleeping in the nude, without even the slightest garment. Luo Song sneered, casting a disdainful gaze up and down at Carp. Hey, what kind of look is that, you bastard instructor? Carp retorted indignantly. TSK, far too insignificant. Rozon shook his head, a look of derision upon his face. What did you say? Carp was momentarily taken aback. Each instance of teasing Carp provided Rozon with an exhilarating sense of delight. Rozon reveled in the sensation. What jest is this? Do you believe you know the hour? Furthermore, this is hardly trivial. Just observe the situation with Zifa and Sengoku. In an instant, Carp's face flushed crimson as he mercilessly diverted the flames of conflict towards Zifa and Sengoku. Upon hearing Carp's words, both men stiffened abruptly, dressed and resolute. Zifa dashed through the door without hesitation, while a glint of cold fury flashed in Sengoku's eyes as he hastily donned his attire. This grudge has escalated. Meanwhile, Carp, still languishing in bed, remained blissfully unaware of his own transgressions, continuing to bicker with Rozon. Forget about them, you impertinent instructor. Carp hesitated, gazing at Rozon's imposing figure. The mockery he was about to unleash was abruptly stifled, a hint of trepidation causing him to glance nervously in a certain direction as he swallowed hard. Carp felt a pang of inferiority. In response, Rozon wore a triumphant smile. Hurry and get dressed. Time is of the essence. Should you tarry, I shall impose a punishment. As Luo Song uttered a few words, he turned to leave the dormitory. Kapu, however, leisurely donned his clothes, seemingly unfazed by Luo Song's remarks, as if he believed there were no other excuses left to penalize him. The unflappable Kapu, akin to a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, expressed that nothing could dampen his spirit. By the way, it is said that there exists a mysterious plant known as goji berries, which, when steeped in water, possesses remarkable effects. Perhaps you might try brewing some goji berry water. There might be hope yet. With this light-hearted comment, Luo Song drifted away, leaving Kapu, pale-faced and visibly exasperated. Luo Song, you may release your hand now. A petulant voice came from Xiaoxi, and only then did Luo Song realize that he was still covering her eyes. Haha. I was a bit nervous and forgot, he chuckled. Luo Song awkwardly scratched his head. It's not that I'm afraid you'd see something you shouldn't, he replied. Humph. As if you ever paid attention when you took a bath with me before, Xiaoxi retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Song. Although my physical stature may not have matured, my mind has long since aged, especially under the dubious guidance of a certain unscrupulous individual bearing the Luo surname. Let's not dwell on it any further. Remember, we must remain silent later. Luo Song chuckled, offering a reminder. Understood. At 3 a.m, the air was exceptionally frigid, and a group of drowsy students shivered in the biting wind, casting resentful glances at a figure approaching leisurely. Everyone is here. Splendid. Indeed commendable. Luo Song remarked with a smile. You are 5 minutes late. Hichi muttered discontentedly to the side. The training had already been exhausting, and now even her beauty sleep had been deprived. At that moment, He-Chi's heart was filled with dissatisfaction, much like that of most others. Her words were heard clearly by the keen-eared Luo Song. Luo Song smiled and approached the crane, gazing down upon it from a position of authority. The crane trembled in fear. "Do you believe me? I am not the last one to arrive." Luo Song smiled cheerfully and said, "You scoundrel of an instructor. I have arrived. How do you intend to punish me? Bring it on." Upon hearing this, He-S expression darkened. As expected, the boisterous carp swaggered over with an air of defiance, seemingly oblivious to the recent reprimand, much like a fish with a mere 7-second memory. "Tell me, how should I punish him?" Luo cast a mischievous glance at He. He remarked, under normal circumstances, it would be carp facing the consequences, dragging a few of you down with him. Thus, it appears that today will follow suit. However, I have significant matters to announce today, so I shall spare you a few this time, and only penalize carp. Lo Song smiled. While teasing the young girl was amusing, it was evident that Cap was truly the source of his joy. Hirue cast a dubious glance at Lo Song's smiling face, instinctively sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. "Cap, you need not return. Stand outside the line for now," Luo Song exclaimed loudly. Oh, Cap casually found a spot, his thick skin allowing him to disregard the peculiar gazes of others. He then announced some unfortunate news to everyone. Luo Song's face was etched with sorrow, and a heavy silence enveloped everyone. "Starting tomorrow, I shall no longer serve as your chief instructor." A collective gasp followed, and the students, blinking in disbelief, pinched themselves to confirm the reality of their situation. The sharp pangs of pain assured them that this was no mere dream. This signified their long-awaited liberation. Huzzah! Though each person stifled their cheers, fearful that this tyrannical instructor might have a change of heart and decide to continue tormenting them. "I know you will all miss me dearly. My departure will undoubtedly be a significant blow to you." Luo Song opened his eyes and spoke utter nonsense. Everyone, including Xiao Si, couldn't help but roll their eyes in exasperation. Thus, I resolved to present everyone with an unforgettable gift before parting ways. Shili, step forward. Upon hearing this, a slightly plump young man emerged from the crowd, clutching a thick stack of manuscripts. He was none other than the unfortunate student who had been penalized by Carp and his companions to write a 100,000-word biography. Trembling as he made his way through the crowd, Shili was filled with anxiety regarding his future at the Naval Academy. Ever since Luo Song discussed that matter with him, he had a clear sense that his prospects were bleak. However, under the oppressive influence of Luo Song, he ultimately chose to submit. Shili was a commendable classmate, and out of genuine admiration for his instructor, he voluntarily penned a biography about him. Although it was not extensive, comprising merely 100,000 words, the instructor was quite content. Watching Luo Song boast shamelessly, Shili agonizingly closed his eyes. Before entering the academy, Luo Song had been his idol, every word and action seemingly laden with profound significance. It was only upon direct interaction with Luo Song that he realized the folly of his admiration for such an unabashed scoundrel. His heart ached. The world was so hypocritical. Shili felt melancholic. "I have reviewed the biography, and after my instructor's refinement, it is quite remarkable. As I prepare to leave this place, I specifically invited classmate Shili to share it with everyone." "What?" The students lamented in unison. For this trivial matter, they had been dragged from their warm beds in the middle of the night. Luo Song was truly despicable to the core. "Classmate Shili, articulate clearly, and do not rush. We have ample time." With his back turned to the students, Luo Song silently threatened Shili. Shili wore an expression that suggested he wished to disappear and slowly retrieve the manuscript. "Dahai, wait a moment. Carp, come here." Luo Song gestured. "In a moment, when Siri recites a line, you shall follow with the next. Ensure your expression is sincere, imbued with boundless reverence for me, Luo. Otherwise, you shall be deemed unqualified and required to repeat it." "Huh?" Carp was speechless. "Can't we opt for a different method of punishment?" "Absolutely not." Luo Song's attitude was resolute. Carp remarked, "This punishment is indeed severe." Chapter 55. An unprecedented farewell ceremony. As dawn broke, the instructors of the Naval Academy gradually arrived at the school. However, what greeted their eyes was a rather peculiar scene. A large group of students, with rapt attention, gazed intently in a single direction. At the focal point of their collective gaze stood a slightly plump student alongside another familiar figure, Carp. Once again, the valiant and astute Colonel Luo Song had emerged victorious, exemplifying the righteousness of the Navy. The slightly plump youth, Shili was intensely focused, anxious that a momentary lapse in composure might lead to a mistake that would invoke Luo Song's displeasure. Meanwhile, Karp stood beside him, wearing a somewhat forced smile despite feeling utterly bemused, meticulously reading aloud the words that made him quite uncomfortable. In the ranks, Luo Song appeared rosy-cheeked and invigorated. Showing no signs of fatigue, he wielded a familiar riding crop, occasionally cracking it to rouse the drowsy students. Little C had already found solace in slumber upon his shoulder. Everyone, stay alert. This is the final gift your instructor is presenting to you before my departure. Luo Song observed the pupils, their eyes ablaze with ire yet stifled in their indignation, and felt a profound sense of delight. He relished witnessing this group of youngsters harboring resentment towards him, yet rendered powerless to retaliate. The onlooking instructors stood in stunned silence, perplexed by Luo Song's latest antics. However, it appeared undeniably captivating. The instructors, who had been led astray by Luo Song, felt a stirring eagerness within them. Alas, Luo Song, what are you up to? The corners of his eyes twitched violently. His presence here today was prompted by his declaration of a farewell to the students, alongside a desire to select a few promising individuals for specialized training. Yet, upon arriving at the Naval Academy, he detected an unusual atmosphere. As expected, Luo Song was once again concocting schemes. Upon hearing the marshal's command, all instructors fell silent, the air thick with trepidation. Luo Song felt a twinge of embarrassment, a barely perceptible blush flickering across his weathered visage. He soon broke into a warm smile, exclaiming, "Kong, your timing is impeccable. Please wait a moment while I wrap things up." Unlike others, Luo Song, despite his awkwardness, felt no trepidation in front of Kong. Under Kong's helpless gaze, he directed Karp and Silly with authority. "Karp, you may cease your efforts. We shall find another time to catch up. Silly, infuse a bit more sincerity into your feelings and quicken your pace." Upon hearing this, all the trainees perked up, sensing that this torturous moment might finally come to an end. Long live the marshal! In that instant, the figure of Admiral Steelbone Kong loomed large in the minds of these future naval elites. At last, they could be liberated. Karp exhaled in relief and returned to his place in the formation beside Crane, Sengoku, and Zephyr. As he departed, he cast a sympathetic glance towards the solitary Silly. Silly, catching Karp's pitying gaze, felt tears welling up within him. Initially, his audience consisted solely of a group of trainees and Luo Song, and though it was awkward, he could still engage in self-persuasion, convincing himself it was not a significant issue. Now, however, he faced not only a cadre of amused instructors, but even the presence of the naval admiral himself. Despite instructor Luo Song's assurance of a quicker pace today, Silly's dignity had taken a severe blow. How could he possibly navigate his future at the Navy headquarters after this humiliation? Silly cast a resentful glance at the instigator of this predicament, the shameless Luo Song, who was reveling in the moment. Thus, less than a month after Luo Song had assumed the role of chief instructor at the Naval Academy, he bid farewell amidst the heartfelt send-off from the wide-eyed students. The beleaguered Silly, under the watchful gaze and expectant scorn of his peers, finally concluded his task. He hastily retreated to a corner at the back of the formation, attempting to obscure his presence. "Well, the parting gifts have been distributed," Luo Song announced, "and now I must address some serious matters." As relieved expressions washed over the crowd, Luo Song strode confidently to the forefront of the ranks. "As I have previously mentioned, due to certain circumstances, I shall be stepping down from the position of chief instructor. Though I am certain that many of you will miss me, the greater good must prevail, and I must sacrifice for the collective." Luo Song, with his hand pressed against his forehead, feigned an expression of profound sorrow and despair. The audience, including the instructor, bore expressions of utter disbelief, as if to say, "What nonsense are you uttering?" Luo Song remained unfazed, his resilience forged through countless trials, capable of withstanding any adversity. However, considering the collective ambition and fervent desire for growth among the students, this instructor, in a moment of benevolence, made a significant announcement. Upon hearing his words, the students collectively held their breath, gripped by an overwhelming tension, fearing that Luo Song might reconsider his decision to stay. "I have decided to take a few students with me. With my guidance, I am confident they will soon become the pillars of the Navy. What do you think? Are you all feeling excited?" Luo Song blinked playfully and exclaimed, "How exhilarating!" ZFA, displaying commendable courtesy, responded to Luo Song. However, upon glancing at the surrounding classmates, his confidence waned, and his voice gradually diminished until he fell silent. The atmosphere descended into a profound stillness. Apart from ZFA, The other students regarded Luo Song with expressions of incredulity. What on earth could we be excited about, you shameless one? Kong could no longer contain himself. A perfectly fine matter had been tainted by Luo Song's antics. Striding swiftly to Luo Song's side, Kong shot him a disdainful glance and continued. Colonel Luo Song's prowess is well acknowledged, yet due to his excessively rigorous training methods, it is challenging for most students to endure. Therefore, the headquarters has decided to appoint a new chief instructor. If anyone wishes to continue their studies under Colonel Luo Song voluntarily, please step forward. I assure you, Colonel Luo Song will provide you with genuine training. After Kong finished speaking, the students began to murmur among themselves. To be fair, if one were to overlook Luo Song's stringent training demands and his occasional sadistic tendencies, he was, in fact, a commendable instructor. Thus, following Luo Song for further training seemed rather unwise. Why subject oneself to such hardship? The Navy certainly boasts other skilled individuals. Colonel Luo Song, I wish to enroll. ZFA raised his hand high. Initially disheartened by the news of Luo Song's departure, he viewed him as the mightiest man in the Navy, believing that only by following him could he hasten his own growth. Upon hearing that he could voluntarily continue his studies with Luo Song, ZFA became invigorated once more. He understood the sentiments of his peers. In truth, very few would have the opportunity to follow Luo Song. This meant that he could potentially become Colonel Luo Song's direct disciple. Just the thought of it stirred a small excitement within him. Excellent, excellent. ZFA, your determination is commendable. Your future is undoubtedly bright. Rozan gazed at Zifa with admiration. The little fellow truly knew how to show respect. Instructor Rozan, I wish to accompany you as well. Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly rang out, and Shili, who had been huddled in the far corner of the group, scampered forward, volunteering himself. What? Shili, have you lost your mind? Kapu asked incredulously. I am resolute, Shili Vallejo declared earnestly. I aspire to become a formidable warrior. And it is my heartfelt choice to continue learning under Lord Rozan. He spoke words that even he found hard to face. Kapu replied, Are you certain I am not dreaming? How else could such insincere words escape your lips? He distinctly remembered how, during their leisure time, Shili would vocally express his disdain for Rozan, often the most fervently of all. Now, it seemed as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Could it be that? I knew it. Shili, you were captivated by my charismatic persona. Zifa, both of you, come stand beside me. A flicker of joy illuminated Luo Song's heart. Kong, however, exhibited a look of astonishment, sensing that something was amiss. Shili cast a triumphant glance at Karp. Having meticulously orchestrated his plans, today he had suffered a tremendous loss of face and had incurred the wrath of many. Thus, remaining at Navy headquarters was no longer tenable. It was fortuitous that he could depart alongside Luo Song to evade the storm. As for the torment that awaited him, he scoffed. With Karp and his companions by his side, what did he have to fear? Indeed, Shili perceived the situation with clarity. While others among the trainees could claim to act of their own volition, Karp and his two associates were an exception to this rule. It is certain that Luo Song has been keeping a close eye on them for quite some time. Are there any other individuals willing to volunteer? There are already 2 students, and this opportunity is indeed precious. Luo Song continued to entice the students, yet their responses were uniform, heads bowed in silence. After a considerable time had passed, still no one spoke. Rasa nodded towards Kong and continued, in that case, the registration concludes here. Zifa, present. Siri, present. And you 3 Kapu. Sengoku and Tsuru will depart with me from headquarters tomorrow. Kapu exclaimed. Oh. Sengoku reacted. D. Tsuru added, winky face. What on earth? Did they not discuss this beforehand? Just as Tsuru was about to retort, Rasen turned away and departed without a backward glance. Kong, with a sense of resignation, added, Those whose names are called must attend. Otherwise, they will be treated as deserters. The 3 trembled in fear. The fellow, Luo Song, has actually conspired with the naval marshal. How terrifying. Instructor Luo Song. We cannot bear to see you go. Perhaps you should stay after all. As he stepped aside, a group of instructors gathered around Luo Song, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Ah, what is happening? Luo Song and Kong were both bewildered. It's all right. It's all right. I shall visit you in the future. So there's no need to miss me too much. Luo Song exchanged polite farewells with the instructors, ultimately being led away by Kong. The instructors, lingering behind, felt a profound sense of loss and reluctance. With Luo Song absent, how can they possess the audacity to reprimand the students so arrogantly? Alas, the joy of life has diminished. Outside the school, I gaze vacantly at Luo Song. At last, I comprehend why the old man shares such a close bond with you. Both of you are cut from the same cloth, sharing a rather twisted sense of humor. Ha ha ha. As long as the outcome remains unchanged, does it not suffice? I have not hindered any progress. Luo Song smiled and said, the warship has already been arranged for you. However, are you truly planning to return on your own? Do you not require assistance? Kong furrowed his brow and inquired. Rest assured, as long as we have a vessel and a compass, we will face no difficulties. Luo Song gently patted the empty shoulder, wearing an expression that conveyed his unwavering confidence. Well, Kong could only choose to trust Luo Song. Allow me to report on my recent progress in writing. For a novice author, creating a book entirely from one's own imagination without referencing other works is indeed quite challenging. At the beginning, producing a mere 2,000 words could take 4 to 5 hours. Recently, however, my pace has improved to approximately 1,000 words an hour, which is a promising start. And I hope to achieve even greater progress in the future. In terms of plot development, I consider myself to possess a vivid imagination. I often attempt to incorporate interesting ideas I encounter, though I must admit that I am still somewhat inexperienced with crafting impactful moments and climaxes. And there remains much to learn. Due to the nature of updates, I do not harbor high expectations for recommendations. Nevertheless, from a personal perspective, my current achievements are commendable. I have garnered over 1,600 collections on Chidian and nearly 1,300 on the Book City platform. Given the challenges of my recent updates, it is truly exhilarating that so many readers continue to enjoy and engage with my work, particularly a few familiar faces who seem to find some merit in my writing. Or perhaps they are new to the online literature community and are not yet overly discerning. In any case, the support from readers has been immensely encouraging. Although some have departed during this journey, such occurrences are to be expected. As a seasoned reader of 12 years, I find it difficult to read my own work without the bias of self-satisfaction. To be modest, I believe I would likely struggle to continue reading it myself. In my previous book, I wrote over 70,000 words, and aside from myself and a close friend, there were only 3 or 4 collections. Anyone who has attempted to write a novel knows that every new author starts with an inflated sense of confidence, believing their work will surely succeed, only to confront the harsh reality that they are, in fact, struggling. Thus, my last book naturally met an untimely demise. With this new work, however, light novels have brought me unexpected joy, with a daily increase in collections that I once dared not dream of, along with comments and even reader donations. While I am thrilled, I also feel considerable pressure to not disappoint those who find my work worthwhile. Therefore, although I cannot guarantee quality, I'm striving to do my utmost. Since achieving a more balanced mindset, my primary goal for this book has simply been to complete it. However, recent events may be known to some readers and unknown to others. The atmosphere is tense and uncertainty looms. After spending a day perusing forums, I find myself lacking motivation to write. Reflecting on the past, it's hard to compare to the days when I could voraciously consume a book each day. Furthermore, with the arrival of final exams in early May, my spirits have dwindled. While I cannot abandon this endeavor, my motivation has significantly waned lately. During this period, at least until matters become clearer, I can only strive to maintain the support of my investors, especially considering that a fellow reader has even pledged 1,000 Chidian coins. The pressure is immense. I had previously aimed for a daily output of over 3,000 words in hopes of helping my investors recoup their investments. However, the recent events have been particularly torturous for someone as sensitive as I am. Thus, I humbly request a brief respite, given my already sporadic updates. I trust readers will understand my current constraints. In conclusion, I hope for better days ahead. Chapter 56, Cornelius Island. In the West Sea lies Cornelius Island, a seldom visited land of ferocious beasts. Remote and little known, today it has become the unexpected destination for a group of uninvited guests. The arrival of naval warships shattered the serenity of this primal isle, as the roars of beasts echoed in response. The thunderous sounds of their fury filled the air, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Colonel Luo, we have arrived at our destination. Please issue your orders. A fellow colonel in the Navy saluted Luo Song, his eyes brimming with admiration. Despite Luo Song's current rank preventing advancement, he is undeniably regarded as a formidable figure among the younger generation of naval officers, a status that commands respect. There's no need for elaborate orders. Just summon those young men and prepare some essential supplies. The rest is for you to manage. Luo Song waved his hand nonchalantly. Indeed, the colonel replied with enthusiasm, his heart still unable to find tranquility. The young generation of naval talent is scarce, Aside from Luo Song and Marshal Kong, there are few capable individuals to bear the weight of responsibility. This is the harsh reality of the present. Colonel Luo Song is now personally mentoring several newcomers, which indicates that these individuals are indeed worthy of recognition by Lord Luo Song. The future of the Navy shines brightly. Unfortunately, I am too advanced in years, otherwise. Observing the colonel's expression of regret, Luo Song felt a twinge of unease. What kind of look is that? Do you harbor any ulterior motives towards me? Quickly summon those individuals. Luo Song, with an air of impatience, urged him on. All right, I shall go at once. The colonel, regaining his composure, felt a fleeting blush cross his face. It was indeed somewhat awkward to be caught daydreaming in the presence of Lord Luo Song. However, to Luo Song, this expression appeared exceedingly peculiar. You actually turned red in front of me, he exclaimed with a hiss. Although I had long anticipated that my unparalleled beauty would eventually attract envy, I had not expected it would come from such a burly man. This is troubling. Amid Luo Song's wild musings, the colonel took his leave, leaving Luo Song alone. Stop daydreaming. He was merely lost in thought. Why are you getting all worked up? Xiaoxi remarked, speechless. Ha ha, just bored. Luo Song chuckled, remarking, life is too mundane. One must add a dash of excitement. Xiaoxi looked at him with disdain. I can't believe you, she retorted. You're just rambling as usual. Before long, the colonel arrived with several young individuals in tow. Leading the group was the visibly excited Zhe, followed closely by the somewhat apprehensive Shili. Further back were Zhang Guo, he, and the bound cap, who could only hop forward. Colonel Luo Song, he said, the supplies have been loaded onto the small boat. Wishing you all the best. Thank you. Luo Song smiled and nodded, approaching Kapu. So, do you still wish to escape? Luo Song wore a playful expression, while Karp's face darkened with frustration. You scoundrel. Luo Song. 3 days. Do you have any idea how I spent these 3 days? Was it so unforgivable that I was just a tad late when we set off? Must you be so ruthless? Karp lamented, filled with indignation. Wasn't it merely a matter of tardiness? Why was I denied even the chance to explain myself, accused instead of attempting to flee? And without a moment's hesitation. You bound me. He conceded that he did harbor thoughts of escape, yet even if he found Luo Song insufferable, he dared not defy the words of a fleet admiral. Karp had long sensed that he was being targeted, and upon seeing Luo Song's delightfully amused expression, his suspicions solidified into certainty. Truth be told, I had initially intended to keep you bound for a day, but your reaction was simply too amusing to resist. Luo Song could no longer contain his amusement. In pursuit of a more enriching experience, he opted for candor. Upon hearing this, Karp fell silent, his head throbbing painfully. What manner of divine instructor is this? He felt a sense of foreboding regarding his impending naval career. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards his companions. Did they share the same sentiment? Yet, as his eyes scanned the scene, Karp beheld 4 simpletons gazing at him with expressions of amusement, their smiles betraying their mirth. How infuriating! Am I the only one subjected to this? Karp felt a surge of indignation, nearly spitting blood in frustration. With a resolute heart, he straightened his neck and shot Luo Song a disdainful glance. Do as you will, but I demand to know, will you release me or not? Luo Song. So, you possess such fierce determination, do you? In that case, I shall grant you your wish. With a mischievous smile, Luo Song turned and began to walk away. Suddenly, a loud thud resounded as Karp collapsed to the ground, clutching Luo Song's leg. Luo Song lowered his head and beheld a pair of eyes. Devoid of strength and utterly defeated. I implore you, will you not act like a human being? Kapu uttered weakly, frustration evident in his voice. Luo Song was taken aback for a moment, then tentatively uttered a phrase. The king covers the earth, the tiger prowls. Karp responded, King? Tiger? What on earth are you talking about? Luo Song's expression darkened. Not a fellow townsman, a support review. He turned and walked away. You few. Untie him and prepare for departure. Understood. Very well. The group bid farewell to the colonel and boarded a small vessel. The boat contained some essential supplies. And with Luo Song and his companions aboard, it felt relatively spacious. Heed my command, the entire army shall advance. Rosen raised his hand, his spirits soaring high. Roar. Roar. Xiaoxi waved his claws energetically. The 5 members of Karp, with expressions of amusement, began to exert themselves in rowing the boat. On the warship, a Navy soldier could not help but inquire about the colonel. Colonel Rosen seems rather different from what we had anticipated, the soldier remarked diplomatically, feeling that the atmosphere today was somewhat peculiar. Haha, there is no need for doubt. Lord Rosen is precisely this sort of person. The colonel laughed heartily. You have only recently joined the Navy and are not yet familiar with Colonel Rosen. Such trivial matters are merely a drop in the ocean. I see. The soldier nodded. Still perplexed. His curiosity regarding Rosen lingered, refusing to abate. All right, let us return. In due time, our Navy may soon witness the emergence of several new stars. The colonel said with palpable excitement. Understood. The warship began its journey back, gradually fading from view. On the small island, Rosen and his companions finally made landfall. They lifted the little boat, seeking a safer location to secure it, and took out their belongings. Roranoa stood before the 5 individuals, Zephyr, Silly, Crane, Sengoku, and Garp, who formed a line, their expressions grave and tense. Henceforth, on this island of beasts, Canilias, you shall undergo a rigorous trial of endurance, and I shall merely observe, refraining from intervention unless a genuine threat to your lives arises. Luo Song spoke solemnly. Roar. Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. Pfft. Hichin could not help but chuckle. Xiaoxi's earnest demeanor was simply too endearing. Hichin, do you have any questions? S expression darkened. Is there anything amusing in what I said? No problem. I assure you I will accomplish the task. Was jolted, recalling the peculiar antics of this instructor. A chill ran through him, and he immediately responded loudly. Chapter 57. Survival on a deserted island. I am Bear Grylls, and I shall demonstrate how to survive in some of the most extreme and perilous locations on Earth. I will face the daunting challenge of being stranded on an isolated island, where danger lurks at every turn, relying solely on myself. At this moment, suddenly recalled a familiar line. Ahem, instructor, it seems you have lost your train of thought? With a hint of trepidation, ventured to utter this phrase. The other 4 individuals regarded with expressions that conveyed admiration for his bravery. Inside, felt a surge of anxiety. Lord Rosong should not blame himself for this. Zifa. You are mistaken. Upon hearing this, Luo Song regained his composure and spoke with gravity. Zfa's heart trembled slightly. Be more confident, remove the word seems. As your instructor, I am indeed a man of my word. The remaining 4 individuals exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a familiar bemusement. Instructor, you are truly remarkable, Luo Song. This island was a serendipitous discovery during one of my missions. The small creatures inhabiting it are utterly charming, making it an excellent locale for honing one's skills. Luo Song squinted his eyes and smiled gently, exuding an air of innocence. As for the type of adorable creatures he referred to, interpretations may vary among the benevolent and the wise. Undoubtedly, those familiar with Luo Song's methods are indeed the wise. Several individuals simultaneously rolled their eyes. I shall grant you 6 months. During this period, you may consult me at any time. Beyond this time frame, you are on your own. I hope you will swiftly acclimate to life here and refrain from providing me with any opportunity to intervene. Lo Song smiled wickedly. Clearly, by that time, he would have even more unexpected maneuvers. Trembling in anticipation, let us begin now. With a commanding call from Luo, the 5 individuals sprang into action. Karp felt a tinge of excitement. He had anticipated that his life would descend into chaos, yet the reality was far more palatable than he had expected. Survive on his own? Karp understood only the notion of freedom. Everything else was of no concern to him. With this thought in mind, Karp eagerly set about his tasks, proactively reaching for the supplies. Wait. Not all of these provisions belong to you. Luo Song interjected sternly. Karp frowned. If anyone else had uttered those words, it would have been inconsequential, but coming from Luo Song, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Take a look at the smallest package. It contains the garments of you all. Upon hearing this, Karp extracted the package and glanced at Luo Song, anticipating further elaboration. However, Luo Song remained unresponsive. Noticing Karp's unwavering gaze, Luo Song knitted his brows and remarked, You've already received the items. Why do you continue to stare at me? Shouldn't you be hastening your departure? Karp retorted, What do you mean by this, you insufferable instructor? As Luo Song finished speaking, Karp instantly erupted in anger. His premonition had indeed come to pass. Luo Song, that fellow, is up to his antics again. Upon hearing the commotion, several others gathered around. What is going on? He asked. Why don't you inquire with him? Karp replied, his expression dark, clearly distressed and reluctant to speak. What I mean is, aside from your change of clothes, everything else here belongs to me. Rozon laughed heartily, showing no signs of dissatisfaction with Karp's attitude. These reactions were well within his expectations. You have not come here for enjoyment, but rather to undergo rigorous training. The only one qualified to enjoy is none other than myself. Karp, Crane, Sengoku, Zifa, indeed. Lord Rozon speaks the truth. As the last words disrupted the formation, everyone's gaze turned in unison towards Zifa. Their eyes seemed to convey a message. Lickspittle. You have no standing. Ah, indeed I feel quite justified, don't you think? It is merely my own belief, perhaps somewhat justified. The more Zifa spoke, the less confidence he exuded. In such moments, he felt as if he had become an enemy of the class. Ha ha ha, Zifa's awareness is commendable. You all should take note. Luo Song smiled with satisfaction. The four members of Carp shuddered in unison, their gazes fixed ahead, no longer daring to meet Zfa's eyes. He had powerful backing, and they could not afford to provoke him. Thus, they awaited a moment of solitude. This was understood by all. The group exchanged knowing smiles. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. The package contains only a single set of men's clothing. The remainder is all for the crane. So, do you comprehend? Luo Song raised an eyebrow and spoke, the sound of cracking echoing 4 times in succession. Even Zfa could hardly endure it this time. Lord Luo Song, are you suggesting that we, a group of grown men, should all don the same attire? Surely you must be mistaken. Zfa couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Initially, I had no intention of leaving anything for you. However, considering there is also a young lady, it would be rather inappropriate to have her join you in such a state of undress. Thus, you have inadvertently benefited from this arrangement. Luo Song displayed an air of magnanimity, yet he did not require expressions of gratitude from others. Xiaoxi silently closed her eyes, unwilling to behold Luo Song's shameless visage. Indeed, your implication is that we are to run about in the nude. Carp, Zifa, Sengoku, and Silly exchanged glances, gaining a deeper understanding of the phrase associated with the pirate ship. Only Crane expressed delight, although it was not her intention to revel in the misfortune of others. Witnessing the struggles of those besides herself brought her a certain satisfaction. Luo Song, that insufferable instructor, is not without his merits, thought he. Well, time is of the essence. It is time to set forth. Just a reminder, your primary objective today is to locate a secure campsite and a source of fire. Luo Song, with a cheerful smile, hinted that in the end, he did not take the matter to its extremes. After all, there would be plenty of amusement in the future. Why rush for a fleeting moment? Luo Song, chuckling merrily, unfolded a folding chair and casually found a spot to recline leisurely. The expressions of Carp and his companions darkened as they compared their meager supplies to Luo Song's abundant provisions, making them appear truly pitiable. Clenching his fists tightly, a creaking sound emanated from his grip. I can't endure this any longer. Carp, just can't. Carp exclaimed. The rational Sengoku gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, calm down, otherwise, if you act rashly, your attire might. Carp inhaled sharply. Such behavior indeed embodied Luo Song's style. No. I simply cannot hold it in any longer. Perhaps I should strip down before confronting him. Carp suddenly had a brilliant idea. And what do you imagine will remain on your person afterwards? Probably nothing at all, Silly remarked nonchalantly, always interpreting Luo Song with the utmost skepticism. Given his utter disregard for boundaries in everyday situations, Carp shuddered at the horrific image that flashed through his mind, instantly becoming subdued. Fine, I shall endure. Chapter 58. The clearing team within the primal jungle, lush vegetation thrived. The sound of blades slicing through foliage echoed continuously as Zephyr and Silly cleared the undergrowth that rose to their waists. Carp and Sengoku stood vigilantly, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. The growls of ferocious beasts and rustling sounds served as constant reminders of the peril that lurked nearby. Cleanse. Hiru, positioned behind them, activated her cleansing fruit ability. A refreshing breeze swept through, instantly rejuvenating the cleared area, erasing all traces of hidden venomous insects. Hasten your pace. Our time is limited. Carp. Sengoku, remain vigilant, Hiru urged softly, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Her demeanor was calm and dependable, hinting at the composure of the future chief of staff of the Navy. Be cautious. Suddenly, a venomous snake leaped from the underbrush, lunging at Hiru, who was about to activate her ability again. Sengoku, with keen eyes, drew his sword, swiftly severing the snake in two. Its lifeless body continued to writhe on the ground. Sengoku, you are stealing my thunder. Carp bellowed, lamenting his missed opportunity to demonstrate his prowess in front of Hiru. If you wish to show off, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Sengoku replied coolly. Very well. Carp, frustrated, closed his mouth, silently resolving not to let others overshadow him again. The clearing continued, with the team alternating roles of clearing paths and maintaining vigilance, taking brief rests in between. As they ventured deeper into the thicket, the growls of beasts became more frequent and increasingly ominous. Damn it, why am I feeling a bit anxious? Carp wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking somewhat sheepishly. It is growing ever more perilous here. We must exercise greater caution, Zephyr advised. It's all Luosong's fault for making me sweat profusely, Hiru grumbled. Fortunately, her cleansing ability alleviated the hygiene concerns that would otherwise plague a beauty like her in such an environment. The fact that Lord Luosong believes this will strengthen us indicates that this place is undoubtedly no ordinary locale. In any case, our days here will be far from easy, Zephyr stated solemnly. I suddenly regret joining you all. Had I known, I would have preferred to endure the condescension back at headquarters. Ever since setting foot on Cornelis Island, Silly had grown increasingly anxious. The intensifying sense of danger left him feeling uneasy. Compared to this, the derision he faced at school seemed trivial. Silly lamented inwardly. Ha ha, don't worry too much. The troublesome instructor is neither as good nor as bad as one might think, so there is nothing to fear, Carp reassured him, throwing an arm around Silly's shoulders. Carp felt a twinge of guilt for Silly's predicament, despite his usual carefree demeanor. Silly managed a wry smile. As long as we don't perish, we'll push through to the bitter end. That seems to be Lord Luosong's training philosophy. Indeed, there is nothing to fear, probably. We can only accept our circumstances, Silly sighed. Keep your spirits up. With me around, even if ferocious beasts appear, I shall protect you, Carp proclaimed with fervor. Filled with anticipation for the prospect of battling beasts, and perhaps even confronting Luosong. Ahem, let us forget that. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierced the air, accompanied by a gust of wind. A massive gray wolf leaped from the foliage, its sharp claws extended and menacing teeth bared, targeting the small group. This is bad, Hiru. Retreat. Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the imminent threat. With hands clasped together, his body swelled, transforming into the golden figure of a Buddha. Zoan type, human fruit. Mythical beast form. His ability activated. Die. He bellowed, swinging his colossal fist with forceful intent. However, the giant wolf deftly maneuvered mid-air, evading Sengoku's strike. Panic surged within Sengoku. Oh no, Sengoku, you're stealing my spotlight again. You scoundrel, watch my iron fist. Carp exclaimed excitedly, witnessing Sengoku's misstep and rushing forward with his own fists raised. Armament. As he dashed forward, the black aura of Haki enveloped Carp's right fist. He focused intently on the wolf's movements. Seeing this, Sengoku smiled wryly, his spirits lifting. Ready to join forces with Carp against the beast. Bang. Bang. The giant wolf had no escape, taking the full brunt of their combined assault. Count me in. Zephyr joined the fray. After several exhausting minutes, the battle concluded. The giant wolf lay lifeless on the ground, blood streaming from its mouth and nose, its breath extinguished. Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. They exchanged glances, chuckling at their disheveled appearances. That creature was far too agile. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been this exhausted, Carp gasped, tongue lolling out. This wolf must be one of the more formidable beasts around. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dared to attack us directly, Sengoku analyzed coolly. Hiru, hurry and cleanse the area. Otherwise, the scent of blood will attract more carnivorous beasts. Understood. Hiru nodded, activating her ability. A flurry of pink bubbles enveloped the giant wolf and the three men. Moments later, the foam vanished, leaving no trace of blood. Admiring his now pristine attire, Carp beamed with pride. Ahaha, Hiru, your ability is so convenient. Whoever marries you won't have to wash clothes ever again. Kapu raised an eyebrow, implying, do you look down upon my fruit abilities? Bang. Ah, pain. Crane flexed her wrist, satisfaction evident on her face. Kapu, feeling aggrieved, covered his head and squatted to the side. Why couldn't Crane understand him? Kapu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. All right, we haven't found the camp yet. We must hasten our pace, Sengoku remarked, glancing at the sun overhead. It was approximately noon. They had set out in the morning, and by now, half a day had passed. A rumbling sound echoed. Kapu clutched his stomach, offering an awkward smile. He hadn't had breakfast, and was now starving. There's nothing to be done. You'll have to endure the hunger, Sengoku shrugged, expressing his helplessness. We can only eat when we find the camp. Otherwise, it's too dangerous. So what are we waiting for? Let us get started. Kapu sprang up from the ground, brimming with energy. For the sake of food, I, Kapu, will get to work. Chapter 59. A tragic incident triggered by nose-picking. Remaining on high alert, the team pressed on. Finally, after enduring several arduous battles, the tattered Kapu and his companions discovered a suitable campsite. It was a cave not far from a small river, but the original inhabitants of the cave were unknown. Ah, I'm so hungry. Crane, hurry and start a fire. Kapu lamented, sitting atop an unconscious giant bear, his clothes riddled with holes, exposing part of his backside, resembling a beggar. He continued to shove unknown wild fruits into his mouth, mumbling in discontent. What's the rush? Having anything to eat is already a blessing. These things won't fill you up. Crane shot Kapu an exasperated glance. This little bit of fruit won't satisfy my hunger. Where's the meat? Kapu pouted. After battling all day, the exhaustion from using haki left him feeling depleted. If you want meat, then help me gather firewood. Without fire, you'll have to eat it raw, Crane retorted. The greatest challenge facing the novice team at this stage was how to start a fire in the wild. Without fire, they could neither fend off wild beasts nor enjoy cooked food. I remember reading about a fire-starting method called friction fire before, but it seemed too simple to be detailed. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, recalling information from his memory. Friction? Zifa inquired, picking up 2 sticks and mimicking the action. The group squatted in a circle, beginning to explore the concept of friction fire. Do we drill a hole in the wood? Kapu pondered, scratching his chin. What should we use to drill? Our knives? Silly raised a question. Friction generates heat. I believe we need a sufficiently hard object to rub against the wood to achieve friction fire, Zifa stated earnestly. Zifa's insight sparked a sense of action among them. Sengoku agreed, and they began searching for suitable items to start a fire. After a few minutes, they regrouped. The 5 of them gathered around a few stones and a pile of dry grass. Let us begin, Crane instructed Sengoku. Sengoku nodded, selecting a relatively smooth stone and attempting to create fire with it. The stone whirred in Sengoku's hands, with shavings flying. And soon a significant hole appeared in the drywood, yet no spark emerged. This isn't working. There's not even the slightest hint of ignition, Sengoku sighed, placing the stone down in resignation. Is there anything else? Kapu idly picked his nose, lethargically responding. He was so hungry he could hardly think. Nothing left, I suppose. Silly said, glancing at Kapu's fingers still digging in his nose, suddenly struck by inspiration. Wait, Kapu's hand. Haki. Silly exclaimed joyfully. Ah, that's a brilliant idea. It might just work. Zifa, Sengoku, and Crane's eyes lit up, suddenly grasping Silly's implication. What do you mean? Kapu felt a surge of panic, unable to comprehend the situation. What does my hand have to do with this? I was merely picking my nose. Just a moment, Crane exclaimed, suddenly springing up and rushing outside the cave. Moments later, she returned, hauling a dead tree. Thud. The tree crashed to the ground with a resounding noise, causing Kapu to involuntarily shudder. Crane grinned mischievously, pointing at the wood. This is big enough, Kapu. Use your haki to drill it. Kapu's face turned pale. You must be joking. How could I? He stammered, stepping back in fright. Suddenly, 4 figures surrounded Kapu, their eyes gleaming ominously. We are not joking with you. Indeed, everything we say is true. Kapu, don't be afraid. Your haki is powerful. Starting a fire is simple, they coaxed, mixing reassurance with persuasion. Only by igniting a fire can we eat meat. Without it, we'll remain hungry. The message from his unscrupulous companions was clear. Kapu, just give in. Kapu trembled with fury, his voice quivering with indignation. What do you take me for? His tone was filled with a deep sense of grievance. For a moment, Sengoku and the others were taken aback. Kapu continued. Kapu. Declare this. If you force me to start the fire, then he paused, suddenly bargaining, if I agree, will I get an extra serving? Moments later, Kapu was positioned head down atop the dead wood, with Zifa having carved out a fist-sized hollow in it, filled with kindling. Kapu's right fist rested in the hollow, the dark hue indicating he had activated his haki. Are you ready, Kapu? Sengoku asked. I'm still a bit nervous. Why don't you do it, Sengoku? I remember your fruit. Oh no, Sengoku, please don't. Seeing Carp trying to drag him down, Sengoku's expression darkened. Before he could finish his words, Sengoku exerted force, causing Carp to spin rapidly. You think you can pull me down? Dream on, Sengoku thought with a sly smirk. Ha ha ha, this is amusing. I never expected it to be so entertaining. On the other side, Tsuru, who was assisting Sengoku, watched Carp spin faster and scream in distress, suddenly reminded of the childhood joy of playing with the top. However, this time the top was much larger and emitted sounds, making the experience even more exhilarating. Faster, faster. Ha ha ha, even quicker. Tsuru laughed maniacally. Help? Carp screamed wildly. Observing Tsuru's deranged demeanor, the onlookers Zifa and Silly exchanged glances. Zifa. Do you think Carp will come after me once this is over? Silly suddenly felt an ominous premonition. If it were me, I would surely seek revenge, after all. This is just too tragic. Zephyr mused, gazing at Carp's miserable state with a sense of empathy. Silly, is there no way he could spare me? Silly shrank back, feeling a bit guilty. As the instigator of this Carp debacle and the weakest link in their group, Silly was now in a state of panic. If I had known, I wouldn't have spoken so carelessly, he lamented. There might be a way, Zephyr said. What is it? Silly's eyes sparkled with hope. Remember how starved Carp looked before? If you share your food with him, given his memory, you should be fine. Can it really be done? Silly asked incredulously. Believe it or not, I must join in the fun for a while. It's too painful to watch, Zephyr declared, rolling up his sleeves. Sengoku, are you tired? Would you like me to take over for a bit? Sure, go ahead, Sengoku readily agreed. Silly remarked, so much for sympathizing with Carp, observing Zephyr's cheerful demeanor, igniting a sense of mischief within him. With a resolute bite and a stomp of his foot, he declared, count me in. I can skip a meal today. Tsuru, are you tired? I can take over your fun. No, work, for a while. Get lost. I haven't had enough fun yet. All right then. Chapter 60. The arrival of Law with sparks flying. Thanks to Carp's enthusiastic initiative and the support of the rest of the team, the Deadwood finally began to smoke. It's happening, Silly exclaimed joyfully. What? Let me see. Tsuru, having been transformed into a fierce figure after triggering some peculiar attribute, shoved Carp aside. Ouch, Carp cried, shaking his burnt right hand, unintentionally wailing in agony. Following that, the dizzy Carp, unable to produce another scream, simply retched and vomited out everything, including the meager fruit he had previously consumed. As he regained a semblance of consciousness, he stared at the pile of vomit on the ground, lost in contemplation. What should I do? This looks surprisingly appetizing. I'm so hungry. A forlorn whisper escaped his lips, unnoticed by anyone. Sengoku, Zephyr, Silly, and Tsuru gathered around the wooden structure, scrutinizing it closely. In the charred wood pit, tiny sparks flickered, and a thick smoke began to rise. Is this it? Tsuru questioned dubiously. Should we give it another go? She looked at Carp with an eager expression. What met her gaze was a pale young man, staring longingly at the puddle of vomit with an inexplicable desire. Upon hearing Tsuru call him, Carp's frail body quivered, his face growing even paler as he mournfully cried out. Hungry. All right, I understand. Tsuru suddenly felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she may have gone too far. However, her guilt was short-lived. We did it. We have fire. Joyous shouts erupted as Zephyr and Silly embraced each other. Sengoku held a bundle of flammable grass delicately, blowing gently on it. The flame transformed from a mere spark to a billowing smoke, eventually igniting into a roaring fire. The bonfire, at last, blazed alive. The bright, warm light illuminated their faces, though it was merely a common flame. To Sengoku and his companions at that moment, it represented the most beautiful thing in the world. Fire. Food. I want it. Carp weakly crawled towards the campfire, wiping away the remnants at the corners of his mouth. A flicker of hope ignited in his eyes as his spirits lifted slightly. Seeing Carp in such a pitiful state, the four exchanged glances, each feeling a surge of guilt. I'll go get some meat. Don't worry, Carp, Silly said, seizing the moment to regain favor. He picked up his military knife and approached the bear. As oil droplets fell onto the fire, the aroma of roasted meat intensified. Carp's gaze was fixated on the skewers. And had it not been for Zephyr and Silly holding him back, he might have lunged for the food. The meat had been grilling for a while. While it wasn't fully cooked, the enticing scent had begun to waft, causing the hungry group to swallow involuntarily. Carp, what are you doing? The meat isn't ready, Tsuru yelled. It turned out Carp had secretly snatched a piece of the roasting meat while they were distracted. Ouch, ouch, it's hot. Carp clumsily juggled the meat between his hands, eagerly biting into the half-cooked piece. Upon tasting it, his eyes lit up. Delicious. The small chunk of meat quickly vanished in his ravenous mouth. Ah, I've come back to life. The feeling of having meat is truly wonderful. Carp sighed in relief, then cast his longing gaze towards the other pieces of roasted meat. Sigh. Seeing Carp's famished appearance, Tsuru could only sigh helplessly. Don't mind him. He's been starving all day, Sengoku gently reassured. I'll go fetch some water, Silly volunteered. I'll accompany you, Zephyr offered. As darkness began to descend, Zephyr and Silly cautiously approached the riverbank, filling their canteens with fresh water. Thank goodness we have water bottles. Otherwise, we would have been in a quandary about how to collect water, Silly remarked. Zephyr and Siri strolled towards the cave, engaged in light-hearted banter. Suddenly, a cacophony of flapping wings erupted, accompanied by the ominous sound of snapping branches and the anguished cries of various unseen creatures. A colossal shadow swept ominously overhead, instilling a sense of dread that sent shivers down their spines. Trembling, they sought refuge in a patch of grass, too fearful to reveal themselves. "What are you two doing?" A peculiar voice echoed softly, causing Zephyr and Ciri to bolt back towards the cave in a panic, akin to startled birds. Behind them, Rozan stood frozen, a perplexed expression on his face. "Am I truly that frightening?" he mused, pondering whether it was his presence that had unnerved them. After a moment of contemplation, the earnest little Cece replied with a serious demeanor, "I maintain that with my charm, it is impossible to be so terrifying." Lo Song casually remarked, "You are overthinking it. You possess no charm whatsoever. If it weren't for your deliberate actions, would they have been so frightened? Ha ha ha, let us go and see how those young lads are faring." Lo Song laughed heartily. "You have once again changed the topic." Xiaoxi shot a disdainful glance at the shameless Lo Song. In the cave, Zfa and Shili hurriedly returned, panting heavily. "What happened? What is going on?" After consuming a substantial amount of undercooked roasted meat, Carp appeared unfazed and instead seemed to regain his spirits. It was truly terrifying, something extraordinarily frightening. A massive shadow, it must have been a colossal creature. Zfa and Shili breathlessly recounted their terrifying encounter. "What?" Sengoku and Crane also looked on in astonishment. "Moreover, there was a most horrifying sound," Shili added. "Indeed." And that sound evoked an oddly familiar sensation. At this point, Zfa faltered. "Familiar?" He and Shili exchanged glances. "I merely wanted to inquire what you were doing. Why did you flee?" A recognizable voice suddenly echoed from behind. Shili and Zfa were taken aback. "It's this voice." The two swiftly turned around, warily regarding the newcomer behind them. "You scoundrel, instructor!" they exclaimed in unison. "Ahaha, although I am aware of the respect I command. There is truly no need for such a warm welcome." Rozan shyly scratched his scalp. Zephyr and Ciri exchanged glances filled with melancholy towards Rozan. "Did you think we were welcoming you? This is purely a reaction of fright." "Damn instructor!" Howl. Xiaoxi shot Rozan a disdainful look, then turned her back to him, signifying her desire to avoid the sight of his shameless face. Chapter 61. I'm losing my mind. The atmosphere in the cave was palpably awkward. On one side, Zephyr and Ciri were plagued by suspicion, unable to comprehend the enormous shadow they had previously encountered. On the other side, it was simply Rozan's unabashed demeanor that repulsed them. "Ah, quite impressive. You have managed to kindle a fire and even prepare meat." Luo Song was slightly taken aback, accompanied by a touch of regret. "Humph. Do not underestimate us," Carp retorted with palpable resentment directed at Luo Song. Were it not for Luo Song, he would not have endured such torment at the Naval Academy. Nor would he have found himself in this wretched place suffering, much less appearing in such a pitiful state. Even Zfa harbored considerable grievances towards that scoundrel Luo Song. With a gentle smile, Luo Song glanced at the roasted meat over the fire, his brow arching in amusement. "Are you not considering inviting your instructor to dine?" "No. Absolutely not. Do not even think about it," Carp exclaimed, defensively shielding the meat as if it were a cherished treasure. The others contemplated intervening, but upon reflection, they realized their current predicament was entirely due to the sagacious guidance of Master Luo Song. With that in mind, Carp's reaction seemed entirely justified. Luo Song bestowed a faint smile, casting a meaningful glance at several individuals. "Do not harbor regrets," he cautioned. "Xiaoxi, let us depart." Upon hearing Luo Song's voice, Xiaoxi leaped onto his shoulder, and together they ambled away from the cave. "Oh no, we haven't made the instructor sad, have we?" Shili expressed his concern. "Impossible. You are overthinking it. Such trifles could never affect that scoundrel of an instructor. I would rather stand on my head and eat dung," Carp replied with a chuckle. Possessing a deeper understanding of Luo Song's character than anyone else, having endured the most harrowing experiences. "Bang. That hurts." "Crane, not again," Carp lamented, clutching his head in a pitiful manner. Since the incident involving the fire, Carp had developed a psychological shadow regarding Crane. "I can't provoke you," he muttered. "We are merely eating. Do not utter such repugnant things." Crane retorted with dissatisfaction. All right, Carp acquiesced, shrinking back. Sengoku and Zephyr observed the scene before them, gently smiling. Before long, Luo Song returned, effortlessly hoisting a deer in one hand while cradling a bundle of firewood in the other, returning to the cave with an air of nonchalance. He flashed a smile at his companions and arranged the wood, preparing to kindle a fire. "See, I told you he would not be affected," Carp boasted triumphantly. His gaze fixated on Luo Song's subsequent actions. Curiosity piqued, he wondered how Luo Song would ignite the fire. With the wood stacked neatly, he placed some dry grass as kindling, completing the first step. Noticing Carp's intense stare, Luo Song flashed him a grin. under Karp's anxious yet expectant gaze. Luo Song produced a sturdy wooden stick and began to rub it vigorously against another piece of wood. A minute later, smoke began to rise, and flames flickered to life. Amidst the smoky air, Luo Song offered a subtle smile to Karp, whose expression began to falter. He stared blankly at his companions, Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, and Sheely, whose faces reflected awkwardness and unease. Ahem, let us eat the meat. Zephyr, could I have some water? My throat is a bit parched. Karp awkwardly redirected the conversation. He was on the verge of tears. So, what was the point of my earlier suffering? Why is it that you all failed to think of such a simple method? Karp, at a loss for words, could only mask his current indignation with food. As the fire crackled, Luo Song commenced the task of slicing the deer meat. He set up a roasting rack over the flames and skewered the meat upon it. After a considerable duration, a sudden wave of intense aroma wafted through the air, surprising Karp and the others. Zephyr sniffed at the undercooked meat in his hand, clearly not emitting that fragrance. Crane too took a whiff of his slightly charred piece, concluding it was not the source of the enticing scent. The group exchanged glances, their attention drawn towards Luo Song, who was diligently applying honey and various sauces to his roasting meat with a small brush, layer upon layer, intensifying the savory aroma. Sizzle. With a sprinkle of cumin, the fragrance of the meat reached its zenith, wafting towards Karp and his companions. They glanced at Luo Song's meticulously crafted roast, then at their own half-cooked bear meat. What had previously brought them joy and satisfaction now seemed lackluster in comparison. Why is that? Karp lamented inwardly. Luo Song retrieved a petite dining table from the package and placed it before Xiaoxi. He then picked a fragrant piece of roasted meat from the grill, tearing it into small morsels and placing them on the table. Xiaoxi leaned in, gently inhaling the aroma of the meat. A delighted growl escaped, signifying pure joy. With a slight parting of her lips, she savored a piece of the roasted delicacy. The exquisite flavor of the meat brought a blissful squint to her eyes as she emitted adorable little sounds of contentment. The tender venison was undoubtedly far superior to bear meat in taste. Witnessing the blissful expression on Xiaoxi's face, Karp could not help but swallow audibly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Oh no, this feels rather shameful. Karp's heart sank momentarily. Before he could dwell on his discomfort, he heard 4 similar sounds of gulping nearby. Turning his head, Karp observed that the others bore equally awkward expressions. After sharing glances among the 5 of them, a sense of camaraderie blossomed, a silent understanding of shared plight. Indeed, they were all kindred spirits in their misfortune. Even someone's pet outshone them. How lamentable. Rosen, with keen observation, captured the reactions of Karp and his companions, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He indulged himself with a piece of roasted meat. The delightful sounds of enjoyment echoed. Oh my, it's truly delectable. The act of savoring food often has a peculiar effect, creating a sense of irritation in those nearby. In the present circumstances, Rosen's enthusiastic feasting surely heightened the discomfort for Karp and his companions. Karp exclaimed, I feel like I'm going to burst, while Silly added, we feel the same way. Luo Song felt that his grilling skills had truly reached an exceptional level this time. The tantalizing aroma of the barbecued meat filled his senses, and soon he lost interest in teasing Karp and the others, completely immersed in the delightful experience of savoring the delectable dish. Time seemed to slip away, and suddenly, Luo Song felt a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. Raising his gaze, he was met with 5 pairs of sparkling eyes, glistening with anticipation as they fixated on the barbecued meat in his hands. With an eager grin, Karp rubbed his hands together, adopting a charming demeanor. Instructor, how about we share a meal together? Upon hearing this, Luo Song chuckled lightly and raised his fist. If you wish to indulge, you may. However, you must first sample the might of my fist. Silence enveloped the scene. As they beheld Luo Song's fist, which was as large as a sandbag, the 5 individuals began to retreat frantically, their hearts filled with trepidation. Culinary delights may be precious, yet the value of life is far greater. Luo Song's words were no jest. After a while, the last piece of roasted meat finally found its way into his belly. Luo Song and Xiaoxi contentedly rubbed their stomachs, expressing their satisfaction. Upon witnessing this, the neighboring children, on the verge of tears from longing, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Song has indeed reached his limit. If this continues, they will truly be unable to endure any longer. Good night. I shall retire for the evening. Luo Song bid them good night with a cheerful demeanor. He extracted an inflatable tent along with a comfortable quilt and pillow from his package, settling down for a restful slumber. A gentle breeze wafted through the entrance, not overly cold, yet it instilled a profound chill within the hearts of the small group. Observing their surroundings, they noted only the hard stone ground and the pitifully sparse patches of grass. This was to be their resting place for the night. When they glanced at Luo Song's well-equipped tent, its warm hues appeared exceedingly cozy and inviting. "I am utterly losing my mind," Kapu exclaimed in despair. "Why did I subject myself to this torment?" Chapter 62. Reduced to wearing no more than underwear. Time passed swiftly. After a fortnight, relying on a small cave, Kapu and his companions had successfully constructed their lair. A tall fence encircled the cave entrance, providing a measure of security. Their provisions were ample. A reliable water source was at hand, and they enjoyed a selection of sweet fruits. Having shed their initial naivety, the team had matured significantly. Each individual bore tan skin, robust physiques, and donned garments woven from grass. One might wonder why they did not wear proper attire. Kapu was most qualified to address this matter. Initially oblivious to the predicament, after enduring numerous battles, the combat-loving Kapu found himself in tatters. His rear was exposed, and crucial areas could not be displayed to others. It was only when the wind turned crisp that Kapu finally recognized the gravity of this issue. Only 6 months left. What will we wear? Driven by a sense of caution and Kapu's exemplary influence, the men spontaneously donned grass-woven garments. Only Crane, who was not engaged in combat and still possessed ample clothing, was able to wear proper attire. At that moment, the 5 men stood tall and straight, lined up in an open space, their expressions tense as if awaiting the arrival of a superior officer. After half a month, they were finally graced with Luo Song's guidance. What new strategies would he devise to contend with them? A yawn escaped, trembling slightly, as a tall figure approached from a distance. "Not bad," Luo Song remarked. "You few have kept your wits about you and understand the importance of respecting your teacher," Luo Song remarked with a smile. No one responded to him, and Luo Song was unconcerned. Half a month had already elapsed, and he believed that you had begun to acclimate to life here, perhaps even feeling as though you were in your element. Luo Song's words, albeit a form of praise, brought a sense of satisfaction to Karp and his companions, who, with a hint of pride, slightly raised their chins, a glimmer of joy flashing in their eyes. However, as the conversation took a turn, Luo Song's tone suddenly instilled a sense of foreboding in Karp and the others. "You are merely beginning to establish your presence here. Do you truly believe this island is as simple as it appears? It is a place that once perplexed me for an extended period." Ro Song let out a deep sigh, his words laced with nostalgia. The members of the small team felt a tightening in their hearts. "Instructor, do you not know where the dangers of this island lie?" Karp could not help but inquire. In recent days, he had indeed encountered numerous ferocious beasts in the vicinity. Yet none had posed a significant challenge. If even Ro Song felt troubled, it must be an extraordinarily terrifying presence for them at this stage. "Do not rush. Take your time. None shall be left behind." Luo Song waved his hand, revealing a benevolent smile, as if he were the kindest person in the world. "Take your time, my dear tortoise." As Luo Song's words left his lips, a heavy silence enveloped the hearts of the 5 team members. An existence that even the instructor found perplexing? And not a single one of us would be spared. We were utterly alarmed. "Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety. All you need to do is to revel in the experience." Luo Song spoke with a sense of exuberance, yet no one was swayed by his enthusiasm. For all present were acutely aware that his words merely implied ensuring their safety meant enduring a mere semblance of life, a state of half-existence. Without the prospect of true demise, beyond this, they should not expect any further intervention from him. The purpose of gathering them today was to share a preliminary training regimen I had meticulously crafted over the past few days, based on my observations of their combat skills, and to take this opportunity to provide some guidance. Luo Song has finally delved into today's main topic, which is also the focal point of interest for several members of the team. Is Luo Song a deceptive individual? Indeed, he is. Yet, is he formidable? Absolutely. He is truly formidable, despite their discontent with his character. The team could hardly conceal their excitement upon learning that Luo Song would finally take on the role of their formal instructor. How wonderful it is! Master Luo Song is finally going to teach us. Among them, ZFA, a devoted admirer of Luo Song, was perhaps the most exhilarated. "So, who shall be the first to speak? Shall I address each one individually?" Rosong inquired. Me. Zephyr exclaimed excitedly, eagerly raising his hand to signal. Karp and the others indicated that they had anticipated this. "Very well, Zephyr, you may go first." Lo Song nodded slightly. ZFA approached Lo Song and bowed before him. "Please, Master Lo Song, offer your guidance." ZFA, raise your fist to me, and let me witness your determination. Luo Song, with great interest, revealed his chest. Very well. Zephyr did not hesitate, as Luo Song's words resonated in his ears like a divine decree. Gathering all his strength, Zephyr aimed a punch at Luo Song's chest. However, Luo Song stood his ground, smiling. Observing this, Zephyr did not allow himself to be complacent due to the perceived slight. Instead, he became even more focused. Bang! At last, his fist struck Luo Song's chest. Amidst the anxious gazes of onlookers, a dull thud echoed. Zephyr's fist met the resilience of an oxhide, inflicting minimal damage on Luo Song while sending a jolt of pain through Zephyr's wrist. The disparity between expectation and reality left Zephyr momentarily stunned. Nearby, Sengoku, Silly, and Crane exchanged glances, silently marveling at Luo Song's extraordinary prowess. This is the pinnacle of the Navy's combat strength. Carp, fully aware of Luo Song's capabilities, was not surprised by the outcome. Given his own strength, even without the use of haki, a slight advantage over Zephyr would not have yielded a vastly different result. Regrettably, this truth eluded Zephyr. After his initial defeat against Luo Song, he found himself enveloped in a sense of despondency. Was the gap between himself and Master Luo Song truly so vast? Am I unworthy of being Master Luo Song's student? Zephyr fell into a state of confusion. Do you believe yourself to be weak, Zephyr? The voice of Luo Song resonated in his ears, causing Zephyr to shudder. It is you, my lord. Your strength is formidable, Zephyr said, somewhat disheartened. I had thought that even if I were not exceptionally strong, I could at least make a dent in your power. Am I, then, a failure? Throughout his tenure among the naval cadets, Zephyr had always been regarded as a rare talent. Despite his amiable disposition, the youthful exuberance within him inevitably gave rise to a sense of pride. Now, confronted with Luo Song's overwhelming prowess, Zephyr's arrogance was shattered, and he was compelled to confront the stark reality. You are indeed correct. Rasen approached Zephyr, his towering stature imposing an immense pressure upon those around him. Luo Song's voice resonated with power. Indeed, I am exceptionally strong, yet this does not justify your perception of your own weakness. Zephyr, while your innate talent is commendable, it does not place you at the pinnacle. What I value most in you is your unwavering determination and relentless effort to grow stronger. Zephyr, do you recall the reason behind your pursuit of strength? Or, to put it another way, what drives you to throw that punch? The questioning of Rosong reverberated in Zephyr's ears, igniting a spark in his previously dim gaze. He murmured to himself, what am I striving for? For what purpose do I throw my punches? In a moment of reverie, Zephyr recalled that fateful day. Chapter 63, Enlightenment from a Young Age. Zephyr had longed to be a hero, yet how many childhood dreams endure into adulthood? No one knew, and Zephyr himself had never contemplated it until that day. He remembered it vividly. The sky was a brilliant blue. As he walked home, he thought of the grand meal his mother promised to prepare. His spirits were high. Passing through familiar streets, he spotted a delightful little girl playing with a teddy bear, her vivacity enchanting. He smiled knowingly. This was Cecilia, his neighbor's charming daughter. However, his smile faded swiftly as an unwelcome intruder marred his good mood. Hey there, cutie, what is the point of playing with a doll? Come play with me, and you'll have so much more fun. A lewd and sinister voice cut through the air. A scruffy boy with yellow hair stood before the little girl, his demeanor menacing. What do you want? The girl recoiled in fear, intimidated by the apparent threat. I'm asking if you want to play with me, the boy leered. His face twisted with malice. I want to go home. My mommy doesn't let me play with bad people, she stammered, backing away. I'm a good guy. How could you say that? Come on, let us go. The bully began to reach for her. The little girl struggled helplessly against his advances. Stop this. Zephyr's voice rang out, filled with righteous indignation. He could not allow such a transgression to unfold before him. Who dares interfere with my fun? The bully sneered, sizing up Zephyr with disdain. You haven't even grown hair yet, and you think you can play the hero? Run home to your milk. You scoundrel. Zephyr's fury ignited as he lunged at the boy, fist flying. For reasons unknown, he felt an extraordinary surge of strength today, as if he were imbued with power. Ugh. The bully spat blood, astonished by Zephyr's unexpected ferocity. Interesting, but you're still just a child. The boy began to take the fight seriously, and soon, Zephyr found himself at a disadvantage. Come on, you can do it. The girl's encouragement rang in Zephyr's ears. Time and again, he fell, only to rise again. Bruised but unyielding. His body bore the marks of battle, while the bully was not unscathed either, sporting a swollen cheek and a blackened eye. This kid is tougher than I thought. The bully muttered, unnerved. You're lucky today, But we'll meet again, he spat, his bravado crumbling as he fled the scene. Are you all right? The little girl asked with concern as the fight concluded. How could I be hurt? I am destined to be a hero, Zephyr proclaimed proudly. Yes, yes. You are my great hero. Cecilia's eyes sparkled with admiration. Hearing her words, Zephyr was momentarily taken aback. Never had he felt such exhilaration. As if he had just savored an ice pop on a sweltering summer day, a shiver of excitement coursing through him. Indeed, I, Zephyr, shall become a hero. This became his vow. From that day forth, Zephyr understood what he truly desired. To realize his dream, he began to train fervently, gathering all information regarding the Navy. Preparing to enlist at the age of 14. It was during this time he first heard of the pirate nemesis, the Navy's iron fist, Rosong. The man who instilled fear in all pirates along the first half of the Grand Line. This, he thought, is precisely the person I aspire to become. The seed of admiration was planted, awaiting its time to flourish. For what purpose do I pursue strength? For what reason do I strike? Zephyr's voice grew louder, his spirit soaring. I fight for my dream. I wish to be a true hero. I, Zephyr, shall dedicate my strength to justice. A newfound clarity radiated from him, causing Carp, Sengoku, Crane, and Silly to exchange glances, sensing within Zephyr the essence of a true warrior. Though his physical power remained unchanged, his mental fortitude had undeniably strengthened. Rosa nodded in satisfaction, truly a loyal little admirer. Zephyr, while you may surpass many, that does not render you the finest of them all. You lack the devil fruit. And you possess no illustrious background. What you have is sheer determination and relentless effort. Do you comprehend this? Luo Song imparted wisdom to ZFA. Master Luo Song. I comprehend, ZFA replied in a hushed tone. What do you wish to learn? Here, I possess the finest teachings. However, beyond that, I am unable to offer you anything further. Roth sighed, that is sufficient. In Zephyr's eyes ignited the flames of determination. I, Zephyr, shall strive tirelessly to grow stronger. Lord Roth, may I address you as my master? Do not call me master, you have yet to earn that right. Luo Song coldly declined. ZFA appeared momentarily stunned, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. Yet, Luo Song's subsequent words revitalized his spirits. You must first demonstrate your determination before you are worthy of calling me your teacher. Understanding dawned upon ZFA, and he smiled with satisfaction. Return to your ranks. Next, Carp, it is your turn. Ah, is it no longer voluntary? Carp exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden summons. Never mind, it all seems rather bothersome. Luo Song languidly remarked, Cap, why do you seem like a completely different person? Is it that I, Cap, am unworthy of your seriousness? Cap honestly stepped out of the ranks, positioned himself before Luo Song, and assumed a combat stance, ready for battle. What are you doing? Luo Song inquired. Let me demonstrate my prowess. Carp responded with bewilderment. Oh, never mind. While I may not be familiar with others, I certainly know you well. Carp added. Why is it that, despite the truth of the matter, I feel a sense of condescension? You, young man, possess an inherently extraordinary physique and astonishing strength, and you have even awakened your own armament hockey. Aside from your lack of intellect, you are, in every other regard, barely adequate. Luo Song, with a serious demeanor, spoke. Yaya, whom are you implying has a deficient intellect? Let me clarify, you should not arbitrarily slander me. Carp retorted. Oh, are you so confident? You might consider inquiring how they perceive the matter, Carp said, turning his gaze towards Sengoku and the others. However, what he encountered were merely averted eyes. Carp exclaimed, what is this? Are they too lazy to even feign politeness? Chapter 64, Tailored Education. Old Luo. You must resign yourself to fate. Since heaven has bestowed upon you a robust physique, it inevitably necessitates the sacrifice of a portion of your intellect. However, there is no need for you to feel inferior. At least, for the time being, it appears that your intellect remains somewhat intact. Luo Song smiled cheerfully, remarking that mocking Carp always brought him joy. That infuriating instructor, Carp gritted his teeth, feeling as if his intelligence had been insulted. Oh, are you not convinced? Shall we engage in a duel between men, one where we unleash our full might? Rosong gently raised his fist, the armament hockey enveloping it unbeknownst to him, shimmering with a chilling glint under the sunlight. Carp could not help but shudder. I shall not hold this against you today, you insolent instructor. Just wait. For I shall one day prove to you that my intellect, too, is formidable, he declared with a laugh. Observing Carp's demeanor, which betrayed his underlying fear yet remained defiant, Rosong erupted into hearty laughter. Carp's expression darkened. Once the laughter subsided, Rosong adopted a serious tone. Your armament hockey is potent, yet your mastery over it remains insufficient. Therefore, the most prudent course of action before you is to learn from me. The best way to learn from me is through relentless practice, stimulating growth through combat. Carp, this time, it is not a jest. Are you resolute? At this moment, Luo Song's smile appeared terrifying to the few members of the team. Carp clenched his fists and spoke with resentment. Do not underestimate me, you bastard instructor. How intriguing. I knew you wouldn't submit so easily. I shall eagerly anticipate your performance, Monkey D. Carp? Luo Song laughed heartily, his gaze towards Carp softened considerably. This was the Carp he had always known. All right, you're done. Next, Sengoku, it's your turn. Before Carp could retort, Luo Song moved on to the next individual. Among them, the most challenging was Zephyr, as it required Luo Song to ignite his desire for strength. The others were not as troublesome. Instructor Luo Song, Sengoku replied calmly. The Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the great Buddha form. Am I correct? Luo Song chuckled softly. Zhangguo's body quivered, taken aback by Luo Song's knowledge of his fruit ability. Do not be astonished, the void contains all your information. Rao Song waved his hand, signaling Zhangguo to remain calm. I have observed your combat skills. Your devil fruit ability is indeed formidable. However, your current mastery is far from sufficient, as you have yet to achieve even the most fundamental transformation into a colossal Buddha. This should be your primary objective at this stage. What you require is practical experience. Zhangguo nodded, acknowledging his unfamiliarity with his devil fruit and the lack of experience to draw upon. Since Instructor Rao Song was knowledgeable, he decided to heed his guidance. What is your perception of your role within the team? Luo Song inquired. I suppose I am just an auxiliary personnel, he said, with a hint of despondency in his voice. The abilities of others' devil fruits seemed to shine with formidable strength, while hers had been reduced to mere cleansing capabilities. You must understand, it is not the abilities that are lacking, but rather the users. The fruit you have consumed is known as the superhuman wash fruit, a devil fruit brimming with potential. Theoretically, when fully developed, it could allow you to cleanse everything in this world. What? Her abilities are that remarkable? Carp exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment, while Sengoku, Zifa, and Silly displayed equally incredulous expressions. Indeed, just imagine, once your fruit's potential is realized. You could try cleansing the impurities from Carp's mind. Rozon raised an eyebrow at Cap with a hint of intrigue, while Crane's eyes sparkled with growing excitement. What a splendid idea! Crane exclaimed, causing Cap to stumble back in surprise. He cast a resentful glare at both Rozon and Crane, feeling as though one was merely offering foolish suggestions while the other dared to take them seriously. The crux of the matter was, why were they both conspiring against him? Cap? But wait, there's more. This is just the beginning. Lo Song continued. At this moment, Crane is filled with confidence, eagerly anticipating Lo Song's forthcoming explanation. Beyond your fruit-based abilities, there is another skill of yours that I truly admire. What is it? Crane asked, a hint of nervousness in her tone. It is your overarching perspective and logical reasoning. Luo Song remarked. What use is this? Hichin responded with confusion. For you at present, it may seem of little consequence. But as you ascend within the naval ranks, you will come to realize the indispensable nature of your existence. In numerous grand battles, the presence of astute strategists and advisors is of paramount importance, and the ability to possess a broad perspective and logical reasoning is crucial for them. Luo Song meticulously elucidated the advantages of the Crane. Instructor, what should I do? The Crane inquired. You must engage in continuous learning, enriching your mind, so that you may better harness your talents. What should I focus on learning now? The Crane asked. For now, dedicate yourself earnestly to the pursuit of strength. Study diligently. When you return to the Navy, there will be ample time and resources for further learning. Very well, the Crane replied with a hint of disappointment. I had hoped for some special consideration. Lastly, there was Sheely. Sheely, I can surmise why you are here, but since you have arrived, I must take responsibility for you. Do you have any thoughts? Luo Song inquired. To be honest, although the solution is quite straightforward, it is Shiri that truly perplexes him the most. Instructor Luo Song. I am aware that I am perhaps the weakest among us. I possess little talent and harbor no grand ambitions. My presence in the Navy is solely to pass the time. The reason I ended up here was merely a whimsical decision, fueled by my own overconfidence. Truth be told, I am uncertain about what I should truly pursue. Shiri responded earnestly. Luo Song felt a wave of headache. Is this resignation? Quite troublesome. Sheely, you are not inferior to anyone. Ultimately, you simply lack the excellence of certain individuals. Lo comforted Siri. Siri remarked, "Doesn't this sound like you are conveying a similar sentiment to me? The mere fact that you have arrived here already places you ahead of most of your peers. With my guidance, upon your return, your capabilities will far surpass those of your classmates. However, to enhance the efficacy of your training, why not establish a modest goal for yourself? Perhaps casually earning 100 million Bailey or even saving a world." Luo Song presented himself as a guiding and astute teacher. Yet the aspirations he articulated ignited a desire within Shili to utter an expletive. "Perhaps you possess a unique understanding of the character Small?" Shili timidly suggested, "Instructor, I believe the goals you propose may be somewhat ambitious." "Oh, it's merely a metaphor. Ponder upon what you cherish most," Luo Song replied. "What I adore most is shouts away from the village entrance." The moment Shili contemplated what he favored, an enchanting figure sprang to mind. As he envisioned Xiaozui's slender silhouette and delightful visage, he found himself involuntarily salivating. Luo Song, feeling a wave of frustration, gave his forehead a sharp slap. "What I inquired about were your hobbies, not an invitation for you to indulge in such frivolity." Shili, taken aback, realized he had misspoken and was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Behind him, the four members of CARP displayed a range of expressions, some reflecting disdain as if to say, "So you're the kind of person," while others looked on in admiration, as if to commend Shili's audacity in allowing his mind to wander during Luo Song's questioning. In any case, no one had anticipated that Shili would possess such boldness. Does writing count as a hobby?" Shili stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Ever since he had been tasked by Luo Song to compose a 100,000-word biography, he had inexplicably developed a fervent passion for writing. Typically, he would clandestinely jot down various thoughts and ideas. "Writing?" Luo Song stroked his chin, a contemplative expression adorning his face. "Surely you are not penning some risque literature." "Are you?" Luo Song speculated. "Shili, I can't shake the feeling that this is not a favorable term. I enjoy attempting to write character sketches. This is precisely it." Luo Song, the boxer, joyfully declared, "You must craft character sketches. Isolating oneself in a closed environment is futile. Art is derived from reality. You ought to venture out, explore, and immerse yourself in experiences to create exceptional works." "Is that so?" Shili, slightly bewildered by Luo Song's fervor, contemplated the truth in his words. Thus, in pursuit of superior writing, I must strive to enhance my abilities. A glimmer of determination ignited in Shili's eyes. "Indeed, that is the path forward. Only then can you effectively portray the grandeur of your instructor for posterity." "Wait, what?" Shili responded, bewildered. "Why must I write about you? Do you have any objections?" Luo cast a menacing glance at Siri. No. Siri was taken aback. Why was he being so reckless today? Had he caught the careless spirit from Carp? However, the notion of growing stronger, experiencing life, and ultimately penning a legendary tale seemed genuinely intriguing. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Xiaosalongyan, who renamed themselves Huai Bai, Mingxi Yixiao, and various other supporters, including bookfriend 201906030845248803, Canron, bookfriend 201711282331288504, and Xiao Luiya Tingfengyu for their generous contributions. Recently, every time I sit down to write, I find myself wanting to thank those who have shown their support, but in the rush to upload my work, I often forget. Today, I finally remembered, and to my surprise, so many have rallied behind me. Hiya. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Especially those who silently cast their votes for the author. You are the driving force behind my writing endeavors." On a side note, I have observed something rather amusing among the group of contemporaries who ventured into this journey alongside me. It seems that apart from one notable individual who has soared to great heights, the rest have fallen by the wayside. Reflecting on this, I find that persisting in writing is indeed a fascinating pursuit. Although I may not write exceptionally well, as long as I continue to persevere, I fear neither failure nor poor results. Gradually, I shall produce my narrative, and there will come a day when I complete this book. Upon its conclusion, I trust one shall have improved. Chapter 65. It is called Gang Semida as seasons change, and autumn bids farewell. A few days later, the scene remains unchanged. The crane is about to ascend. Carp, with his arms swinging, enveloped in a powerful aura, charged swiftly toward Luo. "How many times must I tell you not to reveal our plans during battle?" Sengoku quickly caught up with Carp, matching his pace while expressing his exasperation. What a surprise. I've grown accustomed to it," Carp replied with an embarrassed chuckle. Clearly, he was not taking the battle seriously. Luo Song curled his lips in dissatisfaction with the combat state of his teammates. Without the fierce determination to fight to the death, one cannot achieve the greatest progress. Allow me to unveil the harshness of reality to you. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Luo Song's mouth. Cleansing. With a gurgling sound, pink bubbles suddenly enveloped him entirely. What the heck? This is possible too. Ro Song muttered under his breath, firmly shutting his mouth to prevent any bubbles from entering. As for evasion, one must strive for perfection in the art of pretense. While the bubbles had yet to hinder his movements, Ro Song chose to maintain his composure. Haha. Success! Exclaimed Carp joyfully. Great Buddha, expand! Sengoku bellowed, instantly transforming into a colossal golden Buddha, noticeably larger than when he first arrived. Haha, you rogue instructor. Take this punch from Carp. Carp grinned mischievously. Seizing the opportunity while Ro Song's vision was obscured by the bubbles, Carp stealthily advanced beneath Ro Song. Raising his right fist triumphantly, targeting the critical area beneath Ro Song's form. This move, the Mount Lushan Rising Dragon Strike, was undeniably ferocious. Sengoku, leveraging his enlarged stature, opted for a direct confrontation with Ro Song to divert his attention. There were indeed many tricks at play. Amidst the foam, Ro Song was well aware of their maneuvers. However, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were rendered futile. Let me test the might of the Buddha, he declared. Feeling the shifts in the air, Ro Song extended one hand without gathering strength, fingers splayed, ready to clash with the approaching Sengoku. Bang, bang, bang. One fleshly palm met one golden fist. Their formidable forces collided. Crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Sengoku, drenched in sweat, experienced a sharp pain in his fist, feeling soft and yielding. Not at all like a tough man. Sengoku, you're not up to the challenge. The teasing of Rozan echoed in the ears of Zhanghua, and in the next moment, an immense force seized his fist, hurling him away. Thunderous sounds resonated as his colossal form carved a long trench in the earth. After toppling several large trees, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, after Zhanghua's attack proved futile, Carp remained unperturbed. Seizing the opportunity while Rozan was distracted by the act of flinging Zhanghua, Carp struck decisively. With a fierce Lushan Rising Dragon Strike, chaos ensued. Carp was entirely absorbed in the vision of triumph following the execution of his signature move. As for the notions of cunning or shamelessness, such considerations were of no concern to Carp. After all, someone once proclaimed that when confronting certain nefarious foes, one must be utterly merciless and resort to any means necessary. However, he evidently underestimated Rozan. That young man truly harbored a dark streak. With a darkened expression, Luo Song, despite contending with the warring states, still possessed the strength to counter Carp's onslaught. However, this young man's style seemed increasingly audacious. Could it be that he had been led astray by someone? A resounding shout accompanied by a surge of energy, Luo Song prepared to unleash his punch. He dared not underestimate Carp. Any misstep would be a minor embarrassment. But losing face was intolerable. His armament hockey stood firm, unyielding even in stillness. Bending low, he struck. Carp's expression shifted dramatically. He had been discovered. Boom. The wrath of the enraged Luo Song was not to be trifled with. Channeling a formidable momentum, his fist bore immense power. Boom. Carp's head was plunged deep into the earth, silencing him completely. Carp, why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because I love this land profoundly. At the moment Luo Song bent down, one might have thought the battle was drawing to a close. Yet, two long-awaited blades could scarcely contain their eagerness to be drawn. Zifa and Silly emerged resolutely, their expressions steadfast, embodying a noble spirit dedicated to upholding justice. Where their long swords pointed, the chrysanthemum bloomed. His Luo Song inhaled sharply. Overwhelmed by the chilling realization that societal morals had deteriorated, and the purity of youth had been tainted. He never anticipated that even innocent and honest children like Zfa and Shili could succumb to such insidiousness and depravity. This disheartening transformation could undoubtedly be attributed to that scoundrel, Kabu. Luo Song's gaze was perilous. He swiftly lowered his body, using his hands to support himself. Alternating the positions of his palms, his legs spread apart. With a magnificent display, he executed a 360-degree spinning kick. How awe-inspiring. How terrifying. The sound echoed. Ah, ah. A tremendous force propelled Zfa and Shili through the air. With a powerful exertion of his arms, Luo Song propelled himself from the ground. His body lifting gracefully into the air, and with a swift motion, transitioned from an inversion to an upright stance. Thud! A soft grunt escaped his lips as he landed firmly, his large feet planted squarely upon Carp's back. Carp's eyes widened in shock, his head emerging abruptly from the earth, emitting a pained groan. This serves you right for leading others astray with your own mischief. The voice of Luo Song fell beside Carp's ear. Carp, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. It can't be you. Bang. Why waste words? Can't you just live quietly? Another punch, and Carp's head was once again buried in the earth. Luo Song dusted off his fists and offered a faint smile to he, who stood frozen beside him. This fellow truly deserved a lesson. A little punishment would suffice. He remarked, isn't this beyond mere reprimand? It seems more like outright abuse. Do you harbor such a deep grudge? He trembled in fear. Indeed. While the methods employed were rather crude, the coordination between you all was commendable. Standing before the 5 members of the team, Luo Song delivered his final assessment. Sengoku, Carp, Zifa, and Silly appeared disheveled and dejected, with Carp looking particularly pitiful, his face covered in dirt as he glared furiously at the composed Luo Song. Meanwhile, he, in a slightly better state, wore an expression of sheer terror, evidently shaken by Luo Song's recent display of brutality. However, your attitude towards battle remains insufficiently serious. It is clear that you lack the meticulousness required for a life-and-death struggle, which is unacceptable. Luo Song shook his head in disappointment upon hearing his words. Although Carp and the others managed to maintain a semblance of calm on the surface, their hearts were in turmoil. If they appeared this distressed without taking things seriously, what would happen if they truly engaged in combat? Therefore, I have decided to find you some new sparring partners. And it is also time for you to begin exploring this island. New sparring partners. The 5 members of the squad exchanged glances, wondering if there were indeed others on this island. Following Luo Song's lead, Carp and the others traversed a considerable portion of Cornelis. Surprisingly, there were no ferocious beasts obstructing their path. Little C lazily rested on Luo Song's shoulder, showing little interest in their surroundings. Finally, after an indeterminate distance, a fragrant aroma of fruits began to waft through the air. Look, there are peaches, Carp exclaimed joyfully, pointing at a peach tree not far away. Wow, this place is beautiful. A vast expanse of peach orchards unfolded before them, prompting Crane to gasp in awe. Silly and Zephyr also seemed restless with excitement. Buddha Sengoku halted their impending actions and pointed toward Luo Song, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Experienced as they were, the others quickly sensed that something was amiss. They obediently remained with Luo Song, watching the unfolding drama surrounding Carp. Carp swiftly climbed a peach tree and selected a peach that looked both large and sweet. Casually wiping it on his attire, indifferent to its cleanliness, and was about to take a bite with delight. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind Carp. Carp, behind you. Crane could not help but call out a warning. What? Carp, focused solely on the peach, did not clearly hear Crane's words, merely sensing she was calling him. Just then, a large hand rested upon his shoulder. Carp was taken aback, feeling a refreshing presence emanating from behind him. Sniff, sniff. What an enticing aroma. Could it be Crane? Carp's imagination began to wander. Crane, this peach is large and exquisite, perhaps even better than you. What is this monstrous thing? When Carp turned around, he was confronted with the sight of a large, dark, hairy face. The creature had placed one of its hands on Carp's shoulder, baring its teeth in a menacing grin. Startled, Carp fell to the ground. The hulking, hairy beast began to pound its chest, producing a thunderous sound. The eerie laughter sent chills down Carp's spine. It was only when he landed that he could fully see the creature's form. It was an enormous gorilla. He had mistakenly thought it was Crane. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the appearance of the gorilla, Buddha Sengoku and the others grew tense, adopting combat stances, prepared to spring into action should the situation turn dire. You need not be so apprehensive, they were reassured. With a light chuckle, Luo Song remarked, enough, you shall have ample opportunities to play together in the future. Who was Instructor Luo Song addressing? Could it be that great gorilla? Indeed, upon hearing Luo Song's words, the gorilla, which had been mockingly gazing at Carp, suddenly trembled. It snatched the peach from Carp's hand and, like a fawning pug, approached Luo Song, meticulously rubbing the peach against itself before presenting it with both hands. It blinked its large, sparkling eyes. Luo Song's expression darkened. Forget it. Just let that brat have it. Observing the few crooked black hairs on the peach, Luo Song's lips twitched. Rawson pointed to Carp behind the gorilla, indicating that this peach was beyond his reach and should be left for Carp to savor. This gorilla, whose name is Gang Simida, can be considered an old friend of mine. From this day forth, he shall be one of your sparring partners. Chapter 66, The Foolish and the Innocent Roar. Bang, bang, Bang. Upon hearing Rawson call his name, Gang Gang Seemingly joyfully thumped his chest. Roar. The drowsy little sea slightly opened his eyes and let out an impatient growl. The once ferocious gorilla instantly resembled a meek little chick, displaying an astonishingly docile demeanor. Humph. Little C snorted softly and closed his eyes, returning to slumber. Instructor Rawson, is this our sparring partner for the future? Gazing at the imposing and terrifying creature, Crane swallowed hard and inquired. No, to be precise, he is merely the sparring partner for Sengoku and Carp. As for your sparring partners, they are located elsewhere. Luo Song smiled and spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhangguo felt a chill in his heart. It was just the two of them, himself and Carp. One could foresee that their training would not be a leisurely affair. What did you say, you rascal instructor? You want me to train alongside this black-haired gorilla? Observing Luo Song conversing with the formidable creature, Carp began to comprehend. This fellow was actually acquainted with Luo Song. Roaring in indignation at being underestimated, the gorilla's eyes widened in surprise, nostrils flaring as it confronted Carp head-on. Carp, unwilling to show weakness, stood his ground in response. The two appeared to be quite the pair. Shili could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Why did this scene seem so harmonious? Excuse me. Instructor Luo Song, is this gorilla the one you mentioned that once caused you considerable trouble? Given the implications for their training over the coming months, Zhangguo prudently inquired. Oh, that one. Although it belongs to the same species, it is far more fearsome than this little fellow. I expended a great deal of effort to defeat him. Otherwise, I would not have felt secure allowing you all to train here. Luo Song casually remarked, little fellow? Sengoku's lips twitched. He could not discern how this gorilla could be associated with the term little. Ganga, these two are entrusted to you. Be sure to play with them well. But don't go overboard, he added with a chuckle. Ignoring the argument with Carp, the chimpanzee Ganga Smita joyfully responded to Luo Song's command. Sengoku, you and Carp remain here and train alongside Ganga. Do not entertain any thoughts of luck. Trust me, to him, toying with you is far more amusing than anything else. With a cheerful smile, Luo Song beckoned. Come on, the three of you follow me. Another training partner is just ahead. Ah, okay, replied he, Zifa, and Shili. Hastily trailing behind him, they left behind Sengoku and Carp, who exchanged glances with the imposing gorilla. Realizing that the two tiny figures before him were to be his playthings for the time being, the gorilla displayed a remarkably human-like mocking grin. It began to cackle, pointing at Carp, as if to say, you, my friend, are in for a rough time. Ah, you ugly gorilla, I shall teach you a lesson. Carp, incensed by the taunts, raised his fist, ready to engage, activating his haki with immediate effect. So eager are we? Sengoku remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. The abilities of the fruit manifested, transforming him into a golden Buddha, striking a combat stance as well. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Roaring with excitement, the gorilla began pounding its chest and bellowing in anticipation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Song led the trio through a peach grove, where the trees gradually thinned. Eventually, they arrived at a lush green meadow, with a small, golden desert not far off. Wow, I can't believe there's a place like this, Shili exclaimed, marveling at the sight. Accustomed to towering trees, the vastness of the grassland and desert was nothing short of breathtaking. In the distance, an unusual animal call echoed, "Oh chirp, oh chirp." He, Zifa, and Shili stood back to back, now wary, having Carp as a cautionary example. As the sound grew louder, a flash of snowy white fur suddenly appeared atop a nearby sand dune. The figure gradually came into view, revealing a fluffy, slightly curled coat, a long, elegant neck, and an adorably silly face. It was, astonishingly, a llama. Ellie, we are here. Rosong waved at the alpaca, calling out with a joyful exclamation. Upon seeing Rosong's beckoning gesture, the alpaca, Ili, squinted its large, innocent eyes and dashed gleefully in their direction. Luo Song smiled helplessly. The crane, remaining vigilant, sensed an ominous premonition arise within as it noticed Luo Song's smile. Suddenly, the alpaca drew nearer, halting just a few meters away from them. A cloud of dust was stirred up, and Luo Song's figure swiftly vanished from the spot. This is bad. The crane's pupils dilated in alarm. Suddenly, an overwhelming torrent of saliva erupted from the mouth of the foolish alpaca, aiming squarely at the unsuspecting crane, Zfa, and Shi Li, who remained obliviously standing in place. After being drenched in the copious spittle, the trio found themselves in a disheveled state, wrinkling his brow at the nauseating odor clinging to him. The crane activated his wash-wash fruit ability. A flurry of bubbles enveloped the three, and in the blink of an eye, they emerged spotless. The foolish alpaca, intrigued, leaned closer to inspect them, seemingly puzzled as to how these little creatures could cleanse themselves so swiftly. The three retreated cautiously. Enough, enough, don't frighten them any further. Ili Shabai. The figure of Luo Song appeared beside the alpaca, gently stroking its head. Cheap. The alpaca affectionately nuzzled against Luo Song's chin. Is this the training partner for the three of us, Instructor Luo Song? Zfa inquired with curiosity. Indeed, it is, replied Ili, the silly one. Luo Song smiled and nodded. However, it appeared that there was nothing particularly fearsome about it aside from the act of spitting. Shili voiced the collective sentiment of the trio. Oh? Who informed you that spitting holds no power? Ili, in a foolish manner, urged them to take a look. Luo Song chuckled and remarked, Ah, how amusing. The alpaca nodded, casting a disdainful glance at the three individuals. With a casual expulsion, two substantial craters suddenly manifested on the nearby sand dune, sending up a cloud of dust. Such formidable power, who would have thought? Hichin exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, when it spat at you, it was merely a gesture of friendliness from the silly and naive Ili, a simple droplet with no real force. However, one must understand that in a true battle, Ili's saliva represents its most terrifying strength. Luo Song chuckled mischievously. A saliva bomb, do you fear it? He asked. He then turned to Zfa, and Shili. If you hadn't mentioned it, we might not have thought you were doing it on purpose. Chapter 67. The joyous hours of battle. Perched upon the sturdy branch of a tall tree, Luo Song lounged with one leg crossed over the other. A bottle of wine, of unknown origin, clutched in his hand. With half-closed eyes, he basked in the warm embrace of the afternoon sun. Life was undeniably pleasant. Aside from the occasional idleness, Luo Song sighed softly, taking a delicate sip of his wine. Xiaoxi, why do you seem to know nothing but sleep every day? Xiaoxi, reclining lazily on Luo Song's chest, cast a half-hearted glance at him. 2 points. First, you are merely drinking fruit wine. So there is no need to act so grandly. One might mistake you for indulging in some strong liquor. Second, are you aware of my idleness? Can't you find me something to occupy my time? Xiaoxi retorted without mercy. Ha ha ha, you have already matured into a fine companion. It's time you learn to entertain yourself. Upon hearing this, Luo Song burst into hearty laughter. With one hand freely available, he affectionately caressed Xiaoxi, who, far from being annoyed, emitted a contented purring sound. I am not a mere dog. I am a SBHYNX. Xiaoxi nudged against Luo Song's palm, joyfully declaring, just wait a little longer, it won't be long now. If it weren't for these little companions, I would have long lost interest in remaining in the Navy. Luo Song let out a gentle sigh. In truth, he should have departed long ago. Yet, he had made a promise to the old man. After all, his lifespan seemed quite lengthy. A few extra years were inconsequential. He considered it preparation for the upcoming adventures. He wondered how Edward and Lyde would transform in the meantime. Had young Edward's beard grown? Had Lyde discovered the bat fruit? Was he still forging a solitary path to establish the lofty title of Red? How had the four brothers fared in their coffin-lifting practice? What moniker would the world government bestow upon him next? All these uncertainties filled Luo Song with curiosity. The vast ocean beckoned to him, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to experience it. Xiaoxi. What is it? I suddenly thought of something splendid. What is it? Would you care to become the ultimate boss? Xiaoxi. On a small desert, the battle raged fiercely. Zifa, cover me. A weary voice called out as Crane dashed through the dust cloud formed by an explosion. Understood. Zifa, who had just risen from the ground, brandished his sword to engage first. Hey, you spitting fool, come face me one-on-one. Zifa attempted to provoke Ili Shabai. Clearly, his strategy was failing. Chirp chirp, the llama cast a disdainful glance at Zifa, as if to say, are you an idiot? It then unleashed a spittle bomb aimed at the young man, whom it deemed mentally challenged. Now, Crane's pupils constricted as her devil fruit abilities activated, and pink bubbles appeared, momentarily obstructing the llama's vision. With graceful steps, Crane moved stealthily beneath the llama. However, before she could revel in her success, Crane suddenly perceived a grave danger. Oh no, she exclaimed, her expression filled with alarm. The pink bubbles began to flow backward at a visible speed, ultimately being sucked into the wide-open mouth of Ili Shabai. Ah, The rapid-fire foam projectiles targeted Crane, relentlessly launching toward her form. The llama's expression was one of excitement and exhilaration. Having encountered such amusing bubbles for the first time, Ili Shabai was filled with playful enthusiasm. It bombarded Crane with foam projectiles, sending up clouds of dust, all while relishing the game. Akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Occasionally, it aimed a precisely targeted spittle bomb at Zifa, who remarked, "Am I being discriminated against?" Meanwhile, as the victim of this bizarre assault, Crane caught a glimpse of the mocking smile on Eli Shabai's adorably foolish face, causing her mental state to falter. Am I truly being bested so miserably by such a comical creature? She pondered, questioning her existence. At that moment, her only hope rested with Sheely. Crane murmured to Zifa. Just then, from the sands behind Eli Shabai, a shadow leaped forth, soaring directly toward the llama's back. "Ha, the time has finally come for me, Sheely, to make my grand appearance." From a nearby tree, Luo Song helplessly shook his head. What a farce. Just at the moment when Sheely appeared, the llama's face once again displayed its signature disdainful expression. With a strange cry, the llama vanished in an instant. Vanished in an instant? So swiftly. Before Sheely could finish his astonishment, he felt a tremendous force surge from behind him. He and Zafa gazed, half amazed and half speechless, at the llama's body suspended in midair. "This fellow is remarkably quick." Zafa gaped in astonishment. "I should have known, as our training partner. This llama is certainly no ordinary opponent." Just as he and Zafa were earnestly discussing, Sheely let out a blood-curdling scream. Crushed beneath the two front hooves of the foolish Ili, deeply embedded in the mud. Meanwhile, he and Zafa exchanged glances, affirming, "Yes, I thought the same." Zafa nodded in agreement. "I wonder how things are going with Sengoku and Carp? I suspect it must be quite dire with Carp around." He sighed deeply. Indeed. Under the hooves of Ili, Sheely's head suddenly emerged, trembling as he extended his feeble right hand, weakly pleading for help. "Save me." Thud. A hoof descended it, and Sheely's head was once again buried deep in the sand. In another battlefield, a peculiar scene unfolded. A large creature and a small figure were locked in a headbutt, each refusing to yield. They were still butting heads. However, unlike before, this time a golden silhouette joined the fray, appearing behind the gorilla, wrapping its arms around its waist and pulling forcefully backward. The gorilla, with its well-developed muscles bulging, was utterly indifferent to the interference of the golden figure, focused solely on clashing with Carp, glaring fiercely at Carp's smaller eyes. The golden figure, of course, was Sengoku. At that moment, Sengoku's emotions were complex and inscrutable. "Hey, Carp. Have you played enough? Isn't it time to wrap things up?" Sengoku said impatiently. "Carp, don't meddle. I want to settle this once and for all with this ugly gorilla," Carp replied defiantly, exuding the spirit of a warrior. Yet, one couldn't overlook the fact that his feet were deeply sunk in the mud, and his short legs trembled. "Come on, how many times have you lost?" "We need to get down to business," Sengoku said helplessly. "No, I absolutely refuse," Carp insisted resolutely. Hearing their exchange, the gorilla let out a mocking laugh, spraying Carp's face with saliva that carried the scent of fruit. "Damn it," Carp exclaimed. Chapter 68. Training concludes as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting shadows. The day of unrelenting combat training finally came to an end. In the small desert area, the llama Ili, with its adorably foolish face, displayed a hint of satisfaction and reluctance. It had been a long time since it had enjoyed itself so thoroughly. This was the llama's inner thought. Meanwhile, a disheveled Zafa, Sheely, and he let out a sigh of relief. At last, this torturous training had concluded. "You all should head back now." Luo Song quietly appeared behind a few individuals, holding Xiaoxi. The alpaca affectionately approached Luo Song, rubbing its soft fur against his body. "Be good, don't make a fuss. They will come back to play with you tomorrow." Luo Song gently comforted the alpaca. Oh, the delightful sounds of poo-poo-poo escaped as the alpaca beamed, directing a playful spit towards Silly, Zafa, and D. Tuesday. "How unfortunate that it chose not to target you." The trio, well trained by their experiences with the alpaca, effortlessly dodged the oncoming spray. He remained speechless and remarked, "It is because Ili is foolish, yet it holds a genuine respect for me. What do you think, foolish one?" As he spoke, Luo Song reached out to pat the alpaca's head. However, the creature instinctively recoiled, swiftly distancing itself several meters from him, its eyes betraying an unmasked fear. He inquired, "What have you done to it? Surely, you must have committed some egregious act." Luo Song cast a silent glance at the alpaca. The reaction was so pronounced that anyone with discernment could easily perceive it. "Do I, Luo, possess no sense of dignity?" Seemingly grasping Luo Song's sentiment, the alpaca could not help but shiver, valiantly suppressing the haunting shadows of its past, and timidly approached Luo Song, trembling as it expressed its affection. Luo Song's face has grown darker. This perfunctory performance exhibits a lack of dedication. He and Zafa exchanged glances. surprised to discover such a sordid past about Luo Song. Yet, curiously, why did they feel an increasing sense of excitement upon witnessing this scene? Observing the expressions of these individuals, Luo Song felt a sense of helplessness. The authority he had painstakingly established before his students seemed on the verge of collapse. Such an occurrence is utterly unacceptable. By the way, I forgot to mention, I shall not concern myself with your return journey, should you lose your way. Do not blame me. Luo Song's eyes twinkled mischievously as he suddenly broke into a wicked smile. As Luo Song's words resonated, Zfa, Shili, and he found themselves frozen in place, their minds buzzing with confusion. Returned by themselves? They momentarily assessed their current physical state, exhausted, famished, and in pain. This was the singular sensation shared among them at that moment. The three exchanged glances, confirming their shared plight. What was this? A case of joy turning to sorrow? Indeed. Instructor Luo Song is rather petty. Unquestionably, the three of them lamented inwardly. Well, Instructor Luo Song, this place is actually quite agreeable, and it appears to be relatively safe. How about we establish a new camp here? He Tiao tentatively suggested. Although the terrifying alpaca Ely is daunting, it is merely during training sessions. In everyday circumstances, it is Instructor Luo who is more irksome. This reasoning holds merit. Luo Song nodded earnestly. There is a door. Zfa, Shili, and he simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes sparkling with a dazzling brilliance. Silly Bai, what is your opinion? Jioa the alpaca glanced at he, who was capable of producing bubbles, feeling quite fond of the young girl. Then it looked at Luo Song and nodded in agreement. A nod. A nod. Zfa and the others excitedly followed suit, nodding in unison. So it is. Rosong stroked his chin. Under the increasingly urgent gazes of Zifa, Silly, and he, Rosong chuckled lightly. That won't do either, he remarked. What do you think you're here for? Looking to slack off and daydream? Don't say I didn't warn you. I want to inform Zhang Guo and Carp. It might be safer if you all go together. With that, Rosong turned and walked away, leaving no chance for Zifa and the others to persuade him. In a few moments, he vanished from their sight. Ah, how delightful it is to be a common folk. The frivolous song drifted further away, leaving a few with twitching lips. Our instructor really shows no restraint, Silly remarked softly. Perhaps this is the caprice of the strong. Zifa thought enviously as he watched Rosong's retreating figure. He wondered when he would become as powerful as Rosong. Enough talk. Let us go find Zhang Guo and Carp. He urged impatiently. Rosong had tricked them again, and she was quite annoyed. What kind of situation awaited them there? Zifa suddenly felt curious. Don't think too much. With Carp around, it will surely be worse than our predicament. We'll find out when we get there. Silly patted Zifa's shoulder. Indeed, Zifa nodded, speechless. Following the path they had come, the trio quickly arrived at the location where Carp and Zhang Guo were. From a distance, they heard a series of violent thuds. Following the source of the sound, Zifa, Silly, and he successfully located Zhang Guo and Carp. Is it really that terrible? Silly was rendered speechless. Zifa and he stood agape. They saw a colossal gorilla, Gang, ferociously pounding Carp, who was half buried in the ground. Carp's arms, armed with haki, struggled to resist. Roar. Gang roared while pummeling. Carp defiantly shouted, I want to yield. I refuse to submit. How did they manage to communicate? Zhang Guo, transformed into a golden Buddha, attempted to assist but was swiftly swatted aside by the rampaging gorilla. Should we lend a hand? He inquired. Why not give it a try? Zifa replied helplessly. Hey, big guy, Instructor Rosong said our training is over for today. Zifa cupped his hands around his mouth to shout. For some reason, he found the name Gang rather odd, so he resorted to calling the gorilla Big Guy. To his surprise, upon hearing those words, Gang, albeit reluctantly, ceased his assault on Carp. Is he really that obedient? Zifa exclaimed in disbelief. You're overthinking it. He is probably just scared of Instructor Rosong. Silly replied, exasperated. Let us go. Carp seems to be in bad shape, he said, moving to assist Carp and Zhang Guo. As they approached, Gang regained his senses. He cast a deep glance at Carp as if intending to etch the sight into his memory before departing, likely returning to his lair to rest. What on earth did Carp do to evoke such wrath? He helped Zhang Guo, who was shedding his Buddha form, to support the dazed Carp. I want to yield. I still want to fight. Carp mumbled, still dazed. Zhang Guo smiled wryly. What else could it be? He fell back into his old habits while sparring with Instructor Rosong. Did he hit you? He asked, a vein popping on her forehead. He did, Zhang Guo sighed. Well, if it were me, I do want to pummel him too. Zifa remarked, glancing at Carp, who was still in a fog. Such audacity. I'm genuinely curious how he will develop in the future. Chapter 69. The setting sun returns you home. Wait a moment, Silly suddenly said. What's wrong? Zifa turned to ask. Are you hungry? Should we eat something here? Silly pointed to the peaches on the tree, saliva pooling in his mouth. Is that a good idea? He felt somewhat embarrassed. Before he could finish, Carp, still in a dazed state, suddenly shook off Jean Gaudet's support, striding towards the nearest peach tree. He nimbly climbed up, plucking a large, ripe peach and taking a hearty bite. Carp's eyes lit up. This peach is truly sweet. He, Zifa, Jean Gua, and Silly were left speechless. What on earth? How did you wake up so suddenly? He asked, exasperated. I was hungry. I woke up as soon as I heard food, Carp mumbled while munching on the peach. The others were left in disbelief. Are you a pig? Well then, let us eat some too and replenish our energy, Jean Gua said helplessly. Why is it that every time we come to Carp, something goes awry? I simply cannot understand him. After a hearty meal, the spirits of the five regained some vitality. As the sun set, they cautiously began their return to camp. Did you not tell that scoundrel instructor that we would stay here? Carp swayed his head, looking rather pleased with himself. Do you think he would be so kind? He shot Carp a disapproving glance. Ah, indeed, Carp chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his head. After walking for a while, the sky grew dimmer, and unsettling animal roars echoed around them. A woo, roar, ah. The five members of the squad held their torches tightly, cautiously making their way back to camp. These torches were made following Rozong's method. Due to material limitations, the flames did not last long. But as long as the materials were sufficient, they would manage. This place is terrifying. Let us hurry back, Silly said, a note of fear in his voice. He was probably the most timid among them, even less so than he. What is there to fear? We've encountered the fiercest beasts here. What else is there to be afraid of? He scoffed, patting Silly's shoulder. Yes, I'm not afraid. I'm a man. To avoid embarrassment in front of the only girl in the group, Silly straightened up, trying to bolster his courage. Ha. Don't worry, Silly, I'm here. Everything will be fine. Carp reassured him. Carp thumped his chest with great bravado. Observing Carp's demeanor, Serena felt her previously tumultuous emotions gradually settle. The others subtly cast glances in Carp's direction. This fellow, though eccentric, proved surprisingly dependable. The team continued their journey home. Although the path was not entirely serene, there were no significant issues. After dispatching a few relatively feeble beasts, the surrounding environment began to feel increasingly familiar. The gentle sound of the nearby brook was distinctly audible. At last, we have returned, exclaimed Crane joyfully. Ha. It's all thanks to me, Carp the Great, that our journey has been so smooth. Carp proclaimed proudly, hands on his hips, radiating happiness. Indeed, we owe it to you for our ease, Sengoku replied dismissively. Carp remained unperturbed by Sengoku's attitude, lost in his own reverie. Isn't it peculiar? Zifa suddenly interjected. What do you find strange? Crane inquired. Our return journey seems excessively smooth. Why do I feel it is even easier than when we first arrived? Zifa sensed that something was amiss. Did I not mention it? It is all due to my esteemed fortune, Carp said, draping an arm around Zifa's shoulders with enthusiasm. Just consider us fortunate. Serena felt more at ease at that moment. But could it be that Lord Rozon is secretly watching over us? Zifa pondered softly. You're overthinking it. That scoundrel instructor wouldn't do such a noble deed. Carp scoffed at Zifa's musings. Let us head back. I crave meat. With that, Carp excitedly took the lead. There's truly no dealing with him. Crane and Sengoku exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. Meanwhile, not far from the team, high in the sky, the transformed beast with a lion's body and a human face, Little C, spread its wings. Carrying Rozon, the two engaged in conversation. It seems they have noticed you? Little C inquired. No, they would not, Rozon replied. Luo Song holds a profound trust in the image he has cultivated in the minds of these individuals. Well, that is entirely your own doing. Xiaoxi cast a glance at Luo Song, a look of disdain crossing her face. Ha. Luo Song laughed heartily. What shall we do about the saber-toothed tiger? Should we take it back? If we bring it back, we can have an extra meal. Besides, every part of a tiger is a treasure. Ruo Song smiled meaningfully. Ah. Men, Xiaoxi scoffed. With wings unfurled, a rush of chilling wind accompanied them as one man and one beast soared towards the camp. From a distance, the massive winged creature appeared even more imposing as Ruo Song effortlessly hoisted a shadow that was slightly larger than himself with one hand. It was indeed fortunate that Xiaoxi could bear the weight of both. Ah, we are back. Kapu cheered exuberantly as he entered the familiar cave. The warm glow of the fire enveloped the small cavern, and the enticing aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Wow, it smells so good, Kapu stammered, struggling to articulate his excitement. What's wrong? He and the others followed closely behind, noticing Kapu's astonished expression. It's Ruosong, he's inside. Kapu gritted his teeth as he spoke. Is my early return such a surprise? Isn't that quite normal? Luosong spread his hands and chuckled. Before him, a fire blazed, and the familiar aroma of roasted meat began to waft outward, tantalizing the appetites of the 5 members of the team. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed conspicuously in the spacious cave, and the 5 individuals wore expressions of embarrassment. Luosong smiled, raising his bottle filled with fruit wine, offering a distant toast towards a few individuals. Cheers. Luosong wore a playful expression. You spoke in unison, hesitating to continue, while Karp and the others were on the verge of exploding with frustration. Indeed, it was not entirely surprising for Luosong to return early, as he was not originally part of their group. However, after a grueling day of training, exhausted, thirsty, and hungry, they returned to the camp only to find Luosong blissfully indulging in barbecued delicacies and fine wine, with no share for them. Their emotions erupted. You insufferable instructor. You have gone too far. Karp furiously accused Luosong. Have I truly gone too far? Luosong chuckled as he teased Xiaoxi, tearing off a succulent, oil-dripping piece of barbecued meat from the grill. With a sizzle, a plume of steam rose into the air. Gulp. Kapu once again could not help but swallow hard. What can you do to me, given my indulgence? With a mischievous smile, Rozan displayed an unmistakable lack of scruples. Chapter 70. In the blink of an eye. 5 months have elapsed. Time, when one dedicates oneself entirely to a singular pursuit, tends to slip away with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye. 5 months have passed. Nighttime. Oddly, the wretched instructor has yet to return today. In the cavern of the camp, Karp turned over, mumbling to himself. If he returns, you will find him bothersome. If he does not, isn't that preferable? Awakened by Karp's incessant murmurs, Celian could hardly be bothered to open his eyes. Wrapping himself snugly in his fur blanket, languidly stating, Ah, how warm it is. That is not my point. I merely find things a bit unusual, Karp hastily clarified. Enough with the chatter. We must sleep, for training awaits us tomorrow. Aren't you tired, Karp? Sengoku, also disturbed from his slumber, urged him impatiently. Very well. Karp had no choice but to silence himself, burying his concerns deep within, and obediently succumbed to sleep. Outside the cavern, the air grew colder, and the persistent autumn rain imparted a sense of desolation and solitude. In a distant cavern, Rozan engaged in animated conversation with a gorilla and an alpaca. This cavern was far more spacious than the small one at the camp. The winding corridors shielded it from the biting winds, and within, numerous flames flickered, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. In the most comfortable part of the cavern, upon a large blanket made of animal hides, Rozan conversed merrily with Gangang Semida and the simple-minded Ili. The lion-headed creature, Little Ceylon, lounged lazily beside Rozan, relishing in his affectionate strokes. Then it is settled. I must emphasize the necessity of your acting skills. Especially you, Ili. Should you falter again, I shall stew you. Luosong laughed heartily, his countenance as gentle as a spring breeze. The gorilla and the simpleton, Ili, nodded hastily, casting timid glances at the now gigantic Xiaoxi, their eyes betraying unmistakable fear. Xiaoxi, shrink down, they pleaded, for they had already witnessed its formidable transformation. Luosong gently patted Xiaoxi's head. Xiaoxi opened a pair of eyes brimming with authority, and on its face, which did not quite match its temperament, a hint of impatience flickered as it glanced lazily at the 2 colossal beasts before it. A low growl escaped its lips, reminiscent of a yawn. Xiaoxi's body began to gradually shrink. The gorilla and the alpaca finally ceased their trembling, yet their fear lingered, a residual effect of the dominance exerted by a superior apex predator. Ha ha ha. You need not be anxious. This fellow, Xiaoxi, is rather indolent and has no interest in opponents of insufficient strength, Luosong reassured them. Despite their somewhat unbalanced mindset, the 2 giant creatures gradually regained their composure under Luosong's comforting words. At the center of their gathering, a large stone pot simmered, the broth bubbling fervently. Luosong deftly added various seasonings to the pot with one hand while stirring the bubbling contents with a large spoon in the other, the tantalizing aroma of the meat broth wafting through the air. Sniff, sniff. Little C inhaled the savory fragrance with palpable longing, yet soon her enthusiasm waned. Although the broth possessed a delightful flavor, she regrettably held no interest in the meat within. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Gang Samida and the naive Ely were utterly entranced by the alluring scent, drawn in despite their hesitation to approach too closely. Stealing a few more whiffs of the delectable broth. The soup will be ready soon. If you fancy it, do partake in a taste later. Luo Song chuckled merrily, revealing a benevolent smile reminiscent of the kind grandmother wolf. You will undoubtedly adore this soup, he exclaimed with delight. Roar, roar, squeak, squeak, chirp, chirp. Upon hearing Luo Song's words, the gorilla and the alpaca exchanged glances, their mouths widening into grins that showcased their innocent and pure-hearted joy. Hee hee. Luo Song chuckled softly, having finally completed the final stir. It is done. Luo Song retrieved a large bowl from behind, first serving himself a modest portion of meat broth. Then, the main event commenced. With an air of excitement, Luo Song eagerly employed a pair of elongated chopsticks to extract a lengthy, tubular delicacy from the pot. A whip. My goodness! The eyes of the formidable gorilla Gang and the naive alpaca Ely widened in astonishment, their fur-covered forms betraying their inner turmoil as they exhibited signs of panic. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they began to retreat slowly. Xiaoxi couldn't help but furrow her brow, internally reflecting, men. Hoo-hoo. Sizzle. Luo Song held the large bowl in his hands, eagerly beginning to savor its contents. On such a frigid day, indulging in a steaming bowl of soup was truly delightful. As he spoke, Luo Song took another bite of the elongated morsel. Oh! An involuntary shiver coursed through him, while the other two males, Gang Samida and Ely Shabai, felt as though they too had been nipped beneath them, the sensation piercing deep into their souls. They retreated even faster. Do not rush, my friends. I shall serve you shortly. Luo Song raised his head, ready to share his nourishing soup with the two beasts. However, what he encountered was the sight of them pressing tightly together, gazing at him with expressions of sheer terror. Their fear was even more profound than that which Xiaoxi had displayed after his transformation. As for the others, Luo Song expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting that he had hoped to share with them, yet not a single one possessed discernment. You too, having learned so much human knowledge from me, why is it that you are unable to grasp even this small matter? Luo Song expressed his dissatisfaction with a sarcastic remark, while simultaneously savoring a piece of meat with delight. Gang Samida and Ely Shabai remained unresponsive to Luo Song's words, trembling even more violently. The bowl of meat soup was swiftly consumed. Luo Song wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, feeling a lingering desire for more. Thus, he ladled out some more broth from the pot, retrieving a thicker, elongated morsel. Suddenly, the two colossal beasts, startled and trembling, engaged in a hurried discussion before swiftly retreating deep into the cave. Moments later, they emerged, cradling a substantial stash of food, presenting it to Luo Song with their heads bowed, legs tightly clamped together, awkward yet remarkably swift in their retreat to the side. What do you mean by this? Luo Song found himself perplexed by the antics of the two. Are you still unable to comprehend? They, fearing you might not have enough to eat, decided to partake in their own share as well. At last, having acquired some decent sustenance, Xiaoxi finally took an interest. From the food before him, he selected a few appealing nuts and popped them into his mouth, munching away as he spoke. Luo Song, rendered speechless, raised his gaze towards the nearby Gang and Ely Shabai. With their keen ears, they caught wind of Xiaoxi's explanation and, upon seeing Luo Song looking in their direction, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Luo, his face darkening, exclaimed, "What is this? Should we not partake in the game of chicken, seeking harmony among us? What do you take me? Luo Song, for?" The air crackled with tension, yet he couldn't help but think it quite delightful. The following day dawned bright. Clad in garments woven from animal hides, the five-member team arrived at the training ground, invigorated and spirited. Having navigated through the initial awkwardness of their arrival, they had made significant strides in various aspects. In terms of life skills, numerous abilities previously foreign to them had been illuminated. Their existence on the deserted island had begun to feel second nature. Clothing and blankets fashioned from the pelts of ferocious beasts had aided them through a particularly arduous period, alleviating their past struggles of having nothing to wear. As for combat techniques, with the unwavering support of their two sparring partners, they had experienced remarkable advancements. Karp's mastery of Haki had grown increasingly refined, his power intensifying. Sengoku's giant Buddha form, after prolonged practice, had evolved into an even larger manifestation. And the foam produced by Crane not only ensured cleanliness, but also possessed the capability to influence the mental state of their opponents. Under Luo Song's guidance, Zephyr had honed his combat skills, excelling in the study of armed hockey. While he may not possess Karp's extraordinary talent, he was indeed a remarkable genius in his own right. As for Sirin, his brief anecdotes were commendable, and he had indeed been diligent in his training. Though he lacked somewhat in comparison to the others, while not entirely lacking in merit, Sirin appeared somewhat ineffectual when juxtaposed with his four companions. In summary, after enduring 5 grueling months of rigorous training and surmounting the initial phase of being bullied daily, the team's prowess had now reached heights far beyond their previous selves. They were now capable of holding their own against formidable opponents akin to a gorilla and a hapless alpaca. You rogue instructor. There's still a month left until the training concludes. Will you be our sparring partner then? Karp boasted triumphantly. Behind him, Crane tugged at his sleeve. Keep your voice down. Don't let your exuberance lead to misfortune. Me? Experience misfortune? Unthinkable. I still anticipate delivering a punch to that rogue. Before he could finish, Karp suddenly noticed Luo Song smiling mysteriously at him. That smile bore an unsettling resemblance to love. No. It was more akin to the ominous warning Luo Song displayed each time he planned to spring a trap on him. Coughing nervously, Karp felt a sudden wave of apprehension. Luo Song smiled faintly, indicating that he was utterly unconcerned about such trivial matters. Subsequently, he leaned toward his companion, Xiaoxi, and whispered a few words. His gaze flickering momentarily towards the direction of Cap, Xiaoxi nodded silently, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching to discreetly depart from the scene. Luo Songjin proclaimed with a serious tone, "Let us commence the training. Today marks the moment to assess the fruits of your labor thus far." Chapter 71. The demise of Gang Semida. The air was charged with tension as the combat escalated with ferocity. The clash of fists and the glint of blades illuminating the battlefield. In the peach orchard, the atmosphere was thick with determination. Panting heavily, "You foul beast, resign yourself. You can no longer contend with the two of us," Karp declared, his body hunched, arms brimming with power, fists radiating heat from the rapid strikes, releasing puffs of steam. Bang, bang, bang. Roars erupted from the opposing giant gorilla, its primal instincts ignited by the fierce engagement. Its eyes glowed crimson, fangs bared. Dark fur bristling like a demon unleashed, commanding the battlefield with an imposing presence. Karp, do not let your guard down. Do not let your efforts go to waste. Cautioned a golden giant Buddha figure, towering over, as it spoke in a resonant voice. This was none other than Sengoku, who had activated the powers of the devil fruit. The Sengoku of today was no longer a mere figure to be easily disregarded by the gorilla. The beast's scarlet eyes were now filled with trepidation as they regarded the massive golden form. The might of the Buddha Sengoku was beginning to reveal itself. Understood. Fear not, for I, Karp, am quite steadfast, he replied nonchalantly, though his gaze remained fixed on the looming figure of the gorilla. As his words lingered, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching himself toward the enemy with a powerful punch. Sengoku followed suit, silent yet determined. The creature roared in fury as the two men and the beast became entangled in a fierce melee. Kill! 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 With a thunderous shout, Karp struck with all his might. Hours later, the brutal confrontation came to a close. The once mighty gorilla lay defeated, panting heavily on the ground. Its previously well-groomed fur now disheveled, its breath ragged, eyes still burning red yet devoid of the strength to roar. Ha ha! Karp laughed, one arm hanging limply by his side. Clearly injured but exhilarated, his spirit soaring like a madman. We have finally triumphed, you wretched instructor, we have finally won. He threw his head back in laughter. His words tinged with both resentment toward Luo Song and an overwhelming sense of relief. Sengoku, now restored to his form, leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Yet the sparkle in his eyes betrayed his excitement. After a moment, Karp regained his composure and approached the gorilla. What are you planning, Karp? Sengoku's gaze flickered with concern. Wary of Karp's intentions. Fear not, Karp replied with a gentle smile that radiated warmth and trust. I merely wish to express my gratitude for its guidance during these days. With that, Karp stepped forward to the gorilla, extending his relatively unscathed hand, a sincere smile gracing his face. I truly appreciate your care over these past days. As his words fell, silence enveloped the scene. Sengoku blinked, seemingly incredulous at the sight of Karp's earnest demeanor. In the eyes of the gorilla, illuminated by the light, Karp's figure appeared resplendent, infused with youthful vitality. Despite his tattered clothing and disheveled appearance, he exuded an aura of freshness and purity when he smiled and extended his hand in gratitude. The wild crimson in the gorilla's eyes gradually faded, clarity returning as it revealed a hint of visible joy, reaching out its hand toward Carp. Upon witnessing this harmonious moment, Carp's smile deepened, and Sengoku could not help but join in the laughter. However, this heartwarming scene was fleeting. As Carp grasped the gorilla's massive hand, the creature suddenly wore a mischievous grin, its arm exerting force, unexpectedly pulling Carp down to the ground. Ha ha ha. The gorilla laughed, hands on its hips, reveling in the moment. You rascal. I'll get you for this, Carp exclaimed, flustered yet playfully swinging his fists at the gorilla, a clear smile adorning his face. Chuckles filled the air as Sengoku watched, shaking his head in amusement at the camaraderie between the two. After a moment, the gorilla produced two large, red peaches from seemingly nowhere, grinning as it offered them to Carp. Wow, you have fruit here. I haven't seen peaches in ages, Carp exclaimed, eyeing the fragrant peaches, unable to suppress his salivation. Ha ha, you are too kind, he said, unreservedly taking one peach from the gorilla's hand. Sengoku followed suit, taking the other, with a satisfying crunch. Carp bit into the peach, the sweet juice flooding his mouth, an involuntary smile of bliss emerging on his face. The gorilla mirrored his expression, beaming with a simple joy. Yet, in the midst of this blissful moment, catastrophe struck. A colossal shadow suddenly loomed above them, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The first to react was the gorilla, sensing the impending danger. It instinctively shielded Carp and Sengoku, emitting defiant roars. Alas, the cries of the weak proved futile. A powerful gust swept through, and the shadow descended silently. With a gaping maw, it consumed the massive gorilla whole. Carp and Sengoku could barely register the faint sounds of the gorilla's struggle before blood splattered across their faces. With the flap of enormous wings, the shadow swiftly departed, casting a disdainful glance at the two, as if deeming such feeble beings unworthy of its attention. In an instant, it vanished without a trace, leaving Carp and Sengoku in stunned disbelief, grappling with the horror of what had just transpired. Moments later, Carp, gazing at the bloodstains on the peach, trembled as he touched the warmth on his face, slowly bringing it before his eyes. The stains were unmistakably crimson. Carp's body shook uncontrollably as he recalled the bond he had just forged with the gorilla, truly becoming friends. Yet, in an instant, he had witnessed it devoured before his very eyes, powerless to intervene. He could still envision the pleading look in the gorilla's eyes as it faced its demise, silently begging for help. Ah, the anguished cries, raw and hoarse, resonated with a poignant blend of fury and desolation. Garp pounded the ground, lost in despair, his sorrow palpable. Garp, please, do not succumb to this. Sengoku, his eyes reddened with empathy, sought to console him. Chapter 72. The Llama, Ili, and the Dim-Witted Exit. The immediate concern was to amass greater strength. Only then could vengeance be within grasp. I believe Instructor Razanandi may possess information about that monster, Sengoku stated with remarkable composure. This was a testament to the extraordinary intellect bestowed upon him by the Buddha fruit, as his powers, wisdom, and spirit evolved towards that of the Buddha with the continuous development of his abilities. Let us first seek out Crane and the others. Garp finally spoke after a prolonged silence, his voice dry and raspy, reflecting an unprecedented level of despair. Very well, Sengoku sighed deeply. Garp silently followed Sengoku, trudging along in a daze towards the training grounds of Zephyr, Crane, and Silly. Time passed unmeasured until the surroundings began to transform, the trees dwindled, giving way to an expanse of grassland, and they were nearing the location where Crane, Zephyr, and Silly were training. As they approached a small desert, the sound of explosions echoed in the air. It seems their training is quite vigorous, Sengoku remarked with a forced jest. Garp remained impassive, burdened by melancholy. The explosions grew increasingly distinct, revealing the training scene of Zephyr and his companions. Yet, the sight that greeted them left them utterly astonished. Even Garp, usually stoic, felt his lips twitch. There stood Crane, magnificently astride the llama Ili, laughing triumphantly as she commanded the scene. She summoned a vast array of bubbles using her devil fruit powers, allowing the llama to absorb them and then unleash a barrage of bubble projectiles upon Zephyr and Silly. Remarkably, the two were still able to laugh amidst the chaos. Ha ha ha, Silly, you must step up your game. You've been hit multiple times. Zephyr chuckled. I am not as monstrous as you two. Reaching my current state is a feat in itself, Silly replied with a wry smile. What on earth are you doing? Sengoku interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Ah, it's Sengoku and Garp. What brings you here? Is training already over? Crane inquired, patting the llama's neck, signaling a temporary halt to their session. Unbeknownst to her, the llama's eyes flickered with a hint of apprehension upon spotting Sengoku and Garp. Now it's my turn to perform. How nerve-wracking. What should I do? The llama, though anxious, maintained an outward facade of calm, lowering itself for Crane to dismount, quietly trailing behind them. Seemingly unperturbed but actually anticipating the unfolding events. Garp, what brings you here? Is training concluded? Zephyr asked with curiosity. Garp fell into silence. We had just finished our training when a monstrous creature with wings suddenly appeared and swallowed the gorilla whole, Sengoku said, his expression darkening, compelled to share the grim reality. We have come seeking your assistance. Let us collectively approach Instructor Razanani for help. However, the response to his words exceeded his expectations. A winged monster, you say? Silly stammered in a flurry of panic. Even the usually composed Zephyr displayed astonishment, questioning, was it particularly enormous? How do you know about this? Garp could no longer maintain his silence. Even Crane wore a look of disbelief. Do you recall the night we arrived at the camp? Zephyr spoke solemnly. Silly and I went to fetch water and happened upon that very monster. However, we encountered Instructor Razanani shortly after and thought little of it. I see. The others nodded in understanding. I believe Instructor Razanani must know about that creature. We should hurry to find him, Silly proposed. All right. Then Crane turned to bid farewell to the llama Ely, only to be startled by a colossal figure swooping down from the high heavens. Is that the monster? Crane paled. All eyes turned toward the sky. Garp's complexion drained of color, his fists instinctively cloaked in haki, veins bulging on his arms. Though Zephyr and Silly felt a surge of fear, they braced themselves for battle. It was only then that Sengoku caught a clear glimpse of the creature. A massive form obscured the sun, adorned with golden fur that flowed gracefully, exuding an aura of authority. Its face was obscured by an intricately carved golden mask, revealing only a gaping maw. Mysterious and terrifying. This was the immediate impression the creature left upon them. Return him to me, Garp shouted, leaping into the air, ready to confront the beast. Garp. Sengoku called out desperately, but it was too late. He transformed into the golden Buddha, charging alongside Garp. This is it, Ely. Unleash your bubble projectiles. Crane's eyes sparkled with determination as she turned to the llama, who trembled with fear. My lady, how could I dare to attack that terrifying creature's pet? Would that not spell the end for my dear llama? Help! 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 The llama cried out in desperation. Zephyr's eyes lit up. Yes, that's the spirit, Ely. Let's give it our all. Zephyr urged excitedly. The llama shot Zephyr a deadpan glance. Spirit? I would like to take a bite out of you right now. Turning to observe the fierce charge of Garp and Zephyr towards the terrifying beast that had claimed the life of the gorilla, Ely felt a surge of dread. Yet, it proved futile. With a mere flap of its wings, the beast sent Garp and Sengoku careening far away. In that fleeting moment, the llama caught a glimpse of the beast's eyes, which glimmered with disdain, a challenge directed at it. Come if you dare. It seemed to imply, and indeed, that was precisely its intent. Ely was now in a state of panic, unsure of how to proceed. Do not provoke Xiaoxi, for it may face punishment from Luo Song due to inadequate performance. If one were to confront Xiaoxi, the consequences could be dire. Meh, the foolish sheep, Ely, bleated anxiously, its forelegs restlessly scraping the ground. Is it about to unleash a powerful move? Shili inquired, curiosity and excitement bubbling within. It is possible. Zfa nodded in agreement. Come on, Ely, he Tion encouraged from the sidelines. I am quite vexed. Can't you grant me a modicum of personal space? Ely protested. Oh right, I still have that trick. The alpaca's eyes glimmered with a spark of inspiration. Baba the bleats grew increasingly loud. With the expectant gazes of others upon it, the brave alpaca charged at the terrifying beast. Then, it fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, its tongue lolling out. Eyes wide in a state of shock, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Hitian, Zfa, and Shili looked on in dismay. The monstrous creature cast a satisfied glance at the seemingly lifeless Ely before, predictably, swallowing it whole and departing swiftly, leaving the team in helpless despair. Thus, the alpaca Ely exited the scene. Chapter 73, Sacrifice for Justice. Damn it, it escaped again. Kabu slammed the ground in frustration. Hitian, Zfa, and Shili fell into a heavy silence. Having spent considerable time with the alpaca Ely, their bond had deepened, especially for Hitian. I am determined to take its head. Hitian trembled with rage, tears streaming down her face, her voice quivering. Sengoku sighed in resignation. At this point, we must seek out Instructor Luo Song. He alone possesses the strength to assist us now. But where could he be? He usually appears before us, Shili lamented. He should be nearby. Let us split up and search carefully. If anything seems amiss, call for help immediately, Zfa explained. It appears we have no other option, Sengoku concurred. As anticipated, Luo Song was indeed in the vicinity. After more than half an hour, Zfa's voice rang out, "Come here. I have found Instructor Luo Song." The scattered members of the team quickly converged. Sengoku hesitated, taken aback by the sight of Luo Song lying alone on a large rock, his cheeks flushed. Clutching a wine bottle, he emanated a pungent aroma of alcohol. How much has he consumed? What brings you to seek me? Luo Song appeared inebriated, his expression one of muddled confusion, which caused a heaviness to settle within several hearts. The monstrous abductions of Hun Luo Song, Gang Samida, and Ili Shabai weighed heavily on them. "I implore you, help us," Karp cried out in despair. For the first time, he bowed his head before Luo Song. Karp harbored a desire to offer comfort to him. "Oh, a monster? What manner of creature is it?" Upon hearing these words, Luo Song's bleary eyes suddenly narrowed, emanating a vigilant and perilous gaze. The state of Rozon instilled a sense of reliability and stability in a few individuals. It resembled a colossal beast, adorned with golden fur, sharp claws, and powerful wings, while its face was masked by a golden visage, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Jean Gord eagerly shared the information he had gathered through observation. The others nodded in agreement. "Instructor, what insights do you possess regarding this creature?" He looked at Rozon with a gaze filled with desire. "His from your descriptions, could it possibly be that one?" Suddenly, Luo sprang up from the stone, exclaiming in astonishment. "Who is it?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Kapu inquired. "Cornelius, the island of beasts," he continued, "is said to harbor a little-known yet terrifying entity that has long slumbered upon its shores." Luo Song began to narrate with great eloquence. "The slumbering behemoth, adorned with a golden mask, awakens from its slumber every 23 years to hunt down the 3 most formidable beings on the island as offerings to sustain itself. Legends whisper that this monstrous creature delights in posing riddles to challengers. Only those who correctly answer its queries stand a chance of vanquishing it. I stumbled upon this tale by mere chance, and having never witnessed it firsthand, I had remained rather skeptical." The explanation provided by Luo Song cast a pall over several hearts. In other words, Gang Samida and Ili Shabai are the sacrificial offerings sought by that monstrous entity upon its resurrection? Warring States inquired. "Indeed, that is the case. So where shall we seek vengeance?" "Damned instructor, your words must surely possess the power to vanquish it, right?" Karp gazed at Luo Song with hopeful anticipation. No, that cannot be." At that moment, Zfa suddenly began to murmur uneasily. "What troubles you, Zfa?" Shili noticed Zfa's unusual demeanor. Ignoring Shili's concern, Zfa became ensnared in a web of anxious contemplation. The 3 most formidable entities, Gang Samida and Ili Shabai as sacrifices, Instructor Luo Song. Can you truly defeat both of them with ease? If that is the case, does it not mean you are the final offering? Zfa exclaimed in terror. Raising his gaze, suddenly he caught sight of a familiar, horrifying figure soaring through the sky from a distance. It was indeed the legendary beast they had previously discussed. "Damned instructor, be careful," Karp hastily warned Luo Song. Upon hearing this, Luo Song swiftly rose to confront the creature. "Do not worry, with me here. It is merely a trifling matter." The voice of Rosong resonated softly, imbued with unwavering confidence in his own abilities. His towering and formidable figure stood boldly against the colossal beast, a scene of such striking impact instantly overwhelming the 5 onlookers, deepening their appreciation of Rosong's might. "This time, you shall not escape," Karp expressed his unwavering faith in Rosong. "Go, instructor." The crowd rallied in support. "Ha ha ha, it has been ages since I last exerted myself. Today is the perfect occasion to unleash my vigor." With a flick of his wrist, Rosong hurled the wine bottle far away, and then swiftly shed his shirt. The unique azure armament enveloped him with an aura of dominance, while powerful vitality surged through his veins, emanating formidable steam from his skin. His well-developed muscles were robust and flawless, resembling a warrior emerging from the annals of mythology. Luo Song appeared formidable, exuding an aura of majesty. Such strength. As the powerful armament enveloped his entire being, astonishment and admiration flickered in the eyes of all who beheld him. This was their inaugural encounter with Luo Song in full display of his might. Gulping, Karp could not suppress a swallow. He began to feel a sense of relief for his past actions that had not provoked Luo Song. "Young ones, behold my performance." Luo Song burst into hearty laughter, his legs bending as he gathered strength, and then with a powerful push, he propelled himself forward. Crack! The massive stone beneath his feet shattered into countless fragments. Luo Song leaps high, roaring fiercely. The audacious actions of Luo Song swiftly provoked an enraged roar from the creature. Bang! 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 The figure of Luo Song transformed continuously within the high school, exhibiting astonishing speed. The monster was not sluggish either, closely pursuing him. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of colossal bodies colliding. The creature emitted a pained roar. Although Carp and the others could not discern the details of the battle, the sounds alone allowed them to ascertain that Luo Song had gained the upper hand. With a thunderous crash, a massive form plummeted from the heavens, crashing into a dense thicket of trees. The silhouette of Luo Song descended alongside the colossal beast's form. Ha ha! Roar, roar, roar! The echoes of Luo Song's maniacal laughter and the monstrous roars reverberated through the air. With each sound, vast expanses of trees began to topple, illustrating the ferocity of the battle unfolding. We pressed onward. Carp was eager for vengeance. Very well, Sengoku nodded in agreement. Following the commotion, the group pursued the direction of Luo Song and the creature's clash. Amidst the forest, wild beasts whimpered and birds took flight in panic. Sensing the arrival of such formidable presences, they fled frantically from the place that instilled fear within them, disregarding their usual adversarial roles. Both carnivores and herbivores exhibited an astonishing unity in their actions, as their shared instinct for survival took precedence. Yet, in a place where everyone anticipated the most intense conflict, an unexpected scene unfolded. There, Luo Song and the creature were leisurely assaulting the surrounding trees, creating an aftermath reminiscent of a devastating battle. Luo Song laughed maniacally, while the creature occasionally roared in fury. Shall see, the time is nearly upon us. We have indulged sufficiently in our foreplay, and now we shall proceed to the main event. As Luo Song laughed heartily, he declared with confidence, "Rest assured, the task will be accomplished." Little C, brimming with enthusiasm, chimed in, seemingly enchanted by the thrill of performance. It appeared they were nearing the moment of commencement. At last, Kabu and his companions arrived at the battleground where Luo Song faced the monstrous foe. What they beheld was Luo Song, valiantly mounted upon the creature, delivering powerful blows with unwavering determination. "Luo Song, you are incredible!" Ichi exclaimed in admiration. "What brings you here? Quickly, retreat. Do not approach this place. Rush." Luo Song urged urgently. "What?" The few members of the squad were somewhat perplexed. Before they could grasp the situation, they were astounded by the unfolding scene. Upon seeing their arrival, the beleaguered monster's eyes gleamed with a sudden brilliance. As its mouth opened and closed, it emitted a human-like voice, posing the riddle: what creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? The moment the question was uttered, Luo Song felt an inexplicable force render him momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, the monster unleashed its might, sending Luo Song hurtling away. In an instant, with a powerful gust of wind, the monster encircled them tightly with its wings, much to the horror of Carp and the others. "This is bad. We've stirred up trouble." The 5 were struck with panic and hastily attempted to break free from the encirclement. Bang! However, before their attacks could take effect, the monster trampled them one by one underfoot. "Now, how will you choose, powerful man?" The monster tilted its head, mockingly laughing at Luo Song. "Release them. I will go with you." At this moment, Luo Song had regained his composure. It was evident that the monster's abilities could not significantly harm him. "Luo Song, don't mind us. Kill it." Carp shouted hoarsely. "Lord Luo Song, do not let us hinder you. Please defeat it with all your strength," Zephyr urged. In the face of life and death, the group displayed remarkable composure. Compared to sacrificing Luo Song for their survival, they yearned more for a swift and satisfying revenge. Silence. Hearing Carp's chaotic shouts, the monster seemed to lose its patience, pressing down harder, inflicting even greater pain upon them. You shall pay for this. Lord Luo Song. Hurry. Stop. They are my students. If there is an issue, direct it towards me." Luo Song expressed his anger aloud. "Well, it is not difficult for me to spare them. What is your demand? How does it feel to willingly walk into my mouth?" Luo Song fell into silence. "Luo Song, do not," implored the others. Upon hearing the monster's demands, the members of the team began to struggle in anger. Carp struck the creature's foot with his armament-enhanced fists, while Sengoku attempted to utilize his devil fruit ability, transforming into a golden Buddha. However, after enduring a series of battles, their exhaustion rendered them with little strength to resist. "Very well, let it be so. But I strongly advise you not to go back on your word. My armament hockey is sufficient to ensure my safety for a time. Should you renege, I will fight you to the bitter end." Luo Song spoke with a fierce tone. "No problem. I have never been interested in these insignificant creatures." The monster scoffed, displaying its disdain. "Very well, open your mouth." With a soft chuckle, The monster suddenly widened its jaws. As Luo Song stepped forward, he was met with the heart-wrenching gazes of those around him. To his astonishment, from his vantage point, the monster's mouth appeared to grow larger as he approached. How peculiar. Could it be that Xiaoxi possessed such a capability? Luo Song pondered quietly. Only after he completely stepped inside did the giant mouth close. The creature squinted its eyes, emitting a sound of satisfaction. Ah, indeed. Only the strong are truly delectable. Chapter 74. A game. The colossal hand lifted, freeing Carp and the others. Yet, they felt no elation whatsoever. I am quite curious about how you all feel now, the monster taunted, observing their disarray with keen interest. I will fight you. Carp stumbled to his feet, his eyes aflame with fury as he prepared to strike the beast. Ha ha. Such audacity from a little creature. The monster raised its head, its voice laced with amusement. With a flap of its wings, Carp, already unsteady, nearly fell again. Carp! Carp! The others rushed forward, Sengoku quickly supporting him. They glared at the monster. I shall grant you an opportunity, as a token of respect for the earlier powerful one, the creature suddenly declared. The group was taken aback. What opportunity? Zifa inquired. Your instructor, though within my belly, shall not perish just yet. What do you mean? Hope flickered in Crane's eyes. What is it that you wish us to do? I do not require you to perform any tasks for me. Rather, I desire your companionship in a game. If you win, I shall release your instructor. A smile crept across the monster's lips. In the center of Cornelius, there lies a small peak, atop which resides a creature known as true fragrance, exquisitely delicious, a delicacy I have long craved. Due to certain restrictions, only those under the age of 18 may ascend that peak. What I need is for you to climb it and retrieve that creature for me. Should you succeed, I shall free your instructor. Is it truly that simple? Carp found it hard to believe. Simple? Oh, I neglected to mention, during this endeavor, I shall continuously disrupt your efforts, though I will not attack you directly. Now, does it not seem daunting? The monster chuckled, reveling in its own wickedness. After a prolonged silence, the five whispered among themselves and ultimately reached a decision. We accept your terms, Sengoku spoke on behalf of the group. However, we are curious as to why you would spare our instructor. Do you not fear that if we succeed, we might turn against you? Such a straightforward question left them puzzled, and without clarification, they found it hard to trust the creature's words. Ha ha ha, you mortals cannot fathom my intentions. The monster flapped its wings and soared into the air, a cloud of dust billowing around it, its imposing form radiating an enigmatic authority. I am the agent of the divine, wielding punishment over this world, the epitome of malevolence. I am immortal, and what I seek is merely unbridled pleasure. Ha 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 ha. With a hearty laugh, the creature made to depart. Carp could not help but ask, what of the two creatures you devoured earlier? Are they still here? Hope flickered in everyone's eyes. The monster paused, turning its back to them, and slowly replied, do you truly believe that all beings are as powerful as your instructor? The monster scoffed, disregarding Carp and flying leisurely toward the island's center. Carp fell despondently to the ground. Although he had anticipated this, the final shred of hope was ruthlessly shattered, leaving him momentarily unable to accept the stark reality. Carp, do not lose heart. As long as we are alive, there remains hope for vengeance. We must rally ourselves. Instructor Luo Song is still waiting for us, Sengoku said, patting Carp's shoulder. Indeed, if it were not for us, Lord Luo Song might have already subdued that monster. We must rescue him, Zifa asserted. Yes, at all costs, even if it means sacrificing ourselves, it is of no consequence. Sheely resolutely added. Everyone, Carp looked up at his companions, who gazed at him with expectant eyes, stirring something deep within him. Yes, let us save Luo Song first, and then we shall seek our revenge afterward. Carp regained his spirit. Now, we must take the time to rest and prepare for the challenges ahead, Crane interjected. Once we are ready, we will ensure that monster pays dearly. We shall avenge Ili, Shabai, and Gang Semaida. Revenge. Onward. Meanwhile, in the direction the monster had flown, unbeknownst to them, Luo Song reappeared on the back of Little C. This certainly provided quite the shock for those young ones, Little C exclaimed joyfully. Your villainous boss persona is truly remarkable. It seems those boys would gladly devour you whole if given the chance. Luo Song said with great joy. Oh, not at all. Although my acting is truly remarkable, how could it achieve its utmost effect without your collaboration? Beneath the mask, Xiaoxi wore a smug expression. Ha ha ha, well said. Who could have anticipated that this humble place would simultaneously host two great talents like us, the Crouching Dragon and the Young Phoenix? Luo Song and Xiaoxi commenced their mutual admiration in business. Who are Wulong and Fengchu? Xiaoxi inquired with curiosity. They are two extraordinary talents of the highest caliber, widely recognized in my hometown. Luo Song's nonsensical ramblings flowed effortlessly from his lips. So it is, indeed. We are akin to the mythical figures of the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. Ah ha ha. Xiaoxi erupted into hearty laughter. Today's series of events truly allowed him to indulge in the thrill of playing the villainous big boss. However, on another note, your space is quite intriguing. Why have you never mentioned it before? Luo Song rested his chin on his hand, reclining lazily on Xiaoxi's back, and remarked with a languid tone. Since it was previously of no use, this is my first time employing such an ability. Xiaoxi continued, that space seems to exist independently within my body. As long as I do not wish to consume the items, they can be stored there indefinitely. Oh. Upon hearing this, Luo Song's eyes sparkled with realization. Doesn't that imply we can send things we do not need at the moment into that space? Your assertion holds merit, Xiaoxi replied. But I absolutely forbid you from placing any random items in there. Moreover, once a battle ensues, I cannot guarantee the integrity of the contents inside. With a roll of her eyes, Xiaoxi expressed her exasperation. Luo Song's thoughts are quite evident. He merely wishes to utilize himself as a mere instrument. Haha. I assure you, if such a fortunate opportunity were to arise, I would be more than delighted. How could I possibly blame you? Luo Song suddenly felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. The standard provision of a storage space for traversers. Acquired. As for the malfunctioning system, I shall not place my hopes upon it. It suffices for it to occasionally resurrect itself from the dead. Luo Song felt a surge of delight within. Rising to his feet, he gestured towards a distant direction. Onward, little C, let us prepare a delightful surprise for those young rascals. Understood, came the reply. With a powerful flap of their immense wings, they stirred up a tempestuous wind. Chapter 75. The Rescue of Soldier Luo Song at the very heart of Cornelius Island. A towering peak loomed, its steep cliffs gleaming with a radiant sheen, offering scant footholds for climbers. At the base of the mountain, two colossal figures were busily occupied. Hurry, hurry, prepare the bones, and just find a spot to drop them. Illy, my dear simpleton, how many times must I remind you? We need fresh bones. Preferably still glistening with blood. Only then will they appear convincingly authentic. What? You claim you have no bones of such size? Surely you can find a suitable alternative that is somewhat comparable. Those young ones won't be able to tell the difference. Understood? If you comprehend, then get to work. If it weren't for your insistence on celebrating with drinks yesterday, we wouldn't be in such a rush now. Meanwhile, seated nearby, Luo Song cradled little C while directing the two gigantic figures. The subjects of his command were none other than the llama Illy and the gorilla Gang Samida, who had previously been suspected of meeting an untimely end. These two were now busily arranging an elaborate crime scene, clutching a heap of bones. Luo Song, with his legs crossed, urged, "This is the final lesson we impart to those little ones. I caution you in advance, do not falter out of pity for me. Otherwise, you understand, not just you, but they as well, will face dire consequences." Luo Song menacingly moved his wrist, causing the joints to emit a crisp sound. Upon hearing this sharp noise, the alpaca Ili Shabai and the gorilla Gang Samida trembled involuntarily. Regaining their composure, they hastily quickened their pace. Casting a glance around to ensure that no one seemed to notice them, Ili Shabai discreetly erased a mark on the ground. Following suit, Gang Samida swiftly devoured a peach that had been placed in the grass. Destroying evidence, mission accomplished. The two creatures exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of relief. However, their actions had already been fully observed by a certain Mr. Luo. How infuriating. These two dared to leave a mark in secret, boldly committing their offense. Their audacity was remarkable. A cold smile crept upon Luo Song's lips. He felt a compelling urge to take action. Meanwhile, the busy Ili silly white and Gang Samida suddenly sensed a chilling presence behind them, as if an ominous danger was looming. After a short while, the preparations were finally complete. The colossal figure of Little C descended from the sky, causing the alpaca and gorilla to tremble in fear. Luo Song, they are nearly here. I shall escort you up, Little C announced. Very well. Luo Song nodded, casting a sidelong glance at the alpaca Ili and the gorilla Gang. Do you understand? Of course, replied Xiaoxi with a smile, bending down. Rosong ascended onto its back. The alpaca Ili and the gorilla Gang Samida hurriedly approached, ready to join Rosong. What are you two pondering? Luo Song chuckled softly. Chirp, chirp, squeak, squeak, roar, roar, roar in the terrified gaze of the two beasts. The enormous mouth of the little creature widened until it engulfed them both, their fearful cries still echoing in the air. Luo Song wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, expressing a hint of trepidation as he spoke. To be honest, being swallowed whole by you is rather terrifying. Xiaoxi replied, but wasn't it you who urged me to do so? Indeed, that's precisely why I encouraged you, to teach those two a lesson, he chuckled. Xiaoxi responded playfully, you're so wicked. I absolutely adore it. With that, Xiaoxi soared into the air, swiftly circling the peaks before reaching the summit. At the top, there lay a substantial platform, at its heart a massive grill and a stone pot, flanked by stacks of firewood and generous portions of freshly cut meat. Luo Song descended from Xiaoxi's back. Xiaoxi once again opened her mouth, and the figures of Yili, Silly Bai, and Gang were instantly embraced as they landed upon the platform. Luo Song, you two are quite the pair. The subsequent matters are entirely in your hands, Xiaoxi. We shall prepare a grand feast for you here. Rosong smiled as he spoke to Xiaoxi. Rest assured, I will accomplish the task. With that, Xiaoxi spread her wings and soared down the mountain to greet the arrival of Kapu and the others. On the peak, Rosong casually found a spot to sit. Hey, you two, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and start a fire. With a command from Luo Song, the startled Ili, Shabai, and Gang Semida trembled, quickly rising to prepare a fire. At the foot of the mountain, Xiaoxi leisurely lay prone on the ground, beside two enormous skeletons that appeared remarkably fresh. Ah, this place is too hard. It's still not as comfortable as being in Luo Song's arms, Xiaoxi complained. Not far from there, after a sufficient rest, Carp and his companions, full of vigor, were heading towards their destination. This must be the place. I can see that peak, Zhanghua said, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight while pointing at the mountain in the distance. All right, let's give it our all and rescue that bastard instructor, Carp shouted, rallying his teammates. Indeed, we are prepared to sacrifice our lives if necessary, he said resolutely. If, and I stress if, we are unfortunate enough to fail. Those who survive must strive to return and avenge us, Silly added, somewhat timidly. That is a certainty, as long as we are alive. We will seek vengeance in our lifetime, Zafe affirmed, placing a reassuring hand on Silly's shoulder. Victory! 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 The five palms came together, their eyes shining with determination as they shouted in unison. The mission to rescue soldier Luo Song had commenced. You have finally arrived, Xiaoxi, with squinted eyes and a golden mask, spoke slowly, his voice booming with immense pressure. We are here. Can the game begin now? Zhang Guo inquired first. At any moment. I am more than willing to entertain you for as long as it takes. However, you should complete it quickly. Otherwise, these two skeletons may become that man's fate. Huh? The creature cackled ominously. As they gazed at the skeletons the monster referred to, Carp and his companions, though mentally prepared, were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the familiar remains. Just a day prior, they had trained and even played alongside Ili, Shabai, and Gang Semida. Yet, a day later, they were reunited in such a grim manner. You scoundrel! Carp's eyes turned crimson as he enveloped his fist with armed hockey, once again losing his composure. Carp, stop. Have you forgotten our mission? Do not make any unnecessary sacrifices before that. Zhanghua transformed into a golden Buddha, grabbing the furious Carp, urging him. The others gathered around to calm him. Minutes later, Carp closed his eyes, the hockey dissipating as he regained his composure. I apologize. I was too impulsive, Carp said, taking a deep breath, his voice trembling. Hee. It seems you are not all brawn and brainless. This makes the game more interesting, the monster interjected with a scoff. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted. You scoundrel, remember this. Carp pushed Zhanggua's hand away, nodding to indicate his calmness, and continued, one day, I, Carp, will personally slay you to avenge my friends. That sounds rather intriguing. The monster leaned closer to Carp, lowering its head. I await the day you grow stronger. I hope you can bring me sufficient amusement then. Ha 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 ha. The creature's massive eyes radiated a terrifying aura, filling the atmosphere with dread. After a chilling whisper, the monster erupted into laughter, its ferocity unparalleled. Standing beneath the central peak, Carp and his companions began pondering how to ascend. The cliffs here are so steep and smooth, a moment's inattention could lead to a fall. We must be cautious, Zhanghua advised. To prevent accidents, we should all secure ropes around ourselves. With that, ZFA produced a long rope from their supplies left by Luo Song. It feels like something is still missing, Carp mused, scanning his surroundings. He sensed he had forgotten something vital until his gaze fell upon the two skeletons that pained him deeply. Carp's breath caught in his throat as he paused, then strode purposefully toward them. Hey, Carp, what are you doing? He asked. Hearing this, Carp hesitated. I'm going to bring Ely and Xiaobai with us, he explained, continuing his stride. Bring them with us? The others were momentarily stunned, but soon they were wide-eyed at Carp's ensuing actions. Carp approached one of the enormous humanoid skeletons. If what the creature said was true, this must be the remains of Gang Semida. Carp bowed his head in silence. After a moment, he smiled softly, picking up 2 sharp bones from the ground. Gang Semida, although I cannot bring you back to life, I want you to accompany me in rescuing that bastard instructor and witness our victory. Moreover, one day, I will avenge you. Carp's words resonated with his companions, sending shivers down their spines as they understood his intentions. Silently joining Carp, he also selected 2 bones from the other skeleton of Ely. Ely, you too shall witness my victory. And I, too, Zfa added. How could I miss out on such a matter? Zhangwood declared. I, silly, will not fall behind either. They exchanged smiles, aware that while some sorrow was unavoidable, the essence of companionship lay in sharing burdens and alleviating grief. The creature, observing all this from its position, made no move. Today's training seems to be progressing smoothly, Xiaoxi thought to himself, a hint of joy fleeting through his eyes. Though unnoticed by anyone. Next, we are going to give it our all, everyone. Let us go. Let us go. Tightly securing the ropes around themselves, they prepared to climb. Everyone, do not forget, should an accident occur, try to create opportunities for the others, Carp urged earnestly. Faced with adversity, he began to mature. Rest assured, we are all aware of this. As long as we can bring back Instructor Luosong, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves, they affirmed. Indeed, it is as you say. Carp, your ability to remain calm is truly commendable. Several individuals echoed Carp's sentiments. Before arriving here, they had already prepared themselves for total annihilation. Death, in truth, holds little fear for them. As long as they do not perish in a humiliating manner, they can accept it with equanimity. Just before setting off, they cast one last glance at the creature that had compelled their attention. Surprisingly, the creature showed no reaction to their movements, instead lazily sprawled on the ground, seemingly lost in a trance of indifference. Little C understood that it was not yet the opportune moment for the creature to strike. Let us commence, Carp declared. Leading the charge, his haki activated, amplifying the strength of his palms. With a resounding thud, Carp's hands gripped the rock wall, sinking deep into its surface. It begins. He growled, making the first ascent. Sengoku followed closely behind, opting not to utilize his devil fruit abilities due to his considerable size and the inconvenience it would pose. Next in line were Crane, Zifa, and Silly. Silly, have no worries. With me here, you shall encounter no issues, Zifa reassured, noticing Silly's apparent fear of heights. I'm not afraid. I fear not even death. It's south, just this place seems rather high. Silly murmured towards the end. Ha. Zifa laughed heartily. Keep pace. Following the lead of the 3 ahead, Zifa began to climb as well. Gritting his teeth, Silly resolved to follow suit. The ascent progressed slowly. Though the peak was not particularly high, around 100 meters, its peculiar shape rendered it quite challenging to scale. Carp continuously forged a path with his hands, while Sengoku, Crane, Zifa, and Silly quietly trailed in his wake, occasionally using bone spikes from the skeletons of Ely and Gang to assist their climbing. Initially, the group intended to leave the most laborious task to Carp, but a single statement from him dispelled that notion. You all know I'm a physical freak. Aside from being knocked down, I have never been exhausted. Unable to withstand Carp's insistence, they acquiesced to him leading the way. In truth, this approach proved to be remarkably efficient. Carp maintained a steady pace, his expression unchanged, living up to his reputation as a physical monster. Moreover, his leadership allowed the others to conserve significant energy, enabling them to keep up with his rhythm. Time slipped by, each second passing. Yet, the creature remained inactive. It was not until they reached 3/4 of the height that Silly, at the back of the group, could not contain his excitement. We are so close. I didn't expect it to be this easy. We are on the verge of success. Though he felt the drain on his stamina, the prospect of victory brought him joy. Do not become complacent. That creature will not allow us to pass unscathed, Sengoku cautioned, casting a sidelong glance in the direction of the creature. From their current vantage point, it had become an indistinct black dot. However, Sengoku's pupils widened in alarm. What is wrong, Sengoku? Crane inquired, noticing Sengoku's sudden halt. The creature has moved. It is beginning to act. We must hasten. Upon hearing Sengoku's warning, the others could not resist turning their gazes toward the creature. They saw the black dot rapidly enlarging, the creature's full form coming into view. Ah! Silly cried out. the creature's looming presence exacerbating his fear of heights, causing him to falter on the edge of falling. Zifa, quick on his feet, grasped Silly firmly. Hold tight. We must accelerate. Zifa urged the startled Silly. Why yes, understood, Silly stammered, regaining his composure and returning to his place. This scenario had been anticipated, so they had preserved their energy in advance. They just remained unaware of when the creature would choose to interfere. Full speed ahead, Carp commanded, and the group unleashed their remaining strength, striving to gain as much ground as possible before the creature arrived. Yet, their efforts proved futile against the creature's swift approach, which closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Curse it, Carp exclaimed in frustration. Do not panic, it should not impact us for the time being. Sengoku reassured the others. Indeed, no rush. We have plenty of enthusiasm. The creature chuckled lightly, performing a somersault mid-air, standing upright, and unfurling its wings. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, causing the climbers to sway precariously against the rock face. Hold on, Sengoku shouted against the wind. The others maintained silence, focusing on stabilizing their positions as they continued their arduous ascent. Crane, be cautious. Silly, hang in there, Zifa called out. Time and again, they stumbled, only to be rescued each time. Despite being marred with bruises and blood from their encounters with the rock face, no one uttered a word of surrender. However, the rapid depletion of their stamina was an unavoidable reality. Eventually, some began to falter. Zifa, you need not worry about me. I fear I cannot hold on much longer, Silly admitted, his eyes betraying a hint of fear but lacking any regret. Silly, do not. Zifa's face flushed crimson, sweat cascading from his brow, clearly pushed to his limits. Sengoku fell silent, casting a glance at Crane, who was behind him, panting heavily and flushed, then sighed as he observed the peak now visibly within reach. They had traversed 4/5 of the distance. Ah, brothers, I shall take my leave first. Before anyone could protest, Sengoku untied the ropes binding him. Sengoku, what are you doing? Carp demanded, turning sharply. What am I doing? Why, of course, Sengoku met Carp's anxious gaze and suddenly smiled. Carp, you are becoming increasingly reliable. I am going to take him down. With a mighty roar, Sengoku's body swelled, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha. This Buddha towered larger than any previous incarnation. Utilizing the rock wall for leverage, Sengoku leapt powerfully towards the creature, his eyes devoid of fear and filled with the fury of a fight to the death. His resolve was unwavering, embracing the notion of life or death. In his eyes, there was no room for failure. Little C could only shake his head in resignation. He had not anticipated that the typically cautious Sengoku would lose his senses so completely. Had he not considered the possibility of evading? Alas, if he truly were to fall, Razan would surely seek him out for retribution. Little C, feeling despondent, realized that not only could he not evade the approaching body of warring states, but he also had to confront it head-on. A fleeting thought of his unfortunate predicament crossed his mind. However, he soon became embroiled in a fierce battle with warring states. He successfully disrupted the monster's movements, preventing it from interfering with his comrades. Warring States felt a surge of joy, his form radiating an even more brilliant golden hue. Well done, Warring States. The 4 members of Carp watched in exhilaration as Warring States' actions bore fruit. Not daring to squander the precious time gained, they quickly began to ascend, their eyes fixed on the summit. 13 meters. 12. 11. 10. Ah, how despicable. Carp, you must succeed. A tremendous scream echoed as Warring States ultimately fell in his struggle against Little C. A Skydweller clashed with a mere human, even with Little C holding back. Warring States could gain no advantage. Little C opened his massive jaws and swallowed Warring States whole. Soon, the voice of Warring States could no longer be heard. The Buddha of Warring States, over. Listening to Warring States' unwilling roar, Little C remained speechless. If I do not consume you now, you will undoubtedly perish. This should suffice, thought Little C. Warring States. Carp wept silently, the loss of Warring States deepening his sorrow. As the monster began to approach their direction, clearly preparing for close-range interference, Carp issued a low growl. The next task falls to you. He forcefully tore the rope from his waist. Carp, no, Crane shrieked. Let me take over. Zifa exclaimed anxiously. Ugh, Silly was too exhausted to speak. Carp smiled faintly. This has been my ambition for these past few days. Fight to the death. Following in Warring States' footsteps, Carp roared as he leaped toward the monster's body. One by one, how ferocious they are. Little C could only shake his head in disbelief. Atop the peak, the scene contrasted starkly with that below. It seemed the battle down there was indeed fierce. Luo Song reclined on the blanket, listening to the sounds that drifted from a distance. It seemed that Xiaoxi was thoroughly enjoying herself this time. Luo Song chuckled and said, "You two must not entertain any ulterior motives. They must ascend on their own. Otherwise, I shall cast you down from this place." As the menacing voice of Luo Song echoed, the massive figures beneath, with ears perked for the slightest sound, suddenly trembled and hastily shifted their forms away from the edge of the cliff, retreating to the safety of the fire they were tasked with tending. These two rascals, it seemed, were far from deterred. Luo Song mused with a smile. In truth, he was quite surprised. He had not anticipated that within such a short span of time, these little ones would forge such a bond with Ili, Shabai, and Gangang Samida. How intriguing. Luo Song finally experienced the joy of a teacher witnessing the blossoming of their student. Beneath the peak, there remained a distance of 9 meters to the summit. "Ah, you shall perish. This punch is in retaliation for Gangang Samida. This punch is for Ili Shabai. This punch is for the Warring States." Bang, bang, bang. Kapu's fists rained down upon Xiaoxi's body. Although they failed to inflict significant damage, Kapu's strikes still caused Xiaoxi some discomfort. No wonder Luo Song held this boy in such high regard. He truly possessed some peculiar abilities. Xiaoxi silently praised. "However, to contend with me, you are still far from sufficient." Or suddenly, a loud shout erupted. Having achieved his goal of training, Xiaoxi opted for the most decisive solution. The question arose, which is tastier, the mannish shrimp or the crayfish? A strange power enveloped Kapu in an instant. "Kapu. It's the crayfish." Kapu could only hazard a wild guess. "Wrong. The best is whatever I like." Kapu, with a gaping mouth, Kapu was swallowed whole. "Kapu!" Zephyr cried out in alarm. At this moment, only 5 meters remained to the peak. Chapter 78, Shall We Feast Together? How delicious. "Ah!" Zephyr cried out in agony. Tears streamed down Crane's face. Sheely struggled, preparing to take Kapu's place as the next sacrifice. "I've changed my mind. I suddenly lack the desire to play with you." Xiaoxi approached the three once more, determined to push them further. At the summit, Luo Song mused. Things have become increasingly intriguing. Ili Shabai and Gangang Samida trembled in fear. Boom, boom, boom. Surrounding the mountain's cliffs, Xiaoxi's entire being surged violently. With a wide-open mouth, he devoured not only the rocks but also the wildflowers and grasses and the crevices, all consumed into his strange space. As for the Warring States and Kapu within that space, Xiaoxi proclaimed, "For the sake of enhancing your companion's experience, I must inconvenience the two of you." "No," Zephyr shouted in despair. Xiaoxi's speed was evidently swift. Although he had deliberately slowed down to create a greater sense of pressure, the distance was still relatively short, extending the time by only a few seconds. In fear, the feeling of emptiness finally arrived. "Ah!" Crane could not help but scream in terror. How infuriating. Shili gazed despondently at their imminent target. If it weren't for me, perhaps we would be." Shili lamented for dragging everyone down. The three fell helplessly from the cliff, their once safety rope transforming into a deadly chain that ensnared them all. Below lay Xiaoxi's gaping maw, a terrifying sight. Zephyr closed his eyes, familiar faces of Kapu and the Warring States flashed through his mind, quickly followed by memories of training alongside Ili Shabai. "I come to join you," Zephyr whispered, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. In his final moments, Zephyr began to reflect on his brief life. He saw his father, his mother. He recalled the small delinquent who set him on the path of heroism, and the little girl Cecilia, who played a crucial role in that journey. He envisioned his friends from naval school. Finally, he beheld the man he had always admired, Luo Song. "Instructor Luo Song would surely be disappointed in me," Zephyr murmured. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the images in his mind began to shift. "Zephyr, are you truly giving up? Did you not aspire to become a hero? Did you not vow to become an admiral?" In Zephyr's consciousness, Luo Song's figure became vividly real. Perhaps it was his own unwillingness, or perhaps it was guilt over Luo Song's teachings. In any case, Zephyr experienced a vision. In this illusion, Luo Song chastised him for his current state. A few words reignited the embers of Zephyr's fighting spirit. In an instant, Zephyr awoke from his stupor. "I shall not perish so blandly. I shall become a hero." "Ah!" Zephyr suddenly opened his eyes and began to roar in fury. "I, Zephyr, shall not bow to you, monster." Steam began to rise from his body, and black substance materialized upon his arms. In that moment, Zephyr grasped the essence of Haki. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Are the youth of today truly so reckless? Xiaoxi's lips twitched in disbelief. Would it not be simpler to be swallowed whole? Why must you constantly surprise me? I'm still but a child. Crane Shili. Zephyr began to call out the names of his companions. Zephyr, what are you doing? Crane shouted loudly. It's Haki. Zephyr, you've actually comprehended Haki. Sheely exclaimed in delight, having caught sight of Zephyr's darkened arms. For me, tell Master Luo Song that I, Zephyr, may not become an admiral. But I have now chosen to become a hero. With great effort, Zephyr tore through the ropes binding him, refusing to let go. Instead, he grasped both ends of the rope and began to exert his strength. Ah, you must survive. Zephyr's face flushed, veins bulging as he swung Crane and Sheely towards the peak. Zephyr! Zephyr! Crane and Sheely cried out in sorrow, unable to accept the reality of his self-sacrifice, leaving them a chance at life. If only it were me. They lamented, watching Zephyr, smiling, helplessly fall into the monster's maw. Their bodies, now uncontrollable, began to ascend. 3 meters from the summit. 2 meters. 1 meter. They were almost there. After the sacrifices of the warring states, Kapu and Zephyr, they were finally on the brink of success. Instructor Luo Song, we have come to rescue you. He and Sheely could hardly contain their excitement as they soared towards the summit platform. Yet, they were still just a fraction away. Alas, a mere inch separated them from reaching the platform. With all their might, Sheely and he extended their hands, desperate to grasp the edge. In the next moment, an unexpected sensation akin to stepping onto soft grass enveloped their feet. It was there. Both were taken aback as they realized the monstrous entity beneath them, which had claimed the lives of warriors like Warring States, Karp, and Zifa. Have we ultimately failed to save Instructor Luo Song? He uttered in despair. It never intended to abide by any rules. With death looming near, Sheely no longer hesitated to acknowledge the beast beneath him, exclaiming in outrage, how utterly shameless. Yet, to their astonishment, amidst their complaints, a familiar voice echoed back to them. Ah, little C, have you finished so soon? Following the direction of the voice, Sheely and he gaped in disbelief. Luo Song. They exchanged incredulous glances. He is alive. But their astonishment did not end there. As Luo Song spoke, the creature beneath them responded in kind. Indeed, that should suffice. As a villain, I increasingly feel like one myself. The colossal beast remarked. As it landed on the platform, its form began to shrink until it transformed into an adorably familiar creature. It was none other than Xiao Si, Instructor Luo Song's beloved pet. Sheely could not suppress her astonishment. He, too, gazed around the platform in disbelief. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. She spotted 2 familiar towering figures. So, all of this was a ruse? Luo Song, you have gone too far. He roared, his expression crumbling. So, shall we feast together? Something delicious, perhaps? Luo Song awkwardly scratched his scalp and said, so, all of this was intentionally orchestrated by you? The crane replied, indeed, indeed. It is our duty. No need for thanks. Luo Song and Xiao Si playfully nodded in unison. And what of the demise of Ili Shaobai and Gangang Samida? Was it also staged? He continued to inquire. Upon hearing their names mentioned, the busy figures of the gorilla and the alpaca suddenly trembled. Timidly glancing at Luo Song and Xiao Si's threatening expressions, they hastily began to nod as well. Chirp chirp squeak squeak. I have a rather inappropriate thought that I'm unsure whether to voice or not. On the summit platform, H's expression crumbled. At that moment, she felt as though everything before her was somewhat surreal. Sheely, what are your thoughts? What on earth are you doing? Ah, I'm losing my mind. He attempted to confide in someone who shared a similar experience, seeking discussion. However, what she encountered was Sheely, whose face was alight with excitement, fervently jotting down notes. Ahahaha, this plot is simply too convoluted and thrilling. I must record it. Unlike he, Sheely, having uncovered the truth, felt no sense of being manipulated. Instead, after a deep sigh of relief, he remarked, it truly retains that familiar style. He was already in the process of inscribing this tale into his book. One must concede, aside from his weaknesses in strength and his slight timidity, Sheely possessed certain merits. For instance, his carefree demeanor. Luo Song. I have a question. What is the situation with Ili Shaobai and Gangang Samida? We clearly witnessed them being swallowed by your pet. As he wrote, Sheely discovered a perplexity. Stealing a cautious glance at Xiao Si, who was nestled in Luo Song's embrace, he could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, do you wish to know? Luo Song turned his face with an air of mystery, sharing a cryptic and unsettling smile with Xiao Si. The latter instinctively wished to refuse. Yet before the words could escape his lips, Luo Song interrupted him. As far as I am aware, all those privy to this secret are no longer among us. Luo Song smiled serenely, his tone devoid of any menace, yet it sent a shiver down Sheely's spine. causing him to break into a cold sweat. Hee. Let's just forget about it. I'm not that curious anyway. Under the intense scrutiny of Luo Song and Xiaoxi, coupled with Luo Song's chilling words, Shili felt an unsettling dread envelop him. No, as your teacher, I must satisfy your curiosity, Luo Song insisted. Luo Song raised his index finger, enunciating each word with utmost seriousness. Shili, do you not realize that it may already be too late for me to sever our ties? Shili's anxious demeanor caught Crane's attention. Observing Shili being teased by Luo Song, a sudden clarity washed over her. Indeed, this was the quintessential behavior of that scoundrel, Luo Song. When did I ever entertain the delusion that he could exhibit normalcy? A soft chuckle escaped Crane's lips. Crane, what are you? Shili struggled to comprehend. Could you not see that he was merely toying with you? In a buoyant mood, Crane shot a sidelong glance at Shili. Oh, my dear, you are utterly naive. I could have continued this amusement a while longer. Luo Song's peculiar antics elicited a round of disdainful glances from Crane. Subsequently, he feigned indifference, nodding at Xiaoxi. A light growl escaped Xiaoxi's lips, and suddenly, a black hole with a diameter of several meters materialized in midair. From the other side of the void came a familiar voice. Is Carp still not awake? It was Zephyr's voice. The toll of his previous battle had been immense. Sengoku remained his usual composed self. Ah, what just happened? Why did we suddenly fall? Exclaimed Zephyr. As the screams echoed, Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr each tumbled down from the black hole in succession. Bang. Ah. Bang. Ah. Ah. Bang. Ah. 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 Three figures descended from above like a precarious stack of pancakes, with Carp at the bottom, Sengoku in the middle, and Zephyr at the top. Each descent signified yet another misfortune for the unfortunate soul beneath them, with Carp bearing the brunt of the burdens. Don't mind me. I'm merely an unfeeling human cushion. Carp lamented. Yet the least affected was Zephyr, who, still dazed from the fall, blinked in confusion. Where am I, and why do I feel no pain? He clambered off Sengoku, oblivious to the two human cushions beneath him, inadvertently stepping squarely on Carp's face. As a shoe print marked Carp's visage, he pondered in a stupor. Am I truly the only one bearing the brunt of this? Slowly regaining consciousness, Zephyr's first sight was the astonished faces of Silly and Crane. Silly, Crane, you're here. Could this be our destination? Zephyr exclaimed in disbelief and joy. Silly and Crane exchanged strange glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Destination? Have we truly reached the summit? Where is that mysterious creature known as Jinxiang? Sengoku, still in a haze, caught wind of Zephyr's words and began to consciously rouse himself. However, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Ah, the scent of meat. Before Sengoku could fully awaken, a sudden force from beneath propelled him upwards, startling him into full awareness. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel like I'm flying? And towards the edge of a cliff, Luo Song, who had been struggling to suppress laughter, could no longer contain himself. With a graceful motion, he deftly rescued Sengoku from the precipice as he teetered on the brink. Sengoku's pupils dilated in shock. Luo Song? And the enigmatic Gangang Semaida alongside the foolish Ili. It seems I have stumbled upon something I ought not to have seen. In an instant, Zhanghua comprehended the true circumstances, unable to suppress a flow of eloquent expressions within. No, I am not timid. I merely possess a composed disposition, Zhanghua reassured himself. Soon after, he commenced his quest to identify the culprit behind his unfortunate predicament. As anticipated, he caught sight of that familiar, disheveled figure. There stood Carp, ragged in appearance, charging recklessly towards a mound of roasted meat. The explosive use of haki had drained his stamina significantly, and it was remarkable that Carp, despite being battered and trampled, remained oblivious, only to be roused from his slumber by the enticing aroma of the barbecue. Zhanghua had little inclination to reproach Carp. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be the individual currently in possession of him. What a grand spectacle. I have risked my life, only for you to claim it was all in jest. Zhanghua pondered existentially. Half an hour later, normalcy returned. The delightful aroma wafted through the air. Carp devoured the roasted meat voraciously, while Zifa and Zhanghua, enlightened by the truth, cast glances of resentment towards Luo Song. Crane and Siri, having already witnessed this scene, gazed upon their three companions with a sense of superiority. Ah, life has been restored. With a pile of bones at his feet, Carp sighed deeply, finally willing to divert his gaze from the meat to other matters. Goodness, that wretched instructor, and Ili, the foolish one, along with Gangang Semaida. Am I dead? The slow-to-realize Carp was startled by the figures before him. Do not jest. Allow them to elucidate the situation. Weary of further discourse, engaged in conversation until Carp finally grasped the situation. So is everyone unscathed? Indeed. Is this matter, then, the final trial you impose upon us, instructor? Precisely. And as for the little one, no inquiry shall be made. Any question leads to the devil fruit. By the way, I have another query. Speak. Isn't there's something here called fragrant truth? Does the large bone not exude fragrance? Indeed, it does. Is it genuine or merely feigned? It is indeed genuine. Isn't that sufficient? Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Silly, Crane, let us partake in a delightful meal. Eat heartily and drink well. For we must prepare for the journey ahead. Luo Song wore a mischievous grin, exuding an air of tranquility and delight. His spirits were exceptionally high. In summary, the experiences of the past few days could be encapsulated in 2 words: sheer ecstasy. The crowd responded, "You rascal." Chapter 80. The return journey. The gentle rain had just subsided, and the breeze carried the distinct fragrances of grass and trees, though the air was slightly chilly. A group of individuals was fervently engaged in their tasks. Hurry, hurry. Prepare everything you wish to eat and use. Time waits for no one. Luo Song stood at the bow of the boat, which had already been submerged, with his arms crossed, resembling a master waiting for a meal. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi, who was intricately participating in a grand spectacle, began to realize that she was no longer perceived as the harmless creature in the eyes of others. As the warmth of her previous enthusiasm faded, she also started to pay attention to maintaining her dignity in front of Carp and the others. Standing sprightly on Luo Song's shoulder, she appeared endearing. However, to Carp and his companions, Xiaoxi now exuded an air of formidable presence. Luo Song's ever-typical demeanor did not evoke the usual feelings of anger or dismay in Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, and Silly. Instead, an unmistakable excitement surged within them. They had finally concluded their arduous existence on the desolate island, liberating themselves from the abysmal living conditions marked by scarcity and relentless torment. Oh, why does it feel so blissfully euphoric? All right, we understand. You insistent, instructor. Carp exclaimed boisterously. Rosen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Strangely enough, despite Carp's astonishing mental growth during the training process, once it concluded, he reverted to his previous, seemingly unreliable self, though his strength had significantly increased. It was difficult to reconcile the present Carp with the earlier version that one had encountered. It could only be said that Carp, at his core, was an incorrigible rascal. To make him behave seriously, one would need to provoke him in a manner truly stimulating. Meanwhile, Zifa, seemingly lost in thought, was intently staring at his hands, attempting to concentrate and induce some remarkable transformation in his arms. Unfortunately, after much effort, no miracles materialized. Zifa, are you still contemplating your use of haki from that day? Sengoku approached, carrying a large assortment of fruits. From Silly and Crane, he had learned of Zifa's explosive use of haki at the last moment. Why is it that since then, I have been unable to wield haki again? Moreover, I feel somewhat weakened. Do not be impatient. You are not a natural prodigy like Carp. The application of haki has specific requirements pertaining to one's physique. That explosive moment must have taken a considerable toll on your body, but having experienced it once your body recovers and your physique meets the standards, you will quickly master haki once more. What you lack now is continuous training to enhance your physical capabilities. Sengoku felt a pang of envy regarding Zifa's experience, for even he had yet to master haki. So that's how it is, Zifa realized with clarity. Why not consult Instructor Rosen? He should be quite knowledgeable about these matters. Sengoku's inquiry made Zifa a bit bashful. Well, I initially intended to surprise Instructor Rosen, but I never anticipated it would turn out this way, Zifa admitted awkwardly. Ha ha ha, rest assured that fellow Rosen is well acquainted with our affairs, especially with his pet around. Sengoku laughed heartily. He, indeed, Zifa chuckled, scratching his head in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Sengoku, Carp, Zifa, Silly, and Crane, having gathered a substantial amount of supplies, stood on the beach, nervously gazing at the seemingly adorable yet terrifying little figure before them. Little C, let us begin. Luo Song spoke, and Xiaoxi nodded slightly, letting out a low roar as his form began to expand continuously. The sight sent shivers down the spines of Carp and his companions, reminding them of their harrowing experiences under the dominion of a terrifying creature. The 5 of them trembled in fear. Will it swallow us whole? Shili asked, his voice quavering. Though he feigned bravado, his courage was as diminutive as ever, and he couldn't help but feel anxious in the presence of the monstrous Xiaoxi. Fear not. With Instructor Luo Song here, Lord Xiaoxi shall not harm us, he comforted Shili, though his tone lacked the usual playful affection he had for Xiaoxi, revealing a hint of his own nervousness. As Xiaoxi opened his gaping maw, an inexplicable suction emerged, ready to draw in the supplies into his peculiar space. At that moment, an unusual sound interrupted the scene. Cheep, 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 roar, 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 squeak, squeak, squeak. Two colossal figures, one tall and the other short, emerged from the woods. It was the duo of Ili Shabai and Gang Gang Semaida. Each bore a massive bundle on their backs, presumably laden with all their possessions. Approaching the group, Ili Shabai and Gang Gang Semaida began to gesticulate animatedly, babbling in a manner that left Karp and his companions utterly bewildered. Cheep, 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 roar, 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 squeak, squeak, squeak. Amidst the puzzling explanations, Karp and his companions were left with a myriad of questions. Just then, one of them inquired, "Are you suggesting that you wish to leave with us?" The abrupt interjection from Luo Song rendered the communication between the 5 individuals and the beast less troublesome. "Instructor, can you comprehend their speech?" Shili could not help but inquire. "Of course, what is so difficult about it? It is merely a simple form of language." Luo Song would not divulge to Shili that it was Xiaoxi who had informed him. Indeed, it is only during moments of pretense that one experiences the utmost exhilaration. Consequently, in the eyes of Cap and the others, Luo Song's presence took on an air of added mystique. In the memoirs of the illustrious literary figure Shili, it is inscribed that man possesses an extraordinarily formidable linguistic talent, a level I could never hope to attain in my lifetime. Truly, he is deserving of such a claim. Ultimately, after a series of conversations, the group discerned the meanings behind Ili's naive remarks and Gong Gong's cryptic phrases. In essence, it could be summarized as follows. "I have become invincible in this realm and wish to venture into the world for some amusement." To elaborate, "This place has become exceedingly mundane. We desire to accompany you and experience the broader world. The decision lies with you. I shall not indulge such feeble companions." Luo Song raised his hands in indifference. "So what?" A few people responded. Is this really so weak? It seems we cannot provoke those with pets." They fell silent, gazing at the eager, yearning eyes of Ili and Gang Gang Semaida, which stirred a pang of compassion within Karp and the others. After a hasty discussion, it was finally decided. "Well, we have come to a consensus regarding Luo Song. Let those two accompany us," Karp declared, articulating the final decision. "Oh, splendid!" Ili and Gang Gang Semaida exchanged glances and erupted in joyful exclamations. "It is settled then. However, there is no space for them on the ship. If they wish to leave with us, they must." As Rozon had yet to conclude his words, a colossal shadow loomed behind the silly Ili and the strident Gang Gang Semaida, followed by the emergence of a gaping maw. The two beasts shrieked in terror, while Rozon erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. You too, do remember to maintain your hygiene, or else I shall host a barbecue party upon the vast ocean." The screams momentarily subsided, only to be replaced by even more frantic cries, which soon faded into silence. Amid the astonished expressions of Karp and the others, Rozon waved nonchalantly. "Prepare to set sail. We are heading home." Chapter 81. The Lumba Pirates. Though the journey was fraught with twists and turns, the outcome was splendid. Congratulations to you all. You have undoubtedly surpassed your contemporaries, and even surpassed some naval officers. Aboard a small vessel, Rozon reclined comfortably in a chair, donned in sunglasses, holding a plump, red apple, and munching contentedly. His distinctive features and vivid persona rendered him akin to a gentleman relishing the pleasures of life. Indeed, he was here to savor life. "For we are the ones who have endured the hardships." "Ah, why must we row manually?" exclaimed one of the 4 burly men, bare-chested and straining against the oars. His physique noticeably more imposing than the rest, his eyes ablaze with indignation. "Karp, the fuel is limited. Do you expect to reach our destination relying solely on these resources?" Luo Song cast a disdainful glance at Cap, gently stroking the slumbering Xiaoxi nestled in his arms, and remarked, "Until we reach our destination or encounter a benevolent soul willing to offer us a ride, your sole task is to row for me. This is a new endeavor I have devised for you. Your objective is to, indeed, engage in physical exercise. Yes, physical exercise." Upon catching sight of a brilliant idea, Luo Song found a perfect excuse for his actions. After devouring several bites of the apple, he carelessly tossed the core into the sea, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. How clever I am. Crane, prepare me a bubble bath. I've been basking in the sun for far too long, and I'm beginning to feel rather unpleasant." The audacity of Luo Song left the 4 rowers speechless, their expressions reflecting a profound sense of incredulity. Even Crane, who managed to escape a predicament due to her feminine identity, felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, wishing she could deliver a swift blow to Luo Song. Unfortunately, until now, they had no hope of triumphing over this insufferable brat. Very well, Instructor Luo Song. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Crane summoned a plethora of pink bubbles, allowing Luo Song to revel in them to his heart's content. I adore bubble baths. The turtles tumble. Careful, there are so many fleas and bubbles. The childish melody that escaped Luo Song's lips incited an increasing urge to deliver a well-deserved thrashing. Alas, it remained merely an impulse. Xiaoxi, who was napping, was abruptly roused from her dreams and gazed at Luo Song with a sense of despair as he frolicked in the bubbles, overwhelmed by the urge to swat him across the face. Soon enough, Luo Song emerged from his bubble bath, rejuvenated and exuding a delightful fragrance that mingled floral notes with fruity aromas. Ah, Crane, your abilities are truly remarkable. I now smell utterly divine. Luo Song, in a rather foolish manner, kept sniffing himself, leaving he in a state of existential doubt, his forehead adorned with dark lines of confusion. You commend me for such trivial matters. Yet, when I make progress in my abilities, it seems as though you turn a blind eye. Hey, do grant me the pleasure of a wash as well. I too wish to experience your fragrance. The restless carp gazed at he, his cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, yet he displayed no sign of shyness. Carp, he was exasperated, his chest heaving, while Carp's eyes widened at the sight of his exquisite figure, unable to suppress his drooling. Suddenly, Carp felt a forceful tug, lifting him off the ground. Upon turning around, he discovered it was Luo Song. What is with all this fuss when I simply wish to bathe? You, go wash up. With a casual flick, Luo Song hurled Carp into the sea. Splash. Cough, cough, cough. What madness has overtaken you, you scoundrel instructor? Emerging from the water, Carp looked at Luo Song in utter bewilderment. I neglected to mention that swimming plays a crucial role in physical training, so I propose that if you feel fatigued, you might consider a swim in the sea. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Whether to heed it is entirely up to you. Luo Song wore a rather self-satisfied expression, as if inviting praise for his apparent democracy, leaving everyone speechless. Suggestions? I wouldn't trust you if you were the last person on Earth. Kapu serves as the prime example. With a roll of their eyes, no one intended to engage with Luo Song. They had come to understand that, though it might serve to hone their resilience, Luo Song's treatment of them was largely a result of his sheer idleness. Ah, how utterly tedious. Xiaoxi, I envy you for your ability to sleep without end. Luo Song swayed Xiaoxi, an aura reminiscent of salted fish emanating from him. Xiaoxi rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage with him. The others displayed expressions of horror. Indeed, this man had lost his mind. Furthermore, he was idly so. They longed to exclaim that if he were truly so free, they could all go boating together. However, their understanding of Luo Song ultimately restored their reason. Was he jesting? If they dared to voice such thoughts, Luo Song would surely devise a new method of tormenting them. Alas, compelled by circumstance, they could only bow their heads and endure. Shortly thereafter, Carp finally swam back to the boat. Realizing that no argument would yield any result, he decisively chose silence and obediently rowed alongside the others. Yet, internally, he couldn't help but entertain mischievous thoughts. Luo Song, you rascal, remember this. Although I may be unable to defeat you now, it does not signify that I shall forever be powerless against you. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Today, you may disregard me, but tomorrow, you shall find me beyond your reach. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Carp felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. Amid the bewildered expressions of others, he persevered, drenched in sweat and exerting himself even more fervently. The mundane and tedious days passed by, marked by a monotonous rhythm of rowing, dining, and resting, encapsulating the lives of Luo Song and his companions. Ah, I am on the verge of madness. Why have we not yet arrived? Silly could not help but let out a deep sigh towards the heavens. Our direction is aligned. We shall surely reach our destination sooner or later. Glancing at the timing device on his wrist, Sengoku spoke with calm assurance. The wisdom of the great Buddha has gradually begun to reshape his way of thinking. Throughout these days, perhaps only Sengoku has managed to maintain a positive mindset. On one side of the boat, Luo Song lay despondently on a lounge chair, appearing increasingly lethargic, resembling a lifeless fish. I suggest, why not let me simply take you all back? Xiaoxi whispered to Luo Song, exasperated. You fail to comprehend. This is a matter of principle. Since we resolved to undertake this journey from the very beginning, how could I possibly abandon it midway? Luo Song rolled his eyes in a lifeless manner, expressing his rejection of Xiaoxi's brilliant suggestion. Xiaoxi, at a loss for words, chose to disregard this self-imposed, languid man. Luo Song let out a deep sigh. He did not wish for things to be this way, yet his peculiar obsession with perfection compelled him. How does that saying go? One cannot feel at ease until a task is completed. This aptly describes Luo Song's current mental state. Ah, how I yearn for a chilled cola, fried chicken, and the sweet sound of music. Where is that music coming from? Startled, Luo Song sprang up, drawing the bemused attention of Carp and his companions, but soon their gazes were captivated by the sight of a grand ship approaching from afar. The vessel waved a flag adorned with a black bullhorn skull, and enchanting melodies floated from its deck. This was the only sound they had encountered in recent days that made them feel truly alive. Before long, as if sensing Luo Song and his companions, the music ceased, and the ship sailed toward them, ultimately coming to a halt not far from their small boat. Lost souls. I am Yuchi, captain of the Lumba Pirates, also known as the Banpiao Yankee. You appear to be in dire need of assistance. Would you care to join us? Humble pirates, in enjoying this exquisite music? A young man with golden hair, adorned with a white top hat, smiled as he spoke. Chapter 82. I am actually a good person. In their moment of despair, hope emerged. The arrival of the Lumba Pirates felt like an oasis of cool water in the desert for Carp and his companions, providing them with a profound sense of satisfaction, both physical and spiritual. However, as Yuchi's words fell, that sensation quickly transformed into an icy shock, akin to a bucket of cold water poured over them in the depths of winter. You are pirates, except for Luo Song, who looked on with curiosity and a hint of excitement, and the indifferent Xiao Si perched on his shoulder. Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Silly, and Crane could not help but display their wariness, exclaiming in surprise, "You little brat, do you look down on pirates? Quite bold of you." "Ho ho ho, Captain. It seems they aren't very welcoming." A man with an explosive hairstyle approached the one claiming to be Banpiao Yankee, chuckling. "What can we do? We are pirates after all, and it appears that you all seem to be Navy, which makes me somewhat regretful." Yuchi chuckled softly, showing no signs of anxiety. Upon hearing that Luo Song and his group were Navy, the expressions of the pirates behind Yuchi shifted dramatically. They transformed from amiable music lovers into ruthless marauders, brimming with menace. Despite their friendly demeanor, they were not hesitant to fight when necessary. Otherwise, they would have long been devoured by the treacherous sea. Carp and his companions suddenly realized their blunder. They should not have so carelessly revealed their Navy affiliation in such a precarious situation, especially when the opposing party appeared formidable. However, after glancing at the composed Luo Song beside them, they felt a renewed sense of confidence, as if they had found their anchor. Though still somewhat anxious, they were no longer afraid of their adversaries. Arrogant as Carp was, he began to boast. "I bet you were curious about the identity of the man standing before you." He crossed his arms, brimming with pride. "Who could it be? You wouldn't dare claim it as yourself, would you?" A pirate donned in a yellow bandana laughed heartily. "Or perhaps it's that shivering little fellow." Another hefty pirate pointed at Silly, guffawing. After a wave of laughter, Silly, who had been pointed out for trembling, could not help but bow his head in shame. Nevertheless, everyone cast glances toward Luo Song's position, for they understood that belittling was merely a display of their own bravado. They could discern who their true adversary was. "Haha, Silly, what is there to fear? With Instructor Luo Song here, they can do nothing to us," Zephyr comforted, wrapping an arm around Silly's shoulders. "Luo Song?" Upon hearing Zephyr's words, the laughter of the pirates abruptly halted. "That name sounds so familiar. I believe I have heard it somewhere before," one pirate mused, scratching his head in curiosity. "Indeed, I too recall that name. It resonates with familiarity." Murmurs of agreement echoed among them. Eventually, someone arrived at the truth. A red-haired pirate suddenly wore a look of terror, gazing in shock at the tall figure who maintained a subtle smile. Could it be him? "Who is he? Stop teasing us and tell us already," someone impatiently urged. "Ah, he is the pirate tyrant who instills fear in countless pirates traversing the first half of the Grand Line, the naval hero, Iron Fist Colonel Luo Song, renowned for his savage reputation. Today, we are fortunate to finally behold him." Yuchi, who had remained calm, finally spoke, preempting the pirate and delivering this chilling revelation that sent shivers down the spines of his comrades. Hiss. Gasps filled the air, and the temperature seemed to rise with tension. "It's him! It's him!" a pirate exclaimed, collapsing in fear. "The man who has an insatiable appetite for slaughtering pirates. It is said he consumes a pirate with every meal and obliterates entire crews at the slightest displeasure." Another pirate stammered, terrified by the rumors that had somehow spread. "The pirate butcher, the tyrant of the seas. How terrifying." Panic began to spread among the pirates like wildfire. Standing beside Yuchi, the explosive-haired man gazed at the imminent threat. Feeling his scalp tingle, unable to resist the urge to draw his sword. "Brooke, there is no need for alarm." As he unsheathed his blade slightly, a large hand pressed it back down. Looking up, Brooke saw his captain smiling at him. Then, turning to Luo Song, Yuchi spoke, "What do you think? I hope I have not misspoken or omitted anything. I welcome your guidance." Yuchi maintained his politeness, showing no signs of trepidation before Luo Song's formidable reputation. Instead, engaging him in friendly conversation, Luo Song let out a bitter smile. Although he found a certain enjoyment in this passive display of superiority, he wished to add, despite any disbelief from others, that he is, in fact, a good person. Rosong spoke with utmost sincerity, devoid of any pretense. Upon his utterance, a profound silence enveloped the venue. The members of the Rumble Pirates could scarcely suppress their facial twitches, yearning to exclaim their indignation. To them, if Rosong could be deemed a good person, then they too could claim the mantle of great benefactors. Such brazen falsehood was intolerable. Meanwhile, Karp and his companions gazed at Rosong with expressions of astonishment. Having recently joined the Navy, their understanding of Rosong was limited to his formidable prowess and his reputation as a naval hero who had apprehended countless pirates. It was only upon witnessing the palpable fear exhibited by the pirates and hearing their descriptions of Rosong that they realized they had underestimated him. Tyrant, what a splendid moniker. Sheely's eyes sparkled with admiration as he resolved to immortalize this name in his novel. Nonsense. Iron Fist is far more appealing. It conveys strength. Karp's interest in the title of Iron Fist was piqued at that moment. I have made up my mind. This shall be my aspiration. Karp silently encouraged himself. I still believe in what Instructor Rosong said. I am, in fact, a good person. How audacious, how impressive. Crane's face flushed with embarrassment. It was the first time the little girl had encountered such a striking display, leaving her somewhat dazed. Zifa and Sengoku looked at Rosong with fervent admiration. This was the Rosong they revered. Observing the exhilaration on the faces of both factions, Yuchi couldn't help but smile wryly. Turning his attention to Rosong, he remarked softly, "Though others may doubt you, I believe in you. You are a good person." As Yuchi's words echoed, the atmosphere became stifling once more, silence enveloping the room, and the faintest sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "You believe in me? Then you too are a good person." Luo Song's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exchanged a glance with Yuchi from afar. The two shared a mutual admiration. Chapter 83, The Fine Wine of Binks. "You trust me, therefore you are a good person." What nonsensical logic is this? The conversation between Rosong and Yuchi left all present in a state of bewilderment, until Yuchi gradually began to elucidate the situation. It must be said that over the years, Colonel Rosong has garnered a notorious reputation due to his ruthless methods. However, he is not inherently a villain. Habitually, I have gathered information regarding Colonel Rosong's exploits and discovered that his lethal actions, even to the extent of annihilating entire pirate crews, were primarily directed at those infamous, bloodthirsty marauders who have committed countless atrocities. Conversely, those pirates who, despite their misdeeds, maintain certain moral boundaries are generally confined to impel down. And as long as their crimes are not egregiously severe, they may emerge after a few years. As for those pirate crews whose sole ambition is adventure, a well-connected friend of mine has informed me that Colonel Rosong has always adopted a hands-off approach towards them, unlike other naval officers who would immediately resort to violence upon encountering them. Yuchi's explanation seemed to invigorate Rosong. Akin to the refreshing sensation of drinking a cold cola on a sweltering day, pure exhilaration, a sense of liberation. At last, someone comprehends my plight. Rosong's emotions were in a state of exhilaration. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed so. Indeed, it appeared that there had been no reports of pirate crews, as adventurous as ours, encountering misfortune under Rosong's command. So, it turned out to be thus. We need not worry then. What a relief. The once flustered Lumba pirate crew gradually regained their composure, casting looks of both kindness and reverence towards Rosong. Although their demeanor towards Karp and his companions remained somewhat frosty, the overt hostility had diminished significantly. However, the reactions of Karp and his group were somewhat mixed. Upholding justice, Instructor Rosong truly embodied the essence of a protagonist. I must hasten to take note of this. Sheely, brimming with excitement, produced his notebook and fervently scribbled away, his previous anxiety considerably alleviated. This is the hero I have always envisioned. Zephyr, his countenance animated, perceived Rosong's actions as perfectly aligned with his own ideals of heroism, intensifying his admiration. Crane, still wearing a youthful, infatuated expression, would likely only dispel her infatuation once she discerned Rosong's true nature over time. Karp wore a disdainful expression, projecting a proud and aloof demeanor. Yet he could not suppress his envy towards Rosong. When might I possess strength akin to that of Rosen? Only Sengoku appeared somewhat hesitant. Instinctively, he felt that Rosen's actions somewhat contradicted the mandates of the world government, constituting a desecration of his naval identity. Yet, lacking the power to voice any reproach, he could only suppress the sentiment within himself. In light of this, shall we board the ship now? Rosen smiled as he expressed his eagerness to delve into the depths of this pirate crew that had left a profound impression on him. Ha ha ha, come on, come on. A warm welcome. Yuchi laughed heartily, seemingly delighted to meet a person of Rosen's caliber. Brooke, inform everyone to prepare the drinks, tonight. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Yes, Captain, Brooke responded with equal enthusiasm, promptly turning to arrange the evening's festivities. Oh yeah, another gathering. I'm thrilled. I want to feast on roasted meat. In no time, the pirates erupted with joyful cheers. The rope ladder was swiftly lowered, and Rosen and his companions climbed aboard the ship of the Rumba pirates. Is your small boat just left over there? Yuchi inquired curiously. As a pirate who had spent years making a living at sea, he could discern that the small vessel was quite valuable. Well, though I am indeed quite lazy, I suppose I shall stow it away. Luo Song shrugged his shoulders, and amidst the speechless expressions of Cap and the others, he instructed the little sea perched on his shoulder to retrieve the small boat. Why do you insist on stuffing everything into my belly? I beg you, please. Little sea exclaimed, her tone a blend of exasperation and plea. Now that's more like it. With Luo Song's unexpectedly charming whine, Little C leaped down from his shoulder. You truly are quite the unique individual, Yuchi remarked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I thought you were merely a fierce character. Yet you possess a delightful side as a devoted pet owner. Well, one must indulge their pets from time to time, Luo Song replied with a playful grin. Luo Song, unabashed, spoke candidly. What is happening? Suddenly, Yochi's eyes widened in astonishment as he caught sight of something. A monster. Everyone, be on alert. How enormous. Ah. What an odd sound mixed in. Be cautious, be cautious. The pirates momentarily fell into disarray. Fear not, everyone. This is merely Colonel Luo Song's pet. Brooke interjected promptly to calm the anxious crew. Amidst the astonished expressions of the Rumbar pirates, the form of Little C began to swell, its wings unfurling, golden fur gleaming, and a mysterious mask imparting a sense of solemn majesty. Its great mouth opened, and though not large, it swiftly engulfed the ship. With the winds serene and skies clear, Little C returned to the ship, shrinking in size to perch upon Luo Song's shoulder. Luo Song, brother, Yochi said, rubbing his hands together as he approached Luo Song. What is it? Luo Song was startled by the imposing face that loomed closer. Well, I don't know where your pet was caught. Please don't misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to have a pet myself. Gazing at Yochi's unabashed demeanor, Luo Song felt an overwhelming urge to spray him with a mouthful of soda. You are mistaken. Xiaoxi is Xiaoxi, unique in every way. It is impossible for you to find another pet like it. Luo Song curled his lips and remarked casually, Bah, ugly people tend to cause trouble. A petulant voice echoed, as Xiaoxi shot a disdainful sidelong glance at Yochi. With someone like you, you think you can support me? Dream on. Yochi retorted, Am I ugly? I am undeniably handsome. The pirate ship sailed gently across the sea, and Carp and his companions inevitably engaged with the pirates aboard. Being young, they were not burdened by heavy thoughts, and when evening came, they mingled amicably with the pirates. Of course, Sengoku still harbored some reservations in his heart. The warm glow of the fire illuminated the scene, accompanied by melodious and spirited music. The banquet commenced. Ha ha ha, little brother, your dream is to become a hero? Not bad. Not bad. You will surely realize your dream. In one corner of the ship, a pirate was jovially embracing Zifa, his face flushed from revelry. Wow, little brother. Your story is simply fascinating. Do share more. Elsewhere, a large group of pirates surrounded Shili, eagerly urging him to recount his tales. Side in, give it your all. Don't let this kid outshine you. Carp was engaged in an arm wrestling contest with a tall, muscular man, drawing a crowd of spectators. Sister Crane, your abilities are so convenient. Please help us clean up. After spending all day with those stinky men, we no longer smell delightful. A few female pirates clustered around Crane, chattering animatedly about topics of their own. Only Sengoku sat in silence, secluded in a corner, quietly enjoying his grilled meat. He was not in the mood to interact, and evidently no one sought to disturb him. Soon, the gathering reached a jubilant peak. Brooke, with his striking black afro, stepped into the center of the festivities. Yo-ho! My friends, it's time for our much-anticipated grand chorus. Let the revelry begin. Ha ha ha. Let us start. I want to sing Bink Sake. How delightful. I must join the chorus. Yoichi bid farewell to Luo's song and gracefully moved toward the singing pirates. Before long, the melody intertwined with the music, filling the atmosphere with joyful sound. Yo-ho hi ho 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 ho. 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 Deliver Bink Sake to your side, like the sea breeze sailing freely. On the other shore, the sunset is lively, the bird song paints circles in the air. Farewell. Port of Silk, come sing the song of departure. Golden waves and silver ripples transform into splashes. We embark solely for the ocean. Yo-ho hi ho 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 ho. 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 Deliver Bink Sake to your side, we pirates cleave through the waves. Resting upon the surging tides, battle sails and flags flutter in the wind. The vast sky echoes with the roar of the wind and thunder. Waves dance as drums rumble. Tomorrow shall bring clear skies after the rain. For there is indeed a dawn awaiting. Yo-ho hi ho 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 ho. 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 Deliver Bink Sake to your side, day after day in the twilight of dreams. Never again shall we see the figure waving farewell. Why the long face? The moonlight remains unchanged tomorrow. Deliver Bink Sake to your side, come sing the song of the sea. Regardless of who, we all return to dust. Endless tales are merely jest. Bink Sake, a song that stirred deep nostalgia within Luo's song. He recalled that it was precisely because of this song that he held such a profound and unforgettable impression of the Rumar pirates. The evening breeze caressed him. Sipping fine wine and listening to the beautiful melody, Luo Song found himself completely entranced. How wonderful! Ro Song sighed softly. Chapter 84, Labu. Revelry and song filled the air. Fueled by the intoxicating spirit of the drink, Tom slipped away unnoticed. Soon, save for a few pirates tasked with vigilance, the rest retreated to their quarters for rest. Carp and his companions were likewise escorted back by the exuberant crew. This left Sengoku in a state of bewilderment. Sengoku. Do you need? Carp could not help but call out to Sengoku, with the other three turning to face him as well. Fear not, fear not. I shall take responsibility for that young lad named Sengoku, declared the flamboyant Brook, a mischievous grin plastered across his face as he nudged Carp away from the deck, joining the other pirates in their retreat. Then, he approached Sengoku, exclaiming, Ho ho ho! Young man, would you care to partake in a vigorous nocturnal endeavor, rich with the essence of sweat and masculine vigor? As he beheld Brook's lewd expression, Sengoku felt an inexplicable chill wash over him. Casting a desperate glance toward Rosong for help, Rozan gazed at Yuchi, who responded with a resigned smile and a gentle shrug. Brook was indeed like this. He possessed a penchant for humor. Although he had an eye for beauty, he maintained a steadfast moral compass and held no interest in men. In essence, he was a remarkably dependable gentleman. Yuchi raised an eyebrow at Rozan and spoke. Luo Song's expression darkened slightly. He possessed a certain understanding of Brook. Yet, it was precisely due to his familiarity with Brook that he found Yuchi's final raised eyebrow quite perplexing. Was this deliberate? Or was it intentional? Luo Song, feeling powerless to express his grievances, could only nod towards the warring states. You may go. Mr. Brook is a remarkably dependable individual. Should any matters arise, feel free to converse with him. It seemed that Luo Song had begun to grasp Brook's intentions. Brook cast a surprised glance at Luo Song, then offered a friendly smile. Oh, how delightful. I can hardly contain my excitement at the thought of sharing a bed with a young naval lad. Just thinking about it stirs a thrill within me. Another round of suggestive laughter erupted, and amidst Brook's exaggerated expressions, Zhang Guo was reluctantly led away. For the moment, only Luo Song, Yuchi, and the drowsy little sea, who was resting his head on Luo Song's shoulder, remained on the deck. The night sky was extraordinarily beautiful, in an era yet untouched by the pollution of industrial smoke. Certain vistas were a rare and magnificent sight that many might never encounter in their lifetime. An unusual call seemed to echo in the air, as a shadow glided across the nearby sea. This sound, Luo Song was slightly taken aback. Xiao Si, who had been dozing with squinted eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Ah, it is Labu, Yoichi said with a hint of excitement to Luo Song. Labu accompanied us all the way from the West Sea to the Grand Line. It is a solitary island whale, yet simultaneously, it is our most significant companion and family in the Lumba pirate crew. Yoichi enthusiastically explained Labu's origin to Luo Song, appearing both invigorated and joyful. He picked up a large piece of still-warm roasted meat and threw it with great force. Labu, everyone has already gone to sleep. This is the roasted meat I specially saved for you. Make sure to rest well. Yoichi shouted, waving his hand at Labu. A figure leaped out of the water, deftly catching the roasted meat thrown by Yoichi. A series of joyful calls soon rang out. Laba swam around the pirate ship, frolicking for a while before disappearing, presumably to find a place to rest. On the pirate ship, Yoichi glanced apologetically at Luo Song. This little fellow, Labu, is just so clingy and playful. What little creature isn't like that? Luo Song replied with a gentle smile. To have such an adorable family is a fortune many do not possess. Indeed. Recalling the first time he met Labu, it was barely the size of a palm. Having unexpectedly separated from its kin, it appeared so solitary and helpless. Our group, unable to bear its plight, took care of it for a while, and unexpectedly, that care has lasted for so long. Yoichi expressed a sense of nostalgia and gratitude. All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. We should rest now, Yoichi said to Luo Song. I wonder if I have the honor of resting alongside the illustrious tyrant? Under the moonlight, Yoichi's handsome features seemed to hold a flicker of something unusual in his eyes. Slightly bowing, he extended his right hand in an inviting gesture. This picturesque scene, in Luo Song's eyes, made him feel somewhat anxious. Oh, why does it feel like I am about to lose my innocence? The atmosphere feels a bit too intimate. No, I have a place to stay. Luo Song's lips twitched as he patted the small sea on his shoulder. With a gentle shout, a multitude of items suddenly descended from a black hole hovering in midair. That's enough. You should hurry back now. With a look of disdain, Luo Song urged Yuchi to leave, and it appeared that Yuchi understood Luo Song's intent. Adopting an expression of heartbreak, Yuchi gazed pitifully at Luo Song, asking, Am I truly so wretched in your eyes? The scene was reminiscent of a delicate beauty holding her heart, while the cuckoo wept in sorrow. As a pair of enchanting eyes, glistening like spring waters, fixated intently on Luo Song. It was utterly exasperating. If you continue to feign innocence, I shall unleash my wrath. Luo Song endured the urge to spit blood, wishing he could slap that smirking face of Yuchi. How infuriating it was that with such a disreputable visage, the rascal dared to engage him in a game of romance. Ha ha ha, enough of this, enough. It's simply too amusing. Luo Song's playful banter caught Yoichi off guard, eliciting a sudden burst of laughter from him. He clutched his stomach, laughing so heartily that his eyes nearly closed. Luo Song was rendered speechless. How audacious you are. Under Luo Song's scowling gaze, Yuchi strolled back to his resting place with a beaming smile, each step a testament to his unrestrained joy. Observing his gait, which was so exuberant it nearly caused him to double over with laughter, Luo Song felt an overwhelming urge to demonstrate his own formidable masculinity. Alas, you have yet to experience the harsh realities of life. Luo Song's face was dark as he pondered. With the essential items at hand, he quickly set up his portable tent and arranged the bedding. After a brief moment of stargazing with Xiaoxi, both the man and the beast succumbed to a deep slumber, drifting into a realm of delightful dreams. In the middle of the night, within the cabin of the Rumar pirates, a flickering light illuminated the space. A man with an afro and a boy sat facing each other. If possible, would you mind sharing your troubles with me? Brook inquired gently, directing his words towards Sengoku. An overwhelming sense of being understood surged within Sengoku, igniting an impulse to confide everything to his counterpart. Yet, reason compelled him to remain silent. After all, the other was merely a pirate. While he was a Navy officer devoted to justice, there were certain matters he believed should remain unspoken. Nevertheless, his silence did not imply ignorance on the part of others. In truth, I can roughly discern your current thoughts. You still find it difficult to accept pirates, do you not? Brooke remarked solemnly, his eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom. Although your opinions are of no consequence to me, I feel compelled to share a few words, hoping they may provide you with some insight. Chapter 85. I, Sengoku, shall become the fleet admiral. The night passed without further conversation. As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, the distant clouds were bathed in fiery hues by the yet-to-rise sun. Luo Song, it's time to rise and behold the sunrise. Yuchi's voice called from outside the tent, jolting Luo Song and Xiaoxi from their sweet dreams. A stretching out, Luo Song yawned as he and Xiaoxi opened their eyes, quickly donning their attire before stepping out of the tent. It's not as if I've never seen a sunrise before. Why awaken me so early? Glared with lifeless eyes, grumbling in a rather irritable manner. Ha ha, regardless. You will undoubtedly be unable to sleep soon, so it would be better to wake you up early. He added, let me show you the traditional skills of our Lumba pirate crew. Yuchi looked at Luo Song with a bemused expression, and judging by his demeanor, he must have rested well the previous night. Traditional skills? A glimmer of realization flashed across Luo Song's eyes. Recalling the performances of Yuchi and Brooke from the previous night, he felt an inexplicable anticipation regarding the so-called traditional supernatural abilities of the Rumar pirates. He gently patted Xiaoxi, signaling it to put away its belongings. Xiaoxi, with a languid glance, clearly had no intention of cooperating. It was not until Luo Song adopted a solicitous demeanor and addressed it, "Oh, dear Xiaoxi, sweet Xiaoxi, could you tidy up and then continue your slumber? After all, you sleep every day. A moment more or less hardly makes a difference." Reluctantly, Xiaoxi transformed once more into a sphinx, effortlessly folding the tent before reverting to its original size and settling upon Luo Song's shoulder. "By the way, don't you think the commotion is rather excessive?" Yuchi suddenly remarked. Experiencing such a chilling sight for the first time would surely be startling, wouldn't it? Luo Song, Xiaoxi, it does indeed seem to be this way. Luo Song pondered deeply over this issue, then turned to Xiaoxi and inquired, "Is there a more understated approach?" Xiaoxi shot Luo Song a glance of disbelief. From the perspective of developing this capability, it is certainly achievable. Indeed. Luo Song nodded earnestly. "However, you must realize that I have only recently consumed the devil fruit. How can you impose such numerous demands upon me?" Xiaoxi retorted with exasperation. "Hee, indeed, indeed. In truth, things are quite satisfactory at present, at the very least. I possess a sufficient level of prestige and can occasionally frighten others." Noticing Xiaoxi's dissatisfaction, Luo Song promptly expressed that he held no objections. A true man must embody both sweetness and indulgence, knowing when to be humble. Competing with his adorable pet was something Luo Song found himself incapable of achieving. As dawn approached, the members of the Lumba Pirates gradually made their way to the deck. After a rare respite, Carp and the others appeared revitalized, engaging in cheerful conversations with the pirates. Not far away, the rosy-cheeked Brook was leading the somewhat listless Sengoku towards Luo Song. "Luo Song, why do you appear to have a sense of aftermath?" "Ah, Mr. Luo Song, I shall leave this child in your care. I believe he has matters he wishes to discuss with you." Brook cast a mysterious smile at Luo Song and left Zhongguo in his hands. He then forcibly dragged the eager Yuchi away, bidding farewell to Luo Song with a chuckle. "Brook, you rascal. Mr. Luo Song. You two converse while I deal with this unreliable captain." Yuchi struggled, yet Brook dragged him away with little regard, soon rendering him silent. In the distance, a large gathering of pirates seemed to be in deliberation. As Yuchi was pulled before them, a sudden cheer erupted. However, that was of no concern to Luo Song. "Now, it is just the two of us, Zhongguo. Do you have any inquiries you wish to voice?" Observing Zhongguo's despondent demeanor, Luo Song found himself intrigued. What had Brook conveyed to him? "Mr. Luo Song, Brook shared some of his own experiences with me. He conveyed that evil and justice are not absolute, and he urged me not to blindly trust what others say, but to observe and understand for myself before forming a judgment." Zhongguo articulated his thoughts with some hesitation, ultimately expressing his lingering doubts. "Mr. Luo Song, could you enlighten me on whether the Navy is truly just? Can the world government be deemed trustworthy? I would greatly appreciate your insights and perspectives on this matter." Zhongguo bowed deeply, his words earnest and heartfelt. From Luo Song, one can discern the entanglements of the warring states period. However, he believes that such matters are indeed quite unnecessary. In the warring states, certain truths will naturally reveal themselves when one has gained sufficient experience. To know them prematurely only invites unnecessary distress. So, must you heed this? The subtle tone of Luo Song instilled a sense of foreboding in Zhongguo. "Regardless, my curiosity persists, I implore you." Zhongguo bowed once more. "Rise, since you are so resolute, I shall indulge you with a few words. Do you ponder why I remain a mere colonel to this day? Bear in mind that the illustrious Grand Admiral Kong is my dear brother, who, then, possesses the authority to sway Kong's decisions." As Razanani's words fell, Sengoku's countenance turned ashen in an instant. "Are you saying?" Sengoku found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Pirates are not necessarily villains, much like the Rumba Pirates. There exist many who venture out to sea in pursuit of their dreams without ever committing malevolence. The world government is not beyond suspicion either. The corruption brought about by power has long since taken root within this colossal entity. Should one comprehend the actions of the celestial dragons, one would likely find any lingering doubts dispelled. The celestial dragons. Sengoku's eyes glazed over. He was well aware of their existence. Yet, he had never contemplated such matters before. Now, upon reflection, his faith in the world government began to unravel. Is there truly no resolution to this predicament? Where, then, does my justice reside? Sengoku gazed helplessly at Razanandi, yearning for an answer. Luo Song smiled, saying, "There is indeed a possibility for a turnaround in our situation." "How so?" Sengoku's eyes suddenly sparkled with urgency as he pressed Luo Song for an answer. "You must grow stronger." "Stronger?" Unlike the world government, where influence is limited. If you possess sufficient strength and talent, and your actions do not contravene the will of the world government, you can ascend to a prominent position within the Navy. While you cannot sway the world government, at least you can exert control over this territory of the Navy. Perhaps here, you can pursue the justice you desire. Sengoku's eyes gleamed even brighter. In that moment, he rediscovered his faith. He nodded earnestly, declaring, "Instructor, I will strive to become the new admiral of the Navy, doing everything within my power to reform it and capture every rogue pirate." With that, Sengoku excitedly bid farewell to Luosong and went off to find his companions. Little did anyone know that two audacious individuals aboard a pirate ship had dared to discuss the chilling notion of becoming an admiral of the Navy. After Sengoku departed, Luosong wore a nostalgic expression, murmuring to himself, "Old man, I hope you are satisfied with my actions." Xiaoxi remained silent, allowing Luosong's memories to unfold uninterrupted. Forget the sorrowful past. Laughter beckons you, rushing toward the rising sun, heralding a beautiful tomorrow. May we both find happiness and joy as the red sun ascends, casting its gentle light upon our faces. Relishing this boundless beauty, our spirits soar. On a note regarding recent updates, due to the pandemic, many schools have postponed their openings indefinitely, particularly universities with a broader intake. As June approaches, numerous exams are on the horizon, making preparation a significant challenge. University grades comprise not only final examinations but also continuous assessments, often burdened with a plethora of demanding assignments. Thus, in the coming month, my updates may lack consistency. There may be times when I have the capacity to write, and other times when homework overwhelms me, leaving me to struggle to maintain a single update. After all, writing is merely a hobby, and I cannot allow it to interfere with my studies, as that would be counterproductive. However, I assure you that I will not abandon this endeavor. Additionally, it has been 2 months since I began this work. Although my writing may not be exemplary, I have amassed over 200,000 words, and it is time to consider publishing. The decision to publish is not driven by monetary gain, as I likely will not earn much and might not even qualify for full attendance. Rather, I am curious to see how many readers engage with this novel. Tentatively, I plan to launch around June 1st, aiming to compile several chapters for a burst of updates. At that time, I will likely share a few words on the occasion. So I wanted to give you all a heads up in advance. Chapter 86, Carp, Come and See My Precious Treasure. It turns out that the traditional talent of the Lumba pirates is choral singing. Disappointment is certainly an understatement. Nevertheless, Luosong found enjoyment in it, as the melodies were enchanting. We are a collective of adventurers united by our passion for music, aspiring to share our songs with the world, bringing joy to all. The rising sun symbolizes hope and the future. Every morning, we gather to sing at dawn, a cherished ritual that has gradually become our tradition. On one side of the pirate ship's railing, Yuchi was explaining their crew's traditional talents to Luosong. "So, this is why you deliberately utter those ambiguous remarks to mislead me?" Luosong cast a sidelong glance at Yuchi. One wouldn't have guessed that the young man had a hint of mischief about him. Perhaps it is merely a reflection of someone's unhealthy thoughts, overthinking matters? Yoichi smiled as he spoke. "Our destination is the inverted mountain, and the journey will likely take more than half a month, during which we will make several supply stops. Where do you intend to disembark?" "The inverted mountain, you say?" Luosong suddenly recalled something and turned to look at Labu, who was playing with the members of the pirate crew in the nearby sea. He remarked, "In that case, it seems you shall soon part ways. Are you willing to bear it?" Luosong did not specify who he was referring to, yet Yuchi understood immediately, gazing at the familiar figure with a mixture of concern and reluctance. He sighed, "Indeed, it is difficult to part ways. We truly do not wish to be separated from Labu. Labu is like our child, and it is equally unable to bear our absence. However, it is simply too young to confront the perils of the Grand Line. We have no choice but to leave it at Reverse Mountain until our return." Yuchi spoke with a melancholic expression. "But what if you perish in the Grand Line?" "Perhaps that would be a blessing in disguise," he replied with a forced smile. "After all, if we were to meet our demise, it would mean that little Labu has evaded a catastrophe, which is a rather comforting thought. I senti it. Ultimately, once one becomes a pirate, who can truly predict what the future holds? Everyone merely strives diligently for a better existence. It is settled then. We shall disembark at Reverse Mountain. Should the opportunity arise, I will go and check on Labu for you," Luosong suddenly remarked. Yuchi looked at Luosong with a hint of surprise, then smiled. "It is truly hard to fathom that someone like you could be in the Navy." "What is so unbelievable about my being in the Navy?" Luosong's expression darkened. I possess immense strength, an exceptionally handsome appearance, and a strong sense of justice. Tell me, in what aspect do I not resemble a naval officer? Upon hearing Luo Song's shameless self-praise, Xiao Si was the first to chuckle. Well, aside from the first point, none of your claims hold true. Xiao Si ruthlessly exposed Luo Song's flaws. Yuqi could hardly contain his amusement, laughing rather ungraciously. You too. Luo Song found himself at a loss for words, even conceding that the other party's arguments held some merit. Could they not extend a modicum of courtesy and feign agreement? Alas, they could not. The unanimous response caused Luo Song's expression to darken. TCH, I shall not engage with you any longer. How childish. Xiao Si rolled her eyes. Just as the trio was enjoying their conversation, a sudden roar from a monster echoed through the air, followed closely by the frantic wails of Labu. Trouble was afoot. Luo Song and Yuqi exchanged a glance, and not far from them, a colossal marine creature resembling a hippopotamus emerged from the ocean's surface. Its formidable fangs bared as it relentlessly pursued Labu. It was astonishing that such a creature could be encountered in this locale. This is also the first time Luo Song has encountered this. Although rare, over time, such occurrences are inevitable. Yuqi, however, was not particularly surprised by it. Let us hurry to assist. If we delay, unforeseen circumstances may arise, he remarked. With that, Yuqi, seasoned in such matters, prepared to head towards the ship's artillery. There's no need for such trouble, leave it to us. Rosong suddenly grabbed Yuqi, feeling an itch for action. You guys? Don't worry if I can't handle it. There's always Xiaoxi. That kind of fellow is easily dealt with. Indeed. Yuqi recalled Xiaoxi's transformed physique. Confronting this ordinary sea king should pose no challenge. The two conferred briefly before approaching the anxious crowd of pirates. Captain, fire the cannons. Labu is in grave danger. Brooke urged urgently. Yes, Captain, we can't afford to delay. We must drive that sea king away. The pirates pressed eagerly, anticipating their captain's command. Not to fret, for today we have Mr. Rosong's assistance. Rosong, please make your move swiftly. Yuqi reassured his crew while urging Rosong to act. Instructor Rosong. At the same time, Carp and others among the onlookers displayed surprise. They hadn't expected Rosong to take action. They couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. TCH, what's there to boast about? I'll achieve it one day too, Carp scoffed, though his eyes betrayed an undeniable yearning. Upon hearing Cap's mumbling, Rosin's face broke into a mischievous smile as a brilliant idea struck him. Mr. Rosin, please act swiftly to assist Labu. I would be eternally grateful, Brooks said, gazing at Rosin with hope. Indeed, please do not delay, the pirates implored, their eyes fixed eagerly upon Rosin. Luo Song hesitated no longer and suddenly remarked to Carp, Carp, in a moment, I shall show you a remarkable treasure. Carp responded with confusion, while the others shared his bewilderment. Xiaoxi, hold on tight. Fear not, should you fall, it shall not pose any issue for me. In the blink of an eye, Luo Song slightly bent his knees and began to tread upon the air, ascending gracefully into the void. This was one of the Navy's 6 techniques, the moonwalk. A pirate gasped in astonishment. Carp and his companions gazed enviously at Luo Song, suspended in midair. They had learned the moonwalk as well, yet at their current proficiency, they were unable to execute it successfully. Suspended above, Luo Song focused on the direction of the Sea King, which seemed oblivious to his presence, perhaps deeming him a negligible threat. This was indeed fortuitous. Luo Song smiled faintly. Steam began to swirl around his arms, and blood coursed rapidly through his veins, causing his limbs to take on a cerulean hue. Is this the manifestation of Instructor Luo Song's haki? Zifu exclaimed in astonishment. It appears incredibly formidable. Carp's expression turned grave, realizing that Luo Song's haki far surpassed his own. Ha ha ha, take my all-metal, rapid-fire Italian cannon. Damn it. Roaring with wild laughter, Luo swung his fist with great speed, unleashing a flurry of armed haki-infused punches. The colossal shadows of his fists descended upon the Sea Kings like a torrential downpour. The anguished cries of the Sea Kings echoed, their desperate attempts to evade proving futile, until silence enveloped them. Chapter 87. Carp, do you have any objections? As Luo Song retracted his hand, seizing the body of the Sea King before it sank into the depths, he resolved to drag it back to the ship for a sumptuous feast. With joyful cries, Lapu circled around Luo Song, expressing heartfelt gratitude. On the pirate ship, exclamations of delight erupted. Oh la la. Truly formidable. Master Luo Song lives up to his reputation. Such an impressive display of haki. Lapu has been saved. What joy. We owe our thanks to Master Luo Song. The pirates rejoiced, their cheers resonating in the air. While Sengoku, Zephyr, Silly, and Crane could not help but join in their exuberance. Only Carp could not suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is that fellow Rosan's hockey truly so formidable? Carp felt an overwhelming impulse. Such a violent fist was precisely his preferred style. Boom. The immense corpse of the Sea King plummeted, causing the vessel to sag slightly under its weight. Ha ha ha. Where is the chef? I demand to feast upon the Sea King. Ro laughed heartily, and the pirates gathered around. I am the ship's cook, here to prepare Sea King delicacies for you, Lord Ro, exclaimed a large, rotund pirate, his eyes brimming with admiration for Ro. Very well, I entrust this task to you. Ensure its completion. The pirate eagerly responded, his enthusiasm casting a shadow of melancholy over Yuchi. Why is it that every time I ask Dave to prepare a midnight snack, he never exhibits such eagerness? Yuchi lamented softly. Perhaps this is what they call charisma. Luo-song, with a tone of mockery, exclaimed, what a shameless individual. Xiaoxi, devoid of compassion, added fuel to the fire. Am I, then, not even comparable to a shameless person? Yuchi feigned a melancholic demeanor, provoking a wave of hearty laughter. After the jovial exchange, Luo-song navigated through the crowd and approached Carp, a teasing smile adorning his face. So what do you think of this treasure? Isn't it cool? Would you like to learn? Cool? What nonsense. Carp momentarily lost his train of thought, his genuine feelings escaping his lips before he realized his indiscretion, covering his mouth. His face flushed crimson as he replied, what is there to envy? I too shall achieve this in due time. I didn't realize you were so confident, Carp. Zifa, would you like to learn? I can teach you. Luo-song raised an eyebrow and intentionally remarked, think. However, my armament hockey is not yet functioning properly. Zifa's expression was one of hesitation. What difference does it make? If you don't learn, you won't learn. I have no objections. What are you hesitating for? Once you've mastered it to a satisfactory level, I shall bestow upon you my title of Iron Fist. With that in mind, doesn't it provide you with some motivation? Luo-song gazed at Zfa with a persuasive glimmer in his eyes, causing Zfa to feel a stir of emotions as he involuntarily swallowed several large gulps of saliva. The prospect of inheriting the title of instructor was indeed tantalizing. Even the onlookers, including Zhang Gua, Shi Li, and he, appeared utterly envious. As Luo-song spoke, he cast a sideways glance at Carp. Sure enough, when he mentioned that Zephyr would inherit the title of Iron Fist, Carp exploded. What did you just say, you bastard instructor? When have I ever said I wouldn't learn? Remember this, I, Carp, am not studying just for some ridiculously low title like Iron Fist. I'm purely focused on becoming stronger. Carp's face flushed crimson as he rambled on, and it was evident to anyone that he was engaging in self-deception. Although one can never awaken a person feigning sleep, they can certainly relish in mocking them. Hiya. Ha 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 ha. Observing Carp's frantic demeanor, the others quickly understood his thoughts, clutching their stomachs and laughing uncontrollably at his insincere display. Carp, in a fit of defiance, held his head high, his face still flushed, while stealing glances at Luo-song's expression. What did he see? Luo-song was surprisingly chuckling. Carp remarked, damn it. It feels like a myocardial infarction. Do you have any objections? In a moment of heated impulse, Carp momentarily disregarded the formidable threat posed by Luo-song and the ambiguous boundaries that might or might not exist. With an air of arrogance and an exceedingly domineering demeanor, he uttered this profoundly menacing statement. Luo-song, oh, everyone, this fellow is truly audacious. How amusing. Luo-song found the situation increasingly intriguing. Raising an eyebrow, a wicked smile adorned his face, unmistakably revealing his malevolent intentions to those around him. Naturally, I had no objections. Luo-song spoke with a dismissive air, his demeanor casual and devoid of sincerity. Cap, sensing an abrupt shift in the atmosphere, glanced around and noticed that everyone was regarding him with an expression of awe mixed with disbelief. He then turned his gaze back to Luo-song, whose face bore a faint, enigmatic smile, and to the pitying look from Xiaoxi. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the gravity of the situation. Cold sweat began to trickle down his back, and Cap felt an overwhelming sense of disorientation. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Cap, experiencing a momentary lapse in memory, was utterly bewildered. However, this did not deter Luo-song from inscribing a significant note about him in his little notebook. You stated your desire to learn the technique I just demonstrated and inquired if I had any objections. My response is, none whatsoever. Ro-song smiled and said, to kill the heart. Kapu, Zifa, Instructor Ro-song, I am here. I have changed my mind. I shall bestow upon you a title personally. The moniker of Iron Fist shall be reserved for Kapu. Very well. Zifa stifled a laugh. By now, they had all discerned the situation. For reasons unknown, Kapu seemed particularly attached to the title of Iron Fist. Yet, he should have known better than to challenge Rosong, a person both meticulous and keen on tormenting him. Ah. It seems that having the instructor personally assign a fitting title feels more gratifying than simply being called Iron Fist. Perhaps I ought to express my gratitude to Kapu for his noble sacrifice. In a moment of schadenfreude, Zifa and several others exchanged amused glances. The surrounding pirates observed the scene with expressions of eager anticipation. Kapu, I feel so anxious. How did I end up in this predicament? Just as Kapu's thoughts began to spiral, suddenly, a large hand of Rasen rested upon his shoulder. Karp was taken aback, noticing the approving gaze of Rasen upon him. Karp, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were no ordinary individual. Karp responded, why are you praising yourself now? This is making me even more anxious. You are destined to inherit the name of my Iron Fist. And I find great solace and joy in that, Karp. You have truly grown up. Luo Song wore a peculiar expression, admiringly patting Karp's shoulder with great enthusiasm. Karp exclaimed, cough, that hurts. Thus, I have resolved that, in order not to disappoint your fervent admiration and to better align you with the esteemed title of Iron Fist. During this period before my return to the Navy, I shall impose the most rigorous standards upon you, to train you. How does that make you feel? Are you not suddenly ignited with passion? Strive forward, young one. This is the essence of youth. Rosong raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up to Karp, his broad smile revealing a dazzling array of pearly white teeth that shone brilliantly. Karp retorted, you think I'm a fool in my youth? If I couldn't defeat you, I would. What a ridiculous situation. Chapter 88, The Upside-Down Mountain. Until we meet again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 2, 3, 4. Do not pause. Karp, a man must never say he cannot. 4, 2. The resounding voice of Rosong echoed. In a corner of the Lumba pirate ship, the massive Rosong sat cross-legged upon Karp's back, his demeanor serene as he sipped from a jug of delectable fruit wine. The stark contrast between the large and the small, the one above and the one below, created an intensely striking visual effect. The peculiar yet rhythmical chant bewildered Karp, who struggled beneath Rosong's weight. Damn it, instructor, can you not keep your mouth shut? Karp gasped between his exertions, each utterance requiring him to draw a deep breath, while beads of sweat cascaded from his body, soaking a considerable area of the floor beneath him. In response to Rosong's demand for strength, Karp had been compelled to endure humiliation and engage in various challenges that tested the limits of human endurance since that fateful day. The sight was indeed heartbreaking, evoking tears from those who bore witness. At this moment, a large group of sympathetic onlookers gathered nearby, their eyes filled with pity and eager anticipation as they observed the unfolding scene. Do you think Karp can endure 1,000 repetitions this time? One asked. Just look at Lord Rosong's size. Having such a heavy individual seated on that boy's back is daunting enough. If he can manage it, that would be remarkable. Indeed. I doubt I could last even a moment. It must be said, that lad is truly extraordinary. Another chimed in, rather than calling him extraordinary. It would be more fitting to say he possesses audacity, daring to speak to Lord Rosong in such a manner. Yet, it must be noted, Lord Rosong has a remarkable memory. Just as one pirate was about to comment on Rosong's vengeful nature, a large hand landed on his shoulder, interrupting his words. Captain. The pirates greeted the newly arrived Yuchi. Pay no heed to me. Feel free to enjoy the spectacle, but be cautious of the words you utter, lest you find yourself in trouble. I cannot guarantee your safety then. Yuchi smiled, albeit with a hint of exasperation, as he glanced toward Rosong, who was supervising Karp's grilling push-up routine from his perch. Phew, I'm fortunate not to be one to court disaster. Rockong, that petty fellow, is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Yuchi silently clicked his tongue. Among the onlookers were naturally Sengoku, Zifa, Silly, and Crane. Goodness. I am fortunate that I have always been rather timid, unlike Karp, who seems intent on courting disaster. Silly wore a look of trepidation. That fellow Rockong will not be idle now. Crane's lips twitched. Sengoku adjusted his slightly askew frog glasses, their lenses gleaming with wisdom. Judging by the delight Rockong is currently reveling in, Karp's misfortune stems purely from his idleness. Why does Karp never seem to learn? Sengoku exhibited a profound curiosity regarding Karp's unyielding spirit of self-destruction. If he had any memory, he wouldn't be Karp. Zifa suddenly interjected, then fell into silence, observing Carp, who was drenched in sweat yet refused to relent, his eyes filled with contemplation. Zifa, do not envy Carp. That lad is simply a freak. Silly, understanding Zifa's current thoughts, offered him some comfort. No, I do not envy him. Zifa shook his head and stated, I merely wish to imprint Carp's training methods in my mind as motivation for my own future endeavors. Even a genius of his caliber, far surpassing others, does not abandon training, even under Rokong's pressure. He is a figure I ought to learn from. Upon Zifa's words, the group quickly fell into deep thought, their spirits no longer inclined towards entertainment. I am off to train, Sengoku suddenly declared. Wait for me, I shall join you, Crane exclaimed, pursuing him. Zifa, shall we? Silly glanced between Zifa and the departing Sengoku, displaying hesitation. Let us go as well, Zifa smiled calmly. Very well. Silly responded with enthusiasm. Thus, in the ensuing half-month, aside from the amusing spectacle of Carp being tormented, the ship of the Rumar pirates was graced with several diligent little ones, fervently engaged in training. The pirates aboard began to feel invigorated. Yo-ho-ho. It feels as though I have returned to my youth, Brook exclaimed, covering his face with his hands, his complexion flushed. Captain, draw your sword. Let us engage in a duel of men, Yuchi retorted. You go to hell. After several resupplies and more than half a month of sailing, the Rumbar pirates finally reached their current destination. A magnificent waterfall appeared before their eyes, and from a distance, the wonders of nature never failed to evoke a profound sense of awe. Carp, you are finally free. Rosen gently patted the somewhat dazed Carp, leaving him momentarily stunned. To be honest, he truly had no recollection of how the past days had unfolded, his mind enveloped in a fog, consumed by thoughts of the torment inflicted by Rosen. Save for the basic necessities of eating and sleeping. Today, however, it had all come to an unexpected end. Carp felt a surreal sense of nostalgia, as if it were merely yesterday. Yuchi, it is time to bid farewell to Lab Luo Song. With a hint of melancholy, spoke to Yuchi. Let us wait a moment longer. It is truly difficult to part ways, yet there is no alternative. The vessel continued its journey, ascending the summit of the Red Earth continent along the treacherous currents with surprising ease. Moments later, it began its descent, gliding downwards with the flow of the water. The wailing of Labu echoed behind the ship of the Rimba pirates, as it too unexpectedly followed the vessel over the inverted mountain. It was both an unforeseen occurrence and yet entirely within reason. Rosong sighed softly. The twin gorges were beginning to emerge faintly in the eyes of the crowd, while Labo persistently pursued. Yoshi gritted his teeth, stating, there is no other choice. We must ensure that Labo remains here. Beyond this point lies the Grand Line, a perilous realm for him. Brook appeared absent-minded, and the other pirates were enveloped in silence. It seemed that there was a lighthouse keeper in the twin gorges, a kind-hearted surgeon. Perhaps you could entrust Labu's care to him. Raozong stroked his chin and mused. He was uncertain whether Yuchi and the others were acquainted with the individual named Colokas, yet he felt that bringing it up was not amiss. There was no alternative. Yuchi sighed, while the pirates remained silent, the oppressive atmosphere making even Carp and his companions hesitant to speak. Unbeknownst to them, Labu was brimming with excitement. Having traversed Reverse Mountain and now keeping pace with the rhythmic advance of the Rumar pirates. With a joyful cry, woo-woo-woo, Labu's cheerful sound echoed as the ship sailed into the twin gorges, flanked by towering lighthouses. On one side, a robust young man was sketching on a canvas. Excuse me. Are you the lighthouse keeper? Brook called out loudly, cupping his hands to amplify his voice. Oh, I hear someone calling me. The young man turned and approached the anchored pirate ship, inquiring of its crew. I am Dr. Colokas, the keeper of the lighthouse. What can I assist you with? Unfamiliar pirates? His demeanor remained calm, devoid of any tension. Yuchi glanced toward Labu, who was swimming toward them, gritted his teeth, and spoke resolutely. We wish to ask you to care for an island whale named Labu, who is a vital member of our family. Labu, until we meet again. Chapter 89. The farewell song. The eclectic Rumbar pirates began to disembark, their seemingly fearsome appearance failing to intimidate Colokas. Having guarded the lighthouse and the twin gorges his entire life, he had encountered countless pirates. Why would you entrust me with your family member? Colokas inquired, confusion clouding his expression. It is because that child is still too young. For its safety, we cannot take it to the Grand Line, Yuchi stated solemnly. With Brook standing alongside him, his expression sorrowful. In a dim corner, Raozong, accompanied by Carp and others, observed the dejected pirates. Woo-woo. With a cheerful cry, the whale resonated nearby as Colokas squinted towards the approaching figure of Labu. It truly is quite small. Realizing the implications, Coloccus understood that allowing Labu to accompany the Rumbar pirates to the Grand Line could expose it to perilous threats. Understanding Yuchi's intent, he noted the pirates' reluctance, yet their resolute decision for Labu's safety. This brought a sudden uplift to Coloccus's spirits. These pirates seem quite intriguing, he thought to himself. May I ask, are you able to fulfill our request? Brooke politely inquired, bowing slightly. Coloccus paused momentarily before responding with a smile. Caring for this little whale is no trouble at all. I am rather idle anyway. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Rumbar pirates sparkled with hope. However, Coloccus continued, his tone shifting. Helping you out for nothing feels rather unfair. Might you offer me a reasonable reward? Suddenly adopting a more mercenary demeanor, he scrutinized the pirates' reactions with a knowing smile. Reward? The pirates exchanged glances, taken aback by this unexpected twist. How much berries do you require? We would spare no expense, even if it means depleting our entire treasure. Yuchi responded on behalf of the group. No, money is of no use to me. Coloccus shook his head, then smirked mischievously. What I desire is something far more precious. Something more precious? Perhaps treasure? Or a devil fruit? The pirates began to speculate. Hey, think carefully. What he seeks is sincerity. Do you understand? Don't trivialize others. Rousing interjected, noticing the conversation veering off course. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect someone to guess so quickly. Coloccus laughed heartily, unperturbed. Ah, I see. Brooke exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him. Sincerity, Yuchi repeated, suddenly lifting his gaze. Then let us perform the music we excel at for you. Music? Coloccus was astonished. You mean you understand music? Of course. The Rumbar pirates buzzed with excitement as they spoke of their passion. Our crew is composed solely of those who love music, aspiring to bring joy to crying children. Our performances are the finest in the West Sea. The pirates animatedly discussed, confidence radiating from their smiles. Very well. Coloccus, caught up in the jubilant atmosphere, replied with a grin, let us set the time for tonight. As we bid farewell to Labu, this is our final evening together. Long live the captain. Tonight, sleep shall evade me. Let us play to our heart's content. As night fell, a bonfire blazed, the enticing aroma of grilled meat and the scent of alcohol wafting through the air. With a tinge of farewell melancholy, lively melodies began to resonate. Woo-woo-woo nearby, Labu emitted a mournful sound beside a rock. On the rock, Brooke and Yuchi were conversing with it. Labu, dear child, the Grand Line is far too perilous for you. You must stay here temporarily with Mr. Coloccus and wait for our return, all right? Brooke said, his eyes glistening as he struggled to hold back tears. We will surely come back for you. Labu, do not be sad. We all cherish you dearly. And we will return swiftly, so we can sail together once you grow strong. Yuchi consoled the heartbroken Labu. With a downcast gaze, Labu's mournful cries betrayed its sorrow. Labu. Brooke lowered his head, embracing Labu gently while pointing to the crew performing in the distance. Listen, everyone is playing their hearts out for your farewell. Let us not leave them with regrets, shall we? Woo-woo. Labu's low tone resonated softly as it nodded. Come, let us together play the song of departure. Yuchi stood up and called out to the crew nearby. Brooke, it's time for us to join. All right, Captain. Two agile figures leaped gracefully into the air, arcing beautifully as they descended into the midst of the crew. To Bink Sake, we toast. With the spirit of impending journey, the entire Rumbar pirates, each bearing their beloved instruments, commenced their performance for the night. On the distant shores, the sunset is as boisterous as ever, with the melodies of birds painting circles in the air. The crew, with tears glistening in their eyes, reminisces about the cherished moments spent with Labu, each playful encounter, every thrilling adventure, the unbreakable bond gradually forged throughout their journey. The melancholic notes resonate, echoing the rhythm of Bink Sake, marking Labu's final performance alongside the Rumbar pirates. Farewell to the harbor, the land of silk. Let us sing the song of departure. The golden waves and silver ripples transform into splashes as we set forth solely for the sea. The song flows gently, imbued with profound emotion, performed tirelessly, time and again, each rendition offering a spiritual awakening and resonance. This is the most unforgettable reward I have ever received. I shall ensure the welfare of this little whale. Music has the power to bridge the emotional chasms between strangers. Amidst this enchanting melody, Coloccus perceives the deep connection between the Rumbar pirates and the little whale Labu, moved to the core. Indeed, this music is nothing short of breathtaking. Beside Coloccus, Rosin leans languidly against a stone, savoring exquisite food and drink while expressing heartfelt admiration. Farewells are inevitable, often. All we can do is cherish the beauty of the present moment even more. With the chorus, The night unfolds. Chapter 90. Learning to embrace farewells. The wild night serves as the Rumbar pirates' last revelry before parting ways with Labu. As the performance reaches its zenith, the pirates leap into the sea, frolicking alongside Labu while singing in unison. On the shore, a few more reserved pirates continue to play their instruments. Though the music may lack the initial splendor, it possesses a unique charm. Drunkenly lost in reverie, one might describe the state of the Rumbar pirates at this moment. Everyone expresses their inner sorrows through song and performance. Except for speaking of which, weren't you all supposed to be skilled musicians? Why do you seem so unique? Kurokas, perplexed, observes the melancholic demeanor of Razan, who is heartily feasting and drinking, alongside Cap, who is either eating, exercising, or napping in the background. Something feels amiss. Could it be that you are not truly together? Kurokas squints his eyes, smiling slightly, making a casual guess. What a jest. You may doubt my character, but never my identity. Furrowing his brow and with eyes wide as saucers, Kuroka's words transform Razan into a puffed-up rooster. The reason I'm not joining them is purely because my music is too sophisticated. Have you ever heard 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? Or weeping for the heavens? With a Swana in hand, I shall never allow anyone else to take the limelight. Swana? Kurokas reveals a look of curiosity toward this unfamiliar instrument. Indeed, the Swana, a mysterious instrument hailing from my homeland, may be regarded as the king of instruments. Once the Swana is played, who can rival its majesty? Luosong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward, enveloped in an indescribable aura of mastery that left Kurokas in awe. Alas, a great battle from years past had led to the destruction of my prized instrument, which remains beyond repair to this day, forcing me to remain with the Lumba pirates. Oh, how pitiful and lamentable this is. I find myself in such a helpless predicament. Luosong, with his hand resting on his forehead, was engulfed in profound sorrow. Kurokas remarked, I have an unsettling sense that something is amiss. Yet it sounds remarkably impressive nonetheless. And who might these individuals be? Ah, they are my little disciples, sharing in my plight. Ah, I see, Kurokas replied, a look of regret crossing his face. What a pity. Hearing you speak of it has piqued my curiosity about this instrument known as the Swana. I am truly eager to hear its melody. Rest assured, in this lifetime, I shall certainly play a tune on the Swana for you. Luosong's expression was solemn. I am truly grateful to you. By the way, I still do not know your name. Call me Beethoven. I am merely a humble musician, he replied. Ah. I suddenly find myself in urgent need. I must take my leave, Luosong said, and before Kurokas could respond, he swiftly slipped away, soon vanishing from Kurokas' sight. It was not until he reached a secluded spot that Luosong finally paused, unable to contain his laughter any longer. Ha ha ha. This is utterly hilarious. Luosong clutched his belly, laughing so hard that he could scarcely stand upright. You truly are something. Your fabrications are as convincing as the truth. On his shoulder, Xiaoxi silently rolled his eyes, astounded by Luosong's absurd antics, which often surpassed its wildest imagination. Can you not just speak honestly? What would be the fun in that? Watching you Chi and the others revel in their joy nearly suffocates me. Can I not indulge in a bit of amusement myself? All right, fine, of course you can, but you've led them astray. If they were to genuinely seek you out in the future, would you still have the audacity to refuse them? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. There is no rush. Luosong waved his hand nonchalantly, remarking, in a sense, I haven't spoken untruths. If he could procure a Swana for me, I could indeed see him off. Xiaoxi replied with a skeptical expression. Keep on boasting. Returning to Carp and his companions, they huddled together, whispering among themselves. What do you suppose Instructor Luosong truly intends? Shili inquired with curiosity. Could it be that he seeks to conceal our naval identity? Carp pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Shili makes a valid point. I believe we shouldn't hold Luosong in excessively high regard, Crane concluded based on her experience, eliminating all possibilities. We arrive at an answer that seems implausible yet is the most convincing, Sengoku stated calmly. Luosong is simply bored. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the other four fell silent, contemplating deeply. The more they thought, the more they realized the truth in Sengoku's statement. Carp voiced the collective sentiment. Soon, they all bore expressions of exasperation. The following morning, after a night of revelry, the weary pirates slumbered on the beach, only rousing themselves as the sun climbed high in the sky. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. No amount of nostalgia can stave off sorrow. The departing pirates boarded their ship, while the reluctant Kurokas remained on the shore. Thank you, members of the Rumbar pirates, for your music. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Laboon until your return, Kurokas shouted, his voice straining. And Mr. Beethoven, I eagerly anticipate our next meeting, hoping to hear your swona. Beethoven? Who is that? What is a swona? The Rumar pirates looked utterly confused. Bewilderment etched across their faces. No problem. I shall certainly play a tune for you when the opportunity arises, Luo Song interjected, waving farewell to Coloccus. Understanding dawned upon the pirates. Yet they quickly suppressed their urge to jest. Behind Luo Song, his left hand, enveloped in an aura of majestic azure and gold, gripped tightly, exuding an intimidating presence that rendered onlookers speechless. A terrifying man indeed. The pirates trembled in fear. Laboon, we shall return soon. Laboon, you shall be missed. Laboon. Remember to eat well and grow strong. At the stern of the ship, the pirates bid a reluctant farewell to Laboon, while Laboon mournfully responded, yearning to follow the Rumbar pirates as they departed. Laboon, do not follow us any longer. Brooke's expression was one of sorrow. Stay here and wait patiently. We will return shortly. Let us honor this promise, shall we? Tears flowed unrestrained as Brooke slowly lifted his violin, the once cheerful and enchanting notes now tinged with melancholy. Brooke, it seems, bore the heaviest heart, for his bond with Laboon was the strongest. Beside Luo Song, Yuchi remarked with a sense of melancholy. I wonder when we will meet again after this farewell. Yuchi gently shook his head with a sigh, then quietly departed. Luo Song, Xiaoxi suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of wistfulness. Tell me, if there comes a day when we must part ways, how heartbroken would you be? Remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Perhaps he looked as if he were deeply saddened. The sea breeze gently caressed the air as a few pristine seagulls glided across the horizon. In this moment of parting, the exquisite scenery evoked a profound sense of solitude within one's heart. Throughout the lengthy journey of life, farewells are inevitably encountered. All we can do is grow accustomed to them. Nearby, Carp and his companions listened to Luo Song's quiet lament, the sound neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to their ears. It felt as though he was speaking to himself, yet also addressing others. Upon hearing his words, they fell into silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Zephyr's gaze flickered as he observed Luo Song's figure, suddenly struck by a staggering hypothesis. Chapter 91. 3 years later and another 3 years breaking news, the strongest of the Navy, the tyrant Luo Song, is soon to arrive on the Sabaody archipelago as the Navy's representative. Accompanying him will be the recently renowned naval stars, Iron Fist Carp, Black Arm Zephyr, and Sengoku the Buddha. The Sabaody archipelago is finally graced by the presence of the tyrant. On the bustling streets of Sabaody, excited newsboys jubilantly brandish their thick newspapers, weaving through the intricate pathways and shouting with exuberance. Upon hearing their cries, countless individuals eagerly purchased papers in gratitude. After hastily perusing the contents, the expressions of most ordinary folks reflected sheer exhilaration. To them, the ruthless and vengeful Luo Song undoubtedly stood as a true champion of their safety and interests. The Navy's relentless promotion of Luo Song's achievements had fortified their unwavering confidence in him. For the Sabaody archipelago, the arrival of Luo Song was indeed a stroke of great fortune. On Island 17 of the Sabaody archipelago, in a secluded room, a few individuals were engaged in conversation. You must have heard the recent news. What are your thoughts on his impending arrival? Asked a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, casually toying with 2 jade spheres. He dares, exclaimed a young man clad in an expensive suit, his face full of defiance as he slammed his hand on the table. We have paid our protection fees. Does he dare to touch us? The world government would never allow it. The young man's reaction did not garner agreement from the others, who were evidently older and more seasoned. Do you think that, with his strength, he has remained merely a lowly colonel all these years out of disinterest in fame and fortune? Don't be deluded. He has always been at odds with the world government. And if we can avoid becoming targets, we should consider ourselves fortunate, scoffed an old man in black attire. Though the others remained silent, their disdainful glances spoke volumes. Youth, you lack experience and discretion. We are engaged in the business of human trafficking. It would be wise for you not to be so naive. Another elder in a traditional outfit added with a dismissive snort. This young man had only recently entered the trade, rumored to have connections with a prominent figure in the world government. However, how many among them lacked powerful backing? We, the old wolves, do not have the energy to accompany you on a reckless path. Ussa, you hold the most authority here. What do you suggest we do? We shall heed your counsel. The others turned their attention to the middle-aged man named Ussa, the most prominent trafficker in the Sabaody archipelago, whose words commanded respect among the seasoned veterans. The young man's expression shifted as he hesitated, eventually directing his gaze toward Ussa. After a long pause, Ussa slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint illuminating them. We cannot focus solely on the present. That man is currently at the pinnacle of his power, unmatched in combat. We must act discreetly, steering clear of his path and avoiding becoming mere pawns to establish his reputation. But the young man began, only to falter. Usa shot him an icy glance. Given his strained relationship with the world government, it is only a matter of time before someone takes care of him. Are you implying? The old man in black attire's eyes brightened. Be cautious with your words until matters are settled. This meeting is adjourned. Similar scenes unfolded across the Sabaody Islands. From Islands 1 to 29. Confronted with Luo Song's formidable presence, underground forces lacking sufficient confidence and backing opted for a period of discretion. On Island 57. A throng of pirates surged outside the plating factories. Hurry, hurry, plate our ships. I'll take your lives if you delay. A fearsome pirate brandished his machete, threatening the factory workers. Ha! Scoffed a passing pirate, while two burly men behind him hoisted a heavy box. Clang! The box hit the ground with a thud. Upon opening it, they were dazzled by the sight of glittering berries. So much money! Someone exclaimed. As long as my ship is the first to be plated. All this wealth will be yours, the pirate declared boastfully, arms crossed. What do you mean? Are you challenging me? The machete-wielding pirate glared angrily at the other. Do you have a lot of money? No? Then I'm afraid I don't regard you at all, the pirate said dismissively. At that moment, someone finally recognized his identity. He was the infamous golden pirate Wunan, with a bounty of 87 million berries, and he was also heading to the New World. One of the younger pirates, having seen Wunan's wanted poster, exclaimed in astonishment. I have no choice if I want to find more gold. It seems I must venture to the New World, Wunan chuckled, adjusting his hat. However, before that, it seems someone wishes to teach me a lesson. His gaze, devoid of malice yet filled with intimidation, made the machete-wielding pirate's legs tremble. Swallowing hard, he shouted, Help! We're not going to the New World anymore. Everyone, return. The terrified cry swiftly attracted a throng of pirates, who, accompanied by their underlings, hastily departed from Sabaody Archipelago aboard their pirate ship. The journey into the New World had not yet commenced, yet it had already reached an abrupt conclusion. Wunan chuckled softly, paying little heed to their departure. With the arrival of Rozon, the tyrant's fearsome reputation sent many pirates, whether familiar or unfamiliar with him, fleeing in terror. At least during his tenure guarding Sabaody. Any pirate lacking a modicum of confidence in their own strength would likely refrain from venturing into the New World for the time being. The coating factory located on Islands 50 to 59 buzzed with activity as impatient pirates resorted to threats or enticements, eager to leave for the New World at the earliest opportunity. A considerable number of weaker pirates opted instead to retreat, choosing to return along the same path and bide their time until it was safe to return. 3 days later, a colossal naval battleship emerged at the port of Sabaody's 60th island, where the stationed Navy personnel had gathered in anticipation of Rozon's arrival. At the bow of the warship stood a giant, towering over 10 meters tall, exuding an immense and terrifying aura that inadvertently radiated outward, instilling a profound sense of pressure. 3 years had passed, and it seemed the time was nearly ripe. Luo Song sighed softly. On his shoulder, Xiaoxi silently remarked, Luo Song, your current physique is increasingly reminiscent of those grotesque giants. Fear not, fear not. We are almost there, and surely it can be resolved. Rosong chuckled softly. We should disembark now, teacher, came a voice from behind, as Zfe, with his violet hair, spoke respectfully. Yet, within him, turmoil brewed. For he felt he had just overheard something unsettling. Zfe, how many times must I remind you not to call me teacher? Lo Song felt helpless. But you are indeed my teacher. Zfe insisted stubbornly. Are you certain you won't regret this? You must have already guessed something, haven't you? Rozon lowered his head, his eyes brimming with an unusual brilliance. I shall never harbor regrets, although I may not fully endorse certain actions of the pirates amidst the entirety of the Navy. It is only you, dear teacher, who embodies the heroic ideal in my heart. Zephyr spoke his true thoughts with unwavering conviction, his gaze betraying not a hint of doubt. Luo Song remained silent, gazing at Zfe. Zfe, how you've grown. Very well, as your master, I, Luo Song, shall acknowledge you. A smile blossomed on his face. In Luo Song's heart felt a sudden lightness. One must not slay the general. It seems there are certain matters that require my personal intervention. Chapter 92. Engaging in Affairs Titan Cultivation System Current Task. Dominate the Seas Phase 2. The host is required to navigate the vast oceans and enhance their influence as much as possible. Task rewards. Depending on the progress of the task, the concentration of the bloodline can be elevated to varying degrees, up to a maximum of 20. Current enhancement. 9. 9-10, though your notoriety has spread across the first half of the Grand Line, in the face of true power, you remain insignificant. Current personal attributes: name, Edward Rosan race. Do you still consider yourself human? Strength, it would not be an exaggeration to call you a freak. Titan bloodline concentration, 19. 9 techniques. Killing technique, updated version. Unlocking bodily potential, utilizing physical strength perfectly. The power varies according to the host's proficiency. Note, you may attempt a special move without a standard attack. Armament hockey, awakened. Note, a newly developed version combined with Titan blood, seemingly differing in color from the original. Observation hockey, awakened. Conqueror's hockey, awakened. Phase 1. Gazing at the unfamiliar yet familiar attribute panel. Rosan stifled the urge to voice his sarcasm and scrutinized his current bloodline concentration. It is evident that, despite this system being a long-dormant relic, this Titan bloodline is indeed a remarkable asset. Without it, reaching this stage would have been improbable. However, how on earth can one attract companionship with such an ever-growing physique? What a predicament. Unsurprisingly, my bloodline should trace back to the Titans of Greek mythology. Surely, there must be a chance to restore my normal form, right? Surely, right? Surely. Luo Song commenced his self-hypnosis. What I must do now is to create a stir. Then, to shrink. Yes, ideally to attain a size that is perfectly suitable. Luo Song's eyes sparkled with excitement. A resounding boom echoed as the warship docked at the pier of island number 60. Teacher, everyone is waiting for you. ZFA reminded Luo Song. I'll be right there. Gradually pulling himself from his reverie, Luo Song adjusted his mental state to maintain the image of a reliable and composed commander before his subordinates. Come on, if you paid attention normally. Would it be necessary now? Xiao Si bluntly revealed the harsh truth. Were it not for Luo Song's ruthless methods and formidable strength demonstrated in dealing with certain pirates in the past, his usual silly antics might have led to a lack of respect from his subordinates. After all, life is fleeting. One must seize the joy in the moment. Luo Songman nonchalantly remarked, Indeed, despite your hedonistic pursuits, you remain a virgin to this day. Luo Song, when did you become so venomous, little C? Accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of machinery, a gangway slowly descended from the side of the warship. Leading the charge was Luo Song, followed closely by Carp, Sengoku, Sealy, Zephyr, and Crane, with a throng of well-equipped naval soldiers trailing behind them. As they disembarked from the vessel, the fluttering capes of justice evoked a palpable atmosphere of solemnity. Is this truly the strongest combat force of the Navy headquarters? A station colonel exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the unparalleled might of Luo Song, who stood as a fellow naval colonel. It was undeniable. He felt a pang of envy. Ayla, let us go forth to welcome Colonel Luo Song, said Vice Admiral Kaber, the highest-ranking officer stationed at Chambord, casting a knowing glance at the conflicted Ayla. Even I, a Vice Admiral, cannot measure up to his prowess and achievements. To call him a mere colonel is laughable. Vice Admiral Kaber scoffed, clearly well aware of certain actions taken by the world government. Under his leadership, the stationed naval forces approached the contingent led by Luo Song. Ha, Colonel Luo Song. I am Vice Admiral Kaber, the highest authority here. Your arrival has been long anticipated. Oh, how long is long? Luo Song offered a faint smile, engaging in a forced conversation. Keber, he began, I was merely jesting. For the upcoming days, I shall be stationed with everyone at Xiangbidi. Luo Song then leaned closer to Keber's ear, whispering mysteriously, Has there been any trouble at Xiangbidi lately? Keber was taken aback. What are you planning to do? He exclaimed. Of course, I need to find something to occupy myself. Otherwise, how dreary it would be. Luo Song flexed his wrist and spoke with utmost seriousness. He certainly would not divulge his intentions to stir up trouble in order to expedite his ascension. I believe you not, Bull said skeptically. Following a round of conversation and warm welcomes, Luo Song and his companions officially settled in the Shambadi Islands. Thus, Luo Song commenced his quest for provocations. What? You claim that all the pirates on this island have fled? What gives? Is it because of the newspapers? Those wretched things are merely adding to my frustrations. Sengoku, what about the traffickers on the island? Are there any audacious fellows? What? They've all shut down. Ah. How I long to cause a ruckus, yet opportunities elude me. In the Navy branch office, Luo Song scratched his head in distress, idly rolling his face on the desk. Since arriving at Shambadi, Luo Song had assigned Sengoku and a few others to investigate whether there were any individuals worth his intervention. Unfortunately, due to the sensationalism of a certain newspaper, the pirates had vacated the area, and even some nefarious forces had ceased their ostentation, leaving Luo Song devoid of any pretext for action. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise? Zifa's lips twitched. He sensed that his teacher's thought process was rather unconventional. Ignore him. Luo Song is simply too idle, Zifa remarked. Little C, eagerly devouring a platter of exquisite delicacies that Crane had brought, casually interjected. Zifa had no retort, even finding Little C's words to hold merit. Before long, Zifa took his leave. The office fell silent, occupied only by the troubled Luo Song and the munching Little C. Little C, do you think we should be departing soon? Departing? Aside from the writing-obsessed silly, Carp and the others have become quite capable. Their strength not inferior to that of some ordinary rear admirals. I suppose I have nearly fulfilled the old man's request. Haven Ti? And when do you intend to leave? As long as she could be with Luo Song, Little C was indifferent to such matters. We'll see, perhaps we'll find an opportunity. Luo Song furrowed his brow in contemplation. It proved quite challenging to find a suitable opportunity that would not hinder his loyal naval companions in ZFA. Was he truly to rely on the world government losing its wits? In the sacred land of Mariewa, within a vast office, 5 middle-aged men of diverse appearances were engaged in a serious discussion. Chapter 93, The Decision of the 5 Elders Gentlemen. It is time to deliberate on how to deal with that man, proclaimed a bald man clad in a deep green suit. With his current influence, allowing him to remain merely a naval colonel will inevitably ignite dissatisfaction among both the Navy and the populace, leading to our own embarrassment as the world government. Indeed, the current Fleet Admiral Kong has approached me numerous times. We must devise a fitting strategy for his arrangement. Reclining on a sofa, a blond gentleman swirled a glass of deep crimson wine, impatiently loosening his uncomfortable red tie, his irritation palpable. However, he has already rejected our summons and even fed the devil fruit we provided him to his pet. A resounding clap echoed as a furious man in a robe slammed his hand on the table. He is clearly looking down upon us. Calm down, old Forth. It is merely a minor issue. Have you not made any progress in controlling your temper after all these years of swordsmanship? A figure with long, straight black hair, dressed in a deep blue suit that matched his aloof demeanor, spoke in a tone that suggested an unwavering calm amidst the turmoil. His words brought a sudden hush to the heated debate in the conference room. Boss, what do you propose? We shall heed your counsel, said a jovial, slightly plump man with curly hair seated nearby, his demeanor cheerful. The long-haired man surveyed the room before speaking slowly. In the 8 centuries since the establishment of the world government, countless talents like Rozon have emerged, yet only we, the world government, shall ultimately prevail. He is but a minor character. There is no need for excessive concern. Let us grant him one final opportunity. But do not forget the task entrusted to us by Lord M. After all, that seed is nearing maturity. Upon hearing this, the other 4 men recalled their true mission, their expressions instantly turning solemn. The conference room fell into a profound silence. In Mariewa, within a villa designated for the respite of world government personnel, God was in high spirits, having just returned from completing a covert mission and ready to enjoy a well-deserved rest, nestled in his private quarters. He slept soundly until the dawn broke. Suddenly, an irksome ringing of a phone disrupted his tranquility. With a frown, God picked up the telephone book. Moshi Moshi. This is CP1 Chief God Thomas. How may I assist you? What? You want me to go to Sabaody to confer the rank of colonel upon Rozon? Very well. I will head to the fax room immediately. The message invigorated God. A mission to Sabaody? It was a splendid opportunity for a government-funded getaway. His earlier gloom dissipated, and he quickly gathered his belongings before heading to the nearby fax room. Upon retrieving the sealed documents, God prepared to arrange for transport to Sabaody. Cluck, cluck, cluck. I wonder where our chief god is off to on a mission? The deliberately exaggerated voice, reminiscent of a duck, suddenly pierced his ears, causing God to shiver involuntarily. This voice, if he was not mistaken, belonged to Urisfield. A shadow loomed as a stout woman over 4 meters tall appeared before God, her head adorned with an enormous air helmet. Her grotesque visage was painted with exaggerated makeup, and her long, grotesque tongue lasciviously licked her fiery red lips. Her gaze fixated hungrily upon the well-built God. God trembled in fear. I have a mission to attend to in Sabaody. Faced with this terrifying woman, he felt a primal urge to flee. Urisfield was an anomaly among the celestial dragons of Mariewa. Unlike her peers, who deemed themselves superior and shunned contact with the common folk, she was cold and devoid of empathy, harboring a perverse obsession with collecting trophies from any race, be it giants, dwarves, or even non-humans. God, with his handsome features and robust physique, was among her favored prey, though he had managed to elude her clutches thus far. Ha, ha, ha. What fortuitous timing. We are actually heading in the same direction. Would you care to accompany me? Her invitation was nothing short of an order. Relishing the panic evident on God's face. "Well, I am not in any particular hurry. Perhaps you could go ahead?" God, drenched in cold sweat, felt as though a monstrous predator had set its sights on him. "Oh, is that so?" Field teased, "But as far as I know, my vessel is the only one heading to Sabaody. The others have likely been cancelled." A sinister smile crept across her face, sending chills down God's spine. He was certain that more than one ship was bound for Sabaody, yet her assertion left him feeling ensnared. Was this how it would end after years of maintaining his integrity? "Lord Elders, you have truly put me in a predicament. So, what shall it be, Lord God? Will you abandon your mission or join me on my journey to Sabaody?" Faced with the dual outcomes of mission failure and loss of virtue, God realized he had no real choice. Cluck, cluck, cluck. "Wise decision, my lord. Bring Lord God aboard." Field giggled, commanding her servants. Two burly men emerged, dragging the tearful god onto the opulent vessel that was about to set sail. His eyes were dull, devoid of any intention to resist, as if he had resigned himself to despair. A few days later, Field's lavish ship docked at the Sabaody archipelago. God stumbled out of the cabin, his expression numbed, akin to a living corpse. Gazing upon the long-lost blue skies and white clouds, he weakly extended his right hand, yearning to grasp the radiant sunlight. At the Navy's office in Sabaody, within Rozan's office, the door burst open, and an exhilarated group led by Karp rushed in like a gust of wind. "Rozan, Rozan, I hear there's a food festival on the island tomorrow. Shall we go and enjoy it together?" Karp exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm. "Food?" exclaimed Little C, her eyes sparkling. "Yes. Let us go. Let us go." Before Rozan could respond, Little C eagerly answered on his behalf. "Luo Song, do you have any objections?" Xiao Si cast a sidelong glance at Luo Song, exuding a certain degree of intimidation. "No, not at all." In a fleeting moment, Luo Song appeared as innocent as a little kitten. Chapter 94. I desire not only your pet, but you as well. Behold, behold, freshly baked meat buns, grand and white, fragrant and tender, indulgent sweets, an array of delectable candies, both exquisite and expensive, guaranteed to leave you with regrets. A competitive eating contest to determine the king of stinky fruit, with a grand prize of 500,000 berries. Who shall claim the crown? Let us await the outcome in anticipation. Hearthstone barbecue, savor grilled meats while engaging in Gwent. The bustling promenade was filled with a cacophony of shouts and the tantalizing aromas of diverse delicacies, as joyful faces jostled together, lingering at the various food stalls. Hey, Luo Song, I want this and that." Towering over the crowd at over 10 meters, Luo Song, clad in a Navy uniform, instantly garnered tremendous attention. Perched upon his shoulder, the adorable and captivating Little C drooled, incessantly pointing at the food stalls and urging Luo Song and his companions to indulge in a shopping spree. Before long, not only Luo Song, but also Karp, Sengoku, Zifa, Silly, and Crane were all smiling wryly, burdened with an abundance of snacks. "Lord Luo Song, this is for you. This is delicious. Lord Luo Song, do try this." In addition to the items Little C eagerly requested, many vendors, having recognized Luo Song's visage from newspapers, enthusiastically waved their products, expressing gratitude to the naval hero who brought them rare tranquility. "Please accept these. They hold little value, merely a token of our appreciation." "Indeed. Since your arrival, our business has flourished more than ever. This is all thanks to you." Despite Luo Song's persistent refusal to accept payment, the vendors remained adamant, leaving him no choice but to discreetly leave some money behind as he departed quietly. Seeking a moment of peace, the group casually selected a barbecue restaurant nearby. But as they approached the entrance, an observant waiter immediately recognized them. "It is an immense honor to have Lord Luo Song gracing our humble establishment." The waiter, displaying remarkable discernment, guided Luo Song and his companions to an elegantly adorned private room. "Please wait a moment. I shall summon our manager." The waiter bowed and exited, only to return shortly with a rather portly middle-aged man. "Ah, it is a privilege to welcome esteemed naval officers to our modest establishment. We must extend our hospitality." The middle-aged man clapped his hands, and soon, a bevy of lovely waitresses entered the room, bearing platters of irresistibly enticing grilled meats. "These delicacies are specially prepared for you, esteemed guests. Furthermore, your total expenditure today shall be halved, in gratitude for your remarkable contributions to the peace of Chambord." Having concluded his remarks, the middle-aged man wisely refrained from further display before Luo Song and respectfully withdrew. Within the private room, only Luo Song and his companions remained, and a serene silence enveloped them. Gulping eagerly, Karp poured warm tea into his mouth. "Refreshing. he exclaimed, wiping his mouth and expressing a hint of trepidation. Had I known, I would have come alone today. This is rather overwhelming. With that, Carp fished a few rice crackers from the snack platter and crunched on them to steady his nerves. Indeed, it was all Luo Song's fault. Had it not been for him, they would not have encountered such throngs of admirers. Crane, nearly in tears, lamented the overwhelming fame Luo Song now possessed, as they could scarcely take a few steps without encountering a group of fervent fans. Nevertheless, being adored felt quite delightful. Silly regarded Luo Song with envy, although he had garnered a fair number of fans through his writing. Achieving Luo Song's current level of renown in such a short span seemed utterly unattainable. This is the treatment a hero deserves, Zifa remarked joyfully. Knowing that those people sincerely appreciate our teacher makes me feel that his years of hard work have not been in vain, even if he remains a mere colonel. As long as he is recognized, that is enough. All right, let us take advantage of this tranquility to rest. After a while, you need not accompany me. Little C and I shall return directly. Rosong waved his hand to halt ZFA's sycophantic behavior, smacked his lips in mild annoyance, and remarked, I never anticipated that the people here would be so enthusiastic. Had I known, I might as well have remained cooped up in my office. Luo Song was filled with regret. It was merely at Xiao Xi's behest that he joined the festivities, never anticipating that it would escalate to such an extent. Given his current stature, which set him apart from the crowd, he found it impossible to maintain a low profile. Perhaps it would have been wiser to retreat earlier. Indeed, the matter of his physique must be addressed promptly. After a lengthy conversation, the group finally relished a moment of culinary delight. Luo Song returned to the naval base, while Carp and the others resumed their leisurely wanderings. As he approached the vicinity of the naval base, Luo Song suddenly sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The familiar residents nearby were kneeling along the sides of the road, their heads bowed low, too fearful to raise them. Their timid demeanor struck a chord of familiarity within him. This scene seemed reminiscent of something he had encountered before. Colonel Luo Song, I am Commander God Thomas of CP-1. Here on the orders of the world government to convey your promotion notice. In recognition of your strength and achievements, the world government has decided to elevate your rank to Vice Admiral, with the promotion ceremony to be discussed upon your return to the naval headquarters. Vice Admiral Luo Song. Do you have any objections? A somewhat feeble voice emanated from a short distance away. Curiously, Luo Song turned to find a somewhat gaunt man with dark circles under his eyes, one hand resting on his waist, attempting to project an air of seriousness as he addressed him. Behind him lounged a strikingly alluring female celestial dragon, her expression one of unfulfilled desire as she reclined languidly in her chair. Indeed, it was as he suspected. However, since when did world government officials need to resort to such ostentatious displays to secure their positions? Luo Song curiously examined the two individuals, who in turn regarded him with their own distinct thoughts. Inside, Goder felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he was a dignified CP-1 commander. The mere thought of being humiliated by a celestial dragon was unbearable, and he pondered how he could possibly continue to hold his head high within CP-1 if such knowledge were to circulate. Meanwhile, Helisfield's eyes sparkled as she scrutinized the adorable creature perched on Luo Song's shoulder. The lustrous fur, the glistening, expressive eyes, and that irresistibly cute little face. This pet is to be mine. Helisfield's cheeks flushed crimson as she pointed at the small creature on Luo Song's shoulder and gasped in delight. No sooner had her words left her lips than two figures swiftly descended beside Luo Song, reaching out to grasp the little creature without a hint of consideration for Luo Song's feelings. Bang, bang, accompanied by the sounds of bodies colliding and two muffled groans. The intruders were instantly propelled backward at an even greater velocity. The atmosphere surrounding Rawson shifted dramatically, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping both God and the palace of Gearsfield. You desire my pet? Is this perhaps an edict from the world government? His frigid, merciless words concealed a tempest of fury. The murderous intent began to unfurl. God hesitated, acutely aware of Rawson's terrifying presence, a sense of dread gnawing at his heart. He no longer believed he possessed the strength to subdue his opponent. Ha ha ha, lowly peasant, I regard your pet as a grand privilege for you, Rawson declared, his voice echoing with authority akin to a command from the world government. In the face of God's despairing gaze, Gearsfield Palace erupted into maniacal laughter, dismissing Rawson's threats with utter disdain. Greedily licking her crimson lips, her gaze towards Rawson brimmed with desire. I must admit, you exhibit far more manliness than this CP-1 wretch. Hence, I have changed my mind. Not only do I desire your pet, but I also want you. You shall become my male consort. The moment those words fell, the atmosphere in the room seemed to diminish significantly. In Luo Song's eyes, a fierce light erupted. Synopsis: the solitary Luo Song unexpectedly traverses into the world of One Piece. Upon awakening, he finds himself utterly immobile, with a ferocious beast poised to strike. System: ding. Mission issued. Please survive. Host. The helpless Luo Song exclaims, "Bah, you wretched system. Could you not assign me a more reasonable task?" System: malfunctioning. Miraculously saved, he discovers that his savior is none other than Edward Newgate, who invites him to become part of his family. However, this Edward is merely 6 years old.